In the classroom of Yeching No. 6 High School, Sunto graduates were eagerly discussing the upcoming college entrance exams. Some hoped to get into prestigious universities, while others simply aimed to contract with a beast ranked beyond the top 100. Only Su Chen sat quietly at his desk, repeatedly browsing through the bestiary of high-ranking beasts. 2.5 years ago, on a fateful night, he had suddenly found himself in this technologically advanced, yet beast-infested world. For centuries, humans had been at war with these creatures, until the advent of beast mastery gave them the means to fight back. Beast masters could form contracts with beasts, commanding them in battle, a factor that determined one's fate, whether it be a mundane life in the inner city or fame across the land. Ms. Zhanya walked into the classroom, her high heels clicking on the floor. Dressed in a white blouse and black pencil skirt, she exuded a mature and confident aura. She explained the exam rules in detail. 18 trial zones, with difficulty decreasing from front to back, and contracts must be completed and beast strength enhanced within 3 days. Just as Su Chen was about to choose the easiest, the 18th zone, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! System binding in progress. A series of shocking notifications followed. Congratulations on achieving the status and experienced. Gained skill, forced contract. Congratulations on achieving the status transcender. Gained 50 achievement points. Congratulations on achieving the status orphan. Gained skill, insight. The system interface then displayed Su Chen's attributes: Stage 1, Level 2, Physique 8.0, Beast Power 11.2, and 2 remarkable skills: Forced Contract and Insight. This meant he could not only forcibly contract with any beast, but also see their true information. Originally intending to slack off, Su Chen, now seeing these godlike skills, decisively chose the highest difficulty, the first trial zone. In a flash of light, his figure vanished from the classroom. On the podium, Ms. Zhang stood dumbfounded. She had just been advising students to know their limits and avoid overreaching, yet Su Chen, who lagged behind in both academics and physical training, had unhesitatingly chosen the most challenging first trial zone. Was he out of his mind? A blinding white light flashed, and Su Chen was instantly transported to the entrance of the first trial zone, the dark forest. Towering trees reached into the sky, their branches and leaves intertwining to form a vast canopy of shadow. Sunlight struggled to penetrate, with only a few rays filtering through gaps, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was thick with the stench of decay and dampness, as if the scent of death lingered all around, creating a sense of oppression and unease. Su Chen glanced around, muttering to himself, "This dark forest really lives up to its name." One by one, 8 students appeared, clad in identical sky blue uniforms, clearly top students from Yeching No. 1 High School. Among them were 7 burly boys, exuding confidence and pride. The only girl was tall, sweet-looking, and fashionably dressed, standing out from the crowd. Su Chen recognized her as Lin Yuer, the school beauty of Yeching No. 1 High School, rumored to come from a humble background, with both parents deceased. The 7 boys curiously sized up Su Chen, their eyes filled with doubt. After all, the death rate in the first trial zone exceeded 90. So what was a student from an ordinary school doing here alone? They couldn't help but wonder. Had he clicked the wrong option, or was he just a fool? Su Chen paid no heed to their stares, but the next moment, he froze in place. Above Lin Yuer's head appeared a striking blue system panel. Name: Tu Shanyaya. Race sequence: Number 007 Nine-tailed fox. Level: First tier, 10th stage. Physique: 58.959.0. Demon power: 25.625.6. Innate skill: Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Skill: Foxfire. Bond value: 0. Mirror Flower, Water Moon can create illusions centered on oneself, altering one's aura. Su Chen rubbed his eyes and blinked several times to ensure he wasn't mistaken. He inhaled sharply, his mind awhirl with shock. The school beauty Lin Yuer was actually a shape-shifting mythical beast from the divine sequence. Was her flawless human disguise due to the special effects of her innate skill? What could be the purpose of a mythical beast disguising as a human to take the college entrance exam? Amidst his astonishment, a bold idea flashed through Su Chen's mind. This was a 9th sequence nine-tailed fox. If he could somehow forge a forced contract with her, wouldn't his future be set to soar? After all, with a total of 999 sequences for mythical beasts, encountering such a high-level creature was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In this fantastical world, the power of mythical beasts is divided into 3 levels: lower sequence, upper sequence, and divine sequence. Lower sequence beasts, ranked 500 and above, are akin to the lowest level of soldiers, lacking both innate skills and intelligence. Upper sequence beasts, ranked between 100 and 499, possess unique racial talents and are far superior in combat power, representing the limit that most beast tamers can contract. The top 99 divine sequence beasts are terrifyingly powerful, nearly unbeatable at the same level. Beast tamers who can form contracts with them are exceedingly rare. Su Chen stood among the crowd, his eyes fixed on the elegant nine-tailed fox. He frowned slightly, calculating in his mind a spirit power value of 25.6, 2.5 times his own. Even though spiritual power was one of his few advantages, it seemed insignificant now. He thought to himself, forcing a contract with her could lead to a loss of control and death. It's better to start with a regular beast to gain some experience and strength. At that moment, a vague humanoid figure suddenly appeared before everyone. The figure spoke. Welcome to the first trial area, the Dark Forest. I am the examiner for this test. This will be your examination ground, fraught with danger. The beasts here are mostly ranked beyond the 300 sequence, at least stage 1 level 5, posing a significant threat to you all. Of course, you might encounter even more powerful beings. It's all up to fate. I am only responsible for the safety of the rest area, and am not accountable for anything that happens in the forest. If you are afraid, now is the time to leave. The figure's words cut through the silence like a sword. Two boys trembled slightly, their faces pale, but they forced themselves to suppress their fear in front of the nine-tailed fox. Seeing no one back down, the examiner loudly declared, "The test begins." As soon as the words were spoken, the figure vanished. 7 boys immediately rushed forward, eagerly trying to win over the nine-tailed fox. "Uer will definitely help you catch an upper sequence beast." "Yes, Uer, trust us, we'll ensure you get into the best university." The nine-tailed fox smiled in response. "Thank you all, but remember to stay safe." Watching this scene, Su Chen muttered to himself, "This human girl's appearance is probably just an illusion. If these guys saw her true form, they'd likely be scared out of their wits." With that thought, he turned and dashed into the dark forest without hesitation. The students from Yeching No. 1 High School scoffed at Su Chen's solo venture. Being top students from a prestigious high school, they understood all too well how dangerous it was to explore the first trial area without a contracted beast. They speculated that with Su Chen's seemingly frail figure, weighing no more than 120 pounds, he would soon become prey for the beasts. As Su Chen ventured just a few hundred meters into the shadowy forest, he was immediately enveloped by an eerie atmosphere. Among the swaying shadows of the trees, a black demon wolf, standing just over a meter tall, suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Its bared teeth and fierce eyes fixated on Su Chen, as if evaluating its prey. Su Chen quickly scanned the black demon wolf's information. Species sequence number 385, Tier 1, Level 6, Physique 20.921.5, Demon Power 6.66.6. It also possessed the innate skill of keen smell, allowing it to sense the movements of all entities within 300 meters through scent. Tier 1 is not bad, Su Chen thought with delight. I didn't expect to encounter a high-sequence demon beast right away. This will be a good transition. A subtle smile played on his lips, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Su Chen immediately assumed a defensive stance, leaning slightly forward with bent knees, ready to respond to the black demon wolf's attack at any moment. He didn't draw his weapon, thinking, with a one-hit kill move up my sleeve, why bother with a weapon? However, to the black demon wolf, Su Chen's actions were nothing short of provocation. It opened its massive jaws and let out an ear-splitting howl before lunging at Su Chen with incredible speed. Despite the fact that Su Chen's physique was nearly 2.5 times less than the black demon wolf's, he remained calm. As the wolf lunged, he quickly stepped back, using his hands to protect his neck from a lethal bite. As expected, the black demon wolf targeted Su Chen's vulnerable spot, just like an ordinary wolf. Its fangs sank into Su Chen's right wrist, the sharp teeth piercing the skin instantly, causing blood to spurt out. In this critical moment, Su Chen gritted his teeth against the pain and decisively activated his forced contract ability. A mysterious light emanated from his hand, enveloping the black demon wolf instantly. Forced contract activated successfully. Contracting. The black demon wolf seemed to hear the system prompt too, its eyes widening in disbelief. It tried to resist the contracting force, but found it as immovable as a mountain. Contract successful. The next moment, an overwhelmingly powerful force erupted, tearing through like a storm. The black demon wolf's body was shredded by this force, transforming into strands of energy that were absorbed into Su Chen's body. System notifications sounded in quick succession. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone first contract. Contracting a high-sequence demon beast as your first is quite remarkable. Earned 80 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone first demon beast kill. Contracting counts as a kill, right? Earned 40 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 300 achievement points. Awarded 5 free attribute distribution points. Su Chen paused for a moment and asked, "Free attribute distribution points? Are they used to enhance physique and demon power?" The system responded, "Yes. However, the minimum unit for distribution is 1 point each time." "Alright then, allocate all to demon power." Su Chen decided decisively. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host demon power value, 6.616.2 inch. Feeling the changes in his demon power, Su Chen murmured with satisfaction. This feels great. In this world, the most direct way to enhance demon power and physical strength is by leveling up, which requires the power of contracted beasts. Each beast contains a crystal core, which is not only the source of their power but also generates special energy when consumed by a contracted beast, helping beastmasters break through level barriers. Su Chen has been in this world for 2.5 years. Without a contracted beast, he had to rely on absorbing the sparse special energy in the air and only recently managed to break through to level 1, stage 2. This upgrade brought a disappointing 0.3-point dual attribute bonus. However, at that moment, a reward from the system suddenly increased his demon power by 5 points. System products are indeed top-notch. Su Chen chuckled softly, then waved his hand to summon the newly contracted black demon wolf. The fierce beast, with jet black fur standing on end, exuded an aura of menace. Though the contract power prevented it from harming Su Chen, it howled incessantly like a restless farm dog, expressing its dissatisfaction. Stick with me for a few days, and I'll let you eat some beast crystal cores. Once I contract with that nine-tailed fox, I'll set you free. Su Chen crouched down, petting the black demon wolf like a domesticated dog. This promise finally calmed the wolf, which could barely understand human speech. Good, let's find a beast that you can handle. Howl, the black demon wolf responded, leading the way. The suppression power of higher sequence beasts over lower sequence ones was indeed remarkable. Before long, 3 level 1, stage 5 black pythons, sequence number 740, emerged from both sides, but were easily dispatched by the black demon wolf within 10 rounds. I thought there might be some achievement for a triple or quad kill. Su Chen muttered, gently patting the wolf's head. Those 2 beast crystal cores are yours, go eat. The black demon wolf excitedly pawed at the snake carcass, its sharp claws easily tearing through the flesh, quickly finding the irregular crystal core, glowing with a ghostly green light, and about the size of a ping-pong ball. It carefully picked up the core and swallowed it without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for achieving the feat devouring crystal core. Beasts can upgrade by devouring crystal cores. Can humans enhance their levels by doing the same? Achievement points earned, 40. As the system notification sounded, a warm current began to flow through Su Chen's body, gently caressing him like a spring breeze. After the black demon wolf swallowed the 3rd crystal core, Su Chen also broke through to level 1, stage 3. Congratulations to the host for achieving the feat upgrading through crystal core. The speed of upgrading by devouring crystal cores is fast. Should the host try eating a beast crystal core too? Achievement points earned, 40. Congratulations on surpassing 400 achievement points. Reward, a silver dagger. A dazzling silver light flashed, and a finely crafted silver dagger appeared in Su Chen's hand. However, upon seeing the weapon, Su Chen rolled his eyes. What he needed most now was 5 attribute allocation points, not a dagger that his current physique couldn't wield effectively. Forget it. Let's not bother with this useless thing. Let's keep moving, little wolf cub. Howl. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of the entrance to the shadowy forest, a fierce battle was unfolding. A burly man with a crew cut was wielding a sharp axe, engaged in close combat with a tree demon that had a menacing face carved into its trunk. The axe sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. After a few exchanges, the tree demon was split in 2, green sap splattering everywhere. The muscular man wiped the sweat from his forehead and complained with a hint of frustration. Why are there only these low-level beasts? He frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the difficulty of the battle. Standing nearby, a tall man with glasses quickly crouched down and extracted a gleaming beast core from the remains of the tree demon. He adjusted his glasses and calmly suggested, Lei, maybe we should just form a temporary contract with any beast we find? We can always break it later. Relying solely on our combat skills isn't the best strategy. Upon hearing this, the muscular man glanced at Su Chen, who was standing under the shade of a tree not far away. Her delicate face showed a worried expression, clearly concerned for their safety. Forget it, the muscular man shook his head. Yue hasn't even contracted a beast yet. Why should we rush? But, the man with glasses hesitated. Yue doesn't like these low-level beasts either. It's just temporary, what's the harm? The muscular man replied dismissively. Suddenly, his expression turned vigilant. Stop talking. More enemies are coming. Before he finished speaking, several tree demons appeared around them like phantoms, their branches waving like tentacles, making a creepy rustling sound. The 5 boys tasked with guarding Su Chen quickly drew their weapons and charged at the attacking beasts without hesitation. Amidst the clashing of swords and blades, no one noticed the subtle, exasperated look hidden beneath Su Chen's worried expression. She silently grumbled to herself. Why are these weak beasts all we get? Can't something stronger come along and wipe these people out? The truth was, Su Chen had taken the risk of using her mirage ability to disguise herself and participate in the college entrance exam as a human, simply because she wanted to leave Yi City. Yi City, like every human city, was surrounded by a barrier that strictly separated the inside from the outside. Any beast without a contract couldn't break through the barrier's restrictions, and those below the fifth tier couldn't enter or leave the city. When Su Chen was young, she mischievously followed a beast tide and slipped through Yi City's barrier, entering the city. However, fate quickly took a turn. Before she could escape, the human army descended like a divine force, swiftly eliminating the main force of the beast tide. Meanwhile, Yi City's barrier was reactivated in the blink of an eye, trapping her inside. Many beasts left behind in Yi City met different fates. Higher-ranked beasts were captured and sold as commodities to wealthy families, while lower-ranked ones were killed on the spot, becoming beast cores. Fortunately, Su Chen possessed a unique ability Mirage, which allowed her to alter her appearance and aura. This skill was so powerful that even beast tamers above the fifth tier found it difficult to see through her disguise. Using this ability, she successfully concealed herself within Yi City. However, due to the barrier, she had been unable to advance beyond the second tier for over a decade. Fortunately, the frequent conflicts between humans and beasts meant there were many orphans, and identity checks weren't too strict. This provided Su Chen with an opportunity to blend into human society and survive. Assuming the identity of Lin Yuer, she integrated into human society, seeking opportunities to break through the barrier surrounding Yi City. After years of effort, she finally uncovered a crucial piece of information. The 18 trial zones for Yi City's college entrance exams were not inside the city, but at a temporary outpost to the northwest, where there was no barrier, only a few human guards of the 4th or 5th rank. Su Chen thought to herself that although her mirror flower, water moon technique might not deceive the barrier, it should easily fool these humans. She chose to participate in the first trial zone, which had the fewest participants and the highest difficulty, planning to feign death and escape. However, things didn't go as planned. The boys from Yi City High School, filled with enthusiasm, stayed close to her, eager to act as protectors, leaving her no chance to play dead. Su Chen sighed inwardly, regretting not transforming into a more ordinary-looking girl. But it was too late for regrets. She gazed thoughtfully at the sky and murmured, "There are cameras above each trial zone. I need to find a plausible opportunity to fake my death." Time flew by, and half a day passed in the blink of an eye. In the dark forest, various mythical creatures roamed. Bears, wolves, snakes, tree spirits, and flower fairies were all present. Yet none were a match for the black demon wolf. It easily handled 2 or even 3 opponents at once. Thanks to the black demon wolf, Su Chen's strength also improved significantly, advancing to the first rank, 4th stage. His physical strength reached 9 points, and his demonic power soared to 16.8 points. The black demon wolf itself advanced to the first rank, 7th stage, with a demonic power of 6.8 points. Su Chen briefly considered keeping it, but quickly dismissed the idea. The nine-tailed fox school bell had a demonic power of 25.6 points, and the system only awarded rewards for every 100 points. It was already a huge challenge to accumulate 25.6 points of demonic power before the assessment ended, leaving no room to spare for the little wolf cub. As Su Chen pondered, the black demon wolf once again demonstrated its prowess. It lunged at a black python, its sharp teeth severing the snake's neck in an instant. A system notification sounded in Su Chen's mind. "Congratulations to the host for achieving the title Snake Nemesis. You've killed 10 snake-type mythical creatures so quickly. Do you wish to make snake soup?" Achievement points, 30. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking, so even 10 kills count for achievement points? And it considers type, not serial number. The system is quite generous. The system didn't respond, but Su Chen could almost see the system's sister pouting with a smug expression. As night fell, the dark forest remained largely unchanged from daytime. The black demon wolf, exhausted from excessive exertion, had its physical strength reduced to 15 points, significantly diminishing its combat ability. Su Chen decided to find a place to rest. Unknowingly, he arrived at a large tree hollow. This towering tree had a hollow with a radius of over 3 meters, resembling a small cave. However, just as he stepped into the tree hollow, Su Chen saw a pair of scarlet eyes staring intently at him. With its innate abilities, the black demon wolf should have detected any anomalies from hundreds of meters away. However, it wasn't until the creature within the tree hollow came into view that the wolf finally reacted. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the unexpected visitor. A bat-like beast, almost the size of half a grown man, hung inside the tree hollow, its eyes glinting eerily in the darkness. Su Chen quickly accessed the system panel, and information instantly appeared before him. Species sequence, number 352 Ghost Bat. Level, Stage 1, Level 6. Physique, 15.815.8. Demon Power, 9.5 9.5. Innate Ability, Echo Barrier. Skills, Ultrasound, Soul Capturing Sonic. Details of the Echo Barrier surfaced, capable of setting up a sound barrier that nullifies enemy detection skills. No wonder the black demon wolf couldn't detect it. There's an anti-radar system in place. Su Chen's lips curved slightly upwards as he quickly gestured to stop the wolf from launching an attack. He thought to himself, a bat, a nocturnal creature with anti-detection abilities, makes for the perfect sentry. At that moment, the ghost bat sensed the presence of intruders and immediately emitted a sharp warning cry. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Yet, Su Chen showed no sign of retreat. Calmly, he took a small item from his waist and swiftly placed it in his ear. With the black demon wolf in tow, he approached the tree hollow step by step. The ghost bat was infuriated. Squeak. A piercing shriek echoed throughout the space. This was its trump card, the soul-capturing sonic. The black demon wolf howled in agony. A woo. It shook its head desperately, seemingly trying with all its might to withstand the indescribable torment of the sound. However, to the ghost bat's astonishment, Su Chen remained unaffected, as if the sound had no impact on him at all. It stared wide-eyed at the human boy in disbelief. Could he be a powerful figure of the second or third stage? The ghost bat wondered, filled with uncertainty. Just then, the ghost bat's ultrasonic senses detected something unusual. Around Su Chen's ears were two soft, yet dense objects. Squeak. Realization dawned on the ghost bat, and it let out an enraged screech. Damn it. This human is cheating with earplugs, and they're specially made to counter sound-based techniques. Su Chen chuckled inwardly, appreciating the school's thorough preparation. Sound-based techniques, though low in damage, are notoriously hard to defend against. However, with the right preparation, such as these earplugs, the threat of most sound-based techniques, excluding those like sonic booms that create shockwaves, can be nearly nullified. The school had equipped each candidate with not only sound-blocking earplugs, but also other aids like Qingyan water to extinguish flames instantly and frost snow paste for treating poison and frostbite. Su Chen thought, I didn't expect them to come in handy so quickly. While the ghost bat was still in shock, Su Chen moved like a phantom to stand before it. His lips curled into a sinister smile that sent chills down one's spine. A wave of unease surged through the ghost bat. It flapped its wings frantically, trying to escape from the terrifying human. But it was too late. Su Chen's hand clamped down on the ghost bat's wings like a vice. Heh, I'll need you to stand guard for me tonight, Su Chen said with a light laugh. The ghost bat struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from Su Chen's grip, but it was all in vain. Forced contract activation successful. Initiating contract. With the system's prompt, a mysterious light emanated from Su Chen's hand, enveloping the ghost bat. Contract successful. WTF. The ghost bat was bewildered, unable to comprehend how it had become this human's contracted beast in the blink of an eye. Why did I suddenly end up forming a contract? This question lingered in Su Chen's mind, but before he could make sense of it, the ghost bat transformed into threads of energy, reluctantly merging into his body. The system's notification chimed in. Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone overflowing demon power. The total demon power of your contracted beasts is less than 1.0 points from the limit. You have earned 50 achievement points. While Su Chen was pondering the potential issue of insufficient demon power when his beasts leveled up, he noticed an intriguing interaction between the black demon wolf and the newly joined ghost bat. The black demon wolf, like a seasoned mentor, communicated with the ghost bat in a unique way, quickly helping it come to terms with the situation. The two beasts then positioned themselves on either side of the tree hollow, vigilantly guarding the area. Once he confirmed the safety of the resting place, Su Chen focused on examining the system interface. Name, Su Chen. Level, Tier 1, Stage 4. Physique, 8.49.0. Demon Power, 16.316.8. Skills, Beast Mastery, Forced Contract, Insight. Achievement Points, 480480. Contracted Beasts, Black Demon Wolf, Ghost Bat. His gaze lingered on the Achievement Points section, pondering its significance. Why was there a cap on this value, similar to Physique and Demon Power? As he contemplated, the system seemed to sense his curiosity and offered an explanation. By spending existing achievement points, you can enable your beasts to learn all the skills available within their species sequence, help them level up, and quickly restore their peak combat abilities, among other benefits. I see. Su Chen nodded, then asked, so, using achievement points won't affect the extra rewards for every 100 points, right? No. As long as the host earns 100 achievement points, an additional special reward will be granted. Can I preview the upcoming rewards, or view the completion conditions for other achievements? No. What a ripoff. Su Chen rolled his eyes. What kind of game doesn't let you preview achievements? He then turned his attention to the system interface for his two guardian beasts. Skill 2. Heart of the Hunt. Type, Passive Skill. Effect, increases physique recovery speed by 50 during combat. Achievement points cost, 50 points. Skill 3. Blade of Sound. Effect, uses sound as a blade to inflict damage on enemies. Achievement points cost, 80 points. Su Chen contemplated his options. Although the skill costs weren't high, there was no need to learn them now. After all, these contracted beasts were merely tools to assist in leveling up not worth excessive investment. He decided to wait until he encountered tougher opponents. As for leveling up, it currently required only 20 achievement points to advance a minor stage, which was quite affordable. However, he suspected that the cost would significantly increase at Tier 2 and Tier 3. I wonder if I can accumulate 25.6 demon power points by tomorrow. Su Chen lay down, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Hehehe, little nine-tailed fox, your good brother is coming for you. Immersed in pleasant thoughts of the nine-tailed fox, he gradually drifted into a sweet dream. The next day, the morning sun failed to penetrate the enormous tree hollow, leaving the dense forest shrouded in mystery. Flecks of light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled patterns on the leaf-strewn ground, resembling faintly flickering neon at night. Su Chen stretched and emerged from the tree hollow, his gaze landing on the black demon wolf and ghost bat. He noticed their stamina had decreased by a few points, understanding that these little creatures had indeed been diligent in their watch last night. To ensure today's beast hunting mission went smoothly and that they remained vigilant tonight, Su Chen decided to take action. System, how many achievement points are needed to restore them? Su Chen asked in his mind. The system promptly responded. To quickly restore the black demon wolf state requires 20 points, and the ghost bat needs 10 points. This might be because the black demon wolf hasn't fully recovered from yesterday's battle, hence the higher consumption. Would you like to proceed? Su Chen nodded. Go ahead. Instantly, a mysterious and powerful force appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the black demon wolf and ghost bat. This mystical energy brought an unparalleled sense of comfort, as if infusing them with endless vitality. If they could speak, they would undoubtedly be exclaiming in surprise. Considering their previous, inexplicable contract, they wondered if they had encountered an extraordinary human. Restoration complete, the system announced. The beast hunting activity continues. Before long, the system delivered good news. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title, Tree Demon Nemesis. You've defeated 10 treatment-type beasts. Is this to prepare for a bonfire party tonight? You've earned 30 achievement points. Immediately after, another notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 500 achievement points. You've been awarded 5 free attribute points. Su Chen was so thrilled he nearly shouted out loud. Wow. I love you, system, he thought excitedly. With these 5 free attribute points, he was one step closer to bringing the little nine-tailed fox home. System. Allocate all points to the demon power. Su Chen eagerly commanded. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host demon power, 16.321.8. The system responded. Awesome. Su Chen rejoiced inwardly, then instructed the black demon wolf. Little wolf, keep moving forward. If possible, choose areas where flower spirits and bears are likely to appear. The black demon wolf responded with a howl and, along with the ghost bat, dashed southeast, embarking on a new adventure. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title Bear Slayer. The system's voice echoed in Su Chen's mind, accompanied by a series of achievement notifications. 10 bears, flower spirits, wolf pack. Su Chen had fought his way through, steadily increasing his achievement points. Ding. Congratulations, host, your achievement points have surpassed 600, the system continued. Reward, skill indestructible body. After hearing the skill description, Su Chen couldn't help but frown. A 1-second immunity effect with a cooldown of 1 day seemed rather underwhelming. He couldn't resist asking the system for additional attribute points, but it was clear the system had no intention of being generous. Time flew by, and as the sun set, the sky was painted with a gentle hue of twilight. After a day's battle, Su Chen finally advanced to the first tier, 5th level, raising his demon power limit to 22.2 points. While searching for a place to rest for the night, something unusual occurred. The dark magic wolf growled deeply and fiercely towards the east, tugging at Su Chen's pants in the opposite direction. The ghost bat also became restless, pulling at Su Chen's sleeve and emitting urgent squeaks. Su Chen's heart tightened. Although he didn't understand the situation, he chose to trust his contracted beasts. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted westward. At that moment, frantic shouts erupted from the depths of the eastern forest. Damn it! Why are there so many beasts? Damn it! My hard-earned moon bear is dead. I told you not to mess with that thing. Now look, Yuer can hardly run anymore. Amid the students' cries were the sounds of trees crashing down and the deafening roars of beasts. Su Chen frowned, recognizing that the students of Yeqing High School were caught in a beast tide and were desperately trying to escape. Without a second thought, Su Chen spent 10 achievement points to restore the dark magic wolf state, then mounted its back and sped north. In less than half a minute, he witnessed a jaw-dropping scene. Hundreds of beasts surged like a tide, devouring everything in their path. Su Chen reached a large rock, panting as he surveyed the distant scene. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a familiar figure, Tu Shanyaya, surrounded by 10 beasts. Hey, isn't that my little nine-tailed fox? Su Chen murmured in confusion. With her strength, how could she be trapped by these ordinary beasts? Even though he knew Tu Shan would probably be fine, as her contract master, Su Chen decided to check on her. He was grateful for the ghost bat sound barrier, which allowed him to move without fear of being detected. With this in mind, Su Chen urged the dark magic wolf to speed toward Tu Shan's location. In the monitoring hall at the headquarters of the college entrance examination committee, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. The large screen flickered with images from the 18 testing zones, capturing the attention of everyone present. A dozen examiners and university professors sat upright, their eyes fixed on the screen, observing the situation in each area closely. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair excitedly pointed at the screen showing the 10th testing zone, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Look there! That three-person team in the Valley of Desolation is impressive." His finger moved across the screen, a long-range attacker, a frontline tank, and a crowd control supporter working together seamlessly. Following his direction, the others saw three students cautiously advancing through the desolate canyon. Though their demon power limits seemed low and the beasts they could contract with were limited in strength, their clever team strategy achieved a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. The man with slicked back hair nodded in approval. In this competitive era, many students are driven by the ambition to stand out and work alone. But this team has demonstrated a unique spirit of cooperation. Their future achievements will surely be remarkable. At that moment, a short-haired female teacher sitting beside him let out a sigh, as if all her energy had been drained, and slumped back in her chair. Her fiery red lips parted slightly, her voice filled with frustration. "It's tough. All 17 candidates in the Moon Mirror Lake of the third testing zone have been eliminated." The man with slicked back hair was taken aback, his smile freezing instantly. "What? Didn't you have the genius Zhang San from third high there? Is he gone too?" The short-haired teacher nodded helplessly, her voice tinged with regret. "Yes. He was too ambitious. He could have started exploring the shallows first, contracted a clam spirit, and then delved deeper into Moon Mirror Lake." Her voice trailed off. "But he insisted on challenging a merman without a beast contract, and ended up being dragged into the lake and drowned by a kelp demon." "What about the others?" the man pressed, his brow furrowed. The short-haired teacher sighed softly, shaking her head. "It's more or less the same situation. I emphasize the need to proceed step by step, but..." Her voice faded into a sigh of resignation. Hearing this, the man with slicked back hair displayed a look of regret. He couldn't help but lament. Every year, many candidates lose their lives in the college entrance exams, and the root cause often boils down to that love-hate phrase aiming too high. He continued to analyze. With demon contracts, students can dissolve them anytime if they wish. They could easily contract with one or two lower-tier demons to enhance their overall combat power. Once they find a desirable higher-tier demon and subdue it, they can dissolve the previous contracts and establish a new one without losing much. His tone was filled with exasperation. Yet many students want to directly contract with higher-tier demons, fearing that their history with lower-tier demons will become a blemish. Despite countless reminders, "I can't understand where this obsession with appearances comes from." He then turned to a young-looking female teacher behind him, asking, "Molly, how are things on your side?" The teacher named Molly sighed and replied, "Not great. There's been a beast tide, and we've already confirmed 5 deaths." Upon hearing this, the man with slicked back hair and the short-haired woman stood up, quickly moving to Molly's side to gaze at the screen showing the first testing zone. However, each testing zone was monitored by aerial cameras similar to satellite surveillance. In the special environment of the dark forest, the dense foliage obscured almost all visibility, making it hard to discern specific details. The expressions of all three grew serious, realizing the brutality of this exam far exceeded their expectations. It's difficult to fully know the situation within the forest. The man with the slicked back hair frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "Is there really a beast tide happening here?" And in the first trial zone, of all places, what rotten luck. The trial zones are designed to simulate the most realistic wilderness environment possible. As long as no beasts of the second tier or higher emerge, interference is kept to a minimum. It's not uncommon for beast tides to occur in these zones every few years, serving as a harsh reminder to students of the brutal reality of fighting beasts. Molly shook her head regretfully, her gaze fixed on a monitor displaying a young boy riding a dark wolf. This student from 7th school had already escaped the beast tide, but decided to play the hero after seeing other girls trapped by beasts. It's truly exasperating. Following Molly's words, the other 3 also turned their attention to the boy on the monitor, all heaving a sigh. Lust is like a sharp blade. Once he becomes a beast tamer, he could have his pick of any girl in the inner city. Why rush? In the dim forest, Tu Shan retreated step by step until her back slammed against a thick tree. 13 beasts pursued her like ravenous wolves, yet hesitated to attack, sensing the powerful aura she exuded. Tu Shan slowly raised her head, carefully scanning her surroundings. Once she confirmed that the situation here could barely be discerned by the outside world, a barely perceptible smile tugged at her lips. "Everything should be fine here, right?" She gradually lifted her hands, and a strange energy burst forth from her palms. In the next instant, the beast seemed bewitched, charging at her in a frenzy. Tu Shan let out a terrified scream, but her voice was dwarfed by the madness of the beasts. Her delicate frame was swiftly overwhelmed by the 13 beasts, blood splattering like a fountain and staining the earth beneath her. Her silk school uniform was shredded by sharp claws, the tattered fabric fluttering in the air. The stench of blood was overpowering. The tree behind her suffered as well, falling victim to the beast's fierce frenzy. It snapped in half with a violent tremor, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Such a tragic end for a beauty. The scene was enough to make anyone sigh. Yet, Su Chen, watching from not far away, was taken aback, his face full of confusion. In his view, while he saw Tu Shan being torn apart, her system interface persisted and continued to move. In contrast, the beast's interfaces disappeared one by one. From experience, a disappearing beast interface signaled death. If the interface remained, it indicated survival. What was happening? Were the beasts devouring Tu Shan only to end up dead themselves? Could this entire scene be an illusion crafted by her using some sort of trickery? What was she trying to achieve? In less than half a minute, the 13 beasts that originally surrounded Tu Shan were all torn apart by her. Each beast's death was accompanied by a spray of blood, mirroring the illusionary scene, turning the ground crimson. Simultaneously, Tu Shan deliberately severed the tree behind her to cover her tracks. Though the scene appeared crude and rough, it would be enough to prevent anyone from noticing the flaws for a short time. That was all the time she needed to escape this wretched place. With this thought, Tu Shan's lips curled into a graceful smile. She crouched down and began collecting the beast cores scattered on the ground. She had been unable to break through within the barrier at Yecheng, but now, with a few more beast cores to consolidate her previous efforts, she should be able to advance to the second tier. Such minor obstacles are no match for me. Tu Shan hummed a cheerful tune, ready to swallow the core in her hand. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened, fixed intently on the bushes in the distance. Who's there? Seeing no response, Tu Shan narrowed her eyes slightly, and a faint purple fox fire gathered at her fingertips. She let out a cold snort, her voice exuding authority. Will you come out on your own, or shall I make you? Before finishing her sentence, she flicked her slender fingers, sending the fox fire shooting like an arrow towards the bushes. With a loud bang, the flames exploded, smoke and dust rising. Tu Shan calculated in her mind that the 7 followers from Yecheng First High School should have perished in the beast tide, with slim chances of survival. Past experiences told her that as long as it didn't involve a safe zone, assessors usually wouldn't intervene. Therefore, the one lurking was likely a beast from another divine sequence. Suddenly, a faint cough came from within the smoke. Su Chen slowly emerged, leaving Tu Shan stunned, eyes filled with surprise. It was that student who acted alone yesterday? His strength was clearly less than half of her weakest follower, yet he managed to survive this brutal beast tide? Su Chen felt bitter inside. The ghost bat, relying on ultrasound to sense its surroundings, wasn't deceived by Tu Shan's illusion. He barely confirmed through perception that Tu Shan wasn't devoured by the beasts, but had successfully counterattacked them all. This scene terrified the ghost bat, causing even the echo barrier to waver, which Tu Shan keenly noticed. Toxic. Su Chen awkwardly twitched his lips, trying to ease the tension. I was just passing by. Beautiful lady, carry on. At this moment, his demon power was insufficient. He couldn't win a fight nor dare to force a contract, making it a bad time to meet. Tu Shan's earlier illusion involved dozens of beasts and everything within 10 meters, consuming quite a bit of energy. When she cut down a tree and left the scene, the illusion had already dissipated. In other words, her previous disguise was now completely exposed. How could she let Su Chen leave? Although it posed a risk of exposure, it was better than letting him go and report. With this thought, Tu Shan's eyes grew more determined, as she gently raised her hand once more. Mirror flower, water moon. In Su Chen's eyes, Tu Shan still appeared flustered and helpless, like a startled fawn. In reality, the real her was swiftly approaching like a specter, each step carrying deadly intent, as if she intended to tear Su Chen apart. As the system interface approached, Su Chen's heart raced, realizing Tu Shan intended to silence him. He wanted to quip, is it necessary to go this far just because I saw your self-entertaining suicide scene? But clearly had no time for such remarks. Tu Shan's physical strength was over 5 times his. Even if he defended his vital points, he would hardly escape death. In a critical moment, Su Chen decisively ordered, Ghost Bat, soul capturing Sonic. Squeak. The Ghost Bat let out a sharp cry. The Ghost Bat had already seen through Tu Shan's intentions and knew how to respond without Su Chen's orders. In an instant, a piercing sonic wave spread out like a powerful shockwave. Caught off guard, Tu Shan was hit directly in the mind by the soul-capturing magic sound, her body seemingly immobilized. The illusion of mirror flower water moon. was shattered in that moment, and Su Chen found herself just 2 meters away from Su Chen. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Su Chen swiftly leapt onto the back of the black demon wolf and sped off into the distance. As she regained her senses, Su Chen was furious, her nails digging deep into her palms as blood oozed out. She gritted her teeth and growled, "Damn it! You won't get away." No longer maintaining her human illusion form, she transformed into a 2.5-meter tall Songlong Emperor, fully pursuing Su Chen. Su Chen knew well that if Su Chen escaped to report, the main human forces would inevitably come to support. The existence of illusions meant that humans would not overlook any clues and would conduct a thorough search of the entire first trial area. Even though she had the innate skill of mirror flower water moon, allowing her to disguise as any beast, escaping such a comprehensive siege would be nearly impossible. Having lived in human society for over a decade, she understood that there were no records of illusion-related skills in the divine generation sequence of beasts. As long as she eliminated Su Chen, her illusion ability would remain undisclosed. Once everything settled, she could transform into an ordinary small beast and quietly leave Yi City. Cold determination flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen must die. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the examination committee, numerous assessors gathered in front of the surveillance screens of the first trial area, discussing animatedly. Is that Songlong Emperor from the race sequence, number 111? Why is such a beast appearing in the first trial area? When did it sneak in? Could it be the beast tide was caused by it? A series of questions echoed through the headquarters room. However, this wave of inquiries was soon replaced by a chorus of regretful sighs. Everyone realized that the boy riding the wolf was doomed. It was just a matter of time. That Songlong Emperor possessed an incredibly powerful innate skill, Wolf's Majesty. This ability allowed it to exert a strong deterrent effect on enemies of the same or lower level, making escape nearly impossible. Moreover, that Songlong Emperor boasted formidable strength, excellent defense, and agile speed, making it a perfect combination of offense, tank, crowd control, and transportation. On the Beast Masters Association's wish list, excluding the Divine Generation sequence beasts, that Songlong Emperor was the second most coveted dream contract beast. Its appearance in the college entrance examination was truly unexpected. Unfortunately, there were only a few survivors left in the first trial area, and it was unlikely anyone had the capability to subdue it. Nevertheless, rules were rules, and no one could break them. Even if a Divine Generation sequence beast appeared in the first trial area, as long as it didn't enter the safe zone, the assessors had no right to intervene. All the teachers could already envision the scene before the boy's death. Watching that Songlong Emperor devour his flesh, yet unable to recruit it, the regret and unwillingness would be indescribable. It was truly lamentable. Feeling the murderous gaze from behind, Su Chen's heart began to race uncontrollably. His mind was working at lightning speed, constantly devising strategies to cope. Even though the black magic wolf was swift, the gap in physical prowess between it and Su Chen was significant. Being caught seemed only a matter of time. Su Chen pondered silently. Could this be the end before the journey even began? In this critical moment, the surrounding trees suddenly became agitated, like a disturbed swarm of bees. With a thunderous sound, a vine as thick as a thigh swept forward like a ferocious, giant python. The black magic wolf reacted swiftly, leaping agilely to narrowly evade the attack. However, this was only the beginning. Soon, 2, then 3, and in a flash, 7 vines were launching fierce attacks at Su Chen like lightning. The black magic wolf immediately halted, deftly weaving through the vines, showcasing its incredible agility. Following the vines with his eyes, Su Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and a chill surged through his heart. They were actually 7 human bodies completely entwined by plants, more accurately, 7 corpses. From their clothing, it was clear these were the 7 students from Yecheng First High School who had surrounded Su Chen earlier. A sudden realization struck Su Chen. This is the withered wood puppet? Could it be the ghost tree demon king? Before he could finish his thought, the ground began to tremble violently. Dozens of vines, thicker than his body, surged forth like dragons emerging from the earth, clawing towards him. Following closely, a towering tree not far ahead began to move. Its enormous trunk resembled a giant's leg, each step causing the ground to quake. All the vines attacking Su Chen and the roots connecting the students' corpses were actually extensions of this tree. At that moment, the system interface for the Ghost Tree Demon King appeared before Su Chen. Species sequence, number 122 Ghost Tree Demon King. Level, first rank, 10th stage. Physique, 32.5, 33.0. Demon power, 15.816.2. Innate skill, Withered Wood Puppet. Skills, Dormancy, Vine Attack. Bond value, 0. Withered Wood Puppet. Can create wooden puppets using corpses as mediums. It's indeed this thing. Lucky me, Su Chen said with a hint of excitement. Little wolf pup, help me block one of those vine attacks. Hearing this, the black magic wolf was taken aback. This was an attack from the sequence number 122 Ghost Tree Demon King, not a regular tree demon from sequence number 822. Taking on such an attack could cost it half its life. Sensing the black magic wolf's hesitation, Su Chen quickly added, "Block this, and I'll set you free. Otherwise, we'll both die here." At this moment, Su Chen also caught up. She wasn't particularly surprised by the appearance of the Ghost Tree Demon King. After all, the beast tied in this first trial area was caused by those 7 sycophants provoking the Ghost Tree Demon King. She hadn't noticed at the time, and it turned out that Su Chen's escape route led directly to the Ghost Tree Demon King's territory. It seems even the heavens are on her side. A determined glint flashed in Tu Shanya's eyes, knowing time was of the essence. Without hesitation, she bared her white fox fangs, and a pale purple fireball quickly formed in her mouth, shooting like an arrow towards Su Chen. To other beasts, the scene appeared entirely different. The Songlong Emperor opened its massive jaws, ferociously charging at Su Chen. The Black Demon Wolf, as a member of the Wolf clan, was naturally terrified of the Songlong Emperor. Its body trembled involuntarily, but under Su Chen's promise, it mustered the courage to make a stand. The Black Demon Wolf leapt forward like a flash of lightning, aiming directly at the vine thicker than a human. It exerted all its strength, enduring a powerful strike from the vine. With a swoosh, the vine lashed the Black Demon Wolf's body with a chilling sound. A harrowing howl echoed through the sky as the Black Demon Wolf's health was halved in an instant, blood pouring from its wounds and staining its fur red. Su Chen did not betray the Black Demon Wolf's trust. He seized the opportunity to grab hold of the vine extending from the Demon Tree King. In that critical moment, he decisively commanded, "Terminate contract Black Demon Wolf. Terminate contract Ghost Bat." The system's notification sounded immediately. "Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment terminate contract. Abandoning the beast that guarded you all night. Do your family know you do such things without a conscience?" Achievement points, 50 points. Hearing this inexplicable question, Su Chen almost blurted out a curse. He silently complained to himself. Why does the system always add a strange question every time I achieve something? Is it just to annoy me? But now was clearly not the time to dwell on such things. Force contract activate. Su Chen unleashed his trump card without hesitation. Force contract activated successfully. Contracting. In an instant, a faint green light enveloped the massive body of the Demon Tree King. The Demon Tree King looked shocked, as if bound by an irresistible force. This is the power of a contract? How is this possible? Why can't I resist? Contract complete. With a crisp sound, an astonishing scene unfolded. The Demon Tree King's towering 20-meter body suddenly disintegrated, turning into countless twinkling particles of energy. These particles, seemingly guided by a mysterious force, surged into Su Chen's body with incredible speed. At that moment, the entire scene fell into a brief silence. The teachers observing the first trial area were dumbfounded. The Black Demon Wolf and Ghost Bat were stunned. Tu Shanyae was too shocked to speak. What kind of ability is this? Tu Shanyae stared at Su Chen, her beautiful eyes full of astonishment. However, as she was still immersed in shock, a massive vine unexpectedly lunged at her. It turned out that in the beast space, Su Chen had reached an agreement with the Demon Tree King. If the Demon Tree King could repel the Songlong Emperor, Su Chen would release it. The Demon Tree King, understanding that it had to bow under the roof, agreed swiftly. Since Su Chen had outmatched it in the contract and promised to let it go after repelling the Songlong Emperor, there was no need to hesitate to avoid mutual destruction. Thus, the Demon Tree King decisively used the vine Su Chen was holding to pull him back to its side, then launched a fierce attack on Tu Shanyae with all its remaining vines. Tu Shanyae braced herself against the first vine attack and then leaped, sprinting along the vine towards the Demon Tree King. Facing the barrage of vine attacks, she skillfully used her mirror flower, water moon technique to create a displacement between her actual position and her illusionary one. Every vine attack missed her. This sudden change left the Demon Tree King momentarily stunned. It secretly wondered, this Songlong Emperor, why does it feel a bit strange? I really want it. Su Chen sighed inwardly, his gaze fixed on the battle unfolding before him. The strength of the high-ranking sequence beast was truly astonishing. Even though it was just over 100 in sequence, the difference compared to a divine sequence beast was like night and day. Given the vast disparity in power, defeat seemed inevitable. Since that's the case, Su Chen's thoughts raced, and he finally pinned his hopes on the system. He surveyed the surrounding tree demon horde, took a deep breath, and ordered in a steady, decisive voice, "Now, attack those tree demons." The Ghost Tree Demon King frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although puzzled, it didn't hesitate. To it, the difference between tree demons and itself was probably less significant than the difference between Asians and Africans among humans at most. They were all primates. There was no need for restraint. The Ghost Tree Demon King launched a swift attack, its thick root-like tendrils whipping out like a storm. It first severed the vine supporting Tu Shanyae, causing her to plummet from the air, then launched a fierce assault on the surrounding tree demons. The nearby onlooking beasts were still processing the sudden turn of events. The ghost tree demon king's decisive attack on its own kind, combined with its massive size and strength advantage, quickly led to the demise of many tree demons in the ambush. The system's notification sounded at an opportune moment. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title Tree Demon Nemesis. The wood from tree demons should make good firewood, right? Achievement points earned, 30 points. Su Chen's heart leaped, his eyes locked on Tu Shan, who was weaving through the forest and drawing closer. Since all previous actions had corresponding achievements, the first time teaching a beast a skill was likely no exception. System, have the Ghost Tree Demon King learn the Tree Prison skill. Su Chen ordered decisively. Learning in progress. Learning complete. The Ghost Tree Demon King appeared momentarily bewildered, as if digesting this newfound power. 2.5 seconds later, it regained its composure and unhesitatingly executed the newly acquired skill. Instantly, countless thick branches grew rapidly, intertwining to form a sturdy prison that tightly trapped Tu Shan. Such petty tricks. Tu Shan scoffed, clicking her tongue dismissively. She took a deep breath and exhaled a blazing ball of foxfire, hurling it at the tree prison. With a sizzle, the foxfire made contact with the branches, emitting black smoke and burning a large hole instantly. Though the entrapment was short-lived, it was enough for Su Chen. His gamble had finally paid off, confirmed by the timely notification from the system. Congratulations to the host for achieving a new skill. The tool beast has learned a new skill. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? You've earned 50 achievement points. As the system notification sounded, Su Chen's achievement points surpassed 700, earning him 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated all the points to his demon power. As the allocation was completed, Su Chen felt a surge of power within him, and his current demon power reached 16.227.2. A confident smile appeared on Su Chen's face, and he felt a strong sense of assurance. His demon power had finally surpassed that of Tu Shan. At that moment, Tu Shan appeared ghost-like, breaching the Ghost Tree Demon King's defenses and arriving before Su Chen. Without saying a word, she immediately cast the illusion of Mirror Flower Water Moon, hiding her true form while waiting for an opportunity to kill Su Chen. This time, Tu Shan did not choose to use her foxfire to deliver an instant kill, possibly wanting to conserve some demon power to create an illusion and escape. She created an illusion of herself still in place, while her real body quietly launched a sneak attack from the side. Faced with this situation, Su Chen realized the importance of the indestructible golden body. At this critical moment, the skill of a true man for a second was undoubtedly divine. Seeing the empty system panel just 2.5 meters away, Su Chen made a decisive move and activated the indestructible golden body without hesitation. Clang, a crisp collision sound echoed around. Su Chen chuckled inwardly. It seems Tu Shan has quite a set of teeth. He seized the moment to reach out with his right hand, and as expected, he felt something furry in the seemingly empty space in front of him. Break the contract, Ghost Tree Demon King. Forced contract successfully activated. Su Chen silently chanted, feeling the power of the contract begin to flow. What have you done? Tu Shan was taken aback, and her illusion of Mirror Flower Water Moon was instantly shattered. Her true form, the nine-tailed fox, was fully revealed before Su Chen. It was an astonishing fox form, a charmingly cute head, long, uplifted fox eyes exuding allure and enchantment. Her entire body covered in snow-white fur, radiating a captivating sheen. 9 fluffy tails swayed like an elegant gown, with a vibrant red hue at the tips adding an extra touch of beauty and mystery. However, at this moment, Tu Shan face showed a mix of shock and anger, glaring at Su Chen as if she wanted to devour him whole. Su Chen smiled slightly and softly said, "Nothing much, little fox. From now on, we're on the same side, so don't show such a scary expression." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's notification sounded timely. Contract completed. As the system's voice fell, Tu Shan's furry body instantly transformed into fluffy, white, cloud-like wisps, flowing towards Su Chen and quickly being absorbed into his body. However, unlike the absorption of other beasts, the white clouds from the nine-tailed fox did not entirely enter Su Chen's body. A small portion began to gather slowly in the palm of Su Chen's right hand, gradually forming a thumb-sized white nine-tailed pattern. This small white nine-tailed pattern was the unique mark of a divine sequence beast. As a divine sequence beast, its most significant characteristic was that once a contract was signed with a beastmaster, it could never be undone. Moreover, the beastmaster could even share some of the innate skills of the beast to a certain extent. Of course, everything has its pros and cons, and this special contract relationship is not without its drawbacks. If a contracted divine sequence beast dies, the demon power it occupied in the beastmaster remains and does not disappear with its death. This truly is a case of being stuck with the consequences. Congratulations, host. You've achieved the God Era sequence. The system's notification echoed in Su Chen's mind, along with the reward of 60 achievement points. He had just formed a contract with a mythical beast from the god era Sequencia, the nine-tailed fox skilled in illusions named Su Chen. Let me go, you scoundrel. Su Chen shouted furiously from within Su Chen's beast space, her voice full of anger and defiance. She struggled to break free, but her efforts were in vain. Su Chen smiled slightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Little fox, as a mythical beast of the god era sequence, surely you know our contract can't be undone. You might as well accept it. Get lost. I'll never forgive you, nor will I follow your orders. Su Chen retorted fiercely. Unfazed, Su Chen replied, Little fox, if you don't protect me and I die, you'll die too. We're in this together now. Humph. Su Chen snorted coldly. I swear, if you get attacked and killed by other beasts, I'd be clapping in celebration. Knowing she was just being stubborn, Su Chen didn't argue further. He turned to the ghost tree demon king, whose contract had just been dissolved, and greeted him with a friendly smile. Thanks, my friend. You've worked hard. The ghost tree demon king responded by intertwining its vines into a vaguely human shape. No worries. It's nothing much. I should thank you for helping me learn a new skill. If you ever need my help, just ask. Su Chen felt relieved. Teaching the ghost tree demon king a new skill had indeed earned him goodwill, preventing any hostility after dissolving their contract. He initially planned to use himself as a hostage to ensure Su Chen protection while escaping. After all, in this world, if a beast master dies, their contracted beasts perish too. But now, that seemed unnecessary. It's all mutual benefit. Su Chen chuckled. But it's getting late. If you have time, could you find me a tree hollow to rest in and help me gather those fallen beast cores? No problem. The ghost tree demon king agreed readily. Partly because Su Chen had helped it learn a new skill, and partly because Su Chen's strange abilities made it wary. Contracting the Tsong Wolf Emperor instantly, without resistance, was not something it wanted to provoke. It didn't want to risk being forcibly contracted and then released in a city, turning into a beast core. Meanwhile, examiners observing from afar were buzzing with discussion. The first trial zone examiner, Molly, muttered to herself, Is that person still alive? Her brow furrowed with confusion and concern. Other examiners from different zones also displayed curiosity, slowly gathering to watch. However, the ghost tree demon king's massive form, combined with other trees, obscured their view of the battle. Let's not discuss how Su Chen inexplicably contracted the ghost tree demon king, one examiner whispered, sparking further speculation and debate. The sounds of battle in the dark forest came to an abrupt halt, yet everyone could still sense the strong life force of the ghost tree demon king lingering. This fact led those in the control room into a silent contemplation. Su Chen must still be alive. As each minute passed, the oppressive atmosphere hung over the space. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that a teacher finally broke the heavy silence. He's not dead. That wooden puppet must be the ghost tree demon king's skill. So, the Tsong Wolf King is the one defeated. Another teacher chimed in. That's quite an accomplishment. We must remember that the ghost tree demon king is no easy opponent. This news brought a collective sigh of relief among the teachers present. They all understood that any student who could emerge alive from the first trial area would undoubtedly secure a spot among the top 10 in the college entrance exam results of Yi City. A genius like Su Chen, who could command the ghost tree demon king, was unprecedented. It's just a pity, someone murmured, all 8 top students from Yi City No. 1 high school. What's this student's name? A white-haired elder, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. He was dressed in a crisp military uniform, his face calm like a still pond, yet a subtle glimmer flickered in his eyes. Su Chen, from Yi City No. 7 high school. Emily promptly responded. The white-haired elder nodded slightly. Su Chen is it? Once his exam results are out, bring him to see me directly. At these words, the university teachers collectively sighed. This meant they would lose a student with limitless potential. Yes, General. I'll make sure to inform him. Emily respectfully replied. Meanwhile, deep within the dark forest, Su Chen was following the wooden puppet to a tree hollow, more spacious than the one from the previous night. The space was breathtaking. The ghost tree demon king had meticulously arranged moonlight grass, emitting a soft blue glow, strategically placed in various corners, adding a touch of mystery to the surroundings. Vines wove into a natural barrier, sealing the tree hollow tightly, providing a rare sense of security. Su Chen summoned Su Chen. Having formed a contract, he had grasped some of the fundamentals of the mirror flower water moon skill. Although he couldn't yet perform the skill, he could easily see through illusions. Su Chen's appearance at this moment was unexpected. She had transformed into a plain-looking village woman with a pockmarked face, barely a 3 out of 10. She curled up in a corner, and when met with Su Chen's scrutinizing gaze, she unabashedly displayed a look of disdain. Though puzzled by her choice of appearance, Su Chen didn't question it, instead choosing to examine her skill set. Skill 2, Heavenly Charm Eyes. Effect. causes enemy units that make eye contact to fall into a state of enchantment. Achievement points cost 200 points. As expected of a divine beast from the God Era sequence, activating a skill costs so many achievement points. Su Chen analyzed while decisively saying, "Learn it. Learning in progress. Learning complete." As soon as the system notification sounded, Tu Shan Ye's expression shifted from disdain to shock. Her eyes widened in disbelief. A storm of emotions surged within her. Under the constraints of Yi City's isolation barrier, she had never been able to break through to the second tier, let alone learn new skills. Yet now, she had completed the skill learning in an instant. Tu Shan blinked her lively eyes, staring intently at Su Chen. Her delicate face was filled with disbelief, and her voice carried a hint of surprise. "What did you do?" Su Chen's lips curved into a slight smile as he responded calmly. "I taught you a skill." "What? You don't like it?" "Umph. I don't like it." "Who asked you to teach me?" Tu Shan puffed out her cheeks and turned her face away, her voice tinged with a bit of playful annoyance. At that moment, a crisp system notification sounded in Su Chen's mind. Nine-tailed fox Tu Shan Ye's bond value changed, 0.5. This notification made Su Chen pause for a moment. He carefully checked Tu Shan Ye's information interface and found that, unlike ordinary beasts, her interface had an additional name field and a bond value section. System, what is the bond value for? It seems other beasts don't have this section. The system immediately responded. Only beasts of the divine era sequence have bond values. The higher the bond value, the closer the relationship between the beast and the host. It's recommended to cultivate the bond value of contracted beasts, as it will bring many unexpected benefits. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully, musing to himself. This bond value is quite similar to the affection points in dating games. It seems that although this little fox appears to dislike it, her heart tells a different story. With this in mind, he softly said, Skill 3, Soul Drain, absorbs the enemy's power to restore oneself. Achievement points required, 400 points. Let's learn it. Learning in progress. Learning complete. Tu Shan Ye's brows furrowed even more. Within just half a minute, Su Chen had added 2 new skills for her, without any treasures, special actions, or even leveling up. Recalling the scene of being forcibly contracted before, her curiosity about this human deepened. Who exactly is this person? Nine-tailed fox Tu Shan Ye's bond value changed, 515. This scene confirmed Su Chen's suspicion. Girl's affection often begins with curiosity. After a series of mysterious operations, Tu Shan Ye's bond value directly increased to 15 points. However, Su Chen then encountered an awkward problem. His achievement points were depleted, making it impossible to teach Tu Shan Ye any more new skills. Fortunately, at that moment, the Ghost Tree Demon King delivered the collected beast cores. Including the ones Tu Shan Ye had obtained from defeating 13 beasts earlier, there were exactly 50. Without hesitation, Su Chen stuffed these cores into Tu Shan Ye's delicate hands. Hurry up and eat. Little fox, my future success depends entirely on you, my lady. Humph. Tu Shan Ye glanced at the handful of cores and let out a soft snort. Yet she accepted them all. She turned her back to Su Chen and quietly began consuming the beast cores. A few minutes later, a series of system notifications echoed in Su Chen's mind. The aura around Tu Shan Ye suddenly intensified, with a fierce demonic energy swirling around her. At that moment, a series of system notifications rang out. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone Tier 2 demonic beast. It's rare for a contracted beast to break through to Tier 2 among peers. Achievement points awarded, 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 800 achievement points. Reward, basic combat skills. The system explains, basic combat skills grants you fundamental hand-to-hand combat abilities. Another notification followed. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone demonic power explosion. The total demonic power of the contracted beast has reached its limit, showing signs of a power surge. Achievement points awarded, 50. Ding. Achievement points surpassed 900. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was taken aback and immediately opened the information interface. The data clearly showed demonic power, 27.227.2. This little fox increased its demonic power by so much in one upgrade. Su Chen nearly bit his tongue in surprise and quickly commanded, allocate all 5 points to demonic power. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host demonic power, 27.232.2 inch. Tu Shan Ye quietly turned, casting a sidelong glance at Su Chen. With a slight frown, she pondered, no reaction at all? Could this human's demonic power far exceed my expectations? But he's clearly only a Tier 1, Stage 5 human, so why does he possess such immense demonic power? She shook her head forcefully, trying to clear her thoughts. Never mind. I need to focus on absorbing the demonic beast cores. Today's events have been too bizarre. She recalled the recent occurrences, instantly mastering a new skill, followed by that thrilling battle. The thought that Su Chen could not only see through her illusions, but also withstand her full-force attack, nearly breaking her teeth, made Tu Shan-ye involuntarily gasp. Who exactly is this guy? The system timely notified. Nine-tailed fox Tu Shan-ye's bond value changed. 1520. The next morning, golden sunlight streamed through the gaps at the top of the tree hollow, illuminating the entire space. Su Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes, let out a big yawn, and slowly got to his feet. The first thing he did was open the system interface, and when he saw the words nine-tailed fox prominently displayed in the contracted beast section, he couldn't help but smile. Finally captured the nine-tailed fox. Thinking about how Tu Shan-ye continued absorbing cores after he fell asleep, and how he woke up having broken through to Tier 1, Stage 6, Su Chen was in high spirits. Good things really do lift the spirit. He turned to look at the figure curled up in the corner and called out loudly, "Little fox, wake up. The sun's shining on your back." A slight movement came from the corner as Tu Shan-ye blinked sleepily, her face full of confusion. When her gaze finally focused on Su Chen, confusion quickly turned into disdain and helplessness. She pouted, rolled her eyes, and had an expression of so it wasn't a dream after all. However, when Su Chen got a clear look at Tu Shan-ye's face, he was even more bewildered than she was and blurted out, "Who are you?" The woman before him was exceptionally beautiful, unforgettable at first glance. Her features were distinct and well-defined, with every line perfectly outlining her enchanting contours. Her almond-shaped eyes, with a slight upward tilt, exuded a myriad of emotions. She possessed a unique, gentle elegance that starkly contrasted with Lin Yue, the school belle of Yeqinghai. Her figure was graceful and alluring, with curves that were perfectly proportioned. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth and flawless like fine jade. Her long, pure white hair cascaded down like a waterfall, reaching her slender waist. It swayed gently in the breeze, shining with a dazzling luster and emitting a subtle fragrance. She wore a dress in shades of pink and white, which was light and flowing. The pale pink lace hem danced with the wind, resembling a flower bud about to bloom, both shy and captivating. Overall, she gave off an impression of perfection, combining elegance with a hint of allure and innocence with a touch of seduction. Su Chen noticed the system interface floating above the woman's head. Name, Tu Shan-ye. Race sequence, number 007 nine-tailed fox. Level, Stage 2, Phase 1. Physique, 60.060.0. Demon power, 27.227.2. Innate skill, Mirage. Skills, Foxfire, Enchanting Eyes, Soul Drain. Bond value, 20. If it weren't for this interface, Su Chen would have thought he had wandered into a seductive lair. He was stunned for a moment before regaining his composure and couldn't help but ask, "Little fox, is this what you really look like?" Su Chen didn't sense any traces of the Mirage skill being used, suggesting that this might be Tu Shan-ye's true appearance. He had thought Lin Yue was the pinnacle of beauty, but Tu Shan-ye surpassed her, almost flawless in every way. Tu Shan-ye gently brushed her long hair, her soft white locks cascading over her shoulders, emitting a faint fragrance. Noticing Su Chen's expression, she scoffed disdainfully, "Humph. Men are all the same." She patted the dust off her skirt and slowly stood up. Her expression of disdain faded, replaced by a more relaxed demeanor. Taking a deep breath, she approached Su Chen, scrutinizing him carefully. Finally, her enchanting eyes settled on Su Chen's face, and she sighed softly. Feeling slightly uncomfortable, Su Chen touched his face and said, "What are you doing? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? I'm a nine-tailed fox, not blind." Tu Shan-ye rolled her eyes and said irritably, "Fine, I've ended up in your hands, so I admit defeat. Let's go, there's only a day and a half left for the assessment, and I want to level up too." Hearing this, Su Chen finally felt relieved. Although the forced contract skill could directly establish a contract with a demon beast, he was still glad to hear her agreement. Whether the beast would be willing to serve him or choose to go down fighting was still uncertain. Su Chen pondered this, recalling the beast tamers who spent months establishing a bond with their creatures. Yet, Tu Shan-ye, this proud mythical beast, had undergone a remarkable transformation overnight, which was truly astounding. Su Chen's face was calm, with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. He gently reached out his right hand to hold Tu Shan-ye's delicate hand, and said with a grin, "Let's go, little beauty. My grand plan for leveling up depends entirely on you." Tu Shan-ye gave Su Chen a playful glare, her lips pouting slightly, and a faint blush appeared on her face. She quickly pulled her hand away, her eyes flashing with a complex emotion. Su Chen chuckled to himself, wondering if this was the legendary Sundara behavior. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Su Chen's mind. "Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of Beast Hunter. You have defeated 30 different types of beasts. Are you aiming to collect the complete beast encyclopedia? Achievement points awarded, 50. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh, as the pace of earning achievements was indeed slowing down. However, This did not overshadow Su Chen's astonishing speed in defeating enemies. The small sparks she flicked from her fingers contained immense power, capable of instantly defeating high-ranking beasts. Recalling the thrilling scene from the previous day, Su Chen felt a chill. If he had been hit by her foxfire, he might not have even left ashes behind. Even more impressive was Su Chen's soul absorption skill, which allowed her to recover her energy effortlessly by draining a nearby beast. Due to the beast tide, the dark forest was teeming with beasts. Even without the black demon wolf's tracking skill, they could encounter several beasts just by wandering around. With a constant supply of first-tier beast cores and continuous battles, Su Chen's strength had soared, reaching the second tier, third stage. Su Chen checked his status panel. Name, Su Chen. Level, first tier, ninth stage. Physique, 1.511.8. Beast energy, 28.133.0. Skills, beast taming, forced contract, insight, indestructible body. Achievement points, 240990. Contracted beast, nine-tailed fox. With such a level and beast energy value, he was undoubtedly among the top high school graduates. Satisfied, Su Chen nodded. With a charming little fox girl by his side, he planned to choose a coastal university once the exam results were out. This was the life a transmigrator should have. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed in a flash. The chime at noon marked the official end of the exams. Su Chen and Su Chen's figures gradually faded, blending into their surroundings. In the next moment, they vanished without a trace, leaving behind a tranquil, dark forest. Meanwhile, silence enveloped the classroom where Su Chen was. The footsteps of the homeroom teacher, Zhang Ye, were quick and soft, echoing in the empty room. She clutched her phone tightly, her eyes darting between the screen and the vacant seats, her anxiety clearly etched on her face. The Beast Taming World's college entrance exam was far more brutal than in the past. Even in the relatively easy 18th trial area, nearly 5 of students failed to survive each year. When all trial areas were considered, this number soared to 30. This horrifying sacrifice rate was almost comparable to the casualties beast tamers suffered during beast tides in major cities. However, such harsh tests were unavoidable. Even the least challenging 18th trial area was considered relatively safe compared to the perilous world outside the city. If one couldn't pass even this test, how could they become a beast tamer? How could they defend their homeland? As Zhang Ye's thoughts raced, the clock struck 12, hitting every teacher's heart like a heavy hammer. In an instant, radiant beams of light burst above each seat in the classroom. Then, the students' figures slowly emerged from these beams like apparitions. A strong, pungent smell of blood quickly filled the room, causing many to gag. The students' exclamations followed. Damn, I was scared to death. I was just being chased by a falcon. Lucky the timing was perfect. Me too. Damn, I didn't expect the 16th trial area to be so terrifying. It was tough. If I had 10 more minutes, I might have contracted the Moonlight Eagle. Ouch, ouch, my right hand is broken. When the students saw the familiar classroom, their panic-stricken expressions melted away, replaced by the relief of surviving a disaster. They gasped for breath, trying to expel all the fear and tension from their bodies. Many who once dreamed of becoming beast tamers, marrying wealthy beauties, and reaching the pinnacle of life, now wished to forego the exam opportunity and take a simple job in the inner city. This was an experience they never wanted to repeat. The school's medical staff were already on high alert, rushing to each classroom to provide treatment. They needed to ensure every student received timely medical attention to guarantee that the exam results could be processed in an hour. Seeing the students return to the classroom, Zhang Ye finally felt a sense of relief. She sighed softly, her tense nerves gradually relaxing. However, when her gaze fell on the 3 empty seats, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Although losing only 3 students in a class of over 30 was considered a good outcome, the loss of any life was unbearably heavy. Despite witnessing such scenes every year, Zhang Ye still couldn't fully acclimate to the feeling of life and death separation. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang Ye, and she paused, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. The 3 vacant seats didn't seem to belong to Su Chen. Could it be that Su Chen returned alive from the first trial zone? Zhang Ye quickly walked over to Su Chen's seat, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, Su Chen, are you all right? Su Chen looked up, his expression calm, and replied, Ms. Zhang, I'm fine. Zhang Ye scrutinized Su Chen, confirming that he was indeed unharmed, then gently patted his shoulder and softly said, whether or not you formed a contract with a beast, it's good that you're safe. Surviving the first trial zone already makes you a source of pride for me as your teacher. Su Chen gave a slight nod, expressing his gratitude briefly. After Zhang Ye left, he immediately engaged in a conversation with Tu Shan-Ye in the beast space. Yesterday, Tu Shan-Ye had already confessed to him the reasons for her presence in Yi City and how she had assumed the identity of Lin Yue to blend into the college entrance exams. This topic brought Su Chen and Tu Shan-Ye closer, and and their bond value successfully increased to 25 points. However, Su Chen still seemed somewhat resentful about being forcibly contracted by Su Chen. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of dissatisfaction, giving Su Chen the impression of a girlfriend who was hard to please and prone to occasional pouts. Little fox, the final test is coming up. My university prospects depend entirely on you. Su Chen said. Could you stop calling me little fox? I'm a nine-tailed fox, not just any fox. Su Chen retorted in displeasure. Su Chen rolled his eyes, resignedly saying, Is there a difference? How about I call you little Yaya instead? Su Chen still pouted and softly hummed. Whatever. Su Chen shook his head, unsure if Su Chen was genuinely being tsundere or just whimsically throwing a tantrum. He then asked, By the way, I've always been curious, Su Chen, did you choose your own name? Speaking of which, I'm not really sure if I named myself. Su Chen replied. Since I can remember, I've always known myself by this name, but I don't quite understand how I came to know it. How old are you now? Su Chen continued to inquire. I'm not sure about that either. Su Chen answered. But since I can remember, it's been about 18 years. The two chatted idly like this, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. All the candidates were then taken to the sports field to prepare for the final test of their college entrance exam results. According to the school statistics, Yi City's 6th high school had 1,088 students participating in the exams, with 801 successfully returning. Among them, 657 students had successfully formed contracts with beasts, becoming beast tamers. This ratio was similar to previous years. The final phase of the exam was to test the comprehensive strength of the beasts. In the center of the field, a spirit-gathering array with a radius of about 3 meters had been set up. Candidates only needed to step into the array and activate their beast space. The spiritual energy within the array would naturally merge with the beast space, resonate with the beast's power, and the data would be immediately fed back to the monitors. This method accurately measured the comprehensive strength level of all beasts within the beast space, directly serving as the candidate's exam results. This testing method prevented the summoning of colossal creatures like the Ghost Tree Demon King, which could cause disturbances inside and outside the school. Clearly, this exam model had been developed over a long period. Nearby were university professors from other cities observing. If they spotted a promising talent, they would step forward to greet them, hoping to recruit them. Li Xiangyang, 57.8 points. 2 contracted beasts. Cleared the 17th trial zone. Inside the exam hall, the electronic screen continuously flashed with student scores, intensifying the already tense atmosphere with each name that appeared. Su Lily, 68.5 points. 2 contracted beasts. Cleared the 10th trial zone. Li Lei, 77.7 points. 3 contracted beasts. Cleared the 9th trial zone. The students' eyes were fixed on the screen, each score tugging at their nerves. Suddenly, a remarkable score appeared. Qin Kursen, 84 points. 1 contracted beast. Cleared the 5th trial zone. This score caused an immediate uproar. Students began whispering and discussing excitedly. Oh my god, Qin Kursen scored 84 points with just 1 beast. That's higher than Li Lei with his 3 beasts. What kind of beast does she have? The scoring structure of the test was similar to the power level system in popular online games, where the higher the energy value occupied by beasts, the higher the score. Qin Kursen's high score with just 1 beast left everyone in awe. I used up all my energy points and only got 70, one student said, frustrated. No wonder Qin Kursen is the school beauty. Her beast mastery is incredible, another student said enviously. Could her beast be ranked within the top 200? Someone speculated. Despite the amazement and envy around her, Qin Kursen remained unusually calm. As the school beauty of Yecheng No. 6 High School, she was accustomed to such attention. Time flew by, and 2.5 hours later, more than half of the students had completed the test. Then, a score that shocked everyone appeared. Yang Wei, 125 points. 1 contracted beast. Cleared the 3rd trial zone. The entire room erupted in excitement. No way, over 100 points with just 1 beast. Could it be a beast from the divine sequence? Qin Kursen just said hers is a sequence 188 Lingyun Flower Fairy, and she only got 84 points. Yang Wei is the young master of the Yang family in Yecheng. He's probably eaten more rare herbs than we've eaten rice. His energy value must exceed 20 points. Students buzzed with conversation, and even university professors from other cities joined in the discussion. This astounding score had completely ignited the atmosphere of the exam hall. Yang Wei is ours at Jiangxing University. Nobody else can have him. A sudden uproar erupted on the field. Dozens of university teachers, dressed in various school uniforms, formed a circle, their faces flushed with excitement. All eyes were on the tall, young man in the center. Yang Wei. Old Lin, don't mislead him. A middle-aged man shouted angrily at another person. Jiangxing University hasn't produced a 5th-level beast tamer in the past decade, not even as good as a second-tier school. This is at least a 6th-level talent. Are you planning to ruin him? Get out. The man called Old Lin retorted defiantly. Although Jiangxing University hasn't produced a 5th-level beast tamer in the past 10 years, over 80 of our students have become 4th-level beast tamers, and breaking through to the 5th level is only a matter of time. It's called accumulating strength for a breakthrough, understand? Before the words had even settled, another teacher pushed into the crowd, shouting loudly, "Stop fighting. Yang Wei is from Yecheng, and Yecheng University is where he belongs." "Nonsense," another voice chimed in. "Yang Wei has already been accepted by Heihe University." The entire field seemed to explode into chaos, with everyone arguing fiercely. The students watched in awe, their faces filled with envy and jealousy. Prestigious beast-taming universities like Jiangxing University, Yecheng University, Donghai University, and Heihe University were all competing fiercely for one student, nearly coming to blows over him. In the bustling crowd, Molly, who had previously served as the examiner in the first trial area, frowned. She was originally tasked with leading Su Chen to meet Admiral Han Xinghe, but unexpectedly encountered such an outstanding talent. She pondered, even if Su Chen's contracted beast is the Demon Tree King, he shouldn't achieve such scores. She then took out her phone and contacted her superior. Meanwhile, Yang Wei stood in the center of the testing array, his face beaming with confidence. He had grown up surrounded by rare treasures, boasting a demon power value of 22 points, far exceeding his peers. Even more enviable was that his parents had spent 60 million credit points before the college entrance exams to secure the 97th ranked beast, the Thunder King Gorilla, and had contracted it for him. A prodigy like Yang Wei didn't need to take the college entrance exams. A simple test at the Beast Tamer Association would earn him a title. But he chose to take the exams for one reason. Amidst the envious gazes, Yang Wei slowly stepped out of the testing array and walked straight to the school beauty of Yecheng's 6th High, Qin Kursin. Bowing slightly, he smiled and said, "Kursin, I like you. Would you like to be my girlfriend?" As soon as those words were spoken, the entire room of students erupted once more. The girls nearly screamed, their eyes sparkling with envy. Being confessed to by the campus heartthrob in such a grand setting was the dream scenario for countless young women. However, Qin Kursin, the object of the confession, awkwardly twitched her lips, inwardly lamenting her predicament. Her gaze fell on Yang Wei, and her heart was torn. Yang Wei was undoubtedly one of the top students at Yecheng No. 6 High School, even considered a catch at Yecheng University. Yet, his exceptional appearance and background were starkly contrasted by his notorious reputation for being a playboy. Throughout their high school years, rumors about him were endless, with stories of girls even getting pregnant because of him. Yet, he always managed to walk away unscathed, never taking responsibility. Qin Kursin knew well what accepting his confession would mean, likely becoming just another of his many girlfriends and eventually being discarded. But refusing him in front of everyone would certainly humiliate this young master. Although Qin Kursin's family was well off, they paled in comparison to the Yang family. If she angered Yang Wei, he had the power to make life very difficult for her in Yecheng. While the students held their breath, eagerly waiting to see how Qin Kursin would respond, Su Chen seemed unfazed by it all. He calmly walked into the testing array, slowly opening his beast space and feeling the spiritual energy surge in like a tide. Meanwhile, the tester, Li Hongkai, was initially distracted by Yang Wei's confession and momentarily forgot his duties. It wasn't until several seconds later that he remembered he still had Su Chen's results to announce. However, when his eyes landed on the computer screen, they widened in disbelief as if he had seen something unimaginable. He instinctively rubbed his eyes and even restarted the testing program, concerned that there might be a system glitch. After confirming the test results were accurate, Li Hongkai couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God!" His outburst immediately drew the attention of those around him. Nearby, Wang Yuba, a staff member of the Beastmaster Association, also noticed something was amiss. Seeing that more than a minute had passed and Su Chen's results were still not announced, he grew impatient. "There are over 300 students still waiting. Do you not want to finish work?" Wang Yubal muttered, striding over to the testing platform. Li Hongkai swallowed hard, his fingers trembling slightly as he pointed to the numbers on the screen, his voice quivering as he asked, "Old Wang, what do you think this score means for a high school student?" Hearing this, Wang Yubal couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. How could an experienced tester like Li Hongkai be so astonished? With this question in mind, he leaned in to take a closer look at the screen. When Yang Wei's scores were announced, it was the same reaction. A prodigy like Yang Wei appears dozens of times every year nationwide, so why all the fuss? However, when Wang Yuba's gaze fell on the scores displayed on the screen, his expression froze instantly. Wang Yuba's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open as if his jaw might dislocate. A loud exclamation escaped his throat, louder than Li Hongkai's earlier shout, drawing immediate attention from those around. "What's going on?" someone whispered. "Why hasn't the score been announced yet?" another voice asked. "Maybe there's a problem with the system, and it needs debugging," someone speculated. "Damn, I'm next to be tested. I was planning to impress my girlfriend," a frustrated voice complained. At that moment, Su Chen calmly asked, "Teacher, Is something wrong? This question was like a bolt of lightning, snapping the two shocked examiners back to reality. Wang Yuba and Li Hongkai exchanged glances, seeing disbelief mirrored in each other's eyes. They took a deep breath, stood up slowly, and announced loudly. Su Chen, 254 points. One contracted beast. Cleared the first trial zone. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. The atmosphere was suffocating, in stark contrast to the commotion and excitement when Yang Wei's scores were revealed. The students present, teachers from Yecheng 6th High School, and representatives from various universities all widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief, as if doubting their ears. A flurry of questions and discussions erupted among the crowd. 254 points? Did I hear that right? The Beastmaster Association staff wouldn't joke about this, would they? Cleared the first trial zone? I have a friend at Yecheng First High, and none of the 8 top students who went there for the first trial zone have returned. Yes, even the school beauty, Lin Yuer from Yecheng First High, died in the first trial zone. And Su Chen actually came back. Some began recalling historical high scores. Does anyone know what the highest college entrance exam score in the past century was? I know it was Lung Yu from Yanjing Third High. 30 years ago in Yanjing, she accidentally contracted a vampire from the Shundai sequence number 30 and achieved the highest score ever of 210 points in the college entrance exam. The second was Mo Xiaohe from Donghai First High, whose contracted beast was the sequence number 27 Sun Kiran, and he scored 206 points. I think only these two have ever broken 200 points in the college entrance exams. Someone added, I've also heard about Lung Yu and Mo Xiaohe, but it seems impossible for anyone to surpass their scores now. Back then, the exams required summoning the contracted beast to evaluate comprehensive performance. Vampires gain strength at night, and the Sun Kiran's power increases in sunlight, affecting the final score. That's why their scores were 40 points ahead of the third place. Now, hardly anyone can achieve over 150 points. Finally, a voice echoed the question on everyone's mind. So what is this 254 points? That's just ridiculous. Even the students and teachers present were stunned by what they witnessed, and Jasmine, who had seen countless prodigies, was momentarily dumbfounded. She even forgot she was on a call with her superior. What happened? A slightly aged yet strong voice came from the other end of the line, snapping Jasmine back to reality. She hastily picked up her phone and replied, General Han, there's a situation here at Yecheng No. 6 High School. I need to bring Su Chen back, and it might get tricky. Can you send some extra support? Upon hearing this, Han Xinghe on the other end couldn't help but frown slightly. He knew Jasmine well. At just 25, she was a renowned 5th-tier beast master, famous in the realm of beast mastery. She was always composed and never acted without reason. If she said this, the situation must be more serious than expected. I understand. I'll send people over right away. You stay there. Yes. At this moment, the atmosphere at the scene seemed frozen. All eyes were on Su Chen, their astonishment nearly overwhelming him. A score of 254, and with only one contracted beast. This meant his beast's power had surpassed most third-tier beasts. Su Chen was equally taken aback by the unexpected strength of Tu Shan, achieving the highest score ever recorded. Feeling her proud gaze from within the beast's space, he couldn't help but ask, Yeah? You didn't use any illusions, did you? Don't play around now. If we're discovered, it'll be a big problem. Tu Shan playfully glared at him. Do you really not trust my power? Su Chen muttered. It's just that the score is unbelievable. I initially thought if your power could reach over 150, it would already be impressive. 254 is beyond what I expected. Hearing this, Tu Shan sighed helplessly and explained, You need to refine your judgment. I estimated my strength to be around 200. The extra 50 points might be from accessing power beyond my current capability, thus the higher score. I see. Su Chen mused to himself. He hadn't anticipated the system's function would be so extraordinary, akin to a cheat tool for exams. Well, the system was a cheat in itself, occasionally throwing out unexpected critical comments. As Su Chen stepped away from the testing array, the scene erupted into chaos. Students and university teachers surged forward, surrounding him. Most were female students, gazing adoringly at Su Chen, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Among them were some younger students from lower grades, screaming excitedly as if they were seeing a celebrity. Su Chen, can I get your contact info? Outside the testing grounds, a group of students surrounded Su Chen. Some wanted to invite him to hunt mythical beasts together, while some girls shyly inquired about his relationship status. Even Wang Lin, the class advisor from the University of Hansung's Beast Combat Department, handed him a business card. Su Chen became the center of attention instantly. Standing not far away, Yang Wei watched the scene, his previously smug smile frozen on his face. When he noticed his crush, Qin Kursin, gazing at Su Chen with admiration, his fists clenched involuntarily, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. 254 points, huh? Why not make it 542? A mocking voice suddenly rang out from behind Su Chen. The crowd parted to make way as Yang Wei strode forward confidently. The two stood a meter apart, their eyes locking in a confrontation that seemed to spark with tension. And you are? Su Chen asked, puzzled. He had been discussing the training environments of major cities with Tu Shan and hadn't paid attention to other test results. This remark ignited Yang Wei's anger. Though he inwardly cursed. What are you pretending for? He suppressed his fury in front of the crowd and replied coldly. I'm Yang Wei, and I suspect you cheated to get that 254 score. Su Chen almost choked on his own saliva. What were your parents thinking, giving you a name like that? I suggest taking some herbal supplements. Yang Wei's expression grew even darker. What are you laughing at? Sorry, I just remembered something funny. Humph, just showing off. Yang Wei scoffed, turning to Principal Lu Qinghe of Yeqing 6th High School. Principal Lu, I suspect that student Su Chen of cheating. Who would believe a high schooler could score 254? Principal Lu Qinghe frowned. As the principal, he had received notice 2 days ago that the first war zone wanted to take Su Chen. Although he didn't know the specifics, for the most mysterious war zone in the Dragon Kingdom to intervene, Su Chen must have exceptional qualities. However, the 254 score was indeed unexpected, and it's no surprise it raised suspicions. So, do you have evidence that Su Chen cheated? Principal Lu asked sternly. Yang Wei shook his head at first, but then puffed up his chest. Principal Lu, I don't have it now, but I will soon. Oh, and how do you plan to do that? Yang Wei scanned the crowd, finally locking his challenging gaze on Su Chen. Su Chen, do you dare to have a life-and-death duel with me? At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly turned tense, suffocatingly oppressive. Life-and-death battle. These 3 words hit everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. The beast tamers present knew this was not just a competition, but a real life-and-death confrontation. Su Chen was slightly taken aback, his brows furrowing instinctively. He glanced around and saw the same shock and worry mirrored on the faces of others. In this world where strength reigns supreme, conflicts among beast tamers are not uncommon, but to directly propose a life-and-death battle is extremely rare. Just then, a system notification suddenly echoed in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment Deep Hatred. Someone has actually issued a life-and-death challenge to you. What on earth have you done to provoke such wrath? Achievement points awarded, 50 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 1,000 achievement points. Skill rewarded Demonic Arrow. Demonic Arrow. Concentrate demon power to form an arrow, dealing damage to the enemy. Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Sorcery? He had actually learned sorcery. In this world, only 3rd-tier beast tamers with a demon power value above 50 points can master this skill, and now he had acquired it effortlessly. However, Yang Wei misinterpreted Su Chen's expression change as fear. He sneered and taunted. What? Are you afraid? Su Chen, your beast rating is more than twice mine. Surely you wouldn't back down. Lu Qing has stepped forward, trying to defuse the situation. Don't be reckless. If you want to prove Su Chen's strength, a simulated battle will suffice. A life-and-death battle is making a mountain out of a molehill. Yang Wei, hearing this, became even more brazen. He glanced around at the others, his eyes flashing with a provocative light. The tension in the conference room grew, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the situation to unfold further. To resolve disputes, the Beast Tamer Association had proposed 3 options: negotiation, litigation, and combat. Among them, life-and-death battles and simulated battles are the last resort for resolving disputes involving contracted magical beasts. Simulated battles are conducted within a specific barrier, where both parties are ejected after sustaining a certain degree of damage, determining a winner while ensuring safety. In contrast, life-and-death battles are true lethal confrontations with no protective measures, typically only used in contests for divine sequence beasts or extremely rare treasures. Su Chen's heart was filled with conflict at this moment. On one hand, he was thrilled by the sudden acquisition of sorcery. On the other hand, the current situation was pressing heavily on him. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and pondered how to handle this unexpected challenge. His face displayed a fervent expression as he loudly declared, Principal Lu, we're all adults here and will be accountable for our actions. Since Su Chen's beast scored an impressive 254 points, I'm sure many here are eager to see just how powerful it is, right? Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he responded in a deep voice. If you want to test my strength with a life-and-death battle, then so be it. Conveniently, there are Beastmaster Association staff members here. He calculated silently. Perhaps accepting or winning a life-and-death battle might earn some achievements. Since there's someone eager to challenge me, why not take the achievement points? Yang Wei grinned, revealing a set of uneven teeth, his eyes sparking with provocation. All right, Su Chen, I respect you as a man. Lu Qinghe watched this scene, shaking his head helplessly with a furrowed brow, sighing inwardly. He was trying to prevent this life-and-death battle for Yang Wei's own good. Su Chen's acknowledgement by the mysterious First War Zone proved his formidable strength, not someone to be challenged lightly. However, since Yang Wei was the sole heir of the Yang family, his unfortunate demise would be difficult for Yecheng's 6th high school to explain to the Yang family. Ultimately, Lu Qinghe couldn't help but advise, there's no deep-seated hatred between you. If one side's contracted beast is defeated, there's no need to go for the kill, right? After decades as a principal, Lu Qinghe's prestige was quite high. His suggestion was acknowledged by both Su Chen and Yang Wei, who nodded slightly in agreement. Before long, witnessed by the Beastmaster Association staff and all the teachers and students present, Su Chen and Yang Wei solemnly signed the life and death agreement. At the moment of signing, Su Chen felt a strange energy surge into his body. A system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone life and death battle. The host has accepted a life and death battle, which may cause considerable trouble, right? Achievement points gained, 50 points. At this point, everyone had already forgotten about the hundreds of students who hadn't completed their exam performance tests. Who would have thought that due to a single doubt, 2 prodigious beastmasters would fight to the death? The atmosphere on site became tense as everyone held their breath, awaiting the imminent life and death battle. In the arena, Yang Wei showed no reverence for Su Chen. He sneered inwardly. What's there to fear about a cheater? This is a perfect chance to win Qin Kerson's heart. I've been waiting for this main course for 3 years. Tonight, I must have it. Arrogantly, Yang Wei looked at Su Chen and shouted, Su Chen, if you kneel and admit how you cheated now, it's not too late. Before his words finished, Yang Wei summoned his contracted beast, the Thunder King Kong ape. As it appeared, the sky was instantly filled with deafening thunderclaps, as if celebrating the arrival of the Thunder Emperor. The beast was a purple-furred gorilla standing over 3 meters tall, with muscles knotted like steel. The presence of the Thunder King Kong ape filled the arena with a formidable aura. Around its body, pale golden lightning flickered, forming a web of electric arcs, creating a magnificent sight. The scene was immediately filled with exclamations. Is that the divine sequence number 97 Thunder King Kong ape? Holy crap! As expected, only a divine sequence beast could score as high as 125 points. Damn, it looks so cool. I wish I had a beast like that. I wonder what Su Chen's beast is. I'm really curious to see what kind of beast could score 254 points without cheating. Amidst the discussions, all eyes turned to Su Chen, awaiting him to summon his contracted beast. The crowd's gaze pierced Su Chen like sharp swords, but he remained unfazed, intently examining the system information of the Thunder King Kong gorilla. Name: Leong. Species sequence: Number 097 Thunder King Kong gorilla. Level: 2nd tier, 3rd stage. Physique: for 4.5, 4.5. Demon power: 3.8, 3.8. Innate skill: Thunder's Wrath. Skills: Thunder King Kong Fist. Thunder Roar. Bond value: 0. Thunder's Wrath significantly increases combat power during thunderstorms. Su Chen pondered to himself. A 2nd tier, 3rd stage demon beast? These stats. Is it that it's too weak, or is Yu too strong? His thoughts were interrupted. Of course I'm strong. Do you even have to ask? Honestly, Tu Shan Yu pouted, her tone tinged with slight dissatisfaction. By the way, Su Chen, do you want me to appear in human form or in my true form? Hearing his name, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. It was the first time Yu had called him by his name, and a sense of inexplicable intimacy arose within him. Without considering any other factors, I'd prefer you appear in human form. Su Chen replied honestly. Is that so? All right, since I'm in a good mood today, I'll reluctantly grant your wish. Before she finished speaking, a stunning figure appeared beside Su Chen in an instant. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, lightly brushing against Su Chen's cheek, carrying a faint fragrance. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden beauty, their eyes wide and expressionless. After a brief silence, a commotion erupted among the crowd. A shape-shifting demon beast? No way. A demon beast that can shape-shift at the 1st or 2nd tier. Isn't that a privilege reserved for the top 10 in the Shindai sequence? White fox ears, 9 tails. Could it be the legendary 9-tailed fox? It must be. The 7th in the sequence. No one knows what the 9-tailed fox's innate skill is to this day. 300 years ago, the sinking of Sakura country into the Pacific was rumored to be caused by a 9-tailed fox. I'm laughing, accusing others of cheating? With a 9-tailed fox, I could score 200 in the college entrance exam too. Come on. Even if we could encounter a Shindai sequence beast, with our low demon power values, we couldn't form a contract with it. Yang Wei was completely stunned, eyes wide, mouth slightly open, filled with disbelief. As the heir of a prominent family, he naturally had extensive knowledge of Shindai sequence beasts. Tu Shan Yu's distinctive 9 tails and fox ears were unmistakably those of the legendary 9-tailed fox, the 7th in the Shindai sequence, a unseen-a-century existence that had never formed a contract with a human. And now, such a being was Su Chen's contract beast? Yang Wei's mind went blank, unable to comprehend the reality before him. Tu Shanyu seemed to enjoy the shock effect, her beautiful eyes twinkling with mischief as she gave Su Chen a meaningful wink. In Tu Shanya's words, there was a hidden meaning that Su Chen understood perfectly. He nodded slightly, agreeing softly while secretly planning in his mind. Although he didn't specify a time, his vague promise was enough to appease her. After all, nurturing this little fox was already part of his plan, and once he accumulated enough achievement points, he would naturally help her start learning new skills. Upon receiving Su Chen's affirmative response, Tu Shanya's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Her smile was as captivating as flowers blooming in spring, making her seem like a fairy descending to the mortal world. This smile not only captivated the young men present, but also stirred the hearts of some older men, taking them back to their youthful days. Tu Shanya's voice was clear and melodious, yet carried a hint of authority. Isn't it about time? Can the life and death battle begin? Her gaze swept over the staff outside the arena, her eyes shimmering with confidence. Wang Yuba and Li Hongkai snapped out of their daze, exchanged a glance, and loudly announced, "The life and death battle begins." As the command fell, the Thunder King Kong roared thunderously. Its Thunder Roar skill activated, sacrificing some rationality for a significant boost in attack power. Immediately, the massive creature charged at Tu Shanyaya, swinging a fist larger than her entire fox form, infused with the power of lightning. The wind from the punch howled, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. As the giant fist was about to strike Tu Shanyaya, she remained calm and composed, merely extending two slender fingers. With a flick of her fingertips, a small purple flame appeared out of thin air. She flicked her wrist, and the flame shot forward like an arrow, meeting the Thunder King Kong's fist. In midair, the small flame rapidly expanded into a raging blaze, colliding fiercely with the lightning-encased giant fist. With a thunderous boom, fire and electricity clashed like two ferocious beasts, triggering an overload reaction. The terrifying shockwave swept across the entire duel arena like a tidal wave. 100 meters away, the girls watching were frightened by the sudden turn of events, hastily holding down their skirts to avoid any mishaps. However, Tu Shanya's petite figure stood firm like a rock. Without hesitation, she shielded Su Chen with her body, absorbing the brunt of the violent shockwave. In contrast, the formidable Thunder King Kong was utterly powerless against this fearsome force. It was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Yang Wei himself was flung 100 meters away, rolling dozens of times before coming to a stop, in a state of utter disarray. With a puff, Yang Wei spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. Only then did he realize he had bitten off more than he could chew and instinctively sought help from the Beastmaster Association staff outside the arena. However, Tu Shanyaya had no intention of giving him that chance. Ever since she disguised herself as Lin Yuer, Tu Shanyaya had been constantly pestered by a swarm of admirers and hangers-on. To avoid exposing her identity, she had restrained herself from killing. Coupled with her experiences in the first trial area and the frustration of being forcibly contracted by Su Chen without being able to retaliate, her resentment towards human males had reached its peak, desperately needing an outlet. She appeared before Yang Wei like a phantom, accompanied by a sharp tearing sound. His agonizing scream echoed throughout the arena. His confidence as a man shattered completely at that moment. "Oh, you, how dare you do that to my Yang Wei wailed in agony. Tu Shanyaya merely smiled serenely. "I think you should be thanking me. After all, I just cured a certain condition of yours for good. You know what they say, cut to cure. Understand." The men around couldn't help but draw their legs together, feeling a chill run down their spines as they witnessed the scene. Yang Wei's lower body had been crushed beyond repair, and everyone thought the same thing. Such an injury might be beyond even the most advanced healing magic. Those who had previously envied Yang Wei's strength now looked at him with sympathy. Even Su Chen felt a tremor in his legs, thinking to himself, "This punishment is too cruel, almost no different from killing him outright." Tu Shanyaya ignored the groaning Yang Wei on the ground, and turned her attention to the Thunder King Kong gorilla not far away. Her eyes were filled with cold determination as she mimicked her opponent's initial attack style, gathering foxfire on her fists. With a sudden punch, the gorilla couldn't evade in time, and its chest was pierced, sending blood and flesh flying. Tu Shanyaya followed with a spinning kick, her feet enveloped in foxfire, striking the gorilla's head with tremendous force, shattering its skull. The remaining foxfire spread rapidly through the openings in the chest and head, engulfing the entire Thunder King Kong gorilla. In less than half a minute, this Jendai Series number 97 beast was reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a second-tier beast crystal core as evidence of its existence. A system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host, on achieving the title Life and Death winner. You have earned 100 achievement points. Congratulations, host, on surpassing 1100 achievement points. You have been awarded 5 free attribute points. Congratulations, host, on achieving the title Jendai Series Beast Slayer. You have earned 100 achievement points. Congratulations, host, on surpassing 1200 achievement points. You have been awarded 5 free attribute points. As per the prior agreement, in a life and death battle, the death of one's beast meant defeat. The staff of the Beastmaster Association immediately halted the battle and declared Su Chen the victor. The surrounding spectators began to chatter. I thought it would be an evenly matched fight, but it ended in less than a minute. Wow, Yang Wei is really unfortunate. Not only did he lose face, but he also lost that. The fox demon sister is so cool. How did Su Chen manage to form a contract with such a beast? It seems like Yang's family in Yecheng only has this one heir. Does this mean the end of their line? With the Yang family's reputation, Su Chen might be in trouble. After leaving the arena, Su Chen was once again surrounded by a crowd. Their attention was no longer solely on Su Chen, but more on Tu Shanye following behind him. People wanted to strike up a conversation, but feared suffering the same fate as Yang Wei. While waiting in line for the test earlier, Su Chen had already discussed with Tu Shanye their target universities: East Sea University, South Sea University, and Yanjing University. The seaside villa-style dormitories of East Sea University and South Sea University, along with the nearby areas where second and third-tier mythical beasts gather, are perfect leveling spots for Tu Shanye. Meanwhile, Yanjing University, as the top Beastmaster Academy in Longhua, not only produces many high-ranking Beastmaster elites, but also offers 108 training grounds corresponding to each sequence of mythical beasts. These training grounds are not only achievement point havens, but also suggest that defeating more beasts could bring richer rewards. As Su Chen was absorbed in his dilemma of choices, a woman in a white shirt and black-framed glasses gracefully approached him. Her hair was neatly braided, exuding a gentle, yet subtly heroic aura. Even with her glasses on, her looks were comparable to the campus beauty, Qin Kursen. Hello, Su Chen. The woman greeted with a gentle yet professional tone, handing him a business card with a smile. Do you remember me? Su Chen took the card and examined it closely, but had to shake his head regretfully. Sorry, I don't recall. The woman didn't seem displeased. Instead, her smile grew warmer. Xiaolime, the head of the first trial zone. You should have seen my hologram during the assessment. Su Chen was momentarily stunned, then realized. Oh, I see. So, teacher Xiaolime, what can I do for you? Xiaolime didn't answer immediately. Her calm gaze rested on Su Chen. At that moment, the badge on her chest seemed to accidentally slip and fall lightly to the ground. The words First War Zone were prominently displayed on it. Instantly, the surrounding atmosphere fell into a dead silence. All the onlooking students and teachers hoping to recruit, Su Chen gasped in shock at the unexpected appearance of this mysterious organization's emblem. To ordinary people, First War Zone might be an unfamiliar term. But for Beastmasters, those 4 words carry the weight of an Oscar in the acting world or a Nobel Prize in the scientific community. It represents the pinnacle of Longhua's Beastmasters, a team of only 500 elite members gathering the country's top Beastmaster talents. Xiaolime calmly bent down, picked up the badge, and reattached it to her waist. She looked at Su Chen again, with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. Xiaolime from the First War Zone, codenamed Jasmine. Her voice, though soft, was like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. Su Chen, I'm here to invite you to join our First War Zone. Would you be interested? In the center of Yecheng, a high-end restaurant with soft lighting and an elegant ambience, Su Chen sat in a luxurious chair, his eyes fixed on the elderly man across from him, who, despite his white hair, radiated vitality. Equally puzzled was Molly from the First Battle Zone, a young woman who had once served as an examiner in the First Trial Zone, discreetly observing the scene before her. Molly initially believed that Su Chen's impressive college entrance exam score of 254 would undoubtedly attract fierce competition from other universities. To prepare, she had requested additional personnel from her superiors, fearing she might not be able to handle the situation alone. However, the developments took everyone by surprise. Not only had Su Chen formed a contract with the ninth-tailed fox from the 7th sequence of the Divine Era, but he also inadvertently caused the Yang family of Yecheng to lose their only heir. More astonishingly, General Han personally appeared to invite Su Chen to dinner. Despite previously contacting him, General Han had returned to the First Battle Zone. Could he have used a space teleportation array to come here specifically? Sitting beside Su Chen was Tu Shanye, who was enjoying various grilled meats without any restraint, seemingly indifferent to the presence of the notable figures around her. General Han, observing the two, revealed a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He smiled and said, Su Chen, I am Han Xinghe, the person in charge of the First Battle Zone, holding the rank of General and a Tier 10, Stage 2 Beastmaster. Everyone likes to call me General Han, and you may do the same. Hearing Han Xinghe's introduction, Su Chen felt a wave of shock within. The head of the First Battle Zone? A General of the Dragon Kingdom? A Tier 10, Stage 2 Beastmaster? These titles were almost unimaginable for an ordinary student. Yet, as a transmigrator with a system, Su Chen suppressed his inner turmoil and responded with a facade of calm. General Han, Not bad. Staying composed in such a setting is indeed a sign of great potential. Han Xinghe nodded approvingly, showing a hint of admiration in his eyes. Su Chen, I want to ask you a question. Why do you want to become a beastmaster? This question even caused Tu Shan, who was focused on her food, to slow down, clearly intrigued by this human capable of forcibly contracting with mythical beasts. Su Chen's thoughts drifted toward the harsh reality of this world. To maintain the power to combat mythical beasts, this world practiced polygamy. However, this privilege was reserved only for male beastmasters, whose primary wives had to be beastmasters to ensure the continuation of their bloodline. Only then could they marry ordinary women as concubines, with the number depending on the beastmaster's level. Ordinary men were deprived of the right to love, relegated to logistical roles. The situation for ordinary women was not much better, unless they were exceptionally attractive and caught the eye of a beastmaster. By the age of 25, outstanding ordinary men might have the chance to form families with the remaining ordinary women. This was the stark reality of this world. This is why everyone in the world is willing to risk their lives to become a beastmaster. Su Chen's original life plan was quite simplito: pass the most basic trials, become an ordinary beastmaster, and then find a few beautiful wives to live a leisurely life. However, fate played a huge joke on him. Just before his college entrance exam, he unexpectedly awakened an achievement system and acquired a powerful skill that allowed him to forcibly contract beasts. At this moment, standing before Han Xinghe, Su Chen took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. Drawing inspiration from a line in an Earth anime, he declared passionately, to expand the living space of humanity, to reclaim our land, to stop the rampant beasts from ravaging our homes. We have sacrificed too much. Without these beasts, we could live peacefully without constant fear. So his voice grew more powerful. Becoming a beast master, to restore the glory of humanity, is our duty. Well said. That was excellent. Han Xinghe's eyes shone with approval. Unlike those veterans in the First War Zone who only think about marrying more beautiful wives, they should really learn from you. Hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily puzzled. He thought to himself, goodness, I spent so long crafting this passionate speech, but it turns out the members of this mysterious First War Zone organization have such thoughts? Molly couldn't help but look at Su Chen with newfound respect. A high school student with such awareness, compared to her colleagues. Sigh, comparisons can be disheartening. However, Tu Shan rolled her eyes in private. If she hadn't seen Su Chen's reaction upon discovering her true appearance, she might have believed his nonsense. Restoring the glory of humanity? More like restoring the glory of his libido. Han Xinghe noticed the silver dagger at Su Chen's waist and asked curiously, is this your weapon? Su Chen carefully took out the system-gifted dagger and showed it to Han Xinghe. Yes, but with Xiao Ye around, who is powerful and protective, I hardly need to lift a finger. Tu Shan rolled her eyes again, thinking she'd never seen someone so shameless. Han Xinghe didn't pay attention to these details. His focus remained on Su Chen. So, Su Chen, I'll ask again, are you willing to join our First War Zone? Su Chen had already discussed this with Tu Shan on their way here. Although he didn't fully understand the specifics of the First War Zone, the reactions of others when Molly revealed her identity suggested that this organization held a position in the Dragon Nation far above that of Yanjing University. With such an opportunity, he couldn't let it slip by. Thinking of this, Su Chen stood up without hesitation, straightened his posture, gave Han Xinghe a standard military salute, and answered loudly, General Han, I am willing to join the First War Zone. Across the vast territories of the Dragon Kingdom, 9 major war zones have been established as an impenetrable defense against the onslaught of mythical beasts. The First War Zone stands as the most solid support of the Dragon Kingdom, tasked with handling crises that other zones cannot manage and executing crucial decapitation missions during beast tides. Only a select few beast tamers join the First War Zone each year, all of whom are the best of the best. Each of the other 8 zones has its own responsibilities. The Second War Zone focuses on reclaiming lost lands and rebuilding human civilization from the ruins. The Third War Zone manages funds and resources, ensuring their fair distribution. The Fourth War Zone specializes in logistics and medical support, saving countless lives. The Fifth War Zone guards the borders, forming the last line of defense for humanity. The Sixth War Zone is dedicated to beast training, constantly enhancing combat capabilities. The Seventh War Zone nurtures new talent, ensuring the legacy of beast tamers. The Eighth War Zone delves into scientific research, exploring unknown mysteries. The Ninth War Zone coordinates the overall situation, maintaining social order. The cooperation among the 9 war zones enables the Dragon Kingdom to stand firm on this blue planet, as one of the 12 nations still resisting the mythical beasts. At every historical turning point, the presence of the First War Zone is always evident. Han Xinghe, a prominent figure from the esteemed Han family of beast tamers in Yanjing, not only holds the position of a general, but has also invested heavily in establishing numerous combat training bases. Through his efforts, The Dragon Kingdom has produced wave after wave of exceptional beast tamers. In the upcoming Yeching exam trials, the first to third trial zones, crafted by him, present challenges far greater than those managed by the 7th War Zone, with candidates potentially facing high-ranking beasts above Sequence 100. During a meal, Han Xinghe and Jasmine introduced Su Chen and Tu Shan to the 9 war zones. Observing the food quickly devoured by Tu Shan, Han Xinghe sighed helplessly and earnestly told Su Chen, "Every beast tamer in the first war zone is unrivaled among their peers, naturally possessing a unique perspective. Although I have the authority as a general to directly recruit you into the first war zone, others may not recognize you." Turning his gaze to Tu Shan, he continued, "Although the nine-tailed fox from the Divine Sequence's top 10 is unprecedented, it doesn't directly prove your strength. Those with high ambitions may not see you as a peer." Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly, understanding the deeper meaning behind Han Xinghe's words, akin to prestigious universities in his previous life. A student who relies on their parents' wealth to pave their way, even when stepping into a world full of elites, is destined to be out of place among those who earned their place through merit. Superficial pleasantries and greetings cannot bridge the deep divide that exists at the core, and the invisible barrier constantly lingers. Here, only genuine talent and knowledge can earn the right to an equal dialogue. Su Chen looked at the college entrance exam results in his hand, a remarkable score of 254 that made many universities eager to recruit him. However, he knew well that the true prodigies, who had long since formed contracts with mythical beasts from the Shundai lineage, didn't even need to take the exam. These elites from prestigious families had been refining their bodies and enhancing their beast powers with rare treasures since childhood. For them, scoring over 200 points was likely a mere formality. Even with an advantage, Su Chen understood that catching up with others' decades of accumulation in just 3 days was no easy feat compared to those from influential families. He still had a considerable gap in both knowledge and resources. Of course, Tu Shan was an exception. Her abilities were undeniable, despite her occasional temper. With this in mind, Su Chen took a deep breath and said seriously, "General Han, I understand what you mean. What do you need me to do?" "Kid, I like your spirit." Han Xinghe laughed heartily, his eyes full of approval. "Molly, this kid is in your hands now. Bring him back to headquarters once he breaks through to the 3rd tier, so he won't be underestimated." Molly, suddenly mentioned, was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure, nodding lightly. "Understood, General Han. A 3rd-tier Beastmaster is the standard level for graduates from a typical prestigious Beastmaster university. In this 3-year program, if one's family is affluent enough to afford a large number of beast cores and rare treasures, combined with continuous practical combat training, they can likely break through to the 3rd tier by the 2nd semester of their sophomore year. Su Chen managed to break through from 1st tier 2nd stage to 1st tier 9th stage in just 3 days, partly because 1st tier Beastmasters advance quickly, and partly due to Tu Shan profound foundation, allowing him to absorb beast cores effortlessly. If it were any other beast, their power would have likely gone out of control. For an ordinary high school graduate, breaking through 2 to 3 stages in these 3 days would already be quite impressive. Given Su Chen's talent, coupled with the high-quality resources of the first battle zone, he might break through to the 3rd tier in about a year and a half. Molly adjusted her black-framed glasses, calculating this long-term task in her mind. She extended her right hand to Su Chen again, a hint of warmth in her eyes, and smiled, saying, "Su Chen, let me reintroduce myself. I'm Xia Liemo, from an ordinary family, currently a 5th tier 8th stage Beastmaster. My military rank is just a 2nd lieutenant, nothing noteworthy. For the next few years, I'll be your mentor. You can ask me anything you need." Su Chen shook Xia Limo's hand earnestly and said, "Thank you, Teacher Xia." As dinner came to an end, the clock quietly pointed to 9. Admiral Han Xinghe gave Xia Limo a few careful instructions before leaving on his own. Tu Shan, having eaten and drunk to her satisfaction, contentedly returned to the beast space to sleep, showing no respect for the human leaders. Xia Limo didn't seem bothered by this, as if she was used to the beast's capriciousness. As night deepened, the car headlights pierced the darkness. Xia Limo drove, taking Su Chen away from the bustling city center toward the outskirts. Su Chen sat uneasily, occasionally glancing at Xia Limo's beautiful, yet inscrutable profile. "Miss Xia, where are we going?" Su Chen finally asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Xia Limo smiled slightly, her eyes still focused on the road ahead. "We're going to my place, of course. After the college entrance exams, the school will probably reclaim the dormitories, right? Do you plan to sleep on the streets?" It dawned on Su Chen that he indeed had nowhere to go tonight. In this world, once people reach adulthood, they can awaken the beast space within them through the Beastmaster Association, which is used to store items and house beasts. Su Chen had already packed all his belongings into his beast space and had originally planned to find a bridge or tree hollow to make do until college started. "Miss Xia, do you live in Yi City?" Su Chen asked curiously. Xia Limo nodded gently, a hint of sadness flashing in her beautiful eyes, her voice low. My sister got married here, but she and her husband passed away 3 years ago. My brother-in-law's family didn't want to see this place of sorrow anymore, so they sold it to me at a reduced price. Hearing this, Su Chen was slightly taken aback, a hint of apology appearing on his face. He was about to speak when Xia Limo gently shook her head, her eyes reflecting a calmness born of experience. In a world like this, parting and death have long become the norm, Xia Limo said calmly. You don't need to dwell on it too much. Instead, focus your energy on becoming stronger. Becoming stronger? Su Chen stared at his system interface, then suddenly straightened his back and said with determination, Don't worry, teacher. In this world, I will definitely bring salvation. I will uphold my promise at the dining table, restore the glory of humanity, and do my duty without hesitation. As for those beasts, I will drive them all out without exception. Xia Limo's previously somber mood was lightened by Su Chen's words, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. She thought to herself that when these geniuses first arrived, they were all full of spirit and lofty ideals of saving the world. Only through experiencing true life-and-death situations could one grasp the harshness of this world. However, Su Chen's determination and courage were indeed rare. Don't say without exception, Xiao Limo smiled. Actually, some of those beasts are quite willing to coexist peacefully with us. Meanwhile, outside the ICU of Yecheng First People's Hospital, a doctor walked out of the ward, exhausted, and removed his mask as he approached a weary-looking middle-aged couple. Doctor, how is he? The middle-aged man asked, clutching his wife's hand, his voice trembling. The doctor sighed and shook his head. We've done our best. After a few days of recovery, daily life shouldn't be a problem, but the functionality in that area is likely impossible to restore. The couple was struck as if by lightning, their bodies trembling violently. Lying in the ward was Yang Wei, who had dueled with Su Chen that afternoon, and the couple were Yang Wei's parents Yang Jianqing and Lin Shui, heads of the Yang family in Yecheng. Yang Jianqing had Yang Wei, his only son, in his 40s, always treating him as a treasure, showering him with endless affection, and placing all his hopes on him. Now, this devastating news was like a bolt from the blue, causing their world to collapse in an instant. Doctor, isn't there a magical beast that can heal? Yang Jianqing clutched the doctor's hand tightly, his voice trembling, eyes filled with despair and pleading. I'll pay any amount. Just please save our Weier. Yes, doctor, Lin Shui sobbed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Our Yang family has only this one heir. If he's gone, our family is finished. The doctor showed a wry smile and shook his head helplessly. He slowly explained, healing magic isn't all-powerful. It can only speed up wound healing. The actual recovery ability still depends on the individual's physical condition. He paused, his gaze falling on the critically injured Yang Wei lying on the hospital bed. Given your son's current injuries, a first-level beast master is incapable of healing such severe wounds, unless... Unless what? Yang Jianqing suddenly looked up, as if clinging to a final lifeline. He urgently inquired, hope flickering in his eyes. Even if I have to acquire another beast from the divine sequence, as long as it saves Yang Wei, I'm willing to do whatever it takes. The doctor took a deep breath and slowly revealed the key information. For your son's injuries, as long as his physique value can surpass 100 points, equivalent to a 5th-level beast master, restoring his original functions should be no problem. Really? Yang Jianqing and Lin Shui asked in unison, their voices filled with surprise and anticipation. Yes, the doctor affirmed with a nod. A physique value of 100 points is a critical threshold for both humans and beasts alike. Once you exceed that number, recovery abilities will significantly enhance, and even limb regeneration isn't out of the question. The doctor paused and continued. If possible, giving your son rare treasures like the meat lingji, snow mountain lotus, or evening primrose, which have significant strengthening effects on the body, might help him reach 100 points of physique by the 4th level. Hearing this, Yang Jianqing and Lin Shui instantly breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope. As long as he can recover, they said in unison, their eyes rekindling with hope. According to data from a few months ago, 4th-level beast masters account for only about 0.08 of the total population. Even rarer are 5th-level beast masters, with a ratio as low as 0.01. However, for the Yang family, these statistics were not obstacles. They had wealth, connections, and a strong foundation in Yi City, making it feasible to become a high-level beast master. Through the cold glass door, Yang Jianqing and Lin Shui looked at Yang Wei lying on the hospital bed, their hearts aching with grief. They held each other's hands tightly, their knuckles white from the pressure, their palms marked with deep crescent-shaped indentations from their nails. Principal Lu Qinghe had already explained the entire situation to them in detail. Whether it was Yang Wei accusing Su Chen of cheating in public or challenging him to a life-or-death duel, only to be utterly defeated, they were fully aware. Reasonably speaking, even if Yang Wei lost his life, it was his own doing, and no one else could be blamed. The entire incident was instigated and driven by him, making him responsible both emotionally and logically. Moreover, Su Chen had now gained the favor and attention of the First War Zone. Even if he had no background before, he had now become someone with backing. But for Yang Jiansheng and Lin Shui, none of that mattered. Their only concern was that their precious son had been bullied and humiliated by others. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. A beastmaster's revenge can be exacted before death. They refused to believe that Su Chen wouldn't have a chance to venture outside the city alone for training. When that time comes, who knows what might happen? At 10 o'clock that night, the sky was as dark as ink, and everything was silent. Xia Lima drove into the upscale villa area in the northern part of Yecheng and stopped in front of a sprawling mansion covering 800 square meters. She skillfully opened the door, and the warm light instantly dispelled the darkness, accompanied by a subtle, elegant fragrance. Inside, the villa was fully equipped, with lush potted plants clearly showing careful maintenance. Xia Lima effortlessly shed her coat, her graceful figure barely concealed. She retrieved a change of clothes from her beast space and headed to the bathroom, playfully inviting, "Care to join?" Su Chen's heart raced with anticipation. However, he soon realized that the shower and the bath were separate. Xia Lima preferred soaking in the tub and directed Su Chen to the shower next door. Afterwards, she gave Su Chen a brief tour of the villa, assigning him the largest guest room, before heading straight to her own room. Su Chen stood there, a voice dripping with sarcasm suddenly echoing from the beast space. "Humph. What are you expecting?" Su Chen shrugged helplessly. "I was hoping we could get a little closer tonight. After all, this bed is really soft. Are you sure you want to stay cooped up in the beast space?" Before he could finish, Tu Shan Ye popped out, glaring at Su Chen with puffed cheeks. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Seriously, your tastes are pretty peculiar, considering we're not even the same species. Are you interested in my beast form too?" Su Chen hurriedly explained. "I didn't say anything like that. You're overthinking it." Tu Shan Ye stuck out her tongue defiantly. "Yeah, right. Like I believe you." Su Chen changed into loose pajamas and sprawled out on the bed like a lazy blob, patting the empty spot beside him with a grin. All right, enough stalling. I'm not as strong as you, so even if I had any ideas, you'd overpower me in seconds, right?" Tu Shan Ye let out a playful huff, then changed into a cartoon pajama set from her childhood as Lin Yuer, and unceremoniously lay down next to Su Chen, her back to him, muttering, "At least you know your place." Su Chen chuckled wryly, then unhesitatingly reached out and wrapped Tu Shan Ye's 9 fluffy tails in his arms, gently stroking them back and forth. So fragrant, so soft and tender. Tu Shan Ye was enjoying a comfortable sleep when she suddenly felt someone gently grasping her tail. Sleepily, she opened her eyes to see Su Chen holding her tail with a satisfied smile on his face. "What are you doing?" she asked softly, with a hint of helplessness in her voice. Su Chen chuckled. "Can I? I can't sleep without a pillow." Tu Shan Ye rolled her eyes and pointed to the head of the bed. "There's a perfectly good pillow right behind you. Why do you insist on holding onto my tail?" "Don't be so stingy." Su Chen whined. "When we go on adventures in the future, your beautiful tail will be the only reliable pillow source. Better get used to it now." Tu Shan Ye sighed in resignation, but when Su Chen's hand started to wander on her tail, she immediately became alert. "Hey, stop touching it." Su Chen didn't seem to mind, and continued stroking the soft fur. "Your fur is so well groomed. Without this tail as my pillow, I'd be lost." Unable to resist him, Tu Shan Ye let him hold her tail as he fell asleep. The night passed without further incident. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Tu Shan Ye slowly woke up. Stretching lazily, her eyes inadvertently glanced at her tail, and she noticed a tuft of fur missing. Her eyes widened in shock, filled with both heartache and annoyance. "That's Su Chen. Even in his sleep he can't behave and keeps pulling at my tail." Tu Shan Ye fumed inwardly. "Doesn't he know how hard I work to maintain these tails?" The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She was about to lash out but stopped when she saw Su Chen's innocent sleeping face, letting out a long sigh. A look of helplessness appeared on her face. Tu Shan Ye recalled the anxiety she felt when leaving Yecheng. She had chosen to escape mainly out of fear of being mercilessly killed or captured by humans, only to be treated like a commodity on an auction block, living in constant fear. Although she possessed illusions to temporarily deceive human eyes, she knew she couldn't escape the laws of the barrier forever. She understood that one day, her identity as a 9-tailed fox spirit would inevitably be exposed. Living in human society was much more convenient than surviving in the wilderness in many aspects. Tu Shan Ye was reluctant to give up this relatively stable and comfortable life. Clean tap water, various cooked foods, a wide array of fur care products and clothes. For a beast spirit living in the wild, these were extravagant, unattainable dreams. Yet now, she could enjoy all these conveniences and comforts without any concerns or worries. She had to admit, she was quite grateful to Su Chen for helping her make this decision, even if the process wasn't exactly honorable. Sigh. Men are such strange creatures. Su Chen sighed softly. Oh well, it'll grow back eventually. She slowly got up, changed into her favorite plaid shirt and plain knee-length skirt, and instead of leaving, lay back on the bed. She placed her 9 tails in front of Su Chen, thinking of using her tails to repay him a little. However, in Su Chen's dream, he had already him. A system prompt suddenly sounded. Su Chen's bond value with the 9-tailed fox changed from 25 to 30. Meanwhile, in every corner of Yeqing, news about the college entrance exam and Su Chen spread like wildfire. Shocking. A student from Yeqing 6th High School has contracted the 7th sequence 9-tailed fox and topped the national college entrance exam in Longhua with a score of 254, surpassing the second place by a full 100 points. The student might have already joined the first war zone. Yeqing University has submitted an application to the first war zone, intending to invest all educational resources to cultivate the top scorer, but is yet to receive a response. Yang Group publicly announced that the eldest son, Yang Wei, is out of danger after an emergency rescue and issued a public apology to the student involved in the life-and-death battle, demonstrating the proper conduct of a prominent family. The first trial zone experienced a beast tide, resulting in the unfortunate deaths of 7 people, including Dai family's young master Dai Luo, liberal arts top scorer Du Zitong, and First High School's beauty Lin Yuer. Let's observe a minute of silence for them. In just one night, the news about the college entrance exam and Su Chen spread throughout Yeqing. Su Chen's name began to go viral online, with many people digging into his family background. However, the result they found shocked everyone. Su Chen turned out to be an orphan? After breakfast, Xia Limei led Su Chen to the training field behind the villa. She had changed into a black fitted outfit that perfectly highlighted her curves, making her look stunning. Her black framed glasses were gone, replaced by contact lenses, transforming her into a sporty campus beauty. In fact, Xia Limei was indeed the campus belle at Yenjing University back in the day. However, before Su Chen could fully appreciate the view, Xia Limei pulled him aside to start training. For the next 3 hours, he repeated various basic exercises one after another, with no time to catch his breath. Sweat poured down like rain, soaking his clothes, and Su Chen finally couldn't help but speak up. Miss Xia, do you really do this much training every day? I'm barely holding on. Xia Limei paused, looking at him in confusion, and explained, this isn't training. It's just a warm-up. Su Chen was nearly speechless, incredulously saying, a warm-up? Seriously? Running nearly 20 kilometers, doing 300 push-ups, and other exercises, and that's just a warm-up? Who has a 3-hour warm-up? Xia Limei sighed softly, patiently explaining, I slowed it down so you could keep up with me. If it were just me, I'd finish in half an hour. By the way, you've only completed half of the warm-up. What the heck? Su Chen was stunned. He thought he was nearing the finish line, only to be told by the referee that he hadn't even reached the starting line yet. Seeing Su Chen's reaction, Xia Limei couldn't help but smile like a caring aunt. It reminded her of when she joined the first combat zone as the top graduate from Yenjing University, enduring grueling 18-hour training days. However, unlike the upperclassmen during university military training, she didn't show a schadenfreude expression towards the freshmen. She gently took out a towel and some lemon water she had prepared in advance, walked over to Su Chen, and squatted down beside him. Handing him the towel, she smiled and said, I heard your high school fitness tests were always at the bottom. So for your first training today, you've done really well. Keep it up. Su Chen took the towel, wiped the sweat off his face, and drank the lemon water gratefully, saying, thank you for the compliment, Miss Xia. However, the encouragement from the beautiful teacher didn't mean the training would be any less. Xia Limei continued, take a 10-minute break. After you finish the remaining half of the warm-up, we'll start the actual training. You must be kidding. Su Chen looked at Xia Limei, a hint of resistance in his eyes. Xia Limei sensed Su Chen's thoughts keenly, her brows furrowing slightly with a hint of concern and seriousness in her voice. She began to speak slowly, her tone steady with the wisdom of experience. Su Chen, I understand you're quite capable, and your contracted 9-tailed fox is indeed powerful, probably unmatched by ordinary third-tier beasts. However, she paused, looking directly into Su Chen's eyes. As a beast tamer, relying solely on your beasts is far from enough. This is a lesson learned through the blood and tears of countless predecessors. Xia Limei took a deep breath and continued. Take myself, for example. During the internal assessment a month ago, my physique was about 120 points. Yet, even a lower-tier beast of the same level easily surpasses that number. Her tone grew more serious. In other words, as we level up, the strength gap between us and the beasts only widens. Her gaze turned deep, as if recalling numerous unexpected incidents in the wild. In the wild, many dangers come without warning. Contracted beasts often can't react in time, at least not in the crucial initial moments. We must rely on our own strength. We can't pin all our hopes on contracted beasts. Therefore, her voice rose slightly. Strengthening ourselves is absolutely essential. Although Xia Limo's words had been emphasized countless times by teachers in high school, coming from her, they carried an unusual weight. However, Su Chen seemed to brush off her words, his attention quickly shifting to another question. Teacher Xia, Su Chen asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Did you reach a physique of 120 points because you consumed a lot of rare treasures? Xia Limo nodded slightly. That's right. Without the aid of rare treasures, a fifth-tier beast tamer reaching 80 points in physique is already quite remarkable. Those who break through the fifth tier must have considerable resources at their disposal. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but glance at the dwindling free attribute points on his system interface, sighing inwardly. He initially planned to allocate all his points to his beast power, hoping to contract more beasts in the future. But now, to survive the upcoming training, he had to prioritize increasing his physique. Nevertheless, Su Chen decided to reserve 2 points just in case. After all, every time Su Chen leveled up, her beast power increased far more than Su Chen's, almost 2 to 3 times as much. With his remaining beast power already low, if he couldn't obtain attribute points through achievements, losing control of his beast power would be an irreversible disaster. This was one of the major risks of contracting with divine tier beasts. Once contracted, it couldn't be undone, and failing to keep up with their growth meant certain doom. Resolute, Su Chen mentally commanded, System, increase physique by 8 points. As the system confirmation sounded, a refreshing sensation swept through Su Chen's body, akin to the relief of finally relaxing after 3 days of continuous work. The comfort was intoxicating, dispelling all fatigue and replacing it with an unprecedented vigor, as if he were filled with endless energy. Su Chen suddenly realized something astonishing. Could it be that each time he increased his physique, he immediately returned to peak condition? At that moment, Xia Limo noticed the time and gently reminded him. Su Chen, have you rested enough? Let's continue training. Yes, Teacher Xia. Su Chen snapped back to reality and responded promptly. This time, with his increased physique, Su Chen's training speed significantly improved. In less than 2 hours, he completed what previously took him 3 hours. Xia Limo watched Su Chen's performance intently, feeling quite surprised. He had seemed exhausted before, yet now he was suddenly so strong. Was he hiding his strength all along? Her brows furrowed slightly as she pondered. This Su Chen, it seems he hasn't taken me seriously. In such formal training, he dares to hold back. No, I'll have to increase the training intensity later. Su Chen's gaze was fixed on the system interface, completely oblivious to Xia Limei's thoughts. The screen displayed his physique value as 10.519.9. 5 hours of intense training had left him with unbearable soreness, as if his bones were about to fall apart. Yet it had also increased his physique limit by 0.1. Interestingly, despite the overwhelming exhaustion, his physique value had not dropped below half. This reminded him of when he had formed contracts with the Black Demon Wolf and the Ghost Bat. No matter how long they battled, their physique values never fell below half. Could it be that dropping below half means the body is injured? This thought flashed through his mind. Whatever, it's more important to verify my previous hypothesis. Su Chen thought to himself. System, add 1 point to physique. Ding! The completion prompt chimed, and the interface immediately updated. Current host physique value 20.920.9. A warm and comfortable sensation instantly swept through his body, erasing all fatigue. In its place was a wondrous feeling of limitless strength, as if he had been reinvigorated with newfound energy. Just as I thought, adding a point of physique is like a full health revival package. My system is amazing. Su Chen was thrilled inside, but outwardly he feigned exhaustion, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He didn't want Xia Limei to up the training just because he recovered too quickly. However, this little act didn't fool Tu Shan Yeye in the beast space. Her eyes flashed with curiosity as she softly asked, Su Chen, what's up with your physique? How did you recover so quickly? Just basic stuff. Su Chen laughed it off. Fine, don't tell me then. Tu Shan Yeye rolled her eyes, a hint of playfulness in her tone. Meanwhile, Xia Limei had already sat cross-legged, eyes closed in concentration. Around her, a faint blue aura began to form, rippling gently like a breeze across a lake. Within seconds, the aura condensed into a 20-centimeter-long arrow, floating in front of her. Despite its small size, the arrow exuded a powerful and intimidating aura. The shaft was a flowing light blue, the arrowhead, a deep, penetrating blue, and the fletching was composed of pure white energy, graceful and dynamic. Xia Limei slowly opened her eyes, speaking with a serious tone. Now, onto the main topic. This is the demon arrow, created 300 years ago by the Gongsun family of the Yanjing demon taming clan, and refined over generations. I've trained hard since childhood and have mastered about 50% of it. It provides effective support when our contracted beasts are locked in battle. Even a 6th-tier beast's defenses can be easily breached by this arrow. General Han's proficiency is even higher, reaching over 90%. If he uses this technique, a beast below the 10th tier is done for with a single shot. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. The arrow of the demon? Su Chen furrowed his brow, recalling the skill that the system had previously gifted him. Seeing Xia Lima's confident expression, he couldn't help but feel a renewed curiosity about this seemingly ordinary skill. What is the demon tamer family? He asked. Xia Lima gracefully waved her slender fingers, and an arrow gleaming with cold light immediately began to orbit around her, like a lively butterfly. She patiently explained, the demon tamer family is a special clan that specializes in demon arts. Their innate demon power is far greater than that of ordinary people. Although they can't form pacts with demon beasts, they've created various demon arts as combat techniques through research. Over 90% of the demon arts in the Dragon Kingdom originate from them. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. I see. I didn't expect there to be such a family. Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Lima had already summoned her contracted demon beast, a female demon beast standing about 1.8 meters tall. This coldly elegant big sister was surrounded by several twisting green vines, exuding a chilling aura. Species sequence, number 115 vine demon flower. Level, tier 5, stage 7. Physique, 214.5, 214.5. Demon power, 89.5, 89.5. Innate skill, parasitic seed. Skills, vine attack, floral healing, leaf storm, sun blaze, greenwood guardian, entwine, floral poison. Parasitic seed can plant a seed inside an enemy, which, once sprouted, continuously drains their strength. A hint of pride flashed in Xia Lima's eyes as she directed the arrow orbiting her to transform into a bolt of lightning, shooting towards the vine demon flower. The demon flower quickly gathered layers of vine shields. Slash, the arrow of the demon sliced through 3 layers of vine shields with ease, narrowly missing the vine demon flower. How about that? The power of the arrow of the demon is strong, right? Xia Lima proudly smiled. It is indeed impressive. Su Chen praised, but then raised a question. But the teacher said that you need over 50 points of demon power to use demon arts. Even if I learn it now, I can't use it, right? After retracting the vine demon flower, Xia Lima maintained her confident smile. This is just practice for now. Do you think you can master it in a day? It took me 5 whole years to learn even a bit. Also, the textbook's mention of 50 points of demon power is just a conservative estimate because most people who can use demon arts have more than that. Actually, as long as you have some demon power left, you can try using demon arts. Come on, let's start with the basics. Gather your demon power and imagine the shape of an arrow in your mind and see how far you can go. Xia Limo closed her eyes again, and the air around her seemed to freeze. Her demonic energy surged like turbulent waves, and in less than 2 seconds, the form of an arrow emitting a faint glow took shape in her hand. Su Chen watched intently, following Xia Limo's guidance, meticulously visualizing the shape of the arrow in his mind while channeling his demonic energy to his fingertips. Suddenly, an incredible scene unfolded. Pure white demonic energy swirled around Su Chen like a gentle mist, resembling a deity's descent. With a loud bang, a powerful aura erupted from within Su Chen, interrupting Xia Limo's concentration. She looked at Su Chen in astonishment, full of confusion. Su Chen, what are you doing? Su Chen didn't respond, continuing to mentally sketch every detail of the arrow. In the blink of an eye, a massive demon arrow appeared before him, twice the size of what Xia Limo had formed, radiating a dazzling light. The arrow's power was so immense that it began to subtly distort the surrounding space. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and turned to ask, is this right, Teacher Xia? Xia Limo was utterly bewildered. Her talent, though not the top in the first combat zone, surpassed more than 80% of others. Yet, it took her a full 5 years to initially master the demon arrow. And Su Chen, he didn't even know what a demon family was, yet managed to grasp this technique effortlessly after a single explanation and demonstration. Even the prodigies of demon families would need at least a few months to learn it, wouldn't they? Su Chen, did you already know how to use this move? Xia Limo's voice was filled with disbelief. Su Chen scratched his head, a bit embarrassed as he explained, well, I actually learned it during yesterday's life and death battle. He wasn't lying. It was indeed due to yesterday's battle with Yang Wei that he achieved something and was rewarded with this skill. Because of the 50-point demon energy limit in the high school curriculum, he hadn't dared to use it, fearing irreversible consequences. Since Xia Limo assured him it was fine, he chose to trust her. However, at this moment, Xia Limo felt as if the world was collapsing around her. She knew Su Chen was not joking. The size of the demon arrow was directly related to one's mastery, and such a large demon arrow indicated at least an 80% mastery. In the entire first combat zone, only 5 people had reached this level, and Su Chen, not only had he contracted with a 9-tailed fox, but his mastery of the demon arrow was also so profound. He was just an 18-year-old who had just finished his college entrance exams. Thinking of this, Xia Limo's cheeks involuntarily flushed with a hint of red. Just moments ago, she was proudly boasting about how it took her 5 years to master the demon arrow, hoping to show off in front of Su Chen. However, when she saw Su Chen effortlessly perform the demon arrow, Xia Limo's pride instantly vanished. She realized that although this was indeed an impressive achievement in the eyes of ordinary people, it was insignificant compared to Su Chen. Teacher? Is something wrong? Su Chen's voice pulled Xia Limo back to reality. A complex emotion flickered in Xia Limo's eyes, and then she playfully scolded. Humph. Su Chen, you've deceived me so badly. You actually know the demon arrow. For deceiving your teacher, you're punished to run another 20 kilometers. Her tone unexpectedly carried a hint of Tu Shan Yu's style. Before Su Chen could refuse, Xia Limo, like a lively little son, grabbed Su Chen's hand and started running around the villa. Really? My skills aren't as good as yours, so I should be punished with 30 kilometers. Come on, let's run together. However, the intensity of the training far exceeded the 20 kilometers Xia Limo mentioned. The 100 kilometers of running nearly took Su Chen apart. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The hot topic of the college entrance exam sacrifices faded away like the tide, with people's attention being only temporary. However, Su Chen's name became increasingly prominent. At some point, his phone number was leaked, and he received hundreds of harassing calls every day. These calls varied widely, with some even absurdly asking if Su Chen needed a concubine, boasting about their daughter's appearances as if even Tu Shan Yu's beauty paled in comparison. Seeing her prized student being harassed like this, Xia Limo promptly applied to headquarters for a dedicated phone and number, which gradually calmed the situation. During these 2 weeks, Su Chen devoted himself entirely to basic training and demon power training. Although he didn't earn any achievement points, his abilities improved significantly. Xia Limo prepared 21st Order Demon Beast cores and 5 Second Order Demon Beast cores for Tu Shan Yu every day. This wasn't stinginess, but rather to help Tu Shan Yu accumulate power for future battles with demon beasts. The bond between Su Chen and Tu Shan Yu unknowingly increased to 50 points, but her attitude towards Su Chen seemed unchanged, as she often threw little tantrums. Every night, she would still place her tail in front of Su Chen as a pillow, leaving him a bit puzzled. After more than half a month of hard training, Su Chen's basic attributes saw a comprehensive improvement. Name, Su Chen. Level, 1st tier, 9th stage. Physique, 24.5 to 4.5. Demon power, 28.136.8. Skills, Beast Mastery, Forced Contract, Insight, Indestructible Golden Body, Demon Arrow. Achievement points, 540-1290. Contracted Beast, Nine-Tailed Fox. These stats clearly showcased Su Chen's progress during this period, laying a solid foundation for his future development. 36.8 Demon Power, really? Su Chen, you need to be honest with the teacher. Were you really abandoned by your parents as a child? You're not some young master from a powerful family, are you? Xia Lima stared intently at the astonishing number on the testing crystal, her eyebrows furrowed, and her eyes filled with disbelief. According to the detailed statistics from the Dragon Country Times, the average demon power value for a first-tier 9th-level beast tamer is usually around 12.4, with the median even higher at 13.0. After all, many beast tamers don't even reach a demon power value of 10, which drags the average down significantly. Yet, the 36.8 in front of her was terrifyingly high. Since Su Chen could contract with a nine-tailed fox, it meant he wasn't from a beast-taming family. But even prodigies from major forces at 18 don't reach this level. Su Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth and replied helplessly, "Yes, I really am an orphan in this world." Xia Lima narrowed her eyes and continued questioning. "I don't mean anything by it, but your demon power is just too high. If you hadn't consumed rare and precious materials from a young age, reaching such an astonishing level would be impossible." Su Chen was at a loss for how to explain. He couldn't exactly tell Xia Lima he had a personal system, could he? Scratching his head, he stammered, "Maybe I just ate random things growing up and accidentally consumed some rare treasures." Xia Lima sighed softly, realizing Su Chen wasn't inclined to share more details. But that was understandable, as everyone has their own secrets. She clapped her hands lightly, trying to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere, and then adjusted her glasses, saying, "Let's not dwell on that. You do know the rules about beast tamers, right?" Su Chen nodded and replied, "Once you become a beast tamer, regardless of your family background, you must complete a task at the Beast Tamer Association every month. Otherwise, you'll lose your qualification as a beast tamer and won't enjoy any related benefits. To regain the qualification, you'd have to undergo another assessment at the association. It said that this is the monthly task for beast tamers. Is that what you're referring to, Teacher Xia?" "Yes," Xia Lima confirmed, pulling out her phone and checking the calendar. "The settlement date is the last 3 days of each month. Even though you completed the college entrance exam and became a beast tamer in early June, you still need to complete the June task according to the rules. Otherwise, getting the beast tamer certification later would be troublesome. Today is the 20th, so you should have enough time to finish the task in 10 days, and it's a good opportunity to refine the energy from the demon beast crystal core you gave to Tushan Yu. I also have a mission to return to the first war zone, so you'll be on your own for a while. Will you be okay? No problem, Su Chen said confidently. For over half a month, Xia Limo finally had the chance to earn achievement points. She smiled brightly, her eyes shining with approval. Not bad, you have spirit. Just hearing about exploring outside the city alone and not hesitating puts you ahead of more than half of the beast tamers. I'll take you to the Beast Tamer Association in the north of the city. Thank you, teacher. Su Chen expressed his gratitude sincerely. Half an hour later, Su Chen arrived at the Beast Tamer Association in the north of the city, accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful woman, Tu Shan. She had insisted on coming, eager to see the association with her own eyes. As a former wild mythical creature, she had never dared to step into a place forbidden to her kind, fearing exposure. Now, she could finally explore it openly. This time, Tu Shan did not use her illusion to disguise herself. Having already revealed her true form in a life-or-death battle, and given Su Chen's fame, hiding her identity seemed unnecessary and might even expose her illusion abilities. The appearance of Su Chen, the top scorer of the college entrance exam, and the stunning nine-tailed fox Tu Shan immediately drew countless gazes. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Is that Su Chen? And the nine-tailed fox beside him? She really is as beautiful as the rumors say. I'm impressed. Wake up, man. The nine-tailed fox is a mythical creature. Are you seriously considering such a bold idea? Beauty is justice. I wouldn't care if she were a Komodo dragon. I'd still be interested. You're bold. Are you a spy from another country sent to infiltrate us? Su Chen headed straight for the mission hall, sparking further speculation. Su Chen is going to the mission hall. Could he be completing this month's regular tasks? Let's follow him and see. I want to know what kind of tasks the top scorer takes. I agree, but I'm curious to see who Su Chen will team up with for the mission. He'll probably team up with seniors from Yecheng University, right? Despite the buzz, few dared to approach. Su Chen's official entry into the first combat zone had been widely reported, and this status commanded respect. Yet, human curiosity was hard to suppress. After all, Su Chen was not only this year's top exam scorer, but also the youngest member of the first combat zone in the history of the Dragon Nation, with a contract with the 7th-ranked nine-tailed fox. These topics far outshone the recent viral sensation of a young internet celebrity with a middle-part hairstyle, suspenders, and a love for chickens. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Beast Tamer Association, a young man slowly lowered his newspaper. A slight, enigmatic smile played on his lips. Su Chen really did come here to take on a mission. Providence is on my side. It seems the 20 million credit bounty is destined to be mine. With that, he swiftly folded the newspaper, adjusted his cap, and discreetly followed Su Chen into the mission hall. As the end of the month approached, and with June being a crucial time for many high schools conducting their college entrance exams, new beast tamers were emerging in droves. The task hall was bustling with people, the air filled with a mix of tension and anticipation. Standing amidst the crowd, Su Chen scanned the list of tasks on the operation terminal, his brow slightly furrowed. The electronic screens in the hall flickered continuously, displaying detailed information about various tasks. Su Chen noticed that the remaining tasks were either in remote locations, extremely challenging, or had stringent completion requirements. His fingers slid across the screen as he quickly browsed through the task descriptions. The rewards for these tasks are quite substantial, Su Chen thought, recalling Xia Lima's assessment of Tu Shan Ye's strength. With Ye's power comparable to a third-tier beast, she's almost unbeatable around Yecheng. The difficulty isn't the issue, it's just these locations. His train of thought was interrupted when he suddenly realized a crucial point. Tu Shan Ye was a nine-tailed fox. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he envisioned riding on the back of the nine-tailed fox. He turned to the curious Tu Shan Ye beside him and gently tapped her shoulder. Ye, you've been outside the city before. Which task do you think suits us best? Su Chen asked, his voice filled with anticipation. Tu Shan Ye tilted her head thoughtfully for a moment, then pointed her slender finger at an S-level task on the screen. How about this one? Su Chen leaned in to check the task details. Task: investigate the strange singing in the East Sea region. Difficulty: S-level. Estimated level: second tier, level 6. Task reward: 150,000 credit points. The singing in the East Sea? Su Chen murmured, involuntarily recalling the siren legends from mythology. He shook his head vigorously to dispel these distracting thoughts. After carefully calculating the distance and time, Su Chen made his decision. He decisively accepted this task, along with related tasks passing through 2 beast gathering areas. Just then, a girl wearing glasses and a badge with a dark green logo approached. Su Chen, are you heading to the East Sea region? She asked softly, her tone tinged with curiosity. Su Chen turned to face the girl, clearly a sophomore from Yecheng University. What is it? He responded briefly, waiting for her to continue. The girl with glasses gave a friendly smile and looked at Su Chen expectantly. I saw you took on the task of investigating the singing in the East Sea area. Coincidentally, our team has a mission to search for pearl gems near the same area. Want to join us? It's always good to have someone watching your back. Su Chen declined without hesitation. Sorry, I can handle it on my own. He quickly retracted Tu Shan into his beast space and strode towards the front desk to register. The girl with glasses stood there stunned, murmuring in disbelief. Alone? Is Su Chen crazy? Even if he's this year's top scorer, exploring the EC alone is just too outrageous. A boy with a buzz cut ran over, concerned. Linley, what's wrong? Linley twitched her mouth, her eyes still on Su Chen at the registration desk. Su Chen took on the task of exploring the mysterious singing, and he's registering alone. The buzz-cut boy was puzzled. What? He knew of Su Chen's reputation, but this was beyond belief. He hasn't even advanced to a second-tier beast master, and he's taking on a second-tier level task by himself. Is he trying to get himself killed? He quickly composed himself and continued. Forget it. They say the more talented someone is, the more arrogant they become. Seems true in this case. Bringing someone like him would only cause trouble. I just recruited a second-tier, fifth-stage beast master. We're good on numbers. Linley nodded. All right, let's go register. Around them, discussions buzzed. Hey, did you hear Su Chen accepted 3 level tasks at once? No way. And they're all second-tier level tasks? Is he insane? He even refused other teams' invitations. Even if he doesn't want to share the rewards, he shouldn't refuse those who are going the same way. Ugh, let's disperse. I thought the top scorer would be some sort of expert, but he's just a madman. I already have tomorrow's headline. This year's top scorer, the youngest member of the 1st Battle District, Su Chen, tragically falls during a mission. Let this be a warning to all prodigies, don't be overconfident. Huh. Su Chen ignored the surrounding doubts. After registering his task, he headed straight to the department store to buy supplies, and then took a taxi to the east of the city. Standing before the city's boundary barrier, Su Chen felt a tinge of anticipation. It's my first time leaving the city. I'm a bit nervous. Tu Shan couldn't help but tease. What's there to be nervous about? I've been in your human city for over 10 years without any issues. You're just stepping out for a bit. What's the big deal? Su Chen laughed. It's not fear, it's excitement. Tu Shan rolled her eyes. All right, whatever you say. Let's go. To his surprise, when Su Chen suggested riding her true form to travel, Tu Shan readily agreed. She explained, I understand the importance of speed in such matters. With that, she quickly transformed into her true form, her 9 fluffy tails unfurling. Su Chen nimbly hopped onto Tu Shan back. She took a deep breath, gathering strength in her hind legs, and used one tail to secure Su Chen. Hold on tight. Before the words were fully out, she shot forward like an arrow, using her technique to disguise herself as the giant tiger, sequence 666. So fast. As expected from my Yaya. Su Chen praised sincerely. You can praise me more. Tu Shan said proudly. Praise too much and you might get conceited. TCH, who cares? Thanks to the illusion of mirror flower, water moon, Su Chen and Tu Shan encountered almost no attacks from any beasts along their journey. The wilderness was sparsely populated with beasts, which undoubtedly saved them a lot of time. For Su Chen, who was witnessing the sights outside the city for the first time, the beauty before him was astonishing. Verdant mountains stretched endlessly, clear streams wound through the landscape, and the blue sky was dotted with a few white clouds. This fairy tale-like scene made Su Chen sigh in admiration. A world untouched by humans is so beautiful, truly beautiful. An hour later, Su Chen arrived at the first gathering place of beasts, the Tianqi Forest. Faint sounds of battle emanated from within the forest, indicating that other beast tamers were engaged in combat with the beasts. Su Chen did not intervene, and instead passed straight through the Tianqi Forest. Another hour passed before Su Chen finally reached the second major gathering place of beasts, the Desolate City. This once thriving human metropolis had fallen due to the appearance of a 7th-tier beast from the divine Sequencia, soul-devouring rat. The rat's soul poison technique turned the city into a living hell, and it wasn't until months later that human experts managed to slay it. However, the city had become a haven for beasts, especially rodent-type beasts. Su Chen reviewed the task details. Eliminate the beast leader in the Desolate City, difficulty level A, estimated level tier 2, stage 5, with a reward of 100,000 credit points. When the beast tamer who was there to assist learned that Su Chen was alone, his expression changed, revealing displeasure. Despite his discontent, he briefly pointed out the direction, saying, there are other beast tamers inside. You can ask them if you need help. Su Chen asked in confusion, aren't you participating in the campaign? The beast tamer shrugged and explained, our Tai City Mission Hall is only responsible for assisting beast tamers from Yi City and Yang City. The actual campaign isn't within our responsibilities. Our base over there is tasked with reporting the situation if a beast tide forms. Without further discussion, Su Chen entered the Desolate City with Tu Shan. From their words, he realized that the identity of the beast leader in the Desolate City had yet to be confirmed. It had been a while since the announcement was made. Not long after Su Chen left, a few beast tamers at the base gathered together, speaking in hushed tones. One squinted thoughtfully and said, "Come to think of it, that kid just now looked a bit like Su Chen, the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Don't you think?" "I think so too," another agreed. "But most of the information about Su Chen has been scrubbed from the internet. I heard the first war zone might be involved." An older beast tamer shook his head confidently. "There's no way it's him. Su Chen's contracted beast is a nine-tailed fox, not a lower-tier beast like a giant tiger." "True," the others nodded in agreement. "Even if we don't know what Su Chen looks like, we should at least recognize a nine-tailed fox, right?" After a moment of silence, a deep voice asked, "But is that guy really okay? Exploring the abandoned city alone?" "Thousands of beast tamers and tens of thousands of ordinary people die every day in the Dragon Kingdom," another replied coldly. "Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with us." The conversation soon shifted to evaluating young beast tamers. They discussed how many young people, fresh from finishing their college entrance exams, often develop a sense of self-importance, thinking they can conquer the world. This blind confidence acts like a thin mist, obscuring their understanding of the harsh realities. Someone mentioned that the tasks posted in the Beast Tamer Association's mission hall usually recommend at least 5 beast tamers form a team. This is a rule derived from countless experiences, significantly reducing task difficulty while ensuring everyone makes money. And yet, here he is, daring to come alone for a second-tier level mission, a beast tamer scoffed. If he gets himself killed, who can he blame? Meanwhile, unaware of these discussions, Su Chen and Tu Shanyu had already ventured deep into the abandoned city. The nine-tailed fox transformed back into human form, and they began hunting the beasts. As the mission described, the city was indeed overrun with giant rodent-like beasts. These creatures were massive, exuding a nauseating stench, easily the stuff of movie-level big bosses. Fortunately, Tu Shanyu excelled at long-range attacks. With a gentle raise of her hand, a blazing foxfire shot across the sky like a meteor, instantly striking a beast down. The foxfire not only killed the beast on the spot, but also purified the foul odor. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Tu Shanyu used mirror flower, water moon, to cleverly hide her fox ears and tail, leaving only her stunningly beautiful face visible. Before long, a system notification sounded again. "Congratulations to the host for achieving the title Rodent Nemesis. Heard that rat meat tastes pretty good, wanna try it? Achievement points awarded, 30 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 1,300 achievement points. Reward, 5 free attribute points." Su Chen was secretly pleased to gain 5 free attribute points. However, he chose not to use them immediately, as each point was equivalent to a perfect recovery potion, and using them right away seemed wasteful. He decided to save them for when his demon power was running low. Time flew by, and 2.5 hours passed in a blink. Just then, they encountered another team of beast tamers hunting beasts. This team consisted of 2 men and 2 women, working together with seamless coordination, clearly having been a team for some time. In no time, they successfully killed 6 black rat demons surrounding them, each around the 3rd stage of the 2nd tier. Su Chen was about to suggest to Tu Shanyu that they move to another location to continue hunting when the 4-person team suddenly called out to them. "Wait," one of them shouted. "Hey brother and beautiful lady, are you also looking for that beast leader?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the 4-person team. He nodded slightly, his voice steady. "Yes, do you know the whereabouts of the beast?" The 4 exchanged looks, a fleeting expression of exhaustion crossing their faces. One of them shook his head with a sigh. "We arrived 3 days ago, but haven't even caught a glimpse of the beast leader." He paused, a hint of hope in his eyes. "However, we've joined a coalition. Everyone shares search information, which saves a lot of effort. Would you two like to join us?" Su Chen exchanged a glance with Tu Shanyu, feeling a surge of happiness. With just the two of them, searching the vast ruins of the deserted city might only yield some low-level rat demons after 10 days. Feigning hesitation, Su Chen inquired further. "A coalition? How many people are there now? How is the search progressing?" A female beast master replied helplessly, "About 30 people. Unfortunately, we haven't even identified the type of beast, let alone its whereabouts. It's probably a master of hiding." Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. "I see. So how do we join you?" The female beast master pointed to the red cloud in the sky. "Do you see those red signal flares? Follow them, and you'll find our base." "Thanks for the guidance," Su Chen said, and then he and Tu Shanyu headed in the direction of the red clouds. Behind them, a male beast master couldn't help but remark, "That girl is really beautiful." Another agreed. "Hope we run into them at the base later." The 2 female beast masters rolled their eyes at this. "Enough with the idle talk," one of them urged. "Keep searching west. If we don't find anything, we'll have to pay a penalty to switch tasks." 20 minutes later, Su Chen and Tu Shanyu finally arrived at the coalition's base. It was once the bustling Qiandao Mall, now reduced to ruins. 3 centuries of wind and rain had turned it into a cavernous space, filled with a musty odor. Two beast masters, one tall and one short, warmly greeted them. Ah, two young ones this time. Come on in, the taller one said with a smile. To be honest, we've been here for half a month and still have no leads. We're starting to wonder if the mission info is wrong. Hearing this, Su Chen's lips curled into a sly smile. He spoke softly. If you keep searching like this, you won't find anything in 10 years. Though his words were quiet, they carried an inexplicable confidence, immediately irritating the two beast masters. They had been diligently guarding the area for half a month, working hard to recruit newcomers for the search. They didn't expect this newcomer to be so dismissive right off the bat. Their faces darkened, clearly displeased with Su Chen's attitude. Su Chen's gaze locked onto the hood of the short beast master on the left, a slight, playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He spoke slowly. The most dangerous place is indeed the safest place. The leader of the beasts is right there. As soon as he finished speaking, both the tall and short beast masters froze, unable to comprehend Su Chen's words. However, the next second, a terrifying scene unfolded. The head of the short beast master suddenly separated from his body, and blood spurted like a fountain. At the same time, an invisible wind blade shot towards Su Chen with lightning speed, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. In that critical moment, Tu Shanye reacted swiftly, stepping in front of Su Chen. With a gentle pinch of her jade-like hand, the seemingly sharp wind blade shattered like fragile glass. The tall beast master was dumbfounded, retreating in terror, his mind racing to grasp the situation. At this moment, Su Chen explained gravely. He probably met his end a few days ago. The beast leader is not the rat demon you thought, but rather the upper sequence number 169, the ghost-faced spider. Before he finished speaking, the headless body of the short beast master collapsed. Following this, a small blue-black spider crawled out from the corpse. The three patterns on its back resembled an eerie ghost face, exuding a chilling aura. Suddenly, the ghost-faced spider trembled slightly, and a heart-stopping black shadow shot out from between its 8 legs like lightning. In an instant, the surrounding space was engulfed in a substance resembling black sludge. The corpse of the short beast master, debris on the ground, soil, and stones were all swallowed by this endless darkness, slowly sinking into the strange black sludge. Even Su Chen's Hongxing Erk sneakers were not spared, as the shoe surface began to be eroded by the black sludge, showing signs of being consumed. The tall beast master finally came to his senses, his voice filled with fear and panic. This is Shadow Devour. It continuously drains our beast power. Once it's depleted, we'll be completely consumed, beyond redemption. He frantically fumbled for his phone, trying to contact his companions searching for the beast leader outside. Tu Shanye scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. A mere trick, not worth mentioning. She swiftly flipped her hands, and 2 basketball-sized foxfires formed in her palms, then landed on the shadow-filled walls, quickly filling the ruins of Qianda Square. As the foxfire burned, 2 familiar system notifications echoed in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for achieving the 100 sequence. Beasts of the 100 sequence are considered very powerful. Without this system, could you have the chance to form a contract with such a beast? Achievement points earned, 80. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 1,400 achievement points. Reward, 5 free attribute distribution points. As the system's notification ended, a flicker of joy crossed Su Chen's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He knew the battle was far from over, and greater challenges might be looming ahead. After a tough battle, Tu Shanye successfully absorbed the beast cores she had consumed over the past 2 weeks. Her cultivation level broke through to the 3rd stage of the 2nd tier. The aftermath of her breakthrough also affected Su Chen, allowing him to leap into the 10th stage of the 1st tier. All done. That was easy, Su Chen said cheerfully, bending down to pick up the 2nd tier beast core of the ghost-faced spider from the ground. He handed the core to Tu Shanye, admiration shining in his eyes. Here you go. Let's head to the next location. Tu Shanye accepted the core, a trace of helplessness on her face. She playfully retorted. From the way you talk, one might think you were the one who killed the beast. Su Chen gently wrapped his arms around Tu Shanye's slender waist and said softly, Your victory is my victory. Why make a distinction? He glanced at the darkening sky in the distance. Let's go. We might reach Tai City before nightfall and find a nice hotel to rest, or else we'll have to sleep outdoors. Tu Shanye didn't resist Su Chen's affectionate gesture. Instead, she pouted and said coquettishly, I want to eat barbecue tonight. Their figures gradually disappeared into the distance, leaving behind a tall beast tamer who was stunned, his face full of disbelief. Damn, that beautiful woman is actually a humanoid beast, he murmured to himself, then shook his head. No, how could a 1st or 2nd tier beast take on human form? Could it be a 3rd tier or higher beast? The tall beast tamer fell into deep thought. Recalling the Beast Tamer Association's regulations, high-level beast tamers must have official documentation proving that a low-level task is beyond the capabilities of lower-level tamers, potentially leading to significant sacrifice before they can undertake it. This prevents high-level tamers from taking easy low-level tasks, ensuring that lower-level tamers get the necessary experience. This task in Arid City was only an A-level task, not even breaking into S-level. How could high-level tamers be involved? He muttered to himself. It's quite peculiar. At that moment, other beast tamers from allied organizations arrived at the base, looking puzzled at the devastated scene. What happened here? Why is the base like this? Did someone find the beast leader's whereabouts? Where did Old Sun go? Facing his companion's questions, the tall beast tamer sighed and looked in the direction Su Chen had gone. It's over. The beast leader in Arid City has been taken care of. What? Taken care of? By whom? Everyone exclaimed. After a moment of silence, the tall beast tamer replied. Probably a prodigy from some powerful faction. But I must say, his contract beast is incredibly beautiful, perfect dream material for tonight. Upon hearing incredibly beautiful, a four-person beast tamer team gasped, their minds flashing back to the introduction of the two beast tamer team that had come here. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? They exchanged glances, filled with doubt. Meanwhile, Su Chen and Tushan Ye had already left Arid City, hurrying eastward. The scenery along this route was different from around Yi City, with noticeably more frequent encounters with beasts. The two remained vigilant, ready to handle any potential dangers. However, for the powerful Ye, this wasn't much of a challenge. The attacking beasts were like gifts delivered to her, easily allowing her to collect beast cores without delaying their journey. Time slipped away quietly like flowing water, and by the time night fell and the clock struck 9, Su Chen finally stepped through the gates of Tai City. In the night, the silhouette of Tai City appeared, with a circular layout strikingly similar to Yi City. The city, spanning nearly 100 square kilometers, was tightly enclosed by thick walls and an isolation barrier, slightly smaller in scale than Yi City. Su Chen mused to himself. It seemed the designs of the cities were indeed quite similar. As soon as they entered the city, Tu Shanyi, like an excited child, exclaimed with sparkling eyes, "Barbecue! Barbecue! Su Chen, I want to eat barbecue." Su Chen sighed helplessly, thinking, as expected, even as a nine-tailed fox, she can't resist her carnivorous instincts. All right, see if there's a good barbecue place, and we'll go there. Su Chen said, handing his unlocked phone to Ye. Having lived in human society before, she was quite familiar with using a phone. As for her original phone, it had been turned to ash by a foxfire to avoid unnecessary trouble, since her identity as Lin Yuer was considered dead. Su Chen had intended to buy her a new phone but had been delayed by Xia Li Mao's training. Tonight seemed like a good time to address it. Ye excitedly browsed through the phone, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Let's go to this one. Kuan Barbecue. It sounds very upscale. In the night, the lights highlighted her flawless profile, making Su Chen swallow nervously, his heart rate slightly accelerating. With a rare evening alone, Su Chen thought to himself, Ye is my contracted beast, there shouldn't be any issues, right? After a barbecue feast, a brand new phone, and various tedious formalities, time had quietly slipped to midnight. Su Chen decided to indulge a little and booked a luxury suite. After all, he had never experienced hotel life in this lifetime or the last. With the subsidy from the first battle zone's credit points, this extravagance could be reimbursed, so he intended to enjoy it. However, as he opened the door to the suite, a tinge of disappointment crept over him. The so-called luxury suite, despite its array of decorations, wasn't as spacious or luxurious as he had imagined. The bed emitted a pungent smell of disinfectant, far from the comforting scent of Ye's bed and bedding at home. The contrast was truly disheartening. As Su Chen was lost in thought, the bathroom door opened. Ye emerged wrapped in a bathrobe, her long hair still dripping with water, exuding a faint scent of bath soap. In the moment she adjusted her robe, Su Chen's gaze involuntarily fixed on her, a strange feeling arising within him. Sensing his intense gaze, Ye warily asked, "Why are you looking at me?" Su Chen took a deep breath, feigning calmness. "What? Am I not allowed to look at my own sister?" Ye snorted softly. "Humph, I hope you're just looking," she said, picking up a hairdryer to style her hair, her eyes retaining a hint of vigilance, as if guarding against any unspoken thoughts Su Chen might have. Su Chen sighed inwardly. As expected of the seventh in the Shindai sequence, the nine-tailed fox's perceptive abilities were indeed extraordinary, easily sensing others' thoughts. But so what? Previously at Xia Li Mao's place, he dared not act out. But today, he must prove his resolve to the system, even if it means losing the achievements he had gained before. "My dear Ye, do you want to know what I'm thinking right now?" Su Chen suddenly asked, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. "I don't want to hear it. And I don't want to know." Ye replied firmly, her voice tinged with tension. "No worries, you'll find out soon enough." Su Chen's voice was low and filled with insinuation, as if hinting at what was about to unfold. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto Su Chen's face. He stretched lazily, savoring the freshness of a new day. The clock hands slowly pointed to 10, and Su Chen finally sat up in bed with a yawn. As an early bird, waking up late felt a bit unusual for him. He wandered into the living room and expertly brewed a cup of hot tea. The aroma filled the air as he took a deep breath, letting the fragrance of the tea refresh his senses. Just then, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for achieving the milestone. He doesn't pass. Was this a show of defiance? You've earned 100 achievement points. The system's voice hadn't even faded when another message followed. Ding. Congratulations on surpassing 1,500 achievement points. You are awarded the skill Silent Speech. Silent Speech blocks the opponent's demon power, preventing humans from using demonic arts or beasts from using skills. This unexpected voice made Su Chen pause briefly, then a faint smile appeared on his face. The system is really considerate, not interrupting last night, he mused. This new skill seems pretty useful. However, as Su Chen was immersed in his surprise, he noticed Tu Shan already sitting in the chair opposite him. Her eyes were blazing with anger, clearly displeased with Su Chen's leisurely demeanor. Su Chen, you scoundrel. Shameless. Despicable. You have no shame. Tu Shan couldn't hold back and unleashed a torrent of scolding. Time flew by, and before long it was 2:30 in the afternoon. Su Chen stood on a barren stretch of land, surveying the scene before him, and couldn't help but remark. So this is the lakeside of Tianjing? It's quite different from what I imagined. The view before him was a stark contrast to the lakeside scenery from centuries ago. The once shimmering lake had dried up, leaving the riverbed cracked and exposed. The lush grasslands that once surrounded the area had vanished, replaced by an endless desert, in sharp contrast to the lush greenery around Yi City. Su Chen's task was to slay desert scorpions and collect 500 kilograms of scorpion tails. He quickly calculated that, given the average size of the desert scorpions, he would need to kill around 50 to complete the task. While this number wasn't overly daunting, the scorpion's formidable innate skill scorpion venom made the task an A-level challenge. The terror of scorpion venom lay in the fact that once hit, even if antidote was administered immediately, it caused damage that was hard to recover from. In gaming terms, it not only deducted current HP, but also permanently lowered the HP cap. Unless one's physique reached over 100 points, enabling limb regeneration, there was no hope of recovery. However, for Tu Shan, these desert scorpions were no match. Her foxfire was so powerful that it could instantly melt the scorpion's hard shells, let alone the valuable scorpion tails. The beautiful. Could you please go easy? How am I supposed to complete the task if you keep this up? Su Chen called out helplessly. Tu Shan seemed to still be sulking. She snorted lightly but didn't respond to Su Chen. Although she was very displeased with Su Chen's behavior, she couldn't really do anything about it, and took her frustration out on the desert scorpions. Despite her anger, her bond value didn't decrease, indicating she wasn't entirely opposed. Su Chen sighed with resignation, his gaze slowly resting on his system interface as he pondered how to balance completing the task and appeasing Tu Shan. Essentially, this was a case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. It seemed some trickery was in order. A sly glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as his lips curled into a slight smile. He gently took Tu Shan's delicate hand, as smooth as white jade, and said softly, "Let's level up twice." The system prompt sounded immediately. Upgrading a Tier 2 beast requires 100 achievement points per level. Would the host like to proceed? Su Chen confirmed without hesitation. A warm energy surged from his palm, spreading swiftly through Tu Shan's body like a gentle stream. She had been about to pull her hand away in defiance, but her eyes widened in shock as she realized she had unexpectedly leveled up twice, jumping straight to Tier 2, Level 5. Su Chen, what did you do? Tu Shan asked in astonishment, her charming face filled with disbelief. Su Chen explained with a smug grin. Consider this my apology. Don't be mad, my dear Yaya. Tu Shan sighed deeply. She knew Su Chen had some peculiar abilities, like instantly helping her learn skills and forcibly contracting other beasts. But she hadn't expected him to also be able to directly boost a beast's level, which was quite a surprise. Fine, let's leave it at that. Just don't do anything reckless next time. Tu Shan said helplessly. Hee. Thanks for your generosity, beautiful Yaya. Next time I won't be reckless. I'll just go for it. Su Chen teased. Get lost. Next time, I'll fight back. Tu Shan feigned anger. No worries, I trust my lovely Yaya won't resist. Su Chen continued to tease her. After some playful banter, Tu Shan's annoyance gradually faded. This time, her control over Foxfire reached an impressive level. With a mere wave of her hand, an orange flame precisely scorched through a desert scorpion's body, leaving the tail intact and eliminating the need for cutting. Impressive, my Yaya. Su Chen praised sincerely. Do you know who I am? Tu Shan proudly lifted her chin, her eyes sparkling with confidence. The system timely announced. Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment Scorpion Bane. It said that the scorpion venom in this world tastes sweet. Would the host like to try? Achievement points earned. 30. Su Chen moved effortlessly, leaving a trail of charred desert scorpions in her wake. With the soul-draining ability, her foxfire skill was nearly limitless in use, without worrying about energy consumption. However, the scattered distribution of the scorpions made her collection task quite challenging. Finally, after 3 hours of effort, they gathered 500 kilograms of scorpion tails. Just as Su Chen and Su Chen were about to leave the lakeside of Tianjing, seeking a safe place to rest, a cold gleam suddenly shot towards them from behind. Su Chen eyes narrowed as she swiftly caught the cold gleam with her right hand. An ice arrow, she exclaimed in surprise. Su Chen also sensed the danger, quickly turning to focus on a sand dune several meters away. There stood a man around 30 years old, with a lean build and a weathered face. A scruffy beard adorned his chin, and he exuded an aura of having fallen on hard times. However, the chilling murderous intent emanating from him was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Beside the man stood a humanoid beast, ice blue and wielding a bow. It radiated a bone-chilling coldness, clearly the culprit behind the ice arrow attack on Su Chen. Su Chen and Su Chen remained on high alert, ready to respond to any potential threat from these unexpected foes. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Su Chen's voice was as cold as ice, with danger flickering in his eyes. His heart was still racing from the recent scare. If it weren't for Su Chen's quick reaction, they might have met their end. Don't blame me. I'm just doing my job for the money. The man chuckled, his tone devoid of guilt and laced with a false sense of regret. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for crossing the wrong people. Su Chen's gaze hardened, and a sudden surge of killing intent erupted from him. He had always been a law-abiding citizen, never having killed anyone, but now, he had to confront this threat head-on. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes locked onto the ice-blue humanoid beast. It was as if he saw an invisible system interface and blurted out, Species, number 144 Ice Ghost. Level, Tier 3, Stage 5. Physique, 60.560.6. Demon Power, 25.525.5. Innate Skill, Ice Body. Skills, Ice Arrow, Ice Blade, Ice Explosion. Ice Body curses anything it touches with a slowing ice curse. Su Chen looked at Su Chen in surprise, filled with curiosity. Such detailed attribute information usually required a specialized treasure to measure. How did Su Chen see through it at a glance? This Tier 3, Stage 5 beast has lower physique and demon power than you. Can you win? Su Chen asked, with a hint of expectation in his voice. Su Chen took a deep breath and replied firmly, It's just Tier 3, Stage 5. I can win easily. Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. With your assurance, there's no problem. If possible, try to capture it alive and find out who's behind them. I understand. Su Chen nodded. We need to eliminate the mastermind, or we'll be on edge every day. Also, keep the ice ghost. I have an experiment in mind. All right, Su Chen agreed. Seeing this, the assassin immediately ordered, Go, take them down, and then you'll have the money to buy the Millennium Ice Soul. The ice ghost grinned wickedly, drawing its ice bow, and an icy arrow glinted as it shot towards Su Chen's forehead like lightning. However, just as the arrow was about to hit, something unexpected happened. It was merely an illusion. Su Chen and Su Chen had already stealthily moved to the right side of the assassin and the ice ghost. How is this possible? An illusion? The assassin's eyes widened in shock, but quickly regained composure. As a Tier 3 beast master who had slain dozens of young prodigies, he wasn't fazed. To him, Su Chen was just a rookie who had been a beast master for a little over half a month. Even if the initial ambush failed, he believed he could easily crush them in a direct confrontation. No need to hold back. The ice ghost quickly put away its ice bow, eyes glinting with cold light, as if preparing a more powerful attack. The ice demon conjured a massive block of ice with its hands and shattered it violently. In an instant, countless shards of ice rained down like a storm towards Su Chen and Su Chen creating a torrent of icy destruction. However, the assassin and ice demon were shocked to realize it was merely an illusion. Their attack had missed completely, and Su Chen and Su Chen stood unharmed before them. The assassin was filled with confusion and shock. As he pondered his next move, a blazing fireball suddenly erupted on the ice demon's body. The searing heat wave exploded like a volcanic eruption, blasting the assassin dozens of meters away. His skin was scorched black, emitting a pungent, burnt smell. Although the ice demon barely withstood the attack due to its strong physique, its disheveled expression revealed it had suffered significant damage. Damn it! The ice demon cursed under its breath, anger flashing in its eyes. Ice burst. It shouted furiously, retracting its ice bow and slamming its hands, glowing with bright blue light, onto the ground. Instantly, a cold surge mixed with sand roared out like a tsunami. But what met this attack was an even larger fireball. Facing a third-tier beast, Su Chen didn't hold back at all. With a thunderous explosion, the icy wave collided with the foxfire. The flames instantly consumed the cold surge, even leaving scorch marks on the ice demon's icy body. The assault didn't stop there. Another fireball shot forward like a meteor, slamming into the ice demon. Following that, countless purple fireballs rained down like a storm, engulfing the ice demon. Influenced by the illusionary power, the ice demon couldn't accurately locate Su Chen and could only endure the relentless attacks, like a puppet at the mercy of its opponent. The assassin, who had been blasted away, spat a mouthful of blood, staring in disbelief at the scene. A formidable third-tier beast was being suppressed by a first-tier beast master's contract beast, almost powerless to retaliate. Damn it. The ice demon's rating is as high as 280 points, so why can't it defeat that fox? The assassin cursed through gritted teeth, shifting his gaze to Su Chen. The battle between beast masters was straightforward. Once the beast master was killed, even the strongest contract beast would lose its significance. The key was bypassing the beast's defense to kill the beast master directly. Bloodblade, the assassin shouted, his aura suddenly erupting. A torrent of demonic energy gathered in his right hand, forming a scarlet blade. With unstoppable force, he charged towards Su Chen. Su Chen's gaze locked onto the male assassin like a sharp sword, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Dark magic? Perfect timing to try out my new technique, he thought, quickly raising his middle and index fingers to his lips. Silent whisper, he murmured, releasing an invisible wave of energy that rippled outward from his body. The assassin sensed the strange energy and instinctively tried to raise his blade in defense. However, the silent whisper's force was intangible, rendering his attempts futile. He inwardly mocked his own paranoia after all. Su Chen was just a recent graduate. How could he possibly wield such advanced magic? But in the next moment, the assassin's smile froze. To his horror, the blood blade in his right hand vanished into thin air, and his demonic powers were completely drained, leaving him as powerless as an ordinary person. Even more shocking, the ice ghost battling the nine-tailed fox suddenly lost its supporting energy, causing its previously impenetrable ice armor to become fragile. Su Chen fireball streaked like a comet, blasting through the ice ghost's legs and rendering it defenseless. Su Chen glanced at Su Chen with curiosity. Another piece of advanced tech. Su Chen was equally astounded by the power of his technique. To forcibly strip someone of their demonic power, it's like silencing a mage and draining their mana bar. No wonder it's called Silent Whisper. He mused, realizing that the move had nearly exhausted his own energy and could only be used as a last resort. Not giving his enemy a chance to recover, Su Chen acted swiftly. He gathered his remaining demonic power at his fingertips, forming it into a shimmering, icy arrow. With unwavering focus, he aimed at the still-stunned assassin and released the lethal shot without hesitation. The ice ghost was at stage 3, level 5, and this assassin seems similar. Compared to a sequence 500 beast, it's roughly stage 2, level 3 or 4. This arrow should suffice, Su Chen calculated quickly in his mind. With a whoosh, the arrow shot through the air like lightning, piercing the assassin's right arm. The immense force sent him flying backward, tracing a helpless arc through the air. The assassin who had charged at Su Chen just moments ago was suddenly thrown back to his original spot by an invisible force. He tumbled across the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, rolling dozens of times before finally coming to a stop. The assassin spat out a mouthful of blood, and the fierce look in his eyes was instantly replaced by fear. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing. How is this possible? How could a first-tier beast master possess such terrifying power? And he handles demonic arts so masterfully. The assassin was shocked, realizing the devastating power of the demon arrow that had easily injured him. Su Chen conjured another demon arrow, and, keeping a safe distance, questioned, "Who sent you to kill me?" He remained cautious, aware that approaching recklessly might lead to an ambush from the experienced assassin. The assassin, clutching his bleeding right arm, struggled to his feet. His face was as pale as paper, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Damn it! That idiot from the Yang family said he was just a high school graduate. He cursed silently, slowly rising to his feet. Suddenly, the assassin pulled out a smoke talisman from his pocket and quickly activated it. Instantly, thick smoke billowed out like a massive cloud, obscuring the view. However, as he took a few steps, he felt a sharp pain in his thigh, causing him to stumble and fall heavily to the ground. Looking down, the assassin was horrified to see his left leg pierced mercilessly by the demon arrow, blood gushing from the wound like a fountain. He couldn't help but let out a heart-rending scream from the excruciating pain. Meanwhile, the battle on Su Chen side had already concluded. The ice demon, with its limbs blown off by foxfire, was barely clinging to life as she tossed it in front of Su Chen. With one foot firmly on the ice demon's body, she wore a smug expression, as if seeking credit. "Here, the ice demon you wanted. So what experiment are you planning?" "Amazing, Yu. You managed to take down an opponent of a much higher level," Su Chen praised, then turned his gaze to the ice demon lying on the ground. "I want to test my secret weapon." Secret weapon? Tu Shan Yu asked curiously. Su Chen didn't answer. Instead, he slowly extended his hand, placing it on the ice demon's broken body. Initiate forced contract, he said in a low voice. As Su Chen spoke, a peculiar energy wave emanated from his palm, quickly enveloping the ice demon. The ice demon seemed to sense something strange, and its pleas for mercy abruptly stopped, replaced by confusion and fear. What? What have you done? The ice demon was terrified to discover that despite its existing contract with the assassin, it was inexplicably being contracted by the young man before it. What kind of bizarre power is this? It thought, horrified. Contract complete. In the next moment, the ice demon's body began to transform. It gradually turned into strands of energy, which Su Chen started to absorb into his body. However, due to Su Chen's insufficient demon power, the process was not smooth. It was like a tape stuck in a player, with some energy strands hovering in front of him, as if engaged in a difficult tug-of-war with his body. At that moment, the system's notification sounded in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment Beast Snatcher. Forcibly taking someone else's beast, doesn't your conscience hurt? Achievement points awarded, 100 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 1,600 achievement points. Reward, Beastmaster Cultivation Secret Method Volume 1. This skill significantly enhances the energy feedback efficiency when a demon beast devours a crystal core. Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment Demon Power Overload. The demon power value of your contracted beast exceeds the limit. Is this a recipe for disaster? Achievement points awarded, 80 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 1,700 achievement points. Reward, 5 free attribute distribution points. At this moment, Su Chen finally understood the terror of a demon power going berserk. It felt as if his body was being consumed by an irresistible force. Every muscle trembled uncontrollably, and each bone seemed on the verge of breaking. This pain reminded him of the extreme experience he had before his transmigration, running 1,500 meters and then doing 100 push-ups. A wave of suffocation hit him, making it hard to breathe, and his heart pounded like a drum. Fortunately, Su Chen's mind remained clear, and he made a decisive choice. Terminate the contract Ice Ghost. Instantly, the bond with the Ice Ghost was severed, and the raging demon power within him began to subside. This scene utterly shocked everyone present. Tu Shan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Su Chen. The assassin was stunned, even forgetting about his bleeding wound. The Ice Ghost, too, was bewildered, having experienced being released by its original master, contracted by Su Chen, and then released by him again all in a matter of seconds. It was as if big question marks appeared above all three of their heads. Catching his breath, Su Chen quickly called out to Tu Shan Yu. Yu, you can make your move now. Got it. Tu Shan Yu swiftly conjured a blazing fireball and hurled it at the remaining body of the Ice Ghost. The fireball engulfed the Ice Ghost, and with a loud explosion, its body turned to ash, leaving behind a dimly glowing third-tier demon beast crystal core lying quietly in the desert. A system notification sounded, congratulating Su Chen on achieving a level-surpassing kill, earning 100 achievement points and 5 free attribute points. Su Chen's gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes on the assassin. Tell me, who sent you? The assassin remained silent, fully aware that revealing information meant certain death. He had often threatened others before, but now, with the roles reversed, he chose silence. Seeing the assassin unmoved, Su Chen sighed helplessly and turned to Tu Shan Yu. Yu, it's up to you now. Tu Shan Yu smiled sweetly, crouching down to meet the assassin's eyes. In the next moment, the assassin's tense expression began to relax, his eyes turning dreamy, filled with the same infatuation seen in those who had once been captivated by Tu Shan Yu. The Tianmei divine eye shimmered with a strange light in Su Chen's hand. Originally a skill for control, it had now become a weapon for extracting information. Under this mental pressure, the captured assassin quickly broke down and revealed crucial information. It was the Yang family who sent us. The Yang family from Yeqing offered a 20 million credit bounty for your life. Upon hearing this, Su Chen and Tu Shan Yu's expressions darkened. 20 million credits was a significant amount, indicating the Yang family's determination. Su Chen recalled his previous life and death battle with Yang Wei, where he spared his life out of mercy, yet the Yang family resorted to hiring assassins. Are there more assassins? Su Chen pressed further. There are 3 more, but after I found your trail, I reported the task as completed to the Yang family. They might have already withdrawn, the assassin confessed. Su Chen nodded silently. The assassin's confidence in his own abilities was evident, as he hurried to claim credit before completing the task. Normally, a third-tier beastmaster would have an overwhelming advantage over a first-tier one. Anyone else might have perished in the desert. This action, however, saved Su Chen some trouble, as no more assassins were likely to come after him in the short term. After extracting sufficient information, Su Chen once again gathered the power of the demon arrow, piercing the assassin's head. A system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title Slayer of Kin. How does it feel to kill for the first time? You have earned 100 achievement points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for reaching 1,900 achievement points. You have been awarded the skill appraisal. Appraisal allows you to view detailed information on various items. Su Chen quickly searched the body and then called Xia Lima to report the assassination attempt and the identity of those behind it. The Yang family from Yecheng? This could be tricky. Xia Lima's slightly troubled voice came through the phone. Teacher Xia, is there nothing you can do? Su Chen asked. Well, the Yang family has a 6th-tier beast master, Yang Shichao, who became a senior executive in the Beast Master Association after an incident 6 months ago. Confronting the Yang family Heiden would be problematic in many ways, Xia Lima explained. But Su Chen, just because I can't help doesn't mean General Han can't. I'll pass this on to him, and I'm sure he'll get you a good outcome. Hearing this, Su Chen quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Teacher Xia, you're always the prettiest. Stop with the flattery. Xia Lima laughed. Keep working on your tasks. Stay in Taichung for now. I'll be back in Yecheng in a few days, and you can return then. Thank you, teacher. During the call, Tu Shan Ye gently raised her hand. The assassin's attack was like a sudden storm, fierce yet leaving little impact on Su Chen's life. The most significant effect of this unexpected event was that it deprived him of many opportunities to tease Tu Shan Yu on their journey. However, this was not because the murder had shaken Su Chen's resolve. Rather, it was because he was fully focused on studying his newly acquired appraisal skill. Crouching down, Su Chen carefully searched the assassin's body. His fingers moved through the cold clothing, eventually finding only a few smoke talismans. He picked one up and examined it closely. Item: smoke talisman. Rarity: C. Description: a consumable item that, when powered by demon energy, can produce a large amount of smoke to obscure vision and hinder perception. Su Chen frowned in thought. After a beast master dies, their beast space collapses instantly, causing the items inside to vanish. He slapped his forehead in frustration, realizing he had forgotten to make the opponent surrender valuable items before killing him. The loot this time was quite limited, leaving him with a sense of regret. However, this was not the main issue. Su Chen's attention was quickly drawn to another problem. He remembered that smoke talismans sold for about 10,000 credits in the store, considered a luxury item. Yet, despite this, its rarity was only rated as C. In contrast, his ordinary pineapple phone, with a market price of just 5,000 credits, had an S-level rarity rating. This contradiction puzzled Su Chen. He asked the system, System, what does the rarity of an item actually represent? Does higher rarity mean something is more valuable? The system's voice echoed in his mind. Not exactly. Rarity is a rating derived from the system's comprehensive analysis of an item's function, scarcity, true value, and usefulness to the host. The rating ranges from SSS, the highest, to F, the lowest. The closer to SSS, the more valuable the system considers the item to be for the host. Rarity does not directly equate to market value, so please treat this information with caution. Su Chen pondered and asked, I see. So, is my phone's high rarity because it's very handy for me, or would losing it cause me great trouble? The system immediately responded. The host's phone contains 38.8 gigabytes of study materials, which the system considers extremely important to the host, hence the high rarity rating. Wow. Su Chen couldn't help but curse, his face full of resignation. The system's intelligence was surprisingly high, even knowing the contents of his phone. He thought to himself that with Tu Shan Yu by his side, those study materials were of little use now. He had long parted ways with his right hand. Meanwhile, not far from the East Sea, there stood a temporary base hastily erected a few months ago. It was overgrown with weeds, as if forgotten by time, exuding a sense of desolation. The cold wind swept through, sending shivers down one's spine, as if one had stumbled into an abandoned haunted house. However, instead of terrifying wails, an enchanting song emanated from the seemingly abandoned building. The melody was like a fairy playing a harp or a beauty's gentle laughter, full of mysterious allure. Anyone who heard it would be irresistibly drawn to explore further. At that moment, 3 beastmasters arrived together, hesitating in front of the base. One of them, named Lin Nai, was in his early 20s and had reached the 2nd tier, 9th stage of power. His face was pale, and he spoke with a trembling voice to his companions. Brother, I think we should go back. This place is too eerie. Yes, since no one has completed this task in 3 months, and every beastmaster who has taken it up has mysteriously disappeared without even a chance to report back. It definitely feels like there's something sinister at play. Yang Li nervously agreed, his voice slightly trembling. As a beastmaster in his early 20s, having reached the 2nd tier, 9th rank, he should be brimming with confidence. But at this moment, he couldn't hide his inner unease. Zhang Yuan glanced at Yang Li with disdain, his face covered in stubble, his eyes gleaming with confidence. As a 2nd tier, 10th rank beastmaster, he was clearly more experienced. What's there to be afraid of? Zhang Yuan encouraged. If this task was really that difficult, the Beastmaster Association would have already raised the difficulty level or involved more advanced Beastmasters. Since it's still a second-tier level task, it means it doesn't require high-level Beastmasters. We've completed so many A-level tasks. How much harder could an S-level task be? Quit now, and you won't graduate. These three were the renowned Beastmaster team from Tai City, and also third-year students at Tai City University. They had completed 10 A-level tasks as a trio, making them standouts among their peers. Tai City University's graduation assessment offered 3 options, with the completion of any one qualifying for graduation, advancing to a third-tier Beastmaster, completing 100 tasks from the Beastmaster Association during their studies, or completing an S-level task. Given their current situation, achieving the first 2 conditions this year was nearly impossible, at least not without delaying until next year. Thinking about this, Lin Nai and Yang Li couldn't help but swallow nervously, filled with anxiety. Failing to graduate on time was embarrassing for any student, especially for graduates of Tai City University. Being held back would certainly impact their future prospects. The 3 gritted their teeth, each summoning their contracted beasts, and stepped into the outpost. The decaying floorboards creaked underfoot, adding an eerie touch to the silent environment. They proceeded cautiously, their flashlights illuminating the path ahead, yet they found no trace of any beasts. Finally, they arrived at a wooden door draped with a pearl curtain. The melodious sound emanated from behind this door. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and said, "Shaolin, your contracted beast has high defense. Let it open the door." Lin Nai nodded, softly commanding, "Shielded bull, go knock the door open." The shielded bull responded, charging straight at the door. With a dull thud, the door swung open, the pearl curtain emitting a tinkling sound. The pleasant melody continued to surround them, but carried an indescribable eeriness. The 3 immediately went on high alert, scanning their surroundings warily. Yet inside the room, there was only silence, no sign of anyone or any beast, just 2 azure feathers resting quietly on the desk by the window. Zhang Yuan's gaze fell on his contracted beast, the demonied lizard, and he whispered, "This isn't an invisibility-type beast, but the sound persists, so stay cautious." "Got it," Yang Li and Lin Nai replied in unison. They carefully approached and picked up the feathers from the desk. "Are these eagle feathers?" Lin Nai asked, puzzled. "No," Zhang Yuan shook his head. "Eagle feathers are very stiff and can be used as darts, but these feathers are soft. Let's keep them for now. The sound hasn't stopped, so let's check elsewhere." Before Zhang Yuan could finish speaking, a sudden gust of demonic wind arose. The once bird-like melody turned chillingly cold, as if the grim reaper from hell was whispering. What is this? No. Oh. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 beast masters and their contracted beasts clutched their heads in agony, writhing on the ground in torment. Blood trickled from their noses, mouths, and ears, glowing with a ghostly blue hue under the moonlight, like phantom shadows. "It's sound magic. Put on noise-canceling headphones, and get out of here." Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth against the pain, struggling to instruct the other 2 beast masters. He mustered all his strength to prop himself up and retrieve noise-canceling headphones from his beast space. Tinkle, creak. With the crisp sound of a wind chime, the door slammed shut, seemingly cutting them off from the outside world entirely. Minutes later, the previously chilling sound resumed its gentle melody, leaving only the soothing song echoing within the outpost. The East Sea was turbulent, shrouded in the mystery of the night. The moonlight draped over the rolling waves like a veil. A shattered cargo ship floated alone on the surface, its hull precarious, as if it could be swallowed at any moment. On this wrecked vessel, a breathtaking figure sat quietly atop the sail. Her green hair cascaded like a waterfall, shimmering softly under the moonlight. A pair of green wings on her back trembled slightly, as if ready to take flight at any moment. Her eyes were closed, and her slender legs swung gently as she sang a haunting melody. Her voice, mournful and plaintive, echoed through the silent night sky. The moonlight cast a hazy glow upon her, making her appear like a songstress performing on stage. Her beauty was so mesmerizing it seemed like a vision only found in dreams. However, beneath this beautiful scene lay a chilling truth. Looking down, the deck of the sunken ship was littered with 99 human corpses. Some had turned to bones, while others emitted a nauseating stench of decay. These bodies were like a bizarre audience, silently listening to the song that floated in the air. Before long, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was cold with a hint of resentment, yet so beautiful it was heartbreaking. She looked towards the vast Pacific, seemingly searching for something. "Lulu," she whispered softly, "I'm about to fulfill your last wish. Will I hear your voice again then? Hear you say my name that was never spoken?" The scene suddenly shifted. "Yaya? What's wrong?" Su Chen noticed that Tu Shan Yaya had suddenly stopped and asked in confusion. Tu Shan Yaya continued to gaze at the nearby outpost and murmured, "There's a sound, and it's strange. It doesn't seem like it's from an instrument or a recorder." Hearing this, Su Chen immediately took out his phone to check the map navigation. A sound? He muttered to himself. We're less than a kilometer from the East Sea now. If we go a bit further, we should be able to see the beach. Could this be the strange sound mentioned in our mission? He was secretly delighted. We've really stumbled upon something. I was planning to rest here tonight and explore the source of the sound tomorrow. I didn't expect to find it right away. Let's go check it out, Su Chen said excitedly. If we handle this quickly, we might even make it back to the hotel in Taichung tonight. Hearing the words, Taichung Hotel, Tu Shan Ye rolled her eyes and stuck her tongue out at Su Chen. Despite her reaction, she followed his suggestion and ran towards the outpost. Standing before the outpost, Su Chen asked, puzzled, strange, why can't I hear anything? He frowned and tilted his ear, trying to catch the fabled strange sound. However, everything was silent except for the rustle of leaves in the breeze. If it weren't for Tu Shan Ye's certainty that the sound came from this place, there would be no indication of anything unusual. Can't you hear it? Tu Shan Ye asked in surprise. No, Su Chen replied. I can hear your voice loud and clear, but I really don't hear any singing. How can that be? Tu Shan Ye was also puzzled. How could such an obvious sound go unheard by Su Chen? To verify her claim, Tu Shan Ye took out her phone and opened the recording app. Tu Shan Ye carefully moved her phone closer to the source of the sound, hoping to capture the mysterious noise. However, when she checked the recording, she found nothing but silence. Confused, she scratched her head, her adorable expression revealing a hint of bewilderment. Seeing this, Su Chen gently patted her shoulder and reassured her. Don't worry too much about it. Let's go inside and take a look. The two soon reached the end of the corridor, where they found a wooden door adorned with wind chimes. A gentle breeze sent the chimes into a melodic dance. Su Chen turned to Tu Shan Ye and asked, You still can't hear the sound? It's coming from inside this room. Tu Shan Ye sighed helplessly. No, I really can't hear anything. But seeing how certain you are, I'm starting to wonder if I'm going deaf. Never mind, I'll go in first and check it out. With that, she took a deep breath and pushed the wooden door open. Inside, the room was filled with an ancient atmosphere, as if time had stood still. Tu Shan Ye cautiously stepped in, her eyes scanning every corner. The room was empty, except for two azure feathers lying quietly in front of a desk. Su Chen's identification skill activated instantly, revealing the feather's information. Item, Azure Wand Feather. Rarity, S. Description, feathers imbued with powerful vitality. Su Chen frowned slightly, lost in thought. The feathers were named Azure Wand Feathers, yet no creature by that name existed among the 999 beast sequences known in this world. Could this be an unrecorded mythical sequence beast? He pondered, carefully picking up the two Azure Wand Feathers. Such rare items surely had extraordinary uses. At that moment, Tu Shan Ye, who had been vigilantly observing the surroundings, suddenly clutched her head, her face contorted in pain. Alarmed, Su Chen quickly asked, What's wrong? Gritting her teeth, Tu Shan Ye struggled to reply. Damn, the pitch of the sound changed. It seems to be a very powerful sound magic. Realizing the severity of the situation, Su Chen swiftly pulled out noise-canceling earplugs and placed them into Tu Shan Ye's fluffy ears. Her expression soon relaxed, and she even adjusted the earplug's position. Thank you. Tu Shan Ye sighed in relief. I'm just glad you're okay. Su Chen also breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly led Tu Shan Ye away from the site. However, even after leaving the danger zone, Su Chen couldn't shake off a strong feeling of unease. It turned out his instincts were right. Shortly after they left, a dazzling azure light cut through the night sky. A massive blue bird with a wingspan of over 5 meters descended as if from a myth, its emerald-like sheen glinting under the moonlight. Its sharp gaze locked onto Su Chen and Tu Shan Ye, emanating an aura of lethal intent and majesty. Su Chen's identification skill triggered again, displaying the giant bird's information. Name, none. Species sequence, number 009 Azure Wand. Level, second tier, stage 8. Physique, 6'7.56", 7.5. Demonic power, 34.8, 34.8. Innate skill, echoing melody. Skills, Song of Annihilation, Song of Blessing, Sonic Boom, Thunder Drum. Bond value, 0. Echoing melody, significantly enhances the range of sound magic, delivering a devastating mental blow to units with lower demonic power than itself. Qinghuan, the mysterious mythical beast from the Divine Era sequence, actually exists. Su Chen's eyes were sharp as he murmured to himself. It dawned on him that this legendary creature was the mastermind behind the mission. If word got out, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Su Chen instantly understood the reason behind Tu Shan Ye's unique hearing Qinghuan's distinctive innate ability. His demon power surpassed that of Qinghuan, so he was naturally unaffected by its lingering sound. Su Chen, what kind of bird is that? Tu Shan Ye looked up at the sky, her curious eyes blinking as she asked. The ninth in the Divine Era sequence, Qinghuan, Su Chen explained succinctly. Second tier, 8th stage, skilled in sound magic. Its power is comparable to yours. The strange sounds you heard earlier were produced by it. Tu Shan frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although she knew nothing about Qinghuan and there was no record of it in human databases, the words, ninth in the Divine Era sequence, were enough to highlight its extraordinary power. Do we have to fight it? We must. We've become its prey. Su Chen's mind raced as he calculated how to subdue the Qinghuan. He opened the system interface, noting his demon power level was 39.5, with an additional 25 free attribute points, totaling 64.5. Meanwhile, the combined demon power of Qinghuan and Tu Shan was 64.8, just a 0.3 point difference. He felt on the verge of a breakthrough and resolved to take the risk. Yeah, run towards the East Sea waters. The shallows should be teeming with beasts. Why run there? Su Chen glanced at the rapidly approaching Qinghuan, determination flashing in his eyes. That Qinghuan is mine. Meanwhile, inside a cave in the East Sea region, Lin Li wiped the sweat from her forehead, a relieved smile spreading across her face. Few finally found the last pearl gem. No need to camp out tonight. The other 4 beast tamers sighed in relief. This team was the same group that had invited Su Chen to join them on their mission in the Yi City Task Hall. The beasts in the East Sea waters typically had power levels around the 2nd tier, 5th stage, and with Strength mission lurking, the danger level was extremely high. Spending the night there would inevitably evoke fear. However, traveling back to the nearest Thai city would take 3 hours, both time-consuming and exhausting. It was only 9 p.m., and they estimated they could reach Thai city by midnight. Spending the night there and returning to Yi City the next day sounded perfect. However, as they left the cave and prepared to depart from the shore, a stunning scene caught their attention. In the moonlight, a white figure was sprinting at an astonishing speed towards the East Sea waters. Above it, a giant blue bird soared, repeatedly unleashing sharp sonic booms aimed at the white figure below. Each cry of the giant bird was accompanied by a piercing sound, seemingly capable of penetrating eardrums, causing the 5-member team to feel sharp pain in their ears. A sudden commotion erupted in the distance, catching the attention of a nearby 5-member Beastmaster team. They glanced warily toward the source of the noise and saw a flash of golden light, followed by the appearance of a massive, blue-hued bird. What kind of beast is that? One team member exclaimed in surprise. A white tiger? A blue eagle? Another team member, examining the creature more closely, suddenly realized, wait, isn't that the 9-tailed fox, Su Chen's contracted beast? Right. Didn't Lin Li mention that Su Chen took on the task of investigating mysterious sounds? The 3rd team member recalled. Damn, could that blue giant bird be the target of the mission? The captain speculated. As the giant bird approached, a strange sound reached them, causing a splitting headache among the team. Sound magic, one team member warned. Everyone, put on your noise-canceling earplugs. Despite the danger, the allure was hard to resist. I've never seen a bird like that, one member said excitedly. It might be an unconfirmed Divine Era sequence beast. This is a major discovery. Exactly, the captain agreed. If we can report an unconfirmed Divine Era sequence beast to the Beastmaster Association, we'll be set for life. After a brief discussion, the team decided to follow and investigate further. One member's contracted beast, the Ghost Bat, had stealth abilities, greatly reducing their risk of being detected. They planned to take long-distance photos and sketch the new beast's form, then submit the information to the Beastmaster Association. However, when they caught up with their target, what they saw left them speechless. Tu Shan was darting through the East Sea's beast-infested waters with Su Chen, moving with ghostly agility. Not only did they skillfully evade the Qinghuan's attacks, but they also cleverly redirected them, turning several wild 2nd-tier beasts into beast cores. Even more astonishing, Tu Shan managed to snatch up the scattered beast cores between dodges. Can they really fight like this? The team members were dumbfounded. High above, the Qinghuan wore a cold smile. She knew well that the ease with which the 9-tailed fox and the human evaded her sound burst attacks was due to the deliberate openings she left. She was fully aware that her innate skills echoing melody and song of destruction could be countered by noise-canceling earplugs, and the power of her sound bursts was relatively low. Even if the Beastmaster took 10 hits, it might not be fatal. The Qinghuan's true aim was not to kill directly. By repeatedly using sound burst attacks, she was accumulating enough residual sound elements to set the stage for her ultimate move, the Thunder Drum of Heaven. These seemingly futile attacks were, in fact, the crucial preparation for her lethal strike. Just one more to go? I have to succeed today, the Qinghuan thought to herself. As her plan neared completion, the Qinghuan let out a long, clear cry that pierced the stillness of the night sky. She suddenly unfurled her wings, sending countless streaks of blue light shooting towards Su Chen and Tu Shan like meteors. These lights moved with incredible speed and sharpness, weaving into a massive sonic net in midair. As the sonic net took shape, a circular space with a radius of over 300 meters surged open like tumultuous waves. The Thunder Drum of Heaven, unleashed as a deadly move. When the dust finally settled, 2 lifeless bodies lay before them. The 9-tailed fox was sprawled on the ground, its 9 tails drooping lifelessly, and its once lively eyes had lost their shine. Su Chen lay beside it, covered in blood, motionless. What? Su Chen is dead, just like that. Lin Li's exclamation shattered the silence. Everyone stared in shock at the gruesome scene before them. The 9-tailed fox, a third-tier beast with an exam score as high as 254, couldn't even withstand a single blow from the giant azure bird. How powerful is this mysterious beast? We need to get out of here, a man said urgently. We've got the photos, there's no need to take more risks. Right? If we're discovered, we might end up like Su Chen, another person agreed. As soon as those words were spoken, the azure bird slowly descended. With a burst of dazzling blue light, it transformed into a strikingly elegant woman, her beauty rivaling that of Tu Shan Yu. She gracefully approached what appeared to be the bodies of Su Chen and Tu Shan Yu. My God, it's a beast that can transform, the man with the buzz cut exclaimed. Being able to transform at the second tier, it must be among the top 20 of the divine era sequence. Everyone held their breath, their minds racing. The top 20 of the divine era sequence, such a contract object, is the dream of countless people. Success would mean entry into the first battle zone and access to vast resources, paving the way to greatness. Yet, her power was beyond imagination, effortlessly surpassing Su Chen's 9-tailed fox. Just as the azure lawn approached Su Chen's body, a sudden change occurred. Su Chen's body, the pools of blood, and the 9-tailed fox's form all vanished like illusions. In their place was a chaotic battlefield, littered with beast remains, resembling a scene from hell. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on the azure lawn's shoulder. Didn't expect the azure lawn to be such a beautiful lady. What a stroke of luck, a familiar voice said. Startled, the azure lawn quickly turned around to see an unharmed Su Chen, standing beside a slightly jealous-looking Tu Shan Yu. The azure lawn finally realized the previous anomalies. Her sonic boom had hit the shallows without stirring up any dust. It turned out that Su Chen's desperate escape and the fatal blow from the Tianyin formation were all meticulously crafted illusions. Realizing she had been tricked, the azure lawn was furious. Even though the opponent wore soundproof earplugs, at such close range, her sound-based attacks could still inflict significant damage. Clenching her fist, she prepared to strike. She took a deep breath, glaring fiercely at Su Chen, ready to unleash the song of destruction. At that critical moment, an unexpected system notification resounded in her mind like a sudden clap of thunder. Forced contract successfully initiated. Contract in progress. Qingluan's eyes widened in disbelief. Forced contract? What is this? When did I sign a contract with him? Her mind was filled with confusion and bewilderment, as if she were trapped in a surreal dream. Suddenly, a chilling force of restriction surged forth, emanating from Su Chen's right hand and quickly enveloping Qingluan's entire body. She shook her head desperately, trying to deny the reality before her, but the restrictive force gave her no chance to resist. Qingluan struggled fiercely, attempting to escape the dreadful power, but it was all in vain. No, please. Qingluan cried out in despair, her voice laden with helplessness and fear. Yet, it changed nothing. Contract complete. In the next instant, Qingluan's body vanished, countless azure lights bursting forth from her shattered form. These lights intertwined and twisted, eventually transforming into numerous slender threads of azure energy that flowed continuously into Su Chen's body. At the same time, a faintly glowing feather pattern appeared fully formed on the palm of Su Chen's left hand. Qingluan was officially claimed by Su Chen. The system's voice chimed again. Congratulations to the host for achieving the God Generation Sequence 2. You've contracted a second God Generation Sequence beast, and it's another beautiful beast woman. Is the host collecting beasts that can transform into beautiful women? Achievement points awarded, 100 points. Another notification followed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 2,000 achievement points. Reward, 5 free attribute distribution points. Tu Shan Ye clung tightly to Su Chen's hand, shaking it incessantly, her face full of curiosity. Her eyes carried an unwavering determination as she eagerly asked, Su Chen, tell me, what exactly is your ability? And what was that skill that just blocked the thunder sound drum? Su Chen smiled softly and replied, I'll tell you when we get back. Tu Shan Ye pouted in dissatisfaction, grumbling. Always keeping secrets. Stubborn man. Rewinding a bit in time, Su Chen, having decided to capture Qingluan, began strategizing. He realized the key to this battle was to quickly advance to Tier 2, Stage 2, or achieve a certain accomplishment to see if he could gain another 5 free attribute points. Qingluan's pursuit was relentless, as if her reverse scale had been touched. Su Chen couldn't spare a moment to defeat other beasts, focusing instead on leveling up. However, after several encounters with Qingluan, he keenly noticed something unusual. Qingluan seemed to be deliberately guiding something. Her attacks appeared fierce but followed a certain pattern. As a proud God Generation Sequence 9 beast, she knew her sound blasts wouldn't hit Tu Shan Ye, and even if they did, they wouldn't cause much harm. Yet, She kept using this attack. Coupled with the thunder sound drum move, Su Chen deduced her intention. So he quietly instructed Tu Shan to use Mirror Flower Water Moon, creating an illusion of them still evading attacks, while they collected the crystal cores of beasts slain by Qingwan and began consuming them. With the help of dozens of Tier 2 beast crystal cores and the Beast Master Cultivation Secret Technique, Volume 1, Su Chen quickly advanced to Tier 2, Stage 2, increasing his demon energy value by 0.4 points. At this moment, seeing the opportunity, Qingwan unleashed a massive area attack, the Thunder Sound Drum, intending to obliterate Su Chen. Su Chen pulled Tu Shan into the beast space, used the invincible golden body to withstand the attack, and then released Tu Shan to maintain the illusion under the cover of the dust. And thus, the current scene unfolded. "Let me go, human!" Qingwan shouted angrily and resentfully from within Su Chen's beast space. She spread her wings, furiously beating against the space's barrier in a desperate attempt to escape, but it was all in vain. Her eyes blazed with fury, as if she wanted to burn Su Chen to ashes. Watching this, Su Chen couldn't help but recall how Tu Shan had been. He murmured to himself, "Why can't these mythical beasts just accept reality? They always need to go through a true fragrance moment before they are willing to relent." He turned to Qingwan and smiled calmly. "Little Qingwan, as a mythical beast of the divine sequence, don't you realize? Our contract can't be undone. You might as well accept it. I won't treat you badly." Tu Shan overhearing this, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Qingwan's feathers bristled in response, her voice even sharper. "Get lost. Let me make this clear. I'd rather starve, fall from the sky, or perish together with you than obey your commands and become your contracted beast." Su Chen didn't dwell on it much. He dusted off the sand on him and had Tu Shan take him to the previous human outpost. He thought to himself, "This stubborn stance won't last long once I teach you a new skill. It's just another Tu Shan 2.0, nothing I can't handle easily." Not far away, a group of 5 beast tamers witnessed everything, their faces filled with confusion and astonishment. They exchanged puzzled glances, their minds full of questions. Wasn't Su Chen and the nine-tailed fox supposed to be dead? How did that giant blue bird end up contracted to Su Chen? And wasn't Su Chen just a first-tier beast tamer? How does he have enough power to contract another mythical beast? The buzzcut man broke the silence. "So, should we report this?" His question hit each of them like a heavy blow. Their eyes met, revealing mutual hesitation and unease. Finally, someone whispered, "Let's just leave it alone." The phrase, "less is more," resonated with the 5-member team. After careful consideration, they decided to bury the matter deep within their hearts. Su Chen's abilities were astonishing. Not only could he form contracts with 2 mythical beasts from the divine era, but he also dared to threaten Yang Wei with a curse in front of everyone. This undoubtedly suggested that he had an extraordinary background, possibly being the young master of a hidden family. The group couldn't help but imagine Su Chen having access to rare resources from a young age, supported by a powerful force with global influence. They speculated that Su Chen took on this level mission alone not only due to his exceptional skills, but also because he likely had experts secretly protecting him. Their actions might have already been noticed. If they had any intention of leaking information, they could vanish without a trace, with their cause of death unknown. Moreover, they couldn't be sure if the giant blue bird was indeed a mythical beast from the divine era. What if she was like the Snow Maiden, whose true form was almost indistinguishable from a human? After weighing the pros and cons, the 5 decided to keep this matter forever sealed. By the time they returned to Tai City, it was nearly 1 a.m. Su Chen booked a luxury suite at the hotel where he stayed the previous day. Instead of releasing Qingwan immediately, he sat on the couch to review her skill panel. Skill 5, Wind Blade, attacks enemies with blades of wind. Achievement point cost, 100 points. Su Chen frowned slightly. "Huh? Why is the cost so low? Isn't it usually the more skills, the higher the cost?" The system explained, "Not necessarily. The number of achievement points consumed depends on the skill strength. Qingwan excels in sound and wind attributes, so she can learn the most basic wind attribute skill Wind Blade." Su Chen realized, no wonder Xiao Ye's skills are so overpowered, and the achievement points cost is high. He decided to let Qingwan learn Wind Blade. After the system confirmed the completion of the learning process, Su Chen took a deep breath and released Qingwan from the beast space. However, her reaction was completely unexpected. As soon as she appeared, she widened her eyes in shock and immediately rushed to the hotel window, opening it as if she intended to escape. "What the heck are you doing?" Su Chen was startled and quickly returned her to the beast space. Qingwan's cold voice echoed, "Human, I've already told you, I won't follow your orders. Contracting me consumed your beast power, and that's your own doing. Don't say I didn't warn you." Su Chen was at a loss. This Qingwan girl was completely unpredictable, catching him off guard. Su Chen pondered silently, wondering if Qingwan's resistance to wind-based techniques stemmed from some unknown reason. He decided to attempt to enhance her abilities again. System, increase my demon power by 2 points, and also boost Qingluan's abilities. As the system notification sounded, Su Chen felt a surge of power within him. His demon power value increased from 64.8 to 66.9, and his level rose accordingly. At that moment, Qingluan spoke again, her voice filled with defiance and pride. Human, your abilities are indeed remarkable. But let me make it clear, even if you make me learn 100 skills and raise me to the 10th tier, I will never follow your orders. Qingluan's words cut through the silence in the room like a sharp blade, filling the air with tension. Su Chen heard this, and the lines on his face deepened, inwardly sighing at the beast's stubbornness. Seeing the situation, Tu Shan sighed softly and advised earnestly. Su Chen's power is indeed extraordinary. Following him might offer you more prospects than wandering alone in the wild. The contract cannot be broken, so why be so stubborn? Qingluan's tone softened slightly as she looked at Tu Shan and said with a hint of helplessness, judging by your appearance, you must have lived in human society, right? Don't you understand the deceit and treachery of humans? Tu Shan heard this and cast a sharp glance at Su Chen. She recalled her past as Lin Yuer, where the attentions of men, though annoying, had never truly exposed her to the darker side of humanity. However, last night's experience gave her a first-hand understanding of Su Chen's unpleasantness. Despite this, Tu Shan decided to ease the current tension. She sat gracefully on the edge of the bed, her face softening with a gentle expression, and spoke softly. I understand your concerns. But there are many wonderful aspects to human society. At least from my perspective, it's more comfortable and safer here than in the wild. We wage war on humans to compete for living space. Since it's possible to survive in human society and there's no other choice now, why not try to accept it? She paused, then continued. Regarding your bounty, it's already posted in the Beastmasters Association task hall. In time, a high-tier Beastmaster will likely come to hunt you. Qingluan abruptly interrupted Tu Shan speaking with firm conviction. No high-tier Beastmaster will come to hunt me. Su Chen and Tu Shan exchanged a surprised look. There was an unusual certainty in Qingluan's voice that piqued their curiosity. Tu Shan astutely sensed something amiss and quickly asked, from what you're saying, do you have a spy among the humans? Qingluan remained silent, but this silence tacitly confirmed Tu Shan suspicion. Su Chen contemplated further, realizing that behind Qingluan's deep-seated resentment toward humans lay an untold story. Faced with such a stubborn Qingluan, he decided to delve into her past, hoping to find a way to resolve the current impasse. Clearing his throat, Su Chen tried to make his tone sound warm and sincere. He looked directly into Qingluan's eyes and slowly began. Xiao Qingluan, how about we make a deal? Hearing this, Qingluan slightly furrowed her brows, a hint of confusion and wariness flashing in her eyes. Her body tensed a little, as if weighing this sudden proposal. Seeing her reaction, Su Chen continued to explain, yes, a deal. I guess you have an insider within the Beastmaster Association, helping you suppress various incidents to prevent missions from escalating to the point where high-level Beastmasters are required. I just want to know what happened that made you install an insider and why you remain in the EC area. His tone grew more earnest. If you're honest with me, I'll do my best to help solve your problem. If I succeed, you become my contract beast, and we progress together. If I fail, I'll let you go, and I'll accept the loss of my beast energy as my own misfortune. It's a win-win situation, isn't it? Qingluan fell silent, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Her chest rose and fell slightly, clearly in the throes of an intense internal struggle. Once filled with deep resentment towards humans, she now faced the irony of having to seek their aid. Su Chen didn't rush her. He understood Qingluan needed time to consider. Night had fallen, and he had other matters to attend to. He turned to Tu Shan a slight smile tugging at his lips. Tu Shan cautiously stepped back, a knowing look flashing in her eyes. Su Chen, what are you up to? Su Chen reminded her with a smile. Didn't I mention it yesterday afternoon? Tu Shan rolled her eyes and reluctantly told Qingluan, little bird, I take back what I just said. Human society is indeed treacherous, and you should think carefully. Especially this Su Chen. He's the most treacherous of them all. The next morning at 10, Su Chen leisurely enjoyed his breakfast, savoring the delight of sleeping in. Yet, Qingluan still hadn't given her answer. In Su Chen's beast space, a vast grassland stretched out, the breeze gently rustling the lush green grass. On the grassland stood a small house prepared for Tu Shan which had been lent to Qingluan for the night. Qingluan, having transformed into human form, lay awake all night on the wooden bed. Her thoughts surged like a tide, repeatedly contemplating Su Chen's proposal. Witnessing Tu Shan first-hand experience of human treachery only deepened her hesitation about accepting the offer. However, being trapped in the beast space was not a long-term solution. Qingluan had a mission she must complete, or she wouldn't find peace. As for becoming Su Chen's contract beast, that was absolutely out of the question. Lulu, I promise I'll fulfill your last wish. When that time comes, I'll follow you. Qinghuan silently vowed to herself. Having made her decision, Qinghuan patted her cheeks, forcing a faint smile. She took a deep breath, ready to share her thoughts, and passed with Su Chen. It was a night 6 months ago, a night under a bright full moon. An unremarkable armored passenger ship was slowly making its way across the calm sea, traveling from Yinqing to Moda. The passengers on board enjoyed the rare tranquility, unaware that their safety was being quietly guarded by 7 level 5 beast tamers and 1 level 6 beast tamer. On the deck, a gentle sea breeze brought a refreshing and salty scent. A stunning woman with blue hair and azure wings was having a pleasant conversation with a lively and charming girl of above-average looks. The blue-haired woman was Qing Luan, Su Chen's contracted beast, and the girl was Yang Luer, a level 2 stage 10 beast tamer. Yang Luer said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Xiao Qing. My talent is really limited. After all this time, my beast power is still 0.5 points short of forming a contract with you." Qing Luan pouted and pretended to be displeased, muttering, "Can you stop calling me Xiao Qing? It's so perfunctory." Yang Luer covered her mouth with a giggle. "Once I form a contract with you, I'll definitely give you a really nice name." Qing Luan laughed teasingly. "Just kidding. Whatever name you give me, Lulu, I'll like it. Don't worry, you'll love it." Yang Luer replied with a smile, "But don't you go advancing to level 2 stage 8. My beast power won't be enough then." Qing Luan shrugged. "For your sake, I haven't eaten a beast crystal core in a year, so what are you worried about?" The two of them gazed at the distant horizon, their eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. Yang Luer recalled the A-level mission she took in Yinqing a year ago, where her intended target became a close friend due to their shared love for music. To form a contract with Qing Luan, she worked tirelessly to enhance her beast power, while Qing Luan stayed by her side, helping her slay beasts and collect crystal cores to aid her growth. On this trip to Moda, Qing Luan was concerned about potential sea disasters or encounters with powerful beasts, so she disguised herself as Yang Luer's contracted beast. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard by the ship's only level 6 beast tamer guardian. Initially, the guardian had not paid much attention to Yang Luer. After all, a level 2 stage 10 beast tamer contracting a level 3 shape-shifting beast was rare, but not unheard of. However, when he heard the term level 2 stage 8, he became instantly alert. A beast capable of shape-shifting at level 2 was a privilege reserved for the top 20 in the God Generation sequence. Even more surprising was that this beast had not yet formed a contract with Yang Luer. In that moment, an unspeakable thought arose in the heart of the level 6 beast tamer. A God Generation sequence beast was a prize for the worthy. Although such actions were against morality and could result in a murder charge, the allure of contracting a God Generation sequence beast was too tempting to resist. A beast master of the 6th rank, who has contracted a mythical beast from the Shindai sequence, is a force to be reckoned with by the Beast Master Association, whether for their combat power or other reasons. To them, the life of a second-rank beast master is negligible. Qing Luan was blissfully unaware of the impending danger. She flapped her wings lightly and asked curiously, "By the way, why did you specifically go to the Magic City this time? Aren't there plenty of places with mythical beasts in Yinqing? Why go so far?" Yang Luer's eyes sparkled with excitement, and her face beamed with anticipation. "For my dream," she replied joyfully. "Dream?" Qing Luan tilted her head, even more curious. "Yes." Yang Luer nodded. "Besides being a beast master, I'm also an underground idol. Although I'm not very popular right now." Her expression dimmed slightly before brightening again. "But a talent agency in the Magic City took notice of me. They're willing to host an underground concert for me. If it goes well, I might get signed. I really hope 100 people show up." Qing Luan smiled and reassured her. "There will definitely be 100 people. Your singing is so beautiful. Even I feel ashamed in comparison. Not just 100, maybe even 1,000. Before Qing Luan could finish, she suddenly sensed a powerful killing intent approaching. She was about to spread her wings to flee with Yang Luer, but it was too late. Despite being a mythical beast from the Shindai sequence, she was utterly powerless in the face of the overwhelming level difference. In an instant, she was tightly restrained by the chains of a vine demon flower, unable to move. Yang Luer turned around in terror to face the 6th rank Beastmaster guard behind her, her voice trembling as she questioned, "What are you doing?" "She's my contracted mythical beast." However, the only response she received was 3 cold, merciless words, "Kill her." As soon as the words were spoken, a sharp branch from the vine demon flower, like a devil's tendril, pierced through Yang Luer's chest. Her body instantly lost its support and collapsed limply. The vine tendril then casually discarded Yang Luer's body into the vast ocean, as if it were nothing more than trash. It all happened so quickly. Qing Luan's eyes widened in shock as she stared blankly at the scene before her mind in a daze. Her friend had inexplicably died right in front of her, and the sudden blow left her stunned for quite a while. You killed her?" Qing Luan asked in disbelief, her voice trembling with shock. She couldn't comprehend why these people, who were supposed to protect the passengers, would harm Yonglue. The sixth-rank beast master grinned, revealing a set of chilling teeth, his eyes filled with greed and desire. He didn't bother to answer Qingluan's question, instead continuing to command the vine demon flower to lash at her, intending to exhaust her strength for a contract. Eventually, Qingluan's consciousness began to fade, and she finally passed out. When she awoke, she found herself not contracted by another beast master, but floating alone in the vast ocean. In the distance, a towering blaze caught her attention. Later, Qingluan learned from some seed-welling mythical beasts that a fight had broken out among the beast master guards on the ship for unknown reasons. The contracted beasts of the 5th and 6th rank beast masters were immensely destructive, quickly demolishing the armored passenger ship and causing the disaster. As for the reason, it wasn't hard to guess. Her identity as a mythical beast from the Shindai sequence must have been exposed. Those beast master guards fought each other to vie for the right to contract her, leading to the internal conflict. How ironic. Qingluan gazed at the distant horizon of the sea, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. She recalled the day that altered her fate, leaving a bitter taste in her heart. It was the first time she had developed genuine feelings for a human, yet her impulsive actions had led to Yonglue's demise in the ocean. This tragic outcome pierced Qingluan's heart like a sharp dagger, and it caused her to lose all trust in humans. Biting her lip, a flicker of determination crossed her eyes. She silently vowed to fulfill Yonglue's last wish, and thus, used the sunken ship as a base to embark on a brutal hunting journey. However, such large-scale sacrifices were bound to attract the attention of the Beast Masters Association. At that moment, fate offered Qingluan an unexpected twist. She overheard a shocking piece of news from a listener. The 6th-level Beast Master responsible for Yonglue's death in the shipwreck had surprisingly survived. Even more infuriating, this killer not only escaped punishment, but was also recommended for a position at the headquarters of the Beast Masters Association in the Magic City, based on false merits of bravely facing an 8th-level monster. This revelation nearly drove Qingluan to despair. Struggling to contain her inner pain and anger, she realized she was no match for the 6th-level Beast Master. So, she cleverly used this information to have the listener send a threatening letter to the Beast Master. The letter hinted that if he wanted to maintain his current status, he must turn a blind eye to everything happening in the East Sea and refrain from dispatching any Beast Masters above the 3rd level to investigate. Otherwise, the truth of the shipwreck would be exposed. Although the 6th-level Beast Master was unaware of the letter's true source, he was forced to suppress all abnormal events in the East Sea to protect his position and keep the truth hidden. Even with the mysterious disappearance of over a dozen 2nd-level Beast Masters, the Beast Masters Association remained oblivious. Initially, Qingluan worried that the 6th-level Beast Master would suddenly appear to eliminate her. However, upon learning that he had specifically sent a message through the listener, expressing indifference to the fate of the low-level Beast Masters, and even hinting that she could kill at will, Qingluan set aside her concerns. She focused on strengthening herself while fulfilling Yonglue's last wish. And so, time passed day by day until yesterday, when Qingluan encountered Su Chen. Qingluan took nearly 2 hours to recount this story. Her voice was low and mournful, as if each word carried the weight of heavy memories. Especially when mentioning Yonglue, her eyes involuntarily moistened, tears shimmering at the corners, perhaps without her even realizing it. Regardless of the story's authenticity, Qingluan's feelings for Yonglue, the Beast Master, were evidently sincere. As for Su Chen, being the 100th listener, he became the target Qingluan had aimed to kill with all her might last night. Whether this was fortunate or unfortunate, even Su Chen might not know. Regarding the fact that Qingluan had hunted 99 low-level Beast Masters, Su Chen chose to remain silent. In this world where humans and monsters have long been in conflict, becoming a Beast Master means accepting the risk of battling monsters. If one perishes due to insufficient skill, they can only blame their lack of ability. Su Chen understood this harsh reality well, and thus refrained from judging Qingluan's actions. Su Chen was secretly calculating in his mind. Once he completely subdued Qingluan, he planned to use the same educational methods he had used on Tu Shanye to train this number 9 of the Divine Generation sequence. He wanted Qingluan to deeply appreciate the value of life. After a brief silence, Su Chen asked, "So, your goal is to fulfill Miss Yonglue's last wish by gathering 100 listeners and eliminating that 6th-level Beastmaster, right?" Qingluan nodded slightly, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. "As long as you can help me accomplish these 2 things, my life will be yours." This request put Su Chen in a difficult position. As a 2nd-level Beastmaster, he had no ability to deal with a 6th-level powerhouse. A sense of helplessness washed over him, and he sighed inwardly. He tentatively asked, "What's that person's name?" "Yang Shichao, currently working at the Magic City Beastmaster headquarters," Qingluan replied calmly. "What?" Upon hearing this name, both Su Chen and Tu Shanye were shocked, jumping up from their seats. Qingwan sighed helplessly. She knew very well that for a second-level Beastmaster to grow powerful enough to defeat a seasoned 6th-level opponent was a near impossibility. Even if a miracle occurred, it would likely take decades, by which time Yang Shichao would have died of old age, rendering revenge meaningless. She had no desire to stay any longer with a human who could even harm mythical beasts. Falling into Su Chen's hands this time, she felt disheartened and just wanted to fulfill her last wish after gathering the final listener. However, Su Chen's next move struck her heart like a bolt of lightning. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Good morning, Teacher Xia." Su Chen's voice carried a hint of urgency. On the other end, Xia Lim's lazy voice responded, Su Chen, what's up?" Su Chen took a deep breath and recounted the events of the shipwreck incident from half a year ago in detail. Who would have thought such a coincidence could occur? "Su Chen, are you telling the truth?" Xia Lim's tone was filled with disbelief. "Absolutely," Su Chen affirmed. "Moreover, Qingwan, number 9 of the Divine Generation sequence, has already formed a contract with me." "What? Hold on. Do you have enough demon power?" Xia Lim exclaimed. "I do, but I'm close to the brink of a demon power overload," Su Chen admitted. Xia Lim breathed a sigh of relief, then shifted the topic. "Back to the main point. I've already informed General Han about the assassination attempt on you yesterday. He immediately launched an investigation. Guess what we found?" "What?" Su Chen pressed. Xia Lim's voice was filled with anger. For nearly a decade, the Yang family has been involved in multiple contract killing cases. They've been eliminating competitors to grow rapidly. These crimes are enough to bring down the entire Yang family. "Really?" Su Chen was incredulous. "Humph. When have I ever lied to you?" Xia Lim sneered. "As for Yang Shichao, while there's no direct evidence, this is enough to bring him down. Without the protection of the Beastmaster Association, dealing with him will be easy. Our first battle zone specializes in assassinations, whether against mythical beasts or humans." Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Suddenly, joining the first battle zone seemed like entering a den of thieves. Su Chen added, "Once Yang Shichao is caught, can I be the one to deal with him?" There was a pause of half a minute on the other end of the line before Teacher Xia Lima's voice came through. "Is this for Qingwan's revenge?" "No problem. Thank you, teacher." Su Chen hung up the phone, breathing a sigh of relief. He turned to Qingwan, his eyes shining with determination. "Little Qingwan, I will help you fulfill these 2 wishes. For the last audience, how about we choose Yang Shichao?" Qingwan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious? You can take down Yang Shichao? He's a 6th-level Beastmaster." Su Chen smiled slightly, full of confidence. "Just watch. When the time comes, I hope you'll keep your promise and become my contracted beast." Just a day later, explosive news swept across Long Country. The truth behind the shipwreck incident in the East Sea half a year ago was revealed, shocking everyone. Famous basketball player Kai Kunkin angrily commented, "How can there be such scum in the Beastmasters Association, wasting the taxes paid by ordinary citizens every year?" Li Hongwei, president of the Magic City Beastmasters Association and a 9th-level 5-segment Beastmaster, quickly responded, "The personnel involved have been detained and are awaiting further action." 80 million Beastmasters petitioned for harsh punishment for these scoundrels and demanded that the forces behind them be completely eradicated. Yang Shichao's name was instantly thrust into the spotlight. Crowds gathered in front of Beastmasters Association branches across the country, holding signs and demanding clear answers. The specific reasons for the internal conflict were not disclosed, and officials temporarily brushed it off by saying it was under investigation. However, this vague attitude only fueled public curiosity. Rumors spread. Some speculated it was due to unfair distribution of special treasures. Others believed it involved an 8th-level beast attack, with Yang Shichao using others as bait to escape alone. Some even guessed the truth that it was a battle for the contract rights to the Divine Generation sequence beast, but they hadn't focused on Qingwan. Amidst the public outrage, the forces behind Yang Shichao were exposed. The stock price of the Yeqing Yang group plummeted, hitting rock bottom. At precisely noon on the 3rd day, an even more shocking piece of news arrived. The Yang family of Yeqing had been arrested by the 9th Battle Zone for involvement in multiple murder-for-hire cases, with irrefutable evidence. This news was like a bombshell exploding across Long Country. Everyone was left speechless, exclaiming, "Birds of a feather flock together. The Yang family is truly despicable." In a hotel suite in Taichung, Qingwan clutched her phone tightly, the screen flashing with countless condemnations of Yang Shichao and the Yang family. Her eyes reflected a mix of vengeful satisfaction, hopeful anticipation for the future, and a touch of unease. She truly couldn't imagine that Su Chen, who had forcibly contracted her, possessed such immense power in human society. Although Qingwan was a mythical beast, she was well aware of the status and significance of a 6th-tier Beastmaster and the senior officials at the Beastmaster Association headquarters. Yet, such a powerful figure was easily brought down by a mere 2nd-tier Beastmaster. At this moment, Su Chen sat with a leg crossed leisurely, his eyes gleaming with a smug light and a sly smile on his lips. He watched Qingluan's shocked expression with great interest, as if silently boasting of his victory. Well, do you believe me now? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and asked. Qingluan's tone softened noticeably, yet she stubbornly held onto the last bit of defiance. No, I still haven't seen Yang Shichao in person. I need to see him myself. Her words sounded like a refusal, but felt more like a petulant insistence. Su Chen glanced at the text message he received a minute ago and smiled. Let's go. I'll take you to see him now. The guy who personally shattered your beautiful dreams. As night fell, Qingluan stood quietly on the deck of a sunken ship in the East China Sea. Her gaze fixed on Yang Shichao, who knelt before her, battered beyond recognition, covered in scars, with only despair and fear left in his eyes. The moonlight was like water, reminiscent of that night, etched in her memory. Qingluan's thoughts involuntarily returned to the scene of her and Yang Luer dreaming of the future on the deck, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Her hands clenched tightly, nails piercing her skin, and blood trickled through her fingers, as if suppressing an overwhelming rage. Su Chen, Xiao Limo, and Luo Yunchuan, the eighth-tier beastmaster sent by Han Xinghe to escort Yang Shichao, stood silently by, saying nothing. The deep bond between Qingluan and Yang Luer, rare between a mythical beast and a human without a contract, even surpassed many established contractual relationships. It undoubtedly proved that Qingluan was a creature of deep emotion and loyalty. After a long while, Qingluan finally returned to her senses, her eyes filled with resolve. Although Yang Shichao was a sixth-tier beastmaster, with a peak physical strength of 120 points, nearly twice that of Qingluan's current state, he was now battered, his meridians severed, and unrecognizable. His physical strength was likely less than a third of its former state. His life or death was now entirely in Qingluan's hands. Yang Shichao pleaded incessantly, Major Luo, please spare me. I realize my mistakes. At that time, I was blinded by greed and acted rashly. I am willing to spend the rest of my life compensating for Longhua. If I survive, I can save more people of Longhua. Please, spare me. Luo Yunchuan closed his eyes tightly, ignoring Yang Shichao's pleas. As the minister of the Ninth War Zone's executive department, he was not one to be swayed by sentiment. Yang Shichao's fate was already sealed. This world is filled with endless cruelty, where every life is as fragile as a delicate flower, fleeting and ephemeral. Therefore, each life that ends should have its own meaning and value. The death of Yang Shichao, a sixth-tier beastmaster, brought far more benefits than letting him linger on. It calmed public outrage, served as a warning, branded the Beastmaster Association with a label of acknowledging mistakes, strengthened the cohesion of Longhua's beastmasters, and enhanced the prestige of the Ninth War Zone. The benefits were countless. Qingluan took a deep breath, her stunning beauty appearing even more delicate under the moonlight. Tears left two clear trails on her cheeks, as crystalline as pearls, adding an air of endearing vulnerability. She tried to compose herself, her lips slowly curving into a smile, a beautiful expression she had only shown to Yang Luer. Su Chen, thank you. Her voice was as light as a feather, yet filled with sincere emotion. Then, she gathered the wind blades Su Chen had taught her into her right hand. With a swift and decisive motion, she struck without hesitation. Thus, a sixth-tier beastmaster, a rarity among 50,000 people, was beheaded. The system notifications echoed in Su Chen's mind as the bond value with Qingluan jumped from 0 to 30. Congratulations to the host for achieving the feat of slaying a sixth tier, the system announced cheerfully. You have earned 300 achievement points. As his achievement points surpassed 2,100, 2,200, and 2,300, Su Chen received 15 free attribute points to allocate. The system playfully remarked, having a teacher like this is wonderful, isn't it? I suppose you won't develop any rebellious thoughts against your master, will you? Su Chen internally grumbled. 300 achievement points? I thought the maximum for a single achievement was 100. But system, are you serious about this rebellious idea? However, his attention quickly shifted to Qingluan. She leapt gracefully onto the ship's sail, standing with her eyes closed, resembling a celestial being. 2.5 minutes later, Qingluan began to sing. Her voice flowed like a clear spring, echoing across the silent East Sea. Although Su Chen wasn't particularly skilled at appreciating music, he was deeply moved by this heavenly sound. The song carried a profound sorrow, as if bidding farewell to a lost friend or longing for a future reunion. Xiao Limo was similarly touched by Qingluan's song, her eyes reddening as tears welled up. The song seemed to tell the story of a young girl who suffered due to others' greed, evoking deep heartache. As the song concluded, it felt as though Qingluan had completed an important mission, or perhaps avenged Yang Luer. Her strength faded, and she gently drifted down from the sail. Su Chen rushed forward without hesitation, catching her securely. Looking down at Qingluan in his arms, Su Chen noticed her breathing had become steady and her tense nerves relaxed. Her sleeping face was pure and innocent, defenseless, stirring a sense of affection. Xiao Limo softly asked, "Is this enough?" Su Chen nodded, his tone firm. Yes, thank you, teacher. When I become stronger in the future, I will definitely repay you. Hearing this, Xia Limo's lips curled into a fond smile. She gently tapped Su Chen's head, her voice low and tender. As long as you live safely, that's the greatest reward you could give me. A sly glint appeared in Su Chen's eyes as he smiled slightly. He pretended to be serious and said, "That's not enough. Getting rid of the Yang family is like saving my life. Letting Qinghuan avenge her enemies only strengthens our bond. Such immense kindness and virtue. I, Su Chen, can only repay you by offering myself to you." Xia Lima's cheeks flushed a shade of red as she playfully glared at Su Chen and teased, "Oh, stop it. How dare you, a kid, have such improper thoughts about your teacher?" As the conversation began to veer off course, Luo Yinchuan cleared his throat to bring everyone's attention back. Ahem, Su Chen, I need to take Yang Shichao's body back to headquarters for certain purposes. As for the other beast tamers' bodies, he paused. I'll also have them taken back for burial. Leaving them on the sunken ship is too lonely. I hope you understand. Upon hearing this, Su Chen stood up straight and gave Luo Yunchuan a proper military salute, saying earnestly, I understand, and I appreciate your help, Major Luo. As for whether Qinghuan will be punished for killing so many beast tamers, he shook his head. That's unnecessary. Many of the contracted beasts of these tamers have taken countless lives before being contracted. As long as they can assist beast tamers in the future and contribute to reclaiming human territories, that will be their punishment. As night fell, Tai City was enveloped in silence. Su Chen and teacher Xia Lima each got their own rooms to rest, with nothing inappropriate happening between them. Su Chen inwardly cursed the system. The phrase, rider extinguishing the path, kept popping into his mind whenever he looked at Xia Lima, making it impossible to focus. Tonight, Tu Shanye didn't appear. After being tormented by Su Chen for the past 2 days, she had been sulking in the beast space since noon, refusing to come out. However, seeing her bond value rise to 60 points, Su Chen chuckled to himself. Huh, what a contradictory woman. As for Qinghuan, she slept soundly. It was probably the most peaceful night of rest she had since the sunken ship incident 6 months ago. Su Chen had no intention of taking advantage of her vulnerability, either as a person or a beast. He quietly walked to her bedside, tucked her in, then turned to lie down on the sofa. Unlike Tu Shanye, Qinghuan was sleeping so sweetly that he couldn't bear to disturb her. Besides, doing anything rash might cause the hard-earned 30-point bond to vanish. Su Chen closed his eyes, determined to get a good night's rest. The antics with Tu Shanye over the past 2 days had indeed left him a bit weary. The next day at noon, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, still not fully awake. In his drowsiness, he heard 2 melodious female voices chatting and laughing in the room. It was unmistakably Tu Shanye and Qinghuan. It seemed Ye had finally cooled off. However, as he listened to their conversation, the lines of frustration on his forehead deepened. They were criticizing him. Their friendly chat revolved around discussing all of Su Chen's so-called misdeeds, as if they would never run out of complaints. Seriously, how can they badmouth their own master like this? Su Chen couldn't help but grumble inwardly. He abruptly got up and strode into the bedroom. Yeah, Qinghuan, there are 2 things I need to correct. He stood with his hands on his hips, speaking earnestly. First, I am 1.8 meters tall, not 1.79. Second, who said I'm unattractive to women and only vent through contracted beasts? I had a girlfriend before, we just broke up. Although Su Chen spoke with righteousness and a booming voice, Tu Shanye and Qinghuan seemed to pay no heed. They continued their conversation, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and mischief. Yeah, do you think Su Chen really had a girlfriend before? Qinghuan emphasized the words, girlfriend, her eyes probing. I just can't see him being popular in human society. Tu Shanye shrugged lightly, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. She cast a playful glance at Su Chen and laughed. Who knows? Maybe his left hand, or perhaps his right hand. Having spent a year with Yang Luer, Qinghuan immediately caught the insinuation in Tu Shanye's words. She chuckled softly and agreed. Really? Well, that would count as having an ex-girlfriend. Tu Shanye sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in her tone. Sigh. We're quite unlucky. I've never heard of any human daring to have such thoughts about a demon beast like me. It's truly terrifying. Qinghuan sighed too. So scary, the heavens are unjust. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly let it go. The fact that they could openly criticize him suggested that the barriers between them had lessened significantly. Compared to Qinghuan's initial aloofness, things had improved a lot. Being slightly maligned in exchange for improved relations seemed like a fair trade. A few minutes later, Tu Shanye stood up and stretched lazily. I'm a bit tired, so I'll head back to the beast space for a rest. Qinghuan nodded in acknowledgement, then turned her gaze towards Su Chen, her eyes filled with complex emotions. With only Su Chen and Qinghuan left in the room, the atmosphere turned a bit awkward. But Su Chen quickly realized that Tu Shanye's departure might have been a deliberate attempt to create some private space for them. Without overthinking it, He sat in Ye's former seat, looking calmly at Qinghuan. If there's something you want to say, just say it. No need to build up to it. Qinghuan was slightly taken aback by Su Chen's straightforwardness. But since he had already laid it out plainly, she decided not to beat around the bush. Taking a deep breath, Qinghuan slowly said, Su Chen, I really appreciate you giving me this chance to avenge Yang Luer. I'm willing to follow your orders and become your contract demon beast. Su Chen nodded and smiled. That's great. I'll keep my promise and help you reach the pinnacle. The change in their bond was the most direct indicator, unaffected by Tu Shan Ye's words. Su Chen felt a quiet sense of relief, as this conversation seemed to have opened a positive chapter in their relationship. According to the system, the bond value ranges from 0 to 60, reflecting the closeness between humans and mythical beasts. Su Chen noticed that although Tu Shan Ye often says one thing but means another, a bond value of 60 is equivalent to a romantic relationship. In contrast, Qinghuan appeared more straightforward. She took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. Su Chen, do you remember what I said before? I've never had a name. She paused, a trace of sadness in her eyes, but quickly regained her composure and continued. Now that I'm your contracted mythical beast, I hope you can give me a name. Su Chen fell into thought. It did feel awkward to keep calling her Qinghuan. He recalled that mythical beasts in the Divine Era series had designated name slots in the system interface, and Tu Shan yet even chose a human name, Lin Yuer. After a moment, Su Chen spoke. Qinglu, how about this name? Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, softly repeating, Qinglu? Su Chen explained, Qing as in the color of your feathers. Lu is part of Miss Yang Luer's name. I hope you can carry on her name and live well. Qinghuan's gaze became deep, repeatedly whispering her new name. Meanwhile, the system notification sounded. Qinglu's bond value has changed. 3,040. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone mythical beast naming. You have earned 40 achievement points. Su Chen glanced at the system interface, and sure enough, the name slot now read Qinglu. Qinglu gratefully said, Thank you, Su Chen. I really like this name. A warm feeling surged in her heart, and the budding wish to inherit and carry forward her friend's name was fulfilled. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. As long as you like it. At that moment, Qinglu's face suddenly flushed with a shy blush, and she quietly mumbled, Su Chen, could it be that I also? The last few words stuck in her throat. Her gaze flitted between Su Chen and the business bed, her hands constantly intertwining to hide her nervousness. Her intentions were clear without needing further words. Su Chen's lips curled into a subtle, meaningful smile. If Xiao Li Mao was like an intellectual student and Tu Shan Ye like a youthful girl, then Qinglu was more akin to a mature and alluring ice queen. Her every move exuded an irresistible charm, making one hesitant to approach, yet stirring imagination. Faced with Qinglu's straightforward hint, how could Su Chen ignore it? He said meaningfully, Let me put it this way. Ye will definitely be grateful to you then. After safely escorting Su Chen to Yeqing, Xiao Limo made a brief stop to give him some instructions. Her tone carried a hint of reluctance, but duty called her back to the first battle zone to handle unfinished matters. Watching Xiao Limo's departing figure, Su Chen felt an indescribable gratitude swell within him. He vowed to repay this kindness and deep friendship with actions in the future. Standing alone in the vast villa, Su Chen did not dare to overstep any bounds. Out of respect for his mentor, he decided to find a simple hotel to spend the night. He thought this would also be fair to Tu Shan Ye and Qinglu, avoiding unnecessary misunderstandings. The next day, as Su Chen stepped into the Beastmaster Association, a stir immediately erupted. People around turned to look and whispered to each other. Look, it's Su Chen. He's actually alive. What about the nine-tailed fox? Could it have died during the mission? I bet he's here to cancel the mission. Those are 2 second-tier level and 1 level tasks. Facing these skeptical glances and murmurs, Su Chen simply smiled calmly and walked straight to the task hall. He effortlessly placed a 500-kilogram scorpion tail and the completed task sheets on the counter. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. When Su Chen began to collect his rewards and verify his identity, the device showed he had reached the second stage of the second tier, prompting a wave of astonishment. That's impossible. Wasn't he just at the first stage of the second tier during the college entrance exam? No wonder he easily defeated young Master Yang. He must have been hiding his strength. The discussions rose and fell, with some doubting and others beginning to acknowledge Su Chen's abilities. However, amidst all the chatter, Su Chen quietly completed the task handover, thinking to himself, You all must be really bored to keep talking about others every day. Su Chen was about to leave the mission hall when he was drawn in by the lively discussion of a team of Beastmasters. They were eagerly debating what kind of achievements Su Chen might attain in the Beastmaster realm. Lin, Zhang, where do you think Su Chen will rank if he challenges the Beastmaster realm? One team member asked excitedly. Once he breaks through to the 10th level of the second tier, He might make it into the top 10 in the entire Dragon Nation, another speculated. Don't kid yourself, Lin chuckled, shaking his head. He's only at the second level, second tier right now. Why would he go looking for trouble? It'd be a huge disadvantage. I'm talking about the national ranking, the first person emphasized. Zhang thought for a moment. National ranking? Let's wait until he reaches the 10th level of the second tier. He might have a shot at the list, but breaking into the top 10 seems unlikely. He's got a big age disadvantage. Exactly, someone said indignantly. Those older guys, with their talents, still linger at the second tier in their 40s and 50s, just to climb the rankings. It makes it hard for us to know where we stand among our own age group. It's infuriating. Totally, another agreed. It should be ranked by age, not level. The current system is just unfair to younger folks. Listening to their conversation, Su Chen pondered to himself. The Beastmaster realm? That wasn't a new term to him. He'd heard of it back in high school. But at the time, without a system, he only wanted to take it easy, and his understanding of the Beastmaster realm was superficial at best. Although the system could accurately measure the physical and magical prowess of contracted beasts, and the college entrance exam could calculate a beast's overall strength score, actual combat results were influenced by various factors. Physical and magical power weren't the sole determinants. Beasts with lower scores could defeat higher scoring opponents. Instances of the weak defeating the strong were common in the world of Beastmasters. An idea struck Su Chen. Maybe I can use the Beastmaster realm to test the capabilities of Tu Shan Yi and Xing Lu. He pulled out his phone and started searching for information about the Beastmaster realm. Every city center has a Beastmaster realm, with rankings at the city, national, and global levels. The Beastmaster realm is divided into 4 challenge tiers, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, corresponding to the Beastmaster levels. Beastmasters of the 6th tier and above, due to their rarity and unique beast mastery philosophies, don't need the Beastmaster realm to validate their strength. Similarly, first-tier Beastmasters are excluded since that stage is just the beginning, and testing is not very meaningful. These rankings display only the top 100, recording all achievements since the Beastmaster realm's inception. Hence, ordinary people rarely aim to get on the list. The challenge method of the Beastmaster realm is similar to a fully immersive online game, requiring one's mental consciousness to be uploaded to the platform to enter a virtual world for testing. Apart from possibly enduring some hunger, this test poses almost no physical burden. Many Beastmasters have undergone testing in the Beastmaster realm. Based on their test performance, they understand what level of beasts they can handle and then accept suitable missions in the mission hall, greatly reducing the likelihood of unexpected incidents. Consequently, the Beastmaster realm is recognized as the most authoritative Beastmaster strength assessment platform and has become a point of pride and competition among many Beastmasters. Su Chen stood at the entrance of the Beastmaster Association, his eyes fixed on his phone's navigation. To his surprise, he discovered that the Beast realm was right across from the association. Quickly crossing the plaza, he was greeted by the sight of a 100-meter platinum-colored technological tower. The tower tapered upwards, with no windows or markings, only a silver-white light screen surrounding it. So this is the Beast realm. Su Chen mused to himself. With a name like this, Beast Tower might be more fitting. He sighed, realizing that even after 2.5 years, the facilities in Yi City still felt unfamiliar to him, as if he had stepped into a fake, alternate world. The tower had 8 entrances, each guarded by personnel in association uniforms, responsible for collecting fees and maintaining order. Su Chen learned that each challenge required a payment of 500 credit points. While not exorbitant, it wasn't cheap either, given the high cost of maintaining such a massive technological tower. If it were free, Beast Masters might practically live there. After completing identity verification and paying the fee, Su Chen entered the second phase testing area. It was university vacation time, and the place was packed, with the best spots long taken. He had to settle for a spot in the middle, put on the mental link sensor, and adjusted his state in preparation for the test. Suddenly, an unfamiliar broadcast voice echoed in his mind. Dear second-tier Beastmaster, welcome to the Beast realm for your strength test. Establishing mental link. Link complete. The system continued. Detected as your first challenge, please choose a nickname for ranking purposes. A flash of light appeared before Su Chen, revealing a game-like naming window and a soft keyboard. He tried entering number 1, but the system indicated it was already taken. Frustrated, he attempted Yi City Donnie only to find it was also in use. This world has someone named Donnie too. Su Chen muttered with a frown. Faced with a 5-character limit and the prohibition of special symbols, he was at a loss. Over the years, all the good and interesting names must have been snapped up. In the end, with no other option, Su Chen decided to name himself after his contracted mythical beast. The username Fox and Bluebird flashed across the system, followed by a crisp notification sound. Ding. Registration successful. In the virtual space, a commanding voice announced, Fox and Bluebird, your challenge will begin in 1 minute. Please summon your contracted beasts and prepare for the challenge. Su Chen remained calm, and with a wave of his hand, two graceful figures materialized beside him, Su Chen and Qinglu. They stood elegantly, exuding a mesmerizing charm, as if they had stepped out of a painting. Such a scene is likely the dream of many. Su Chen had rested well in recent days and was full of energy, even teasing Su Chen with a slightly suggestive joke. In contrast, Qinglu resumed her usual aloof demeanor, like a majestic iceberg radiating an aura of awe. Determined to make her debut battle flawless, she was set on showcasing her true strength. In the blink of an eye, the minute passed. The broadcast sounded again, currently challenging the first level, defeat the virtual beasts. No sooner had the words been spoken than a hyena beast, sequence number 995, appeared, launching a swift attack on Su Chen, leaving little time to react. Such a sudden assault might defeat many novice beastmasters instantly. Was this deliberately designed? However, Su Chen's contracted beasts were no ordinary creatures. As the hyena beast lunged, a blazing foxfire shot out like a meteor, striking the hyena beast precisely. Instantly, it disintegrated into data remnants, twinkling like stars in the air. Yet, just 3 seconds later, the data remnants reassembled into two hyena beasts, attacking Su Chen once more. This time, Qinglu swiftly unleashed her wind blades, effortlessly taking them down. The challenges steadily escalated. 3 hyena beasts appeared in the 3rd round, 4 in the 4th, until 5 were vanquished in the 5th round. Only then did the broadcast announce, "Ding! Congratulations on completing the 1st level challenge. The 2nd level challenge will commence in 10 minutes. Please prepare." Upon hearing this, Su Chen beamed triumphantly at Qinglu, silently declaring her victory. Qinglu sighed slightly, a hint of reluctance flashing across her face. Su Chen watched in surprise. Had their relationship grown so close? It was like a friendly competition between best friends, neither willing to concede. He mused to himself, "This isn't bad. A bit of competition can drive each other to improve." However, Su Chen was unaware that Su Chen and Qinglu had made a bet in the beast realm. Whoever defeated fewer beasts would have to take care of Su Chen every night for the next week and convince him not to bother the winner. Who would dare lose, seeking a week of peaceful sleep? Currently, after the 1st level, the score stood at 10-5 in Ye's favor. Clearly, Ye's mastery of Foxfire surpassed Qinglu's handling of wind blades. After all, Foxfire was a skill Ye had honed since childhood, whereas Qinglu had only recently learned wind blades and needed more practice. Of course, if other beastmasters knew about their little wager, they would be utterly stunned. In the realm of beastmasters, everyone is focused on testing their strength, giving their all in every battle while considering how to conserve energy and beast power. Yet here they were, competing over who could slay more beasts? Unbelievable. But then again, given that they weren't human, such thinking might not be so surprising. Time ticked by relentlessly. Half a day flew by in the blink of an eye, and Su Chen finally reached the 8th level. The rest period between each level increased progressively, from an initial 10 minutes to a full hour, which was the main reason for the lengthy process. For Su Chen, defeating these virtual beasts was a breeze, almost instantaneous. However, not all beastmasters could handle it so easily. Ordinary challengers often had to battle for hours or even an entire day to clear a level, and without sufficient rest, they could quickly face defeat. As Tu Shan and Qinglu finished off all the virtual beasts on the 8th level, the protective barrier of the beastmaster's realm suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light. This phenomenon immediately caught the attention of everyone in the central square and across the street at the Beastmaster Association. Beastmasters stopped their tasks, stunned, and turned their gazes towards the Beastmaster's realm. Golden light. Did someone just break one of the top 3 records in Yi City? Oh my, I didn't know the white barrier outside the Beastmaster's realm could change color. I've been in Yi City for 20 years, and this is the first time I've seen anything like this. The top records in Yi City are so high. No one has managed to break them for ages. Who could be that powerful? The news spread like wildfire, from 10 people to 100, then 1,000. Soon, a massive crowd surged towards the central square's Beastmaster's realm, eager to check the latest rankings. When people got a clear look at the leaderboard, they were utterly stunned. Nickname: Fox and Bluebird. Cleared levels: Tier 2, Level 8, currently challenging Level 9. Challenge duration: 2 minutes 30 seconds excluding waiting time. Yi City ranking: 3rd place. National ranking: not listed. World ranking: not listed. 2 minutes and 30 seconds? What does that even mean? Is the Beastmaster's realm malfunctioning? It's not a malfunction. If each virtual beast was instantly defeated upon summoning, it's possible to achieve this time. I saw a prodigy dominate the leaderboard in Beijing years ago. It was just this fast. Who is this expert? I've never heard of them before. Could it be their first challenge? The crowd grew larger, and discussions buzzed incessantly. After more than 2 decades, one of Yi City's top 3 records was finally shattered. After an hour of rest, the challenge for the 9th level officially commenced. This time, the situation was vastly different from the previous 8 levels. 50 virtual beasts were summoned at once, all at the second tier, 10th stage, with serial numbers ranging from 200 to 300, representing a wide variety of species. As soon as these virtual beasts appeared, they launched a ferocious attack on Su Chen like a pack of hungry wolves. Faced with such a scenario, Su Chen couldn't help but acknowledge that what initially seemed like a long wait of an hour was indeed necessary. Despite their impressive strength, Tushan Ye and Qing Lu found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of virtual beasts they faced. The Beast Mastery Realm simulates a realistic wild environment where the primary targets for these beasts are the Beast Masters themselves, rather than just their contracted beasts. Adding to the challenge was the presence of friendly fire, meaning wide-range skills could inadvertently harm allies. The two young women were forced to split their focus between defeating enemies and protecting Su Chen. Though they voiced playful complaints, their instinctive actions to shield him revealed their endearing nature. 10 minutes later, Tushan Ye defeated the last virtual beast on the 9th level. The golden glow transformed into a dazzling rainbow hue. Holy crap! A rainbow glow. This is the top of Yecheng's leaderboard. The national rankings are out, and we're 99th. Someone from Yecheng finally made it. The 9th level is the threshold for national rankings. Facing 50 beasts at once requires hundreds of practice runs. How did he manage it in just 10 minutes? Has anyone even heard of this guy before? Is he planning to challenge the 10th level? No way. Those who break through the 10th level have all undergone countless practice sessions. The crowd watched the leaderboard with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the feat. The Beast Mastery Realm consists of 11 levels. The first 8 are for training, the 9th and 10th are challenge levels, and the 11th is an endless challenge. Starting from the 9th level, all beasts appear simultaneously, significantly increasing the difficulty. Passing this level means entering the national top 100. Upon reaching the 10th level in the second tier, beasts of the third tier or higher appear. This marks a qualitative leap, as these virtual beasts take on human-like intelligence. Facing 50 of such entities poses an exponentially greater challenge for a second-tier beast master. None of the top 35 national prodigies had cleared the 10th level. Clearing it would guarantee a rank within the top 35. This is absolutely insane, someone exclaimed, expressing the bewilderment shared by everyone. In the midst of the buzzing discussions, time quietly slipped away. An hour and a half passed by quickly, leaving everyone in shock, their minds reeling. After deducting an hour for rest, someone had managed to persist on the 10th level for over half an hour. This was an unprecedented feat. Someone in the crowd whispered in awe. Are they really going to clear the 10th level? Are we about to witness history? As everyone was lost in thought, a deep and resonant bell suddenly echoed across the sky. The dong 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 sound was like a thundering herd, deafening and reaching up to the clouds, audible to nearly everyone in Yecheng. For a moment, all breaths were held, eyes fixed on the colorful screen. On the screen, the ranking information finally began to change slowly. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to each character as it shifted. Nickname: Fox and Bluebird. Cleared levels: second tier, 10th level, currently challenging the 11th level. Challenge time: 32 minutes and 52 seconds excluding waiting time. Yecheng ranking: first. National ranking: 15th. World ranking: 100th. World ranking 100? Someone exclaimed, wow. How long has this sword god of 10 Mile Slope been holding back? I've never heard of this person before, and now they're suddenly topping the charts, another person said in disbelief. Someone was so excited they knelt on the ground, shouting, my mom asked why I'm kneeling in front of the leaderboard, but I want to stand too. This really raises the prestige of our dragon country. Finally, someone from Yecheng is in the world rankings again, huh? An observant spectator pointed out, you're all just looking at the ranking. Didn't you see how quickly they cleared the level? They finished the 10th level in just half an hour. Dragon country rocks. Yecheng rocks. Fox and Bluebird rocks. Cheers erupted one after another. As time went on, people's focus shifted from Su Chen's skills to his identity. Based on the nickname Fox and Bluebird, many imagined a figure, a middle-aged beast master, wearing a bamboo hat, living in seclusion in the wilderness, accompanied daily by a fox and a bluebird. Why did they think he was a middle-aged beast master? The reason was simple. In this world, beast masters who aimed to top the charts without leveling up would often consume natural treasures to enhance their demon power for decades. In other words, as long as they had a constant supply of resources, the longer they lived, the higher their demon power would be. According to the rules of this world, as long as the demon power was strong enough, even a first-tier beast master could contract a 10th-tier beast. The key factors determining the number and strength of beast contracts were not the beast master's level, but the demon power. Leveling up not only increased demon power, but did so more significantly than merely consuming natural treasures. Additionally, the higher the beast's demon power, the stronger it was. Hence, the saying that only high-tier beast masters could contract powerful beasts. Those who could challenge the second-tier levels could only reach a maximum level of second-tier 10 stages. Thus, someone capable of contracting such powerful beasts must have accumulated demon power over many years, likely being at least in their 40s or 50s, perhaps nearing the twilight of life, with one foot almost in the grave. In the first district, within the seventh private room of a tea house, a subtle fragrance of tea permeated the air. Xia Lime sat gracefully on an exquisite rosewood chair, quietly listening to the man across from her who was engrossed in his lengthy monologue. Her gaze occasionally drifted out the window, a faint, helpless smile on her face. The tea before her had long since grown cold, and she fiddled with her phone in boredom, chatting with her best friend to distract herself. This so-called urgent mission was, in fact, a meticulously arranged matchmaking session. In this world, high-ranking female beast tamers were as rare as precious gems. Among beast tamers ranked 5 and above, the gender ratio was severely imbalanced, with only 2 women for every 8 men. The importance of bloodlines further fueled the demand, making high-ranking female beast tamers like Xia Li Mei highly sought after. At 25, Xia Li Mei was already several years past the average childbearing age for women in this world. With her parents deceased and no relatives to rely on, settling down sooner rather than later seemed prudent. Sitting across from her was Li Ruoji, the eldest son of the Li family in Yanjing, with slick-back hair. He belonged to the 7th district and, at just 25, was already a 4th-tier, second-stage beast tamer, and still unmarried. Li Ruoji and Xia Li Mei were college classmates, and he had been ardently pursuing her since then. Apart from being slightly less powerful, he was otherwise an ideal match. The 1st and 7th districts, aware of this, were eager to facilitate the union, thus orchestrating this mission. Molly, is something wrong? You seem distracted, Li Ruoji asked with concern, his eyes showing a hint of worry. Xia Li Mei snapped out of her daze and quickly explained, No, it's nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night. Ah, I see, Li Ruoji said, his eyes lighting up as he pulled out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket. I happen to have a chi-replenishing pill here. It can restore your energy. Take it. Clearly, Li Ruoji hadn't realized that Xia Li Mei had no interest in him. Otherwise, how could he have pursued her for 7 years without any progress? His family's backing gave him confidence, convinced that Xia Li Mei's reluctance was due to her strong personality and not a lack of interest. Xia Li Mei's lips twitched slightly, and she politely declined. No, it's fine. I'll just rest a bit when I get home. However, Li Ruoji, undeterred, insisted warmly. No worries, just take it. A chi-replenishing pill isn't worth much. With that, he offered the pill to Xia Li Mei, his eyes full of expectation. Xia Li Mei looked at him with a hint of irritation and felt a wave of aversion. She really didn't want to get entangled with Li Ruoji any further, and she refused once more. I really don't need it. Just take it. It's all right. Li Ruoji continued to persuade. Seeing you so listless, I can't help but feel concerned. It's really okay. Xia Li Mei's tone carried a hint of impatience. Just as their stalemate continued, Xia Li Mei's phone on the table vibrated, lighting up with several messages from her friend. Molly, did you see the news just now? Over in Yi City, a second-tier beast tamer entered the world rankings at 100th place in the beast realm, and it only took them a little over half an hour to clear the 10th level. Their nickname is Fox and Bluebird, and they're currently challenging the 11th level. I remember you were on a mission in Yi City recently. Do you have any idea who this might be? Seeing this message, Xia Li Mei instinctively wanted to put her phone away, but quickly realized something was off. Her eyes widened as a thought flashed through her mind. Fox and Bluebird? Could it be referring to the nine-tailed fox, and Qingluan? And in Yi City, of all places? The world rankings. No way. Is Su Chen's power really that extraordinary? I need to check this out. With that thought, Xia Li Mei abruptly stood up and apologized to Li Ruoji. Sorry, Li Ruoji. I've received an urgent mission and need to head back to Yi City. Li Ruoji looked bewildered. Didn't you just come back from Yi City? You have to go again. Xia Li Mei nodded, her tone firm. Yes, it's a 5-star urgent mission this time. Let's chat another time. With that, Xia Li Mei swiftly left the private room, heading quickly toward the teleportation array. As she walked, she requested permission from her superiors to use the teleportation method, her mind buzzing with curiosity about the mysterious beast tamer. Soon, she was once again on her way back to Yi City, eager to unravel this intriguing mystery. At this moment, Su Chen was fixated on the countdown for the waiting time in the beast-taming realm, feeling a sense of helplessness. He initially thought he'd be waiting for an hour at most, but it turned out to be a torturous 3-hour wait. In this virtual space, isolated from reality, he couldn't use his phone to pass the time and could only sit idly, listening to Tu Shan Ye and Qing Lu arguing heatedly over their competition. I killed 151 virtual beasts. You only got 149, so I win this time. Tu Shan Ye declared with an undeniable tone of victory. Nonsense. I killed 151, don't cheat. Qing Lu retorted stubbornly. You remembered wrong. No, you did. Seeing the tension between the two, Su Chen shook his head helplessly and interjected. Why not just call it a tie? It's such a simple thing. Besides, there's another competition later. What's the point of arguing so much? Upon hearing this, both Tu Shanye and Qing Lu huffed, crossed their arms, and turned away, their faces full of reluctance and dissatisfaction. Watching this, Su Chen couldn't help but muse to himself. Is this what they call a plastic friendship? How peculiar. However, the peace was short-lived as they soon launched into another round of debate. Little bird, I'm only at the 6th stage of the 2nd tier, and you're already at the 9th. Even if we call it a tie based on Su Chen's suggestion, my lower level means I should win. Tu Shanye argued logically. We're only comparing kills, level doesn't matter. Qing Lu immediately countered. Besides, how long have you been learning Foxfire? I've only been learning Windblade for a few days. It's not my fault you didn't use Sonic Boom. Well, I don't care. Tu Shanye insisted stubbornly. I've been taking care of Su Chen for the past 2 days, tonight you. Halfway through her sentence, Qing Lu realized she had slipped up. She quickly covered her mouth, glancing at Su Chen with a hint of panic in her eyes. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, but then understood. He had become their wager. Realizing this, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. He stood up, walked over to the two women, and said teasingly, "Ladies, do me a favor and let's call it a tie as I suggested, all right? No more arguing." Seeing that Su Chen didn't seem to delve deeper into the matter, both Tu Shanye and Qing Lu felt a sense of relief and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, they were unprepared for Su Chen's next words, which nearly made them choke. With a calm demeanor, Su Chen said, "Since the competition ended in a tie, in a way, both of you lost. Since that's settled, I'll take on a bit more responsibility today." Huh? No, that's not what we meant. The two hastily explained, their faces full of embarrassment and awkwardness. But Su Chen didn't give them a chance to defend themselves, smiling as he lightly patted their shoulders, teasing, "Don't worry. You don't have to worry about my stamina. I can handle this little issue just fine." At this, both girls were left speechless and flustered, unsure how to respond to the sudden turn of events. In the midst of their bickering and Su Chen's teasing, 3 hours flew by. The 11th level challenge finally began, bringing an end to this amusing episode. The challenge difficulty of Endless Mode was beyond imagination. Even formidable divine beasts like Tu Shanye and Qing Lu showed signs of fatigue after battling through over a dozen rounds. Their eyes betrayed a sense of weary disappointment, devoid of fighting spirit, largely due to Su Chen's previous remarks. Observing this, Su Chen decisively abandoned the idea of continuing the challenge. He recalled the 13th round when the Beast Realm summoned the 90th Divine Sequence Beast, the sky-devouring Tajera powerful beast that had already taken shape and reached the 3rd tier, 8th stage. However, under the fierce assault of Tu Shanye and Qing Lu, the mighty beast couldn't last even half a minute before being easily defeated. This realization made Su Chen understand that even divine beasts around the 3rd tier, 10th stage might not be a match for them. He felt he had grasped their capabilities enough virtually invincible within the 3rd tier. There was no point in attempting to challenge 4th tier beasts, as it would be futile. Thus, Su Chen decisively chose to exit the test and return to the real world. By this time, he was already starving, having missed both lunch and dinner. As he exited the Beast Realm, a brilliant burst of colorful light suddenly pierced through the night sky over Yecheng. A name became indelibly etched in everyone's minds. Nickname, Fox and Bluebird. Cleared level, 2nd tier, 11th layer, 18th round. Challenge duration, 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 20 seconds excluding wait time. Yecheng ranking, 1st. National ranking, 10th. World ranking, 50th. This astonishing achievement caused a sensation in Yecheng and throughout the entire Dragon Nation. Countless exceptional beastmasters were left in awe, and high-ranking officials from various regions rushed to Yecheng, eager to meet this previously unknown yet incredibly talented prodigy. At this moment, Su Chen had just removed his mental link headset and stretched with a great sense of relief. Glancing at the time, he saw it was already past 10 at night. "I'm exhausted. Didn't they say there wouldn't be anything besides hunger? I really don't get how those people managed to fight for 2 or 3 days straight." Su Chen muttered, rubbing his stomach and complaining. However, as he stood up, the scene before him left him dumbfounded. The entire 2nd-tier testing area was packed with all sorts of people. Even the staff from the Beastmasters Association were present, checking each position as if searching for someone important. Su Chen was momentarily bewildered, wondering to himself, could it be that some fugitive has escaped here? Just then, a familiar voice called out to him, "Su Chen, I knew you'd be here." Startled, Su Chen turned around to see teacher Xia Lima walking toward him. Today, she looked quite different from usual. Dressed in an elegant light purple gown, her hair was styled in an elaborate updo, and she wore exquisite high heels with light makeup. She appeared radiant and strikingly beautiful, several times more so than usual. This meticulous appearance made Su Chen wonder if she was attending some important event. Su Chen stood frozen in place, completely bewildered by the scene before him. He blinked, making sure he wasn't seeing things, and only then did he snap out of it and ask, Teacher Xiao Lima? How come you're back so soon? I thought you wouldn't be back until early July. Xiao Lima smiled gently and explained, things went smoothly over there, so I managed to wrap everything up early. I just got back today and thought I'd come see you. She looked him over with concern. How are you? Tired? Hungry? Come on, let me take you out for a late-night snack. Su Chen nodded gratefully. Thank you, teacher. I am hungry. I've been at it all day. He felt secretly relieved, seeing Xiao Lima suddenly appear here. He had thought it was a major issue that even the Beastmaster Association couldn't handle, something that had alerted people from the first combat zone. Turns out she was just here to pick him up. What a dedicated teacher. Looking around at the bustling crowd, he asked in confusion, Teacher, what's going on? Why are there so many people? However, Xiao Lima didn't offer much explanation. She quickly grabbed Su Chen's arm and decisively left the beast realm, pulling him into a taxi on the roadside. As the door closed, the car immediately headed towards Xiao Lima's villa. In the car, Xiao Lima made a call to their favorite Kuan barbecue restaurant, instructing the owner to bring ingredients and tools for a barbecue in the villa's courtyard that evening. This series of actions left Su Chen even more puzzled. On the way, many people glanced at Su Chen but quickly looked away, shaking their heads. One person wearing a Beastmaster Association uniform watched the departing taxi thoughtfully and asked, was that Su Chen just now? Could he be the fox and the bluebird? After all, his contracted beast is a nine-tailed fox. This comment was immediately met with rebuttals from colleagues. What are you thinking? Su Chen just did an identity verification this morning, and he's only at level 2, stage 2. How could he possibly be in the national top 10? Did he jump to level 2, stage 10 in half a day? Exactly. He's only 18. Even if he grew up with rare resources, compared to those top-ranking veterans, he's just a kid. His demon power and combat experience are far behind. Just focus on investigating those at level 2, stage 10. Su Chen certainly has potential, but right now, he's still an unpolished gem. Time will tell how he turns out. The staff member nodded reluctantly. All right, I understand. He sighed. The Beast Realm was developed by the 8th Combat Zone, and they have the back-end access. Our association can't check the Beastmaster's information. We have to rely on the most basic methods to find clues. Thousands of people turned the realm of beast tamers upside down, yet they couldn't find any trace of the fox and the bluebird. Just as everyone was puzzled, a shocking guess flashed through their minds like lightning. The fox and the bluebird might have successfully contracted with the divine owl of sequence 25 from the Age of Gods. This mythical beast is renowned for its unique spatial abilities, capable of traversing several kilometers in an instant. Everyone suddenly understood why the fox and the bluebird could vanish so effortlessly from the realm of beast tamers without leaving a trace. The atmosphere on the scene immediately became complex, filled with both admiration for the duo's abilities and regret over the missed opportunity. Voices of disappointment echoed through the crowd. We waited for half a day and didn't even catch a glimpse of them. What a pity. Meanwhile, in a villa's living room, Xiao Lima clutched Su Chen's hand tightly, her eyes glistening with tears of excitement. Her voice trembled slightly with emotion. Su Chen, you're amazing. On the way there, she had confirmed through her phone that Su Chen was the mysterious fox and bluebird. Xiao Lima was astounded. Su Chen was only 18, had been a beast tamer for less than a month, and was already ranked in the top 10 nationwide. This ranking included all the prodigies since the realm of beast tamers was established 500 years ago, even those who had broken through to the 3rd rank or had passed away. No one in the world could achieve this. Xiao Lima murmured, as if reassuring herself that it wasn't a dream. Su Chen scratched his head, a shy smile on his face. I don't feel much pressure. It's all thanks to my teacher's guidance. Without it, I wouldn't be where I am now. So maybe I should just dedicate myself to them, he joked. Xiao Lima's cheeks turned red, and she playfully tapped Su Chen's shoulder, teasingly saying, what nonsense are you talking about? In terms of fundamentals, you've long surpassed the teacher by who knows how much. In my view, your talent could rank you at least in the top. Before she could finish her sentence, the doorbell rang sharply, breaking the tranquility of the living room. Xiao Lima was slightly puzzled. Besides Su Chen, she didn't have any other acquaintances in Yi City. If it were a superior, they would usually contact her by phone beforehand. I'll get the door, Xiao Lima said, her expression quickly returning to calm. However, her quick steps revealed her lingering excitement. When she opened the door and saw who was standing there, she froze as if struck by lightning. Standing at the villa's garden gate was her previous blind date Li Ruoji. Xiao Lima looked shocked and blurted out, why is it you? What are you doing here? Li Ruoji, accompanied by 2 third-rank beast tamers, arrived anxiously at Xiao Lima's villa. Taking a deep breath to calm his unease, he spoke. Molly, I asked around and found out there are no urgent tasks in Yi City recently. I was worried something might have happened to you, so I found out where you live. Before he could finish, Xiao Lima's expression darkened. Her previously cheerful mood, due to Su Chen's success, was quickly replaced by a hint of displeasure. Suppressing her anger, she forced a smile and replied as calmly as possible. I'm fine, just helping a friend with something. It's normal that the higher-ups don't know. It's all sorted out, and I'll be back tomorrow. Hearing this, Li Ruoji felt relieved, the weight on his heart lifting. He calculated that with the support of the 7th War Zone and the 1st War Zone's approval of their marriage, even minor setbacks could be smoothed over. After all, Xiao Limo's exceptional talent made her highly sought after, and the 1st War Zone often urged her to settle down. Xiao Limo glanced at her phone and, in a composed tone, suggested he leave. It's late, and I need to rest. There's a 5-star hotel a kilometer north. You can stay there tonight. Li Ruoji nodded in agreement, knowing that living together before marriage was indeed inappropriate. However, just as he turned to leave, his gaze was caught by a pair of men's sneakers at the door. The size was clearly larger than Xiao Limo's feet, indicating they weren't hers. A wave of suspicion arose in his mind, and he hesitantly asked, Molly, is there someone in your house? Xiao Limo answered candidly, Yes, my student. Is there a problem? Your student. Li Ruoji's face was full of doubt. When did you get a teaching certificate? Even if he's a student, why is he staying here at night? Is he your boyfriend? His words instantly ignited Xiao Limo's anger. She bit her lip, recalling the torment of being pestered by Li Ruoji during her university days. Despite his favorable qualities, making him quite appealing in the dating scene, his fatal flaw was his lack of awareness. Xiao Limo had repeatedly rejected his advances, making it clear she wasn't interested in a relationship, yet he persistently lingered around her dormitory, altering her roommate's perception of her and causing her great distress. To avoid Li Ruoji's persistent attention, Xiao Limao had to ask her contracted mythical beast, the Sky Eagle, to take her far away every day. This obsessed suitor turned her life into a game of hide and seek. Whenever Xiao Limao talked to any boy, the next day that boy would avoid her like the plague, not even daring to make eye contact. After graduating from university, Xiao Limao was accepted into the 1st Military District due to her outstanding performance as the top student at Yenjing University. However, Li Ruoji, who lacked the required skills, could not achieve the same and instead leveraged connections to enter the college entrance exam department of the 7th Military District. This coincidence forced Xiao Limao to continue dealing with his suffocating concern. Just when Xiao Limao thought distance might give her a breather, fate played another trick on her. Due to her age, the 1st Military District arranged for her to have a matchmaking meeting with Li Ruoji. When Li Ruoji suddenly appeared in front of her, Xiao Limao could no longer suppress her anger. Li Ruoji, I've told you countless times, I have no feelings for you. Xiao Limao's voice trembled with emotion. Do you know how exhausting it is for me to respond to your so-called greetings every day? I even have to set an alarm to remind myself to reply to you. Otherwise, your calls will keep harassing me. If you really like me, why make me suffer so much? Tears welled up in her eyes, and her cheeks flushed red with indignation. Li Ruoji was stunned by this sudden outburst, but his expression quickly shifted from shock to doubt and unease. Molly, this must be you speaking in anger, right? Li Ruoji hastily defended himself. I admit my visit tonight was a bit abrupt, but it's only because I'm so worried about you. Look at others, I wouldn't be here so late if. His words were cut off as he noticed a man appearing behind Xiao Limao Su Chen. Su Chen frowned, quickly assessing the situation. Without hesitation, he naturally wrapped an arm around Xiao Limao's slender waist, as if it were the most ordinary thing to do. Who are you? Su Chen asked coldly, his tone full of disdain. Don't you know Miss Xiao is my woman? Disturbing her at night, do you have no shame? Or do you have some peculiar hobby? Xiao Limao's face turned beet red. Su Chen's straightforward declaration that she was his woman stirred a complex mix of emotions within her, both shyness and a hint of delight. Strangely, she felt no aversion, only a sense of joy. Could it be that I really have feelings for Su Chen? This thought flashed through her mind. Li Ruoji was struck as if by lightning upon hearing those words, his eyes widening in shock before quickly turning to fury. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, and a fierce anger burned in his eyes. Xiao Lima was the woman he cherished, someone he had remained loyal to despite not yet being married. In his heart, her status was inviolable. The young man before him, who seemed not even 20, dared to brazenly embrace Xiao Lima and utter such crude remarks. Li Ruoji felt his dignity had been challenged like never before, and his fury erupted like a volcano. Die, he roared, demon arrow. A powerful demonic aura surged from within him, quickly forming a razor-sharp arrow that shot towards Su Chen with fierce momentum. Although Li Ruoji was somewhat impulsive, his natural talent was undeniable. His proficient execution of the high-difficulty skill, Demon Arrow, was a testament to his formidable strength. Xiao Lima seemed momentarily lost in Su Chen's irreverent words, not reacting immediately. Su Chen gently squeezed her waist, signaling for her to remain calm and let him handle the situation. Is that all? A fourth-tier beast master, and I thought you'd be stronger. Su Chen smirked, his expression full of disdain. His right arm remained firmly around Xiao Lima, while he snapped the fingers of his left hand lightly. Silent speech. In an instant, Time seemed to freeze, and the world was plunged into silence. Li Ruoji's demon arrow vanished the moment it touched Su Chen. Furthermore, Li Ruoji himself felt an irresistible suffocating force, his demonic energy completely sealed by an invisible power, rendering him unable to summon his beasts. What is going on? Li Ruoji's eyes widened in shock. Before he could gather his thoughts, Su Chen snapped his fingers again. Instantly, a massive arrow, several times larger than the one Li Ruoji had formed, appeared before Su Chen. With a gentle wave, the arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh, the sound of it slicing through the air echoed. The arrow flew straight towards Li Ruoji with incredible speed, striking his right shoulder with unerring accuracy. However, the gap between the fourth and second tier was too vast. Despite being a max-level demon arrow, it only inflicted a tearing wound on his shoulder, unable to penetrate further. Young master, are you alright? Two attendants rushed over, panic-stricken, their faces filled with concern. Li Ruoji gritted his teeth against the pain, ignoring his injury, and glared at Su Chen with eyes blazing with anger. You punk! How dare you lay a hand on me? Li Ruoji was furious, his eyes blazing as he glared at Su Chen. Su Chen, however, remained unflustered. He casually spread his hands, a calm smile on his face as he retorted. What? You think you can hit me, and I can't hit back? You. Li Ruoji was left speechless, his face turning from red to blue, and then to a deep shade of gray. Seeing this, Su Chen's lips curled slightly. He pointed with his chin toward the surveillance camera at the courtyard entrance, a hint of mockery in his voice. What? Need a little reminder from the security footage. Li Ruoji's expression turned even more sour. He understood Su Chen's implication all too well. Regardless of whether Su Chen provoked him first, it was undeniably Li Ruoji who made the first move. He had overlooked this fact in a moment of impulsiveness. Kid, let me be clear with you, you're finished. Li Ruoji snarled through gritted teeth, turning to leave with his two attendants. Yet Su Chen remained unfazed, casually stating, 1,000,000 credits for the reputation of a Tier 4 Beast Master. Quite a bargain, right? You? Li Ruoji was nearly exploding with anger. The implication was clear. Su Chen was blatantly threatening him to buy the surveillance footage for 1,000,000 credits. What do you mean, you? Su Chen continued to taunt. What? Isn't the reputation of a Tier 4 Beast Master worth 2,000,000 credits? With attendants like yours, you must have quite a status. How about this? Transfer 3,000,000 credits now, and he'll delete the footage on the spot. How about it? Before Li Ruoji could respond, Su Chen added, and the mental distress my teacher Xia has endured these years, isn't that worth 4,000,000 credits? Damn it, didn't you just say 1,000,000? How did it become 4,000,000? Li Ruoji finally erupted, his voice full of rage and unwillingness. Su Chen feigned surprise. What? When did I say 5,000,000? I clearly said 10,000,000 credits just now. Hurry up. If you don't transfer it, he'll upload it online immediately. His voice rose, a clear note of mockery in his tone. Damn. Li Ruoji reluctantly took out his phone. Give me your payment code. You better keep your word. That's more like it. Su Chen chuckled. Despite his impulsive actions, Li Ruoji, as the young master of a major family, had been well-educated and was not lacking in insight or judgment. After a moment of calm reflection, he understood that the situation was extremely unfavorable to him. Problems that can be solved with money aren't really problems. If Su Chen made that footage public, the punishment from the 7th battle zone, or even expulsion, would be minor compared to the potential damage to his family's business. Just a moment's hesitation cost him an extra 9,000,000 credits, his allowance for several months. Damn it, I got carried away and got caught. Li Ruoji was filled with regret and heartache, but it was too late. The most critical aspect was the mysterious skill Su Chen had just displayed. The ability to dispel magical arts, seal the beast space, and prevent beast summoning was the unique skill of the famous Murong family in Magic City, the Silent Speech. Li Ruoji pondered. The person before him was likely not a direct member of the Murong family, but probably had some special connection to them, suggesting his identity was far from ordinary. Otherwise, how could he have access to such advanced skills? And the size and power of that demonic arrow. Perhaps the family behind this person could be one of the top 10 beast master families in Longhua. Losing 10,000,000 credits and Xia Limei was indeed a substantial loss for Li Ruoji. But compared to possibly provoking such a powerful family, this was the best possible outcome. However, this enmity was now firmly established. Having his woman taken and being humiliated in person, Li Ruoji silently vowed that one day he would settle this score. With a smile on his face, Su Chen said to Xia Limo in a relaxed manner, Isn't it because I have you backing me, Teacher Xia? Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to do this. His tone was somewhat teasing, but there was a resolute gleam in his eyes. Xia Limo's brow furrowed slightly, her concern evident. She spoke softly, Su Chen, the power of the Li family in Yanjing is no less than that of the Yang family in Yeqing. By provoking them like this, what if? She didn't finish her sentence, but the seriousness of the situation was clear. Su Chen calculated silently. He knew that anyone joining the major war zones would have their background thoroughly investigated, similar to the political vetting in his previous life. Such investigations occurred annually. According to Xiao Limo, the last review was in late May, which at least confirmed that, apart from the past month, the Li family hadn't done anything outrageous. He continued to analyze. The Li family is large and influential, and they must be aware of the consequences. Moreover, the conflict with Li Ruojia happened right in front of Xiao Limo. If anything happened to him, the Li family would undoubtedly become a focal point of investigation. Therefore, the likelihood of them sending assassins was almost zero, though they might create some minor obstacles in other ways. Xiao Limo's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes glistening with tears. She said softly, "Su Chen, thank you. You've helped me make up my mind." At that moment, she felt both nervous and relieved. Standing up to Li Ruojia was a decision she couldn't have made without Su Chen. Su Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. "Teacher, you've helped me with the Yang family issue before. What I'm doing now is just a fraction of repaying that kindness. It's nothing." Saying this, he took out his phone and opened the online banking app. "By the way, teacher, this 10 million credit points is your compensation for the mental distress. I'm transferring it to you." Xiao Limo quickly waved her hand to refuse. "No need. I already have over 1 billion in savings. Keep those credit points to buy resources to enhance yourself." Su Chen's eyes were firm, his tone decisive. "No way. This is yours, not mine." Seeing Su Chen's resolute expression, Xiao Limo sighed inwardly. She knew Su Chen's character well. Once he made up his mind, it was hard to change it. Reluctantly, she fetched 2 large boxes from her beast space. The first box was filled with various rare resources, each one a precious treasure that even Su Chen's knowledge couldn't fully recognize. The second box was packed with second-tier beast crystals, probably numbering over 1,000. Su Chen was slightly surprised upon seeing the boxes and couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Xiao, what is this?" Xiao Limo smiled gently and explained, "These are resources distributed quarterly by the First War Zone, accumulated over the years. I didn't expect to have more and more left unused." She paused before continuing, "Let's not dwell on that. This compensation was something you helped me secure, so I can't just take it for free. I hardly use these materials anymore, so you should take them." Listening to Xiao Limo, Su Chen felt a surge of emotion. Looking at the boxes filled with precious resources, he realized that this was not just a material gift, but also a sign of Xiao Limo's trust and expectations of him. He was well aware of how precious these resources were to practitioners, yet he saw Xiao Lima generously giving them to him without hesitation. Su Chen was secretly amazed. So many. Then it dawned on him. No wonder everyone longs to enter the first battle zone. Naturally, the excellent ones enjoy more resources, which is only fair. Su Chen keenly sensed Xia Lima's reluctance to owe favors, so he accepted the generous gift. After all, it's indeed improper to have a teacher owe a student a favor. Besides, he truly needed these materials at the moment. Without further ado, he accepted all the materials one by one. A sly gleam appeared in Su Chen's eyes as he joked, "Thank you, wife." "Oh no, thank you, teacher." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Lima's face flushed crimson. She playfully punched Su Chen's chest with her small fist, saying, "You're impossible." Su Chen deftly dodged and suggested with a smile, "I smell barbecue. Teacher, shall we go for a late-night snack?" The night descended quietly, as dark as ink, with everything silent. This night was unusually calm, as if even the air was frozen, not daring to stir. Tu Shan Yeye and Qing Lu, filled with gratitude, kept calling out, "Sister Xiao Lima." The next day, after training ended, Su Chen went alone to the underground training room in the villa. He gazed at the chest full of heavenly materials and treasures in the beast space, swallowing hard. Since entering this world, he had never tasted such treasures. Today, he finally had the chance to experience them. He reached out and casually picked a palm-sized, ginseng-like item. The system immediately provided a prompt. Item, Snow Mountain Ginseng. 29-year rarity, S. Description, a heavenly material and treasure. Consuming it has a small chance of increasing physique by 0.1 within a year. So it's a probability increase. I thought consuming it would definitely enhance me. Su Chen murmured, somewhat disappointed. The knowledge about heavenly materials and treasures from high school classes flooded his mind. They are classified into ingestible, nurturing, and spiritual treasures. Snow Mountain Ginseng belongs to the ingestible category, and only one of the same kind can be consumed in a short period. One must wait until the body fully absorbs and converts the contained power before continuing to consume, or it may cause irreversible damage. Therefore, consuming heavenly materials and treasures requires careful pairing and rotation to maximize their value. While many Beastmaster families can afford a few such treasures, only the families of large forces can select thousands of them to enhance their children's bodies. Su Chen originally thought the more he ate, the stronger he would become. However, reality taught him that luck was the key. Shaking his head, he sighed at the unpredictability of life. Without further hesitation, Su Chen gripped the Snow Mountain Ginseng and took a bite. The taste, was truly unbearable. He frowned, chewing diligently, but couldn't mask the bitter and strange flavor. No wonder people say it's best to eat heavenly materials and treasures with regular food. The main reason is they're simply too hard to swallow. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for achieving the heavenly material and treasure accomplishment. There's still dirt on the snow mountain ginseng. Isn't the host afraid of catching parasites by eating it like this? Achievement points awarded, 50 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 2,400 achievement points. Skill awarded, crisis perception. Crisis perception can sense all danger factors within 50 meters. Second level effect. Su Chen was secretly delighted. This unexpected surprise came just at the right time. He quietly felt the new ability, eager for it to prove useful in future adventures. Don't be so harsh, system sister. Su Chen muttered, clenching his fist. He had just swallowed a snow mountain ginseng, but felt no change, and his physique value remained unchanged. Looking again at the remaining snow mountain ginseng in his beast space, Su Chen felt a strange sensation, like the nausea after finishing one cup of instant noodles and seeing a second one. He sighed. Maybe this is what they call energy saturation. Oh well, better rely on system sister to boost me. Natural treasures are just too slow. Just then, the system chimed in. Ding. Detected 0.1 physique value energy in the host's body that hasn't been activated. Consume 100 achievement points to perfectly refine 1 point of unactivated physique or demon power value. What? Su Chen was momentarily stunned, a look of surprise crossing his face. Could such a good thing really exist? He was secretly delighted and quickly took out several natural treasures that increased physique value from the beast's space, gulping them all down to make up 1 point of physique value. System, activate the remaining energy in my body. Su Chen said eagerly. Ding. Consumed 100 achievement points, successfully converted 1.0 physique value. As the system notification sounded, a powerful force surged through Su Chen's body, washing away the previous feeling of fullness like a rushing torrent. The nausea at the sight of natural treasures vanished, replaced by a craving for more. Amazing, system sister. Keep going. Su Chen eagerly continued to consume the natural treasures. Luckily, Xiao Lima was busy training Tu Shan Ye and Qing Lu at the time, or she might have doubted her senses seeing this. Over the following month, Su Chen and Xiao Lima trained together in the villa courtyard. Although nightlife became mundane, Qing Lu's bond value increased to 50, while Tu Shan Ye reached 65. The training was not only for Su Chen, but also for Tu Shan Ye and Qing Lu. With Xiao Lima's beast as a sparring partner, Su Chen's progress was rapid, reaching second stage, level 8. Name, Su Chen. Level, second stage, level 8. Physique, 42.642.6. Demon power, 68.875.5. Skills, Beast Mastery, Forced Contract, Insight, Indestructible Body, Martial Arts, Demon Arrow, Beast Master's Secret Training Method, Volume 1, Appraisal, Crisis Perception. Achievement points, 502,400. Contracted Beasts, Nine-Tailed Fox, Qingwan. Remaining free attribute points, 18. Tu Shan Ye also broke through to second stage, level 8, while Qing Lu reached second stage, level 10, just a step away from third stage, level 1. With one more perfect refinement of a third stage beast core, she could break through. Xiao Lima watched Su Chen's growth with astonishment. She never imagined that a human could achieve such rapid progress. Su Chen managed to advance from stage 2 level 2 to stage 2 level 8 in just a month, and his foundation was incredibly solid. Such talent was extraordinary. Even with an unlimited supply of beast crystal cores, it was hard to fathom making such significant strides in such a short time. Xiao Limu couldn't help but recall Su Chen's level before he took the college entrance exam back then. He was only at stage 1 level 2. Now, in just 2 short months, he had ascended to stage 2 level 8, leaping 16 levels in total. This pace of progress left her utterly astonished, making her feel as if her own talent was nothing compared to his. Although Tu Shan Ye and Qing Lu were also advancing quickly, for beasts, as long as they had enough crystal cores and battle experience, their upgrade speed would naturally increase. However, hearing that a human could surpass the breakthrough speed of contracted beasts was unprecedented. Originally, Xiao Limu thought it might take Su Chen a year or 2 to reach stage 3, but at this rate, he might break through by the end of the month. Despite her shock, Xiao Limu decided to address the main issue first. She began, somewhat sheepishly. Su Chen, there's something I'd like to ask of you. Of course, this isn't official business. It's personal, and there's no obligation. What's up, wifey teacher? If it's something I can do, I definitely will. Su Chen replied playfully. Hearing this, Xiao Limu gently tapped Su Chen on the head, playfully scolding. You rascal, always so cheeky. For the past half-month, Su Chen had been deliberately mixing up calling her teacher and wifey, clearly teasing her. Yet, her tone carried no hint of reproach, instead bearing a subtle affection. Xia Limu even daydreamed about what life would be like if she married Su Chen, spending their days training in the courtyard, growing stronger, battling far and wide, growing old together. No, a teacher shouldn't have such fantasies about her student. She quickly snapped back to reality, paused, and then continued. Su Chen, you know about the university orientation training, right? Su Chen nodded. I've heard a bit about it. Why do you ask? Xiao Limu adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and retrieved a training promotional poster from her beast space, explaining. In this world, beast masters are highly revered. The orientation training is meant to assess the progress beast masters have made over the break and to help them better adapt to future battles. Similar to the college entrance exam, students from various universities are placed in different trial zones prepared by the 7th War Zone to survive for half a month. She went on. During the training, there will be high-level beast masters on standby, so it's much safer than the college entrance exam. Plus, the rewards are very generous. Completing the training earns you a 200,000 credit stipend, with additional rewards based on ranking, similar to a scholarship. Finally, Xiao Limu revealed her request. My friend Yun Yao is part of the 7th War Zone and is in charge of the orientation training for the third-year students at Yenjing University in 3 days. She wants to invite you to join their training as well. Would you be interested? Hearing this, Su Chen was taken aback, a slight frown appearing on his face. He had already joined the First War Zone, so why did he need to attend the orientation training? Xiao Limo noticed his confusion and offered a gentle smile as she explained. Yun Yao has been complaining to me these past few days. The third-year students at Yenjing University are quite arrogant due to their talents and are difficult to manage. She hopes you can participate in the training to show these self-important students what true exceptional talent looks like and help them recognize their own abilities. Su Chen thoughtfully stroked his chin. Over the past month, his strength had indeed improved significantly, yet his achievement points had stagnated. Participating in the training, competing with third-year students, and hunting beasts might bring unexpected gains. Ms. Xia, he asked, looking up, I'm not a student at Yenjing University. Will it be a problem for me to join the training? Xiao Limo playfully winked her left eye and replied with a smile, Don't worry. The training isn't limited to beast tamers. As long as your background is clean, the 7th War Zone welcomes more participants, making the competition even more intense. Hearing this, Su Chen's doubts disappeared. He joked, since she's your best friend, she's naturally my best friend too. I'll definitely help out. Xiao Limo put her hands on her hips and playfully scolded him. Don't be so cheeky. Make sure you don't speak carelessly in front of Yun Yao. Su Chen continued to tease. All right. So as long as it's not in front of your best friend, I can say whatever I want. Xiao Limo's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted. I never said that. Don't twist my words. The next morning, before sunrise, Su Chen and Xiao Limo hurried to the armored vehicle station. There was only one bus from Yeqing to Yenjing, departing promptly at 6 and arriving by 9 in the evening. Throughout the journey, Su Chen mused to himself. According to novel tropes, there should be a beast attack, a robbery, or a treasure discovery during the trip. Could it be that even with a system, I'm not the protagonist? Though there were no unusual encounters, the hotel they checked into that night had excellent soundproofing, much to Su Chen's delight. After a month of restraint, he could finally let loose a little. A system notification soon appeared. The bond value with the nine-tailed fox, Tu Shanyaya, has changed from 65 to 70. The bond value with the azure luan, Qing Lu, has changed from 50 to 60. Su Chen couldn't help but remark, these two beasts are certainly all talk and no action. On the morning of August 1st, various universities for beast tamers began their academic year. The campus was filled with a vibrant and lively atmosphere, with students gathering in groups, their laughter and youthful energy visible everywhere. Su Chen and Xiao Limo arrived punctually at the gates of Yenjing University, their attention involuntarily drawn to a stunning woman walking towards them. She was tall with alluring features, and her curves were accentuated by her tight-fitting dress. The clicking of her high heels on the pavement turned heads as she passed. Yao, long time no see. Xiao Limo was the first to speak, her face beaming with the joy of reunion. Emoli, it's been ages. Yun Yao replied warmly, then turned her gaze to Su Chen, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Quite the handsome young man, even more so than in the photo. Su Chen smiled politely and introduced himself. Ms. Yun Yao, nice to meet you. I'm Su Chen, a student of Ms. Xia. Upon hearing the word teacher, Yun Yao's eyes formed charming crescent moons as she laughed heartily. You sure know how to talk. Let's go. The training is about to start. After arriving at the sports field, Yun Yao parted ways with them and soon appeared on the platform with several other impressive-looking beast tamers, whom Su Chen assumed were also professors at Yenjing University. Below the platform, about 200 third-year students stood in neat rows. Su Chen glanced around and muttered softly. I thought there would be more students at a university, but there are only this many in the third year. Xiao Limo explained. Yenjing University has always implemented an elite training system, selecting the best students from across the Dragon Nation for focused development. In contrast, schools like Yeqing Beast Tamer Academy have less stringent admission standards and naturally more students. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. Sounds similar to the training approach in the First War Zone, right? Exactly, Xiao Limo agreed. After all, some rare treasures are in such limited supply that we have to choose the best candidates for training. If there were enough resources, we could train more beast tamers. As they chatted, a sharp bird cry suddenly pierced the sky, echoing across the field. Everyone felt the light dim abruptly, as if night had fallen without warning. A powerful and oppressive presence descended upon them. Looking up, they saw a massive golden raptor with a wingspan of over 100 meters circling high above. Each beat of its wings stirred up fierce winds, its majestic presence striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Su Chen's system interface immediately displayed information about the beast. Name: Jinbuhuan. Species sequence: Number 045, three-legged golden crow. Level: Stage 8, Rank 1. Physique: 366.036.6.0. Demon power: 190.5190.5. Innate skill: Divine bird transformation. Skills: Lightning, Thunder roar, Wing slash, Wind blade, Storm, Tornado, Feathered rest, Supersonic, Red lotus hellfire, Explosion, Heavenly fire inferno. Divine bird transformation: Ability to alter its size at will. Su Chen studied the attributes of the three-legged golden crow and murmured, "So this is the stat panel of an 8th level beast? A physique of 366, it feels like it could obliterate me with a single breath." As the three-legged golden crow descended slowly, two figures gracefully leapt from its back. One was a man in his 60s, whose age did not diminish the aura of authority that emanated from him, suggesting a depth of character honed over the years. The other was a young woman, poised and elegant, with skin as fair as snow and a strikingly delicate face. She appeared to be around 18 years old and jumped down from the golden crow, which stood 5 to 6 meters high, with a lightness and grace that betrayed her impressive physical capabilities. Principal Luo, all the staff, including Yun Yao, greeted him in unison, stepping forward quickly. The man was none other than Luo Hongwei, the principal of Yanjing University, and the young woman beside him quickly drew everyone's attention. And who might this be? A middle-aged teacher couldn't help but ask, his eyes filled with curiosity. Luo Hongwei smiled slightly, a hint of pride in his voice as he introduced his granddaughter. "This is my granddaughter, Luo Yuyan. She just started her freshman year, but I'm planning to have her join the junior year training camp." The announcement caused an immediate stir among the students, who began whispering and discussing animatedly. "Luo Yuyan? Isn't she the one recently reported to have reached the second tier, 7th stage, ranking 97th in the beast tamer realm in Yanjing?" "Yes, that's her. She's hailed as a genius and a beautiful beast tamer. It's unbelievable. Reaching the second tier, 7th stage as a freshman? I scored 138 on the college entrance exam and only broke through to the second tier in my first year. She's a prodigy, no doubt about it. I wonder if I could marry her. That would really boost the Zhao family's standing." "Dude, do you need me to splash some cold water on you to wake you up?" Su Chen was also quite surprised and couldn't help but take a closer look at Luo Yuyan. It wasn't just her striking appearance though, she was indeed very beautiful, but the fact that he himself had only reached the second tier, 8th stage at 18 with the help of a cheat. That Luo Yuyan could nearly reach this level right after high school was truly remarkable. Noticing Su Chen's curiosity, Xiao Limo smiled and explained, "She's a bit different from you. She turned 18 last September and formed a contract with a mythical beast from the divine era right after coming of age. So, she's been a beast tamer for almost a year. Of course, reaching this level within a year is extremely impressive." Su Chen nodded in understanding. Xiao Limo waved goodbye, saying, "I have to leave now. Good luck, Su Chen. I have high hopes for you." Su Chen replied jokingly, "All right, teacher, I'll prepare the wedding for you once I'm done with the training." His words brought a blush to Xiao Limo's cheeks. Before long, the crowd settled down. Yin Yao stepped up to the front to explain the rules of the training camp. Most of the information was already familiar to Su Chen, but the key aspect was the scoring and ranking system. She clapped her hands, and soon a staff member came forward carrying a box larger than himself. Upon opening it, dozens of intricately designed watch-like devices were neatly arranged inside, glinting in the sunlight. Yin Yao swiftly picked one up and demonstrated how to wear it on her wrist, her gaze sweeping over the more than 200 students below the stage. "This is a points device," her voice clearly echoed across the field. "Not only does it record your scores, but it also serves as your lifeline. In the trial zone, simply swipe the beast crystal cores you acquire over the device, and it will automatically tally your points. A second-tier beast core is worth 10 points, while a third-tier core is worth 100 points." She raised her wrist, pointing to a red button on the device. It also has a location-based SOS function. If you encounter a life-threatening situation, press it, and we will immediately send a rescue team into the trial zone. Yun Yao's tone suddenly became stern. Pay special attention. This training strictly prohibits bringing any beast cores or food. If found, it will not only affect your credit record but also result in expulsion. This is the last chance for questions. Once we start, no more questions will be addressed. Her words were like a thunderbolt, instantly igniting the students' enthusiasm. As the top young beast tamers at Yenjing University, each one was extraordinarily gifted and powerful, and the word fear was not in their vocabulary. At this moment, a slightly overweight student raised his hand from the crowd. Teacher, a few days ago I accidentally got poisoned by a black magic snake and need to take gold-silver grass continuously for half a month to detoxify. Can I bring medicine? Yes. Yin Yao nodded slightly. Just submit your hospital report later, but the quantity you can carry will be strictly limited. The student nodded gratefully. Thank you, teacher. Seeing no more questions, Yun Yao began distributing the points devices. All right, since everyone is clear, the trial begins now. As soon as she finished speaking, the ground of the field suddenly burst into dazzling golden light, and a massive circular magic array slowly emerged. A powerful suction instantly swept everyone in, and in the blink of an eye, they were transported to the meticulously arranged trial zone of the 7th Battle Zone Yogu Valley. The mountains stretched endlessly, with ravines crisscrossing the landscape. The bright sunlight bathed the desolate wilderness, where 208 students including 206 juniors and 2 special freshmen, Su Chen and Luo Yun were all transported to the entrance of Yogu Valley. Many of the juniors who had already planned to team up quickly grouped together and rushed towards the outskirts of Yogu Valley, eager to seize the opportunity to earn more points. However, there was a group whose attention was entirely focused on Luo Yuyan. Classmate Yuyan, I'm Zhang Yuanbao from the Zhang family of Su Chen, a third-tier first stage, and I've contracted 2 beasts ranked just over 100 in the sequence, 1 for support and 1 for attack. Want to team up? Classmate Yuyan, I'm Lu Kuo from the Lu family of Yenjing, and I've contracted the Thunder King Kong Gorilla from the Shindai sequence number 97, willing to be your loyal knight. Yuyan, remember me? My nickname in the realm of beast tamers is Little Overlord of the Ganges, and half a year ago, I was ranked 100 on the Yenjing list. In just a short moment, a diverse group of over a dozen boys surrounded Luo Yuyan. They came from various backgrounds. Some were sunny and handsome with neat short hair and bright smiles. Others were gentle and refined, with calm gazes and graceful manners. And a few exuded a rebellious aura, with flamboyant hairstyles and challenging looks in their eyes. These students showed no hesitation in front of Luo Yuyan. Instead, they stood tall and confident. Every student admitted to Yenjing University was a prodigy meticulously nurtured by major forces. They were confident in their abilities and backgrounds, likely having been undefeated in matters of the heart during high school. As the daughter of Yenjing University's president, Luo Yuyan's status was prestigious. Winning her favor would undoubtedly pave a smooth path for the future, bringing immense benefits even to the family behind them. Around them, more students stopped to watch, curiously observing these boys with expectant glances, eager to see who would ultimately win the affection and approval of this beautiful girl. Among the crowd, Su Chen shook his head in exasperation. He muttered to himself, these guys are clearly talented, but it's like they've lost their minds. Since the president sent her here alone, it's obvious she's meant to train independently. Otherwise, in a training camp like this where anyone can participate, there would definitely be guards accompanying her, leaving no room for you. With that, Su Chen glanced at the map in his hand, having already outlined a preliminary route and strategy. He turned unhurriedly and headed towards the outer area of the Yogu Valley. Yogu Valley is divided into 4 areas: the outer area, central area, core area, and spring area. The outer area mainly hosts beasts below the 3rd tier, which are relatively weak and a piece of cake for 3rd-year students at Yenjing University. Most students choose the border between the central and core areas as their hunting ground, where beasts are typically around the early 3rd tier. After all, once a beast successfully breaks through to the 3rd tier, its crystal nucleus is of the 3rd tier upon defeat, making it less challenging and allowing for quick accumulation of points. These students don't lack money or resources, but seek reputation and prestige. Achieving a good rank in the training camp is undoubtedly the quickest way to gain fame. Therefore, these students almost never linger in the outer area. However, it was different for Su Chen. The outer area was teeming with a wide variety of beasts, densely populated, akin to a scene of a beast tide. With no one else competing for the monsters, the efficiency of earning achievement points here was astonishing. As Su Chen walked, he spoke to the 2 girls behind him. Yeah, Qinglu, we'll need to camp outdoors tonight. No matter what, I can't afford to lose if I want a peaceful night's sleep tonight. Luo Yian's gaze swept over the eager, flattering boys around her, and she sighed inwardly. She was well aware of their intentions, just as Su Chen had said. However, most of these self-proclaimed geniuses had never even touched the rankings of the Yenjing Beast Tamer realm. How could they truly help her? Forcing a polite smile, Luo Yian declined. I'm sorry, my father sent me here to gain experience. If I team up with others, I might not discover my own weaknesses. Thank you for your kindness. Amidst the disappointed looks of the crowd, Luo Yiyan summoned her contract Biastic three-legged golden crow. Although this crow was slightly smaller than Principal Luo's, with a wingspan of about 5 meters, its aura was no less intimidating than a mid-tier third-level beast. She leapt gracefully and landed steadily on the crow's back, heading towards the Valley of Shadows. While flying, Luo Yiyan's gaze inadvertently swept over the outskirts and caught sight of Su Chen strolling around. She furrowed her brows slightly, pondering, isn't that the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam, the student directly recruited by the first battle zone? He has already broken through to a second-level beast tamer so quickly, indeed impressive. But the surprise was fleeting, and she quickly looked away. How many of those hailed as unparalleled prodigies can truly reach the summit? It's not about the present, but the future. Elsewhere, in the group of students yet to set off, a stern-looking young man was intently watching Luo Yiyan's departing figure. His lips curled into a wicked smile. This was Zhao Lan, the eldest son of the Zhao family, the third-ranked beast tamer family in Yanjing, and a fifth-stage third-level beast tamer. Zhao Lan didn't bother to win over Luo Yiyan because they had known each other since childhood, and he understood her personality well. Luo Yiyan only admired powerful men and always looked down on the weak. Besides, the Luo family behind her was the fifth-ranked beast tamer family in Yanjing, so how could she be interested in the young masters from small-town beast tamer families? Zhao Lan chuckled inwardly. These naive beast tamers, dreaming of winning the goddess's heart without even showing their talents and strength? What a joke. Looks like it's up to me to show you how to win a girl's heart. With a thought, a flying beast with a wingspan over 10 meters, entirely black and exuding an aura of darkness, was summoned from his beast space. The moment this beast appeared, it was like a ghost in the night, emitting a chilling presence that elicited gasps from the surrounding students. Damn, is that the black feather Zhen from the divine sequence number 69? That's awesome. Isn't that Zhao Lan? He usually just has his name on the list and never attends classes, but who knew he contracted such a powerful beast? Zhao Lan. Could it be Zhao Shanfeng, ranked 19th in the second-level section of the Yanjing Beast Tamer realm? The eldest son of the Zhao family. Shanfeng Lan, it's really him. He's one of those rare prodigies who made it onto the Beast Tamer realm rankings without using a rank card. No wonder he could contract such a beast. Amidst the rising chatter, someone sighed. I just want to get into the top 10, go back home, and confess to the goddess. Why is it so hard? Su Chen was unaware of the events unfolding at the starting point as he made his way along the rugged mountain path on the outskirts of the Valley of Shadows. The area was filled with jagged rocks, forming a natural labyrinth that served as an excellent cover and an ideal lurking spot for mythical beasts. In such treacherous terrain, even the slightest misstep could turn other beast tamers into prey. However, Su Chen appeared unperturbed. He possessed a unique ability, crisis perception, which allowed him to detect any mythical creature within a 50-meter radius, regardless of how well they concealed themselves. Every rustle of leaves, every subtle movement, was picked up by his keen senses. Before long, Su Chen's crisis perception was triggered. His gaze fixed on a spot behind a large boulder ahead, where a mythical beast lay in wait. Sensing someone approaching, the beast abandoned its stealth, emerging from behind the rock. Its right foreleg pawed at the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, as if preparing for an imminent attack. Su Chen immediately used his reconnaissance skill, and a stream of information appeared in his mind. Species sequence, number 757 black-scaled rhino. Level, Tier 2, Stage 8. Physical strength, 28.930.0. Demonic power, 15.615.6. Innate skill, none. Skills, horn charge, rush. Only 30 points for physical strength. Su Chen thought with delight. I think I can take it on. At that moment, his physical strength was a formidable 42.6 points. He had mastered basic combat skills and was equipped with a silver dagger gifted by the system. From every angle, this was shaping up to be a one-sided battle. With this in mind, Su Chen shouted, "Don't interfere, I want to test my strength." Upon hearing this, Tushan Yaya and Qing Lu retracted their impending fatal strikes. Moo! The black-scaled rhino let out a deep roar, white vapor puffing from its nostrils. Its hind legs launched it forward like a car accelerating to over 60 kilometers per hour, charging straight at Su Chen. Despite the alarming speed of the charge, Su Chen remained remarkably calm. He gripped the silver dagger tightly, his eyes fixed intently on the massive creature barreling towards him. Just as the rhino was about to collide with him, Su Chen swiftly sidestepped, slashing his dagger into its side. The silver dagger sliced effortlessly through the rhino's scales, piercing its flesh. As the rhino continued its charge, a crimson wound opened along its side, blood gushing out like a fountain. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Moo! The black-scaled rhino let out a pained wail that echoed through the mountains. Its massive body continued forward under its own momentum for several meters before crashing to the ground, convulsing. Moments later, with a final shudder, it lay still as if struck by lightning. Immediately, a crisp system notification sounded in Su Chen's ears. Congratulations, host, on achieving the feat human strength. To defeat a mythical beast of the same level without relying on a contracted beast or demonic arts. Are you aiming to become a superhero? Achievement points awarded, 50 points. Tu Shan and Qing Lu witnessed the scene, their faces showing a shared expression of surprise. Although it was just a lower sequence mythical beast, Su Chen's display of strength was nothing short of astonishing. Killing it so effortlessly suggests that even among those of the same level, he is quite exceptional. Su Chen looked at the massive carcass of the black-scaled rhino before him, unable to hide his excitement. He clearly remembered the statistics from the Beastmaster Association. Ordinary humans above the second tier, without using magic, special firearms, or coming from a beast-taming family, almost never managed to defeat a beast of the same level alone. This is as challenging as fighting a full-grown tiger barehanded on Earth. Yet, with that strike just now, he hadn't even exerted much effort and had achieved a swift and clean kill. Such strength could likely allow him to dominate among second-tier beasts. By the way, Tu Shan suddenly remembered. Weren't we not supposed to bring food for this training? Are we supposed to eat the meat of these wild beasts? Exactly. Otherwise, what would we eat, heir? Su Chen skillfully wielded a silver dagger to dismember the black-scaled rhino's corpse while explaining. Don't worry. I have cooking utensils in my spatial pouch. I often cooked for myself when I lived alone, so I know which beast meats are edible. For instance, the meat of this black-scaled rhino is quite nourishing. I see. Tu Shan let out a sigh of relief. Although with their current physical stats, they wouldn't die of hunger even after a month. Who would want to endure the torment of starvation? Yeah, Su Chen suddenly winked playfully. I also have banana milk and lollipops. Want to try some? Tu Shan bright eyes showed a hint of confusion. Huh? You brought snacks? Didn't the rules say no food allowed, and that the beast's space would be checked? These little things don't matter. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. I'll let you try them one night when there's a chance. Oomph. Consider yourself lucky. I won't fuss over these past few nights. Tu Shan turned her head away with a pout. Qing Lu nearby almost burst out laughing. This Tu Shan has lived in human society for so long, and still doesn't understand the meanings of those two words? If she could beat her tonight, it would surely be entertaining. After Su Chen finished dismembering the black-scaled rhino, he suddenly realized a problem, should have placed a refrigerator in the beast space in advance. Fresh meat would spoil, unlike the space rings and cultivation novels where time stands still. This meant they would have to hunt edible beasts anew every day. As he pondered this, he took out the beast core and swiped it on the score counter. Ding! Second-tier beast core detected, 10 points awarded. Current ranking, 137th place. The mechanical voice prompted, and the score counter displayed the rankings. First place, Zhao Lan, for 100 points. Second place, Li Muyu, 350 points. Third place, Luo Yuyan, 340 points. Fourth place, Su Ying, 260 points. 137th place, Su Chen, 10 points. To his surprise, Su Chen found Luo Yuyan's name among the top 3. Her score was far ahead of the 4th place. In the junior class at Yenjing University, more than 2/3 had successfully become 3rd-level beast tamers, and these were considered elite among their peers. Yet, Luo Yuyan, who was only a 2nd-level 8th-ranked beast tamer, was competing with these strong contenders for the top 3 spots, which was truly impressive. From her score, it seemed she had defeated 3 3rd-level and 4 2nd-level beasts, achieving an impressive 340 points. Su Chen wasn't too concerned about this. His attention was fixed on the reward for the 1st place on the leaderboard. For him, earning achievement points was the real prize. Looking around, he noticed that the nearby beasts seemed to have been completely cleared out. Qing Lu, let me ride you for a bit. Yeah, could you cover us with an illusion? Su Chen said after carefully observing the surroundings. Huh? Ride. Here. Qing Lu's cheeks suddenly flushed, and her voice carried a hint of shyness. But I haven't settled the score with Ye yet, and we're so close to the entrance. Other students might pass by. Su Chen rolled his eyes at her. What are you thinking? I meant let's go somewhere else to hunt. I need you to transform back to your true form and give me a lift. Do you really think I'm the type to act impulsively without considering the setting? Qing Lu breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Chen were to do something like that to her, she might tolerate it, but in broad daylight, under everyone's gaze. Even though she was a beast, she still had the normal human sense of shame. Beside them, Tu Shan couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed Qing Lu had developed a reflexive reaction to the word ride. The system's notification chimed in timely. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone bovine nemesis. What's the difference between the meat of beastly cattle and that of farmed cattle? You've earned 30 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone insect nemesis. It said that most insects contain 6 times the protein of beef. Since the host eats beef to fill the stomach, why not try a fat insect meal? You've earned 30 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 2,500 achievement points. You've been awarded 5 free attribute allocation points. In less than 3 hours, Su Chen had effortlessly garnered another 60 achievement points. Tu Shan Ye and Qing Lu were unstoppable, leaving a trail of beast cores or future provisions in their wake. No beast could withstand even a single move from them. In the realm of beast tamers, they could easily defeat even 3rd-level 10th rank beasts, and even mythical beasts couldn't last a few moves against them. These beasts, which hadn't even reached the 3rd level, were mere child's play for them. Su Chen was content to play the part of a diligent worker bee, quietly following behind them to collect beast cores. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly noticed 5 students ahead, desperately fleeing on their contracted beasts. Their faces were filled with terror and despair, with bloodstains that hadn't even been wiped clean. Su Chen looked confused as he watched the panicked students fleeing before him. He couldn't help but ask, "What's going on with you all?" The students, riding their contracted beasts, were desperately trying to escape. Although they didn't recognize Su Chen, they showed no disrespect. One student, in a state of panic, shouted, "Run! Brother, I have to warn you. There's a swarm of venomfang spiders, sequence 589, ahead, along with a shadow spider queen, sequence 209. It's terrifying." Upon hearing this, Su Chen didn't show a trace of fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He couldn't hide his thrill as he exclaimed, "Really? That's great." Huh. The fleeing students were bewildered, as if they had heard the most unbelievable thing. One of them couldn't help but explain, "This is a venomfang spider swarm, and it's led by a shadow spider queen. A single venomfang spider might not be much, but the shadow spider queen's innate skill, venom nest, can greatly enhance the toxicity of the surrounding venomfang spiders. Once poisoned, the damage is hard to recover from. This is basic high school knowledge." The student continued to advise, "Unless you have overwhelming strength, venturing into such a place is a death wish. A slight misstep, and you could end up in big trouble. Yet, you're excited about a venomfang spider swarm? Is it really worth it for a few points?" Seeing Su Chen remain unmoved, the student shook his head helplessly. "Whatever, it's your life. We've already advised you. If you're determined to risk it, it's not our concern." With that, the student sped up, quickly fleeing the dangerous area. Su Chen, unfazed, shouted with enthusiasm, "Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, Qinglu, let's go. Let's take out those spiders, and then have lunch." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of trees being toppled echoed from the forest behind him. Moments later, dozens of spider beasts, each as large as a small vehicle, appeared with menacing postures. These spiders were a sinister, dark green, their 8 legs covered in sharp barbs, leaving deep gouges in the ground with every movement. Their large compound eyes glinted with a chilling light, and their sharp, venomous fangs seemed capable of piercing through any hard object with ease. These spider beasts easily toppled trees over a meter in diameter, as if they were merely paper. However, this time they faced the 9-tailed fox and the azure Loantuo, powerful beasts who would never harm Su Chen with all their might. The outcome was already determined. Boom, boom, boom. With a few loud explosions, the swarm of nearly 100 venomfang spiders and 1 shadow spider queen was completely wiped out in less than 2.5 minutes. This scene left the fleeing students utterly stunned. They muttered in disbelief. "Am I dreaming? The venomfang spider swarm was just dealt with like that. Who on earth is that guy? Does our school have someone like this? Or is he just a nominal figure like Xiaolon? Wait, I saw a beast with 9 tails. It's the 9-tailed fox. I know who he is. He's Su Chen, this year's top scorer in the college entrance exams. Right? Weren't all the major media outlets reporting on him 2 months ago? The extraordinary genius with a score of 254. What the heck? His exam score is double mine? No wonder it's so unbelievable. He's so strong. So damn strong. Congratulations to the host for achieving this spider nemesis accomplishment." The system's teasing voice rang out. Su Chen had grown accustomed to ignoring it, but this time, the content piqued his interest. "I've heard that spider venom is a rare treasure. Would the host like to try some?" Achievement points, 30. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Venom? Rare treasure? This was the first time he had heard such a statement. Although the system often joked around, it wasn't usually one to make things up. Curious, he looked at the corpse of the venomous spider that had been slain with a wind blade. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen picked up a silver dagger and carefully cut open the spider's head. A bluish-purple liquid immediately seeped out, emitting a pungent odor that clearly indicated its toxicity. Su Chen quickly used the appraisal skill on it. Item: spider venom 100 milliliters. Rarity E. Description: a rare treasure. When applied to the skin, there is a very small chance of increasing physique by 0.1 within a year, but there is also a chance of causing skin ulceration. Upon seeing the detailed description of the venom, Su Chen's expression shifted from surprise to disappointment, finally settling on exasperation. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and mutter, "I thought it was some rare treasure, but it turns out to be a useless item." However, this experience served as a reminder for Su Chen. It was best to use the appraisal skill on the bodies of beasts after they were slain, just in case he missed out on any valuable treasures. "Let's collect the beast cores first," Su Chen recalled. "I remember that the Shadow Spider Queen was at least tier 3. Elsewhere, after Su Chen had cleared out the venomous spider swarm, he immediately placed all the beast cores into the point collector for identification. In the meeting room of Yenjing University, a group of teachers was closely watching the changes in the leaderboard scores. Suddenly, they saw Su Chen's score skyrocket like a rocket, increasing by 1060 points in the blink of an eye, catapulting him to 4th place. This sudden change caused the teachers present to exclaim in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. What happened? How did Su Chen's score increase so much all at once? I guess he hadn't registered the beast cores from the beasts he killed earlier. No, look at his score increase record. He has been consistently registering scores every few minutes, mostly from tier 2 beast cores, which add 10 points each. This suggests he registers each beast he kills immediately. Then how did he get so many points at once? Isn't Su Chen a recent high school graduate? No matter how talented he is, he shouldn't be able to handle so many beasts at once. Maybe that's what makes him a genius. Listening to the discussions around her, Xiao Lima couldn't help but let a slight smile play on her lips. She felt a surge of pride and was almost tempted to stand up and proudly announce to the teachers, "Look, this is my student, Su Chen. Isn't he amazing?" However, she held back, mindful of her own dignity. Such a boastful act wasn't something she could bring herself to do. Instead, Xiao Lima silently basked in pride for her student and looked forward to more surprises from Su Chen. Yunyao gently nudged Xiao Limao's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "My Su Chen is amazing. I knew I wasn't wrong about him. Those students should tone it down now, right?" Not to be outdone, Xiao Limao playfully bumped Yunyao's chest with her elbow and retorted, "What do you mean you're Su Chen? He's obviously mine." Yunyao covered her face with a soft laugh, then returned to her usual demeanor and pondered aloud. "By the way, Molly, how do you think Su Chen managed to boost his score so much suddenly? Did he encounter a beast horde again?" Hearing this, Xiao Limao furrowed her brows, lost in thought. She was well aware that Su Chen must have faced a beast horde again to achieve such a significant increase in points. After all, a month ago, he could complete the 10th level challenge of the Beast Mastery realm within half an hour, handling the attacks of dozens of 3rd-tier beasts. With his strength further enhanced now, dealing with 2nd and 3rd-tier beast hordes should be a breeze. However, Xiao Limao couldn't help but wonder, how long did it take Su Chen to eliminate the beast horde this time? The battle arena in the Beast Mastery realm is an open, circular space, whereas the valley terrain is complex with numerous obstacles. Considering the back-and-forth travel, it probably took about half an hour, right? Surely it couldn't have been done in 10 minutes, given that the beasts in the deep mountains are exceptionally cunning and adept at hiding. With this thought, Xiao Limao quickly waved her hand and said, "Let's not guess blindly. We can just ask him after the training ends." Yunyao nodded in agreement. "You're right. Come on, it's lunchtime, and I'm treating for these past 2 weeks." Xiao Limao stood up, smiling. "Isn't that what you should be doing?" Meanwhile, at Yenjing University, the students were surprised to see Su Chen suddenly leap to 4th place. Especially Zhao Lan, Li Muyu, and Luo Yuyan, who had been holding the top 3 spots, were filled with disbelief. Zhao Lan checked Luo Yuyan's score almost every 10 minutes. This time, when he refreshed, he saw an unfamiliar name Su Chen suddenly in 4th place. However, he quickly regained his composure. For the past few hours, he had been riding his black feathers searching for 3rd-tier beasts, only making a move when he found them. Fewer points were understandable. As for his black feathershin, taking down 2nd-tier beasts was just a casual task. Zhao Lan snorted, thinking, this Su Chen probably found a spot where 2nd and 3rd-tier beasts were gathering and spent over 3 hours continuously clearing them, which is why he suddenly appeared at the top during the latest tally. It's just a showy display. He closed the leaderboard and continued to ride his black feathershin deeper into the valley. On the other side, Luo Yuyan was deeply surprised to see Su Chen suddenly rise to 4th place. 3 hours ago, she had seen him leisurely strolling in the outer area, seemingly indifferent to the competition. Yet now, he had jumped to 4th place. What was going on? Luo Yuyan pondered. If Su Chen really accumulated beast cores and then registered them all at once for this score, it still proves he had the ability to kill a large number of beasts in just 3 hours. Such an achievement couldn't be faked. However, she quickly calmed down. So what if he's in 4th place? There's still a gap of several hundred points between us. Su Chen, isn't that the person my brother mentioned a month ago? Li Muyu stared at the leaderboard, his brows furrowed as he recalled the conversation he overheard at home. As the second son of the Li family from Yenjing, Li Muyu was Li Ruoji's half-brother. That day, Li Ruoji had recounted to their parents his encounter at Xiao Lima's villa, and Li Muyu happened to be present. At the time, he didn't pay much attention, thinking that Li Ruoji was at fault initially. and spending 10 million credit points for peace and quiet was worth it. After all, there were countless families seeking to propose to Li Ruoji, so what was one Xiao Lima? With Li Ruoji's status, couldn't he just choose any university belle he wanted? Li Muyu thought the matter was settled, but he didn't expect to meet Su Chen during the training camp. Although, as the second son, he couldn't receive the same full support from their parents as Li Ruoji did. If he could surpass Su Chen in the training, wouldn't that prove he was more talented than his brother and more deserving of the family's investment? With this in mind, Li Muyu slapped his cheeks, determination flashing in his eyes. He was resolute in staying ahead of Su Chen in the rankings, and ideally, surpassing Zhao Lan, who was in first place. Meanwhile, Su Chen was oblivious to the discussions around him. He leisurely took out a barbecue set and some black-scaled rhino meat from his beast space and started grilling. The enticing aroma drew back the students who had fled earlier. Su Chen generously shared the food and casually inquired about the surrounding environment. The students explained that every year, third-year students would come to the Valley Gorge for training, a tradition that had been established. They mentioned several places marked as forbidden, including the web cave inhabited by numerous venomous spiders. Initially, they assumed it was merely a gathering spot for lower-tier, second-order beasts on the outskirts, believing that as elite third-order beastmasters with antidotes, they could easily handle dozens of second-order beasts. However, they didn't expect the presence of a shadow spider queen in the web cave, whose innate skills significantly heightened the threat of the venomous spiders. The students spoke with lingering fear, realizing why their seniors had repeatedly warned them to stay away from there. It turned out to be a foresightful caution. Su Chen handed a student a piece of grilled meat, a gentle smile on his face. Can you tell me more about those other places? The student took the meat, his expression suddenly changing to one of shock. Junior, you're not thinking of challenging those places, are you? This wave of venomous spiders is already the easiest, just a second-tier forbidden area. The others are in the central region, where third-tier beasts roam. He continued sincerely. To be honest, Su Chen, you saved us this time by arriving just in time. Without you, we would have had to request rescue, and the training would have ended. Watching our savior head to his doom doesn't sit right with us. The other four third-year students agreed, their expressions full of concern as they tried to dissuade Su Chen. This reaction surprised Su Chen and Yun Yao say that students at Yinjing University were particularly stubborn and arrogant. These students were unexpectedly enthusiastic. How could I be going to my death? Su Chen quickly waved his hands to explain. I just want to know the locations of these forbidden areas to avoid accidentally wandering into them. Upon hearing this, the 5 students breathed a sigh of relief. One of them took out a map and said seriously, there are 8 places listed as forbidden, 1 in the outer area, 4 in the central area, 2 in the core area, and 1 in the spring ravine area. Let us mark them for you. Remember, never go to these places, and it's best not to even get close. Don't risk your life for a few points. After lunch, Qing Lu quietly approached Su Chen and asked in a low voice, Su Chen, are you really planning to clear all these gathering spots? I have a bad feeling about this. A bad feeling? Su Chen frowned slightly, recalling the scene in the hotel room when he faced off against Qing Lu. She had mentioned a similar premonition before he forced her into a contract. At that time, with 100 listeners present, she had to suppress that feeling and attack him. Her premonition proved accurate. She was subdued by Su Chen and ended up performing in the hotel room every night. Yes, Qing Lu nodded with a serious expression. And this time, the feeling is even stronger. It feels like something big is going to happen. Su Chen smirked and teased. But to me, this doesn't necessarily seem like a bad premonition. Think about it. Since meeting me, you've not only successfully killed Yang Shichao and achieved what seemed impossible, but also experienced the joys of being a human girl. How can that be considered bad? Qing Lu rolled her eyes at this. The first part was true. If she hadn't met Su Chen, she might never have avenged herself and would have been left alone to die on the sunken ship. But the second part seemed to have a different tone. She sighed helplessly. I'll just say this much. Anyway, I'm your contracted beast now, so I'll follow your lead. Oh really? Su Chen's eyes gleamed mischievously. Then if you lose to Yaya tonight, I'll have you. I take back what I just said. Qing Lu interrupted decisively. Nearby, Tusha and Yaya watched them whispering and sighed softly. For some reason, an unusual feeling lingered in her heart. Was this just a misconception? With the help of the Qingluan's flying ability, Su Chen sped through the skies above the Yogu ravine like a bolt of lightning. Although this area was vast, the speed of the Qingluan allowed them to circle it in a day. However, Su Chen's progress was significantly slowed as he stopped to kill every demon he encountered. By the time they reached the second forbidden area in the central region, night had already fallen, and the clock pointed to 9. The night was as dark as ink, and silence reigned. Finding a natural cave, Su Chen decided to pause his exploration and rest. He checked the leaderboard, and the numbers were astonishing. Zhao Lan topped the list with 4,450 points, followed closely by Li Muyu with 3,770 points and Luo Yuyan with 3,610 points. Lin Xiaohua, in fourth place, had 3,050 points. Su Chen, however, only had 2,060 points, placing him 25th. Are these monsters specifically hunting third-tier demons? Su Chen mused to himself, but wasn't too concerned. His goal was achievement points, focusing on the type of demon rather than their level. The third-year students from Yanjing University were indeed formidable, each capable of taking on third-tier demons. Naturally, they would choose the central and core areas where the point rewards were higher, though competition for kills there would be fierce. By comparison, Su Chen had only slain one third-tier demon today, a Shadow Spider Queen, but had taken down a total of 197 demons, which was a decent result for the first day of training. That smells amazing, Su Chen. What meat are you grilling tonight? Tu Shan Ye and Qing Lu, drawn by the aroma, came over, their eyes fixed on the sizzling, juicy meat. Even with their ethereal appearance, they couldn't help but swallow frequently. Su Chen grinned proudly. This is the leg meat of the black-maned wild boar you hunted this afternoon. I seasoned it with orchid seeds and ancient celery seeds. He had discovered these natural treasures during his exploration. According to the system's description, consuming a ton of them offered a minuscule chance of increasing demon power by 0.1 points, making them the lowest grade natural treasures. However, their appearance resembled cumin seeds and sesame, making them surprisingly effective as seasonings. Su Chen, you've got another talent to add to your list. Tu Shan Ye teased with a playful smile. But it's still not as long as your list of flaws. Su Chen's lips curled up slightly. I think my nighttime skills should definitely count as a strength. He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly sensing something unusual. He swiftly turned, his eyes sharply focused on a nearby thicket. Suddenly sensing a threat, Su Chen realized that 5 formidable beasts were closing in. These creatures, known as ghost fire lizards, were drawn by the light and aroma of the barbecue. The system quickly displayed detailed information. Species, number 256 ghost fire lizard. Level, Tier 3, Stage 1. Physique, 52.152.4. Demonic power, 24.624.6. Ability, fire attraction. Skills, fireball, ignite, mimicry. Trait, recovers health from fire-based attacks. 5 massive creatures, each the size of a small car, slowly revealed themselves. Their gaping mouths could swallow an adult whole. Tu Shan Ye and Qing Lu exchanged a glance and attacked in unison. Their graceful arms cut through the night air, and in a flash, for ghost fire lizards were torn to shreds. The last lizard let out a terrified screech and quickly used its mimicry skill. Magic surged around it like a tide, and it blended seamlessly with the surroundings. Silently, it crept away from the scene. Although Su Chen's reconnaissance skill could easily see through such low-level disguises, he chose not to expose it. Instead, he swiftly collected the crystal cores of the 4 ghost fire lizards and packed up the barbecue equipment, then mounted his Qing Yuan to follow. The reason was simple. Earlier that afternoon, students had mentioned a forbidden area called Ghost Fire Swamp, the very habitat of the ghost fire lizards. Although its exact location was uncertain, with a living guide in front of him, why not follow and investigate? Sure enough, it wasn't long before a swamp bathed in a purple glow appeared. Under the moonlight, the ghostly fires emanating from countless ghost fire lizards illuminated the swamp with an eerie light. Extending from the swamp was a large cave exuding a strong demonic aura, clearly the lair of the ghost fire lizards. Gazing at the Tier 3 beasts roaming over the swamp, a glint of greed flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Achievement points, here I come. Let's go, no need to hold back. Before his words could fade, Tu Shan Ye transformed into a 9-tailed fox demon. Under the cover of her illusory abilities, she darted through the night like a phantom. Her movements seamlessly blended with the environment, and upon landing, she swiftly attacked, taking just 2.5 seconds to slay 2 Tier 3, Stage 2 ghost fire lizards. Hissed the sudden intrusion of a 9-tailed fox demon enraged the roaming ghost fire lizards. Their eyes glowed with furious red light as they opened their massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs, and launched a fireball swiftly towards Tu Shan Ye. As the fireball passed through what turned out to be the illusion of the 9-tailed fox, the lizards realized they had been deceived. When they turned to flee, they were horrified to find themselves already sliced in half, blood gushing forth to paint a gruesome picture in the night sky. Meanwhile, the massive figure of Qing Lu appeared suddenly behind 2 unsuspecting ghost fire lizards. She emerged like a phantom, swiftly striking with her claws, the force like a fierce wind. In an instant, blood splattered, staining the night sky red. All 6 of the roaming ghost fire lizards were eliminated in less than 10 seconds. A system notification chimed. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of Lizard Slayer. You've earned 30 achievement points. It even teased about someone from Ashoka's country who dealt directly with untransformed lizards, asking if Su Chen wanted to give it a try too. While collecting the beast cores, Su Chen praised, "You two work well together." He silently marveled at Tu Shan Ye's mirror flower, water moon technique, a true stealth skill. Without the system interface, Even he would struggle to detect her position. However, at this moment, Tu Shan Ye and Qing Lu had transformed into human form and were bickering over the count of beasts they had defeated. I had to ensure Su Chen didn't fall, so I couldn't act recklessly. These 6 should count as 3 for me. Tu Shan Ye insisted confidently. No, I killed 4 of them. Why should one be credited to you? Qing Lu retorted. You've always struck first with the beasts we encountered along the way, and I haven't complained. What's the worry? It's not like falling would kill him. After all, he's our master, right? If he dies, we die too. Su Chen, exasperated, thought this wasn't the time for such arguments. He quickly stepped forward, smiling gently. Ladies, if you keep this up, I'll have to declare it a tie. Hearing the word tie, the 2 demons immediately fell silent. They could tolerate a lower kill count, but a tie would surely keep them up at night. Seizing the moment, Su Chen suggested, let's move on and take a look inside. The real challenge lies with the beasts within. As they stepped into the cave, a nauseating stench of lizard musk and swamp muck assaulted them. Fortunately, Qing Lu's Song of Blessing could block all abnormal conditions, including this repulsive odor. They proceeded about 30 meters ahead. Su Chen's danger-sensing ability suddenly kicked in. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and he was startled to find an astonishing number of ghost fire lizards, at least 100, and all of them were third-tier beasts or higher. However, unlike the previous encounter with the venomous spider swarm, there seemed to be no leading figure among them. This is a perfect training ground, Su Chen thought to himself, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He quickly registered the 10 third-tier beast cores he had just acquired with his points device and handed them to Tu Shan-Ye and Qing Lu. Absorb these cores to boost your strength, he instructed softly. Let's go? Once we finish off these beasts, we can rest. With those words, Tu Shan-Ye and Qing Lu's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. They exchanged a glance, their eyes burning with determination. The score between them was only 3 beasts apart. Whether they could have a good night's sleep depended on the number of beasts they could take down this time. Meanwhile, Zhao Lan, Li Muyu, and Luo Yuyan, who had found a place to rest, were startled by a sudden system notification sound. Su Chen's score just increased by 1,000 points. Luo Yuyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured, did Su Chen just have the 10 third-tier beasts he killed earlier counted now? Or did he actually take down 10 third-tier beasts in just a few minutes? Logically, even the strongest among them, Zhao Lan, couldn't possibly kill that many third-tier beasts in such a short time. After much thought, the only reasonable explanation seemed to be stockpiling. However, being able to kill and hold on to 10 third-tier beast cores while maintaining his ranking was already quite impressive. Zhao Lan's face turned dark as he looked at Su Chen's suddenly soaring score. He snorted, a trace of disdain in his eyes. Always seeking attention, he muttered. Just like at noon, suddenly boosting his score to jump to 4th place. Now he's doing it again, just surpassing 5th place by 10 points. Without the strength to enter the top 3, he resorts to these tricks to grab attention. Despite his words, Zhao Lan had to admit that as a second-tier beast master, Su Chen's ability to consistently rank in the top 10 was indeed remarkable. After all, he was only 18, and such talent was enough to garner attention. Big Brother was right. Su Chen must have a powerful backing. Li Muyu sighed softly, feeling a surge of determination. Defeating this renowned prodigy in training would surely earn him recognition from the Li family. Just then, the students were shocked to see Su Chen's score start skyrocketing again. This time, the rate of increase was even more astounding, with 100 points being added every 10 seconds or so. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed the 1st place. This bizarre scene left everyone in stunned silence, their minds blank. Someone couldn't help but speculate. Could Su Chen be some kind of chosen one, who stumbled upon a place with a large number of third-tier beast corpses and is now collecting beast cores one by one? In fact, their guess was quite accurate. Su Chen had indeed found a hidden spot with a large number of third-tier beast corpses and was busy collecting beast cores to register for points. However, all those beast corpses were freshly slain by Tu Shan-Ye and Qing Lu. As night fell, the training camp at Yenjing University gradually quieted down. Most of the students' scores leveled off, showing no significant changes. The faculty intended to check the final rankings one last time before handing over the night shift, ensuring they could respond promptly to any student emergencies. However, when they refreshed the leaderboard, everyone was stunned. 1st place, Su Chen, 13,860 points. 2nd place, Zhao Lan, 4,450 points. 3rd place, Li Muyu, 3,770 points. 4th place, Luo Yuyan, 3,710 points. Zhang Honghu, a 5th level, 8th-stage beast master and the homeroom teacher of Class A, Grade 3, widened his eyes, his voice trembling. Does anyone remember what Su Chen's score was before this? I do. Lin Xian, the homeroom teacher of Class D, Grade 3, and a 5th level, 5th-stage beast master, quickly responded. Half an hour ago, I checked the leaderboard, and he had only 2,060 points, ranked in the 20s. The conference room fell silent at this revelation. Everyone exchanged incredulous glances. A surge of over 10,000 points in half an hour was simply unbelievable. Even for a fourth-level beast master, it seemed nearly impossible to gain such a high score in such a short time. After all, the number of beasts is limited. If these points came from previously accumulated beast cores, it would mean Su Chen had hunted over 300 beasts on the first day alone. Even Zhao Lan, who previously ranked first, would find it hard to match that feat. Zhang Honghu leaned toward Principal Luo Hongwei and whispered, "Principal Luo, could there be an issue with Su Chen's scoring device? Or perhaps he concealed some third-level beast cores that weren't detected?" Although cheating or device malfunctions had never occurred in Yinjing University's training, other schools had experienced such incidents. Luo Hongwei's expression was serious, and he did not respond immediately. His gaze slowly settled on Yun Yao, who was whispering in the back, and Xiao Limao, who wore a smug expression. "Molly, I have a question for you." Luo Hongwei spoke up. Xiao Limao suppressed a smile and nodded gently. "Please go ahead, Major General Luo. I want to know how you discovered such an extraordinary talent," Luo Hongwei said solemnly. "A second-level beast master clearing the 8 Great Challenge Grounds Alanite makes even me suspect possible cheating." These words were like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the conference room. The 17 faculty members present collectively gasped. The 8 Great Challenge Grounds are the highest difficulty level in the Valley Gorge Trial Zone, with dangers so severe that even a slight mistake could mean death for a fourth-level beast master. This challenge was designed to test a beast master's leadership skills, seeing who could organize a strong small army to conquer this beast-infested area. After all, the educational philosophy in the Dragon Kingdom today not only focuses on developing the individual abilities of beast tamers, but also emphasizes cultivating their teamwork skills. However, ever since the establishment of the trial zone 100 years ago, the 8 challenge areas have always been a taboo place spoken of in whispers among students, with no one daring to challenge them. If Luo Hongwei hadn't brought them up at this moment, these places might have long been forgotten in the recesses of memory. In the meeting room, Luo Hongwei's question caught everyone's attention. Upon hearing it, Xiao Lima couldn't help but let a slight smile of pride play on her lips. She stood up, straightened her back, and solemnly replied, "Commander Luo, the talent was discovered in the first trial zone of Yeqing. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose the details. This was specifically instructed by General Han." Xiao Lima's words carried a hint of mystery, causing everyone present to perk up their ears. She went on, "Su Chen's abilities displayed in the first trial zone were truly astonishing. After repeatedly analyzing the footage, we found that he possesses a mysterious secret technique that allows him to form a contract with wild beasts even when they are not in a weakened state. Even more surprising is that the nine-tailed fox, Su Chen, is actually Lin Yuer, the school beauty of Yeqing High School." As soon as she said this, a collective gasp echoed through the meeting room. Xiao Lima continued to explain, "Lin Yuer has lived in Yeqing for nearly 10 years, and her disguise abilities are top-notch, even fooling several beast tamers above the 5th rank. However, Su Chen easily saw through her disguise and forcibly contracted her using some powerful secret technique. Such ability is exceedingly rare in the world of beast tamers." Luo Hongwei sighed helplessly after hearing this. "Someone General Han is interested in? I see." He had initially hoped to secure a better future for his daughter Luo Yuyan, but upon learning that Su Chen was the prodigy favored by Han Xinghe, he could only abandon the idea. The other faculty members, upon hearing this, all wore expressions of bitter resignation. As one of the top beast tamer academies in the Dragon Kingdom, Yinjing University had educated talented individuals for 2 years, only to have a freshly graduated high school student overshadow them effortlessly. Although everyone understood that it was solely because Su Chen was exceptionally powerful and losing to such an opponent was nothing to be ashamed of, the outcome might still negatively impact the school's reputation. Just then, a female teacher suddenly exclaimed as if she had uncovered a shocking secret. "Wait, does everyone remember the fox and the azure bird that appeared in Yeqing's beast realm a month ago? Su Chen is a second-rank beast tamer and happens to be from Yeqing. His contracted beast is the nine-tailed fox, and considering his extraordinary abilities." With these words, the entire meeting room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened, their mouths agape, as if they had stumbled upon something monumental. An indescribable tension filled the air, and a startling hypothesis emerged in everyone's mind. Could it be that Su Chen is actually the fox and azure bird that ranked 10th nationally? At this moment, Su Chen and his team were wrapping up their operation to clear out the ghost fire lizard nest. Inside the cave, a few scattered lizard beasts were making their last stand, but most had already fled under their siege. During the battle, Su Chen found herself in an awkward position. Her prized foxfire was almost useless against the lizards, whose innate fire-attracting skills rendered her attacks ineffective, significantly reducing her efficiency in combat. In contrast, Qing Lu's Song of Destruction proved devastating in the enclosed environment, destroying everything in its path. It seems tonight's treat will be yeah. Su Chen thought to himself, when suddenly the system's notification chimed. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title Lizard Slayer. You've killed 100 lizard beasts. Don't you think you're being a bit ruthless? Achievement points, 100. Another notification followed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 2,600 achievement points. Reward, 5 free attribute points. I see. Su Chen smiled in understanding. Killing 100 of the same type of beast earns an achievement. I wonder what rewards await for 1,000 or 10,000. He mused to himself. I really am like a butcher. As the last batch of beast cores were refined, Su Chen felt a surge of energy within him, elevating his cultivation to the second tier, 9th stage. At the same time, Tu Shan Yaya also reached the same level. Qing Lu, utilizing the energy from a third-tier beast core, broke through to the third tier, 1st stage. The system chimed again. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title third-tier beast. After reaching the third tier, beasts can transform. Does the host prefer human girls or beast girls? Achievement points, 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 2,700 achievement points. Reward, 5 free attribute points. As long as they're beautiful, both are fine. Su Chen laughed at the system's teasing, knowing he wouldn't get a response, but the continuous stream of achievement points was indeed delightful. After the battle, just as Su Chen had anticipated, Tu Shan Yaya was slightly outperformed in the day's competition. In the wilderness, her 9 fluffy tails unexpectedly came in Handia's both a warm blanket and a comfortable pillow, bringing Su Chen a different kind of joy. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves into the cave, gently waking Su Chen. He carefully withdrew his right hand from beneath the little fox's soft body, stretched lazily, and let out a big yawn. He noticed that Tu Shan Yaya was already awake, biting her lip as she looked at him. In the morning sunlight, Su Chen gently pinched Tu Shan Yaya's cheek and greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Yaya. The weather is really nice today. Tu Shan Yaya's face was frosty, with a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. Today, I must not lose. What can't you lose? Su Chen teased her with a grin. Aren't lollipops tasty? I'll buy you more next time. At the mention of lollipop, Tu Shan Yaya's originally fair face turned a shade of green. She made an exaggerated gagging motion and protested indignantly. Su Chen, don't mention those 3 words again. I almost threw up my dinner from last night. Just then, the system notification chimed in. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title Spider Slayer. Baby spiders are so cute, and yet the host had the heart to slay them? Achievement points earned, 100. Ding. Congratulations, host achievement points have surpassed 2,800. Reward, 5 free attribute allocation points. On the way to the third forbidden area, Su Chen encountered a few solitary venomous fong spiders. He swiftly dispatched them, and combined with yesterday's spider swarm clearing, he reached a total of 100. Another 5 free attribute points earned, sweet. Su Chen calculated to himself. He had accumulated 43 free attribute points. If he allocated them all to his physique, he would nearly reach the level of a typical 5th-tier beast master. If he added them to his demon power, he could contract a 3rd-tier divine sequence beast. Thinking of this, Su Chen was tempted. System, is there a skill to search for divine sequence beasts? No, the system replied bluntly. Su Chen sighed, realizing he was being too greedy. Encountering Tu Shan Yaya and Qing Lu, divine sequence beasts, was already a stroke of immense luck. Hoping to encounter another divine sequence beast that could transform into a beautiful woman? That was sheer wishful thinking. The third forbidden area was called the Fairy Spring. Though it sounded like a place from a fairy tale, it was fraught with danger. The fairies here were cold and ruthless. Once hit by their mental control, one would be drained of demon power and become nourishment for the garden. In this fairy gathering spot, the power of mental illusions could stack continuously, posing a threat even to 5th-tier beast masters. However, this was not a problem for Su Chen. Although fairies had strong mental control, their physique was the weakest among beasts of the same tier. Qing Lu opened her lips slightly and performed this song of destruction, using her innate skill, Lingering Echo, to expand its range to cover the entire fairy spring. Simultaneously, Tu Shan Yaya cast Mirror Flower, Water Moon, perfectly concealing their aura and presence. The fairies, unable to locate the source of the attack, could only watch helplessly as the song of destruction eroded their mental realm. In just 10 minutes, the fairy spring fell silent, with the surviving fairies left on the brink of death, easily dispatched. The system timely announced, congratulations to the host for achieving the title Fairy Slayer. Fairies are rare humanoid beasts and quite cute. Would the host like to have a bold idea? Achievement points earned, 100. Ding. Congratulations, host achievement points have surpassed 2,900. Reward, 5 free attribute allocation points. And thus, the third forbidden area, the Fairy Spring, was successfully cleared. On the third day, Su Chen entered the fourth forbidden area Bear Plains. Within half an hour, he swept through the area with lightning speed, successfully clearing the challenge. The system promptly chimed in. Congratulations, host, on achieving the title Bear Slayer. Do you know the correct way to cook bear paws? You have earned 100 achievement points. Immediately after, another notification appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 3,000 achievement points. You have been awarded 5 free attribute points. On the 4th day, Su Chen arrived at the 5th Forbidden Area Butterfly Pool. He eradicated all the butterfly spirit beasts in just 20 minutes. The system once again issued a notification. Congratulations, host, on achieving the title Butterfly Slayer. It said that beautiful butterfly spirits can fetch a good price on certain black markets. Are you sure you don't want to venture into that business? You have earned 100 achievement points. Then, another message popped up. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 3,100 achievement points. You have been awarded 5 free attribute points. On the 5th day, Su Chen challenged the 6th Forbidden Area Thunder Wolf Cavern. Due to the narrow terrain with nowhere to hide, he easily wiped out all the Thunder Wolves in less than 10 minutes. Although the number of Thunder Wolves was sparse, only about 50 or 60, and he had already achieved the Wolf Nemesis title in the first trial zone, Su Chen still gained something, successfully advanced to the 3rd tier, first stage, officially becoming a 3rd tier Beast Master. The system immediately provided feedback. Congratulations, host, on achieving the title 3rd tier breakthrough. Becoming a 3rd tier Beast Master means you've surpassed 99 of people. You have earned 100 achievement points. Following this, another notification appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 3,200 achievement points. You have been awarded the Skill Beast Cultivation Technique, Volume 1. Mastering this skill will significantly increase the speed at which your contracted beasts refine crystal cores. As soon as Su Chen learned this skill, his contracted beasts, Tu Shan Yia and Qing Lu, immediately leveled up to 3rd tier, first stage and 3rd tier, second stage, respectively. On the 6th day, Su Chen reached the 7th Forbidden Area Sea of Death Flowers. The challenge here was far more difficult than the previous ones, taking him nearly 3 hours to conquer. The reason was that the beasts here were all sequence number 194 Death Flower spirits. Although their physical stats were low, they possessed a fearsome innate skill death rebound. Once killed, they would reflect equal damage back to their enemy, and it couldn't be avoided. Facing such a troublesome opponent, the conventional strategy is to rely on level suppression or equip powerful healing magic beasts. However, Su Chen was no ordinary person. He chose the most direct approach, wielding a silver dagger. He sliced through the Death Flower spirits like lightning. Each time he was counterattacked, he would immediately use 1 attribute point to increase his physical stat, instantly healing his injuries. Although the pain was excruciating, for him, this counterattack was negligible. After defeating each Death Spirit Flower, Su Chen needed a short break. While he could heal his physical wounds with attribute points, his mental fatigue was not as easily alleviated. Fortunately, there were only 30 Death Spirit Flowers in total, and he used just 30 free attribute points to complete the task of clearing this forbidden area. Don't you think Su Chen is actually quite handsome? Qing Lu asked softly, looking at the figure meditating in the distance. Yes, based on his performance today, he is indeed very handsome. Tu Shanyu nodded in agreement. So I guess I'll reluctantly take care of him tonight. What do you mean reluctantly? Qing Lu teased. Isn't it because your kill count fell short of mine, so you have to work overtime tonight? A system notification appeared. Bond level with Nine-Tailed Fox, Tu Shanyu, 70-75. Bond level with Qing Luan Qing Lu, 60-70. Over the past week, Su Chen's performance had astonished everyone. His score skyrocketed to a staggering 100,000, far surpassing Zhao Lan's 20,000 in second place. This five-fold gap made other contestants lose their desire to compete. What was even more surprising was that, apart from Su Chen, only 3 others broke the 10,000 mark, while the rest hadn't even reached that threshold. Even the combined scores of the top 3 barely reached half of Su Chen's total. Such results shocked all the teachers watching from the sidelines. However, the students from Yenjing University were undeniably exceptional, as no one had called for help or been disqualified in the past week. This might indicate that most students were capable of defeating the beasts but struggled to find their tracks. At this moment, Su Chen was heading towards the last forbidden area in the Spring Valley Zone. He dealt with the beasts he encountered along the way effortlessly, though he didn't gain any achievements. Outside the forbidden zones, the variety of beasts was vast, but there were only 1 or 2 of each kind, making it difficult to collect 100. The forbidden zone in the Spring Valley is called the Black River, right? Su Chen pondered the strange name. Is it because there's a black mountain stream here? As he was deep in thought, Tu Shanyu and Qing Lu's exclamations interrupted him. Su Chen, look, what's that? Following their gaze, he saw a group of dark-themed castles standing on the horizon. This collection of buildings, resembling a small, ancient western city, stretched for hundreds of meters and eerily floated in the air, completely detached from the ground. Su Chen frowned. Although the scene was clearly a mirage, it gave off an inexplicable sense of unease. What is that? Qing Lu asked, puzzled. Is it a mirage? But it doesn't quite look like one. It seems more like a floating city. I feel something's not right. Should we retreat? At that moment, Su Chen noticed 5 or 6 students not far below, including Luo Yuyan, the daughter of Yinjing University's president, all gazing up at the sky's anomaly. However, in the blink of an eye, these students mysteriously vanished without a trace, as if their presence had been nothing more than an illusion. In the conference room at Yinjing University, a tense silence filled the air. Zhang Honghu gazed intently at the computer screen displaying the students' location data from the past couple of days. His brows furrowed deeper, eyes filled with confusion. What on earth is going on with these people? Zhang Honghu murmured to himself, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. Why are they all gathered in the Jinquan area? It's been 2 days, and there's been no movement or increase in points. Lin Xian leaned closer to the screen and whispered, there seems to be a nice little pond there. Maybe they're resting after hunting beasts? Look, the location coordinates are still moving. If they were really in danger, they would definitely call for help. Zhang Honghu shook his head in disagreement. The principal's daughter, Luo Yuyan, is also there. Why would she stay with the other students? It's too unusual. Lin Xian found it strange as well, but without any distress signals, intervening might not be appropriate. Suddenly, she noticed something on the screen and pointed excitedly at a dot. Look, Su Chen seems to be heading to that area too. Let's observe his situation first. If he also gets stuck like the others, we should report to Principal Luo and request a rescue. Zhang Honghu nodded in agreement. Indeed, that sounds more prudent. We'll monitor the situation for a while longer. Meanwhile, Su Chen stood still, bewildered. He was certain that what he had seen of Luo Yuyan and her group was no illusion, as his appraisal skill successfully identified the items in their clothing. At that moment, Tu Shanye urgently shouted, Qing Lu, run. Though Qing Lu didn't understand the reason, she trusted Tu Shanye's judgment and quickly retreated under the cover of her illusory water mirror. Su Chen was puzzled. Are you talking about that black castle? What exactly is it? Tu Shanye turned, her gaze cold as she glanced at the black castle hovering in the sky. She spoke in a low voice. That's not an ordinary mirage. It's the domain of a beast. A domain? Su Chen gasped. A domain is a special skill possessed only by beasts of the 6th tier and above, allowing them to create an independent space with immense demonic power, forming their own world. Within a domain, a beast's power is greatly enhanced, and injuries heal rapidly. If an enemy enters, breaking through the spatial barrier is nearly impossible unless there's a significant power disparity. Realizing this, Su Chen's expression grew increasingly serious. If this black castle in front of him really was a domain, then it was obvious that the owner here had to be a beast of the 6th level or higher. Su Chen's heart suddenly raced, and cold sweat soaked his back. He realized an even more terrifying fact according to the rules of this world. A beast capable of creating a domain had surpassed the realm of ordinary beasts, earning the title of Beast Emperor. However, this realization came too late. A heart-stopping flash of black light appeared, and before Su Chen could react, an immense invisible force pulled him into the domain. His figure vanished instantly, and his consciousness plunged into chaos. After an unknown period, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. As he took in his surroundings, a chill spread from his spine throughout his body. He found himself amid an eerie and sinister cluster of buildings, with an unsettling atmosphere permeating the air. Tu Shanye and Qing Lu had already awoken and were cautiously observing every movement around them. Qing Lu's face was ashen as she spoke gravely. Su Chen, the situation is dire. We seem to have been forcibly drawn into a Beast Emperor's domain. She and Tu Shanye had previously tried to break through the spatial barrier to escape, but failed. They couldn't even create a ripple, let alone break through. Tu Shanye asked with some panic. Su Chen, what should we do? Are we really going to die here this time? Don't panic. It's going to be okay. Su Chen forced himself to stay calm and took a deep breath. He looked down at his right hand and found the point device missing, but everything else, including his waist pack, was intact. A dreadful suspicion arose in him. The Beast Emperor seemed to know about the distress function of the point device, which was why it had been confiscated. If that were true, then this Beast Emperor had likely been lurking here for years, fully aware of the student training from Yinjing University. But what was its purpose? Was it trying to weaken human power by wiping out new forces? If so, why was he still alive? Could it be that because Tu Shanye and Qing Lu were divine sequence beasts, the Beast Emperor saw potential in them? Su Chen opened his attribute panel and carefully checked his status. Name, Su Chen. Level, Stage 3, Phase 1. Physique, 78.978.9. Beast Power, 72.579.0. Skills, Beast Mastery, Forced Contract, Insight, Indestructible Golden Body, Combat Technique, Beast Arrow, Beast Master Cultivation Secret Volume 1. Appraisal, Crisis Perception, Beast Breeding Technique Volume 1. Achievement Points, 920-3270. Contracted beasts, nine-tailed fox, blue lawn. Remaining free attribute points, 33. A 6th level beast emperor, especially one capable of creating a domain, likely had a beast power of no less than 100 points. Escaping the domain through a forced contract would be extremely difficult. The worst-case scenario might involve risking a beast power rampage, first contracting the beast emperor, then breaking the contract. System sister, is there any way to break this situation right now? Su Chen called out in his mind. The system's response was cold and direct. None. Host, you must fend for yourself. Don't drag this system down with you. Oh no, even the system can't help? Su Chen's face darkened with despair. Was he, the protagonist with a system, really going to die here in such a frustrating way? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Reflecting on what Su Chen had said, they had woken up half an hour earlier and had been continuously attacking the spatial barrier. Logically, with the Demon Emperor's keen perception within its domain, that 6th-tier demon beast should have attacked them by now. Something was definitely off here. Maybe we should scout the situation first, Su Chen suggested, trying to muster his strength. Sitting here worrying won't solve anything. Tu Shan and Qing Lu followed closely, cautiously surveying their surroundings. The space was empty, devoid of any signs of life or demon beasts, with only an eerie demon wind swirling around. Before long, they arrived at the place where the demon power was most concentrated, a towering black castle that seemed to pierce the sky. The castle was imposing, exuding an inescapable sense of oppression. Since the demon emperor hasn't made a move, let's take the initiative to meet it, Su Chen decided. Let's see what it's up to. With a heavy creak, the doors opened, and the three cautiously stepped inside the castle. As soon as they entered, a swarm of bats burst from the darkness. The walls flickered with ghostly green flames, casting distorted and bizarre murals in the shifting light. In the center of the hall stood a massive stone coffin, its lid covered in intricate ancient runes, radiating a powerful demon energy. Su Chen, isn't it too risky for us to just walk in like this? Tu Shan gulped, her voice trembling. Suppressing his fear, Su Chen forced a smile and joked, "Yeah, you look so cute when you're scared. How can you joke at a time like this?" Tu Shan rolled her eyes, but the tense atmosphere did ease a bit due to the light-hearted comment. They continued down a black and red carpet until they reached the end, where the space opened up into a grand hall. It was arranged like a throne room from an ancient drama, but in a more dilapidated and eerie state. At the center of the hall sat a veiled blonde woman on a massive throne. Though her face was hidden, her graceful figure suggested she was a stunning beauty. She sat there silently, like an exquisite doll, completely motionless. Of course, she wasn't human. She was a formidable demon emperor. Yi Yulong, the vampire ranked number 030 in the Divine Era sequence, stood above all with her terrifying power at the 8th tier, 10th stage. Her physique of 462.5 points and demonic power of 244.8 points were a testament to her strength. Her Dark Moon skills endowed her with a series of fearsome abilities: Blood Servant, Blood Shadow Blade, Blood Wings, Blood Perception, Dark Arts, Bloodlust, Gravity, Blood Eyes, Blood Drink, Blood Shadow Step, Phase Teleportation, and her trump card domain, Court of the Night. Even more terrifying, her combat abilities were significantly enhanced in the nighttime environment. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat drenched his back. A Divine Era sequence vampire beast. His mind raced. If she doesn't kill me, could she intend to make me her servant? The thought sent a chill down his spine. In that split second, a sense of danger suddenly approached from behind. Su Chen and his companions immediately tensed, sensing a beast silently closing in on them, targeting Su Chen specifically. Tu Shan and Qing Lu were just about to intervene when the demon emperor, Yi Yulong, suddenly rose from her throne. Her movement was as swift as lightning. With a single step, she unleashed a suffocating force that pinned the two women to their spots. It all happened so quickly, in less than a tenth of a second. However, from Yi Yulong's actions, it seemed she merely intended to restrain Tu Shan and Qing Lu without causing them harm. At this critical moment, the beast attacking from behind revealed its true form. It was another veiled blonde girl, about 1.6 meters tall, with a striking figure. In her right hand, she conjured a crimson long blade, its cold gleam threatening to slice Su Chen in half. This suddenly appearing girl was Yi Lingyun, the vampire progenitor ranked number 005 in the Divine Era sequence. Though only at the 3rd tier, 5th stage, her physique of 79.2 points and demonic power of 38.8 points were not to be underestimated. Her innate skill, Blood Oath, was particularly terrifying. It allowed her to consume the blood of others, significantly boosting her combat power and stealing their skills for her use. Divine Era sequence number 5. Another unconfirmed beast. Su Chen's heart jolted as a wave of tension washed over him. But there was no time to think. He quickly drew a silver short knife from his beast space, gripping it tightly as he prepared to face the impending assault. Yi Lingyun's attack was swift as lightning, and Su Chen met it with all his strength, swinging his blade to intercept. With a resounding clang, the short knife clashed with the blood blade, sparks flying. Underneath her veil, Yi Lingyun's expression showed slight surprise, evidently taken aback by Su Chen's ability to block her attack. A third-tier beastmaster possessing such capability was indeed unexpected. Interesting. Yi Lingyun's cool voice carried a hint of admiration. She waved her right hand, forming another blood blade, but this time she didn't attack immediately. Instead, she stood still, observing Su Chen's every move. Tushan Yeye and Xing Lu were anxious on the sidelines, like ants on a hot pan. Unfortunately, the suppression of an 8th-tier beast over a 3rd tier was like an insurmountable chasm. They could only watch helplessly as Su Chen faced Yi Lingyun's assault alone, unable to assist. Taking advantage of the lull in Yi Lingyun's onslaught, Su Chen finally had the chance to scrutinize her information. Although Yi Lingyun's physique was similar to his, the difference in skills and the current nighttime domain meant there was still a gap in their actual combat power. Su Chen calculated internally. As for the demonic power, his eyes flickered. If I allocate all 33 of my attribute points to my demonic power, I might just be able to contract her. Su Chen caught a glimpse of the 8th-level Demon Emperor's figure. This powerful being, while keeping Tushan Yeye and Qing Lu firmly suppressed, seemed uninterested in intervening in the current battle. Its scrutinizing gaze was fixed on Su Chen's every move, as if evaluating his strength. What is it doing? Trying to gauge my power? Su Chen wondered. He quickly came to a realization. This 8th-level Demon Emperor, both in terms of race and demeanor, was intricately linked to Yi Lingyun. Even if Su Chen's demon power were doubled, he couldn't contend with it. But if he could forcibly contract with Yi Lingyun, he might use her as a hostage to ensure his safe escape. With this thought, Su Chen took a deep breath, gripping the silver dagger tightly, and focused intently on Yi Lingyun's every subtle movement. In the next moment, Yi Lingyun attacked like lightning. The blood blade in her hand traced a brilliant and deadly arc in the air, aiming straight for Su Chen's neck with fierce intent. Su Chen was undaunted, meeting her strike with his silver dagger at an astonishing speed. Both possessed physical abilities 8 times that of a normal person. The white and red blades collided instantly. A deafening boom echoed, the force of which cracked the castle's floor like a spider web. Each left a deep pit beneath their feet, and the ghostly flames on the surrounding walls flickered violently, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Su Chen retreated 10 steps, blood seeping from his grip. Yi Lingyun was also forced back, stumbling a few steps before regaining her balance. This clash proved to be evenly matched. However, Yi Lingyun only paused for a breath before launching at Su Chen again. This time, her speed was even more intense, ghostly afterimages trailing in the air. To Su Chen's surprise, a pair of blood-red wings sprouted from her back. The overwhelming momentum she exuded was enough to inspire fear. Seeing his opportunity, Su Chen feigned resistance. His silver dagger danced in the air, ostensibly trying to fend off Yi Lingyun's attacks, while he waited for the perfect moment to strike. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The distance between Yi Lingyun and Su Chen closed rapidly, her blood blade gleaming coldly as it targeted Su Chen's right arm. Imperishable golden body. Su Chen's eyes focused, seizing the fleeting chance to unleash his ultimate move. A sharp clang resounded as the blood blade met Su Chen's skin, creating a crisp collision sound, as if halted by an invisible force, unable to advance further. How is this possible? Yi Lingyun's face was filled with astonishment, her eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her, her understanding completely overturned. Miss, please take care of me from now on. Su Chen's lips curled into a slight, triumphant smile. As Su Chen's fingers were about to touch Yi Lingyun's wrist to enforce a contract, he suddenly felt a void. In the blink of an eye, Yi Lingyun vanished like smoke and reappeared beside Yi Yulong. Sister Long, what are you doing? Yi Lingyun asked in confusion, unsure why Yi Yulong intervened. Yi Yulong remained silent, standing still like a statue. Her veil fluttered slightly, revealing deep and clear eyes as she glanced at Su Chen. Without hesitation, she waved her hand and dispelled the domain. The eerie, terrifying castle vanished in an instant, as if swept away by a strong wind. In its place appeared a picturesque lakeside scene, lush green grass, blossoming flowers, and a fragrant aroma that dispelled the bloody atmosphere. Su Chen looked around and noticed about 20 students suddenly appearing around him. They looked pale and shaken, including Luo Yuyin and others who had disappeared earlier. Have we returned? Su Chen murmured to himself. The other students gradually regained their composure from the fear. Some stood motionless, while others shouted excitedly, "We survived! We're alive!" And some screamed, "The Demon Emperor appeared!" They all pressed the rescue button on their point devices. Su Chen was puzzled, not understanding why this 8th-ranked Demon Emperor captured so many people, sent a 3rd-ranked divine sequence monster to fight him, and then inexplicably released everyone. He regretted missing the opportunity to interact with the divine sequence monster, recalling the cold and delicate touch. Su Chen, are you okay? Tushan Yeye and Qing Lu hurried over, their faces filled with concern. The power of that third-rank vampire progenitor was almost on par with theirs, which truly frightened them. Su Chen waved his hand gently, reassuring them. Don't worry, I'm fine. We've already gained a lot this week, so let's end the training here. He noticed the point device had somehow returned to his right wrist, as if everything earlier had been just a dream. About 10 minutes later, a dozen flying monsters appeared on the distant horizon, speeding towards them. Su Chen speculated. They must be the school's rescue team. They probably received so many distress signals and assumed there was a major monster tide incident. Su Chen, are you okay? Are you hurt? As the rescue team escorted Su Chen out of the trial area, Xiao Limo rushed over to him. Her voice trembled with concern, and her eyes reflected guilt. As the initiator of this training session, she knew well that it wasn't an order from her superiors. If anything happened to Su Chen, she would have a hard time explaining it to General Han Xinghe. By now, the news of the Demon Emperor appearing in the first trial area had spread among the students. Luo Yuyin and others repeatedly recounted the event's details. To ensure safety, the school authorities urgently halted the training, requiring all students to return immediately. Fortunately, although the Demon Emperor appeared, no casualties occurred. Is he the Su Chen? The genius who scored 100,000 points in 7 days. He really is the top scorer in the Yi City College entrance exam. He's so strong right after graduating high school. I've wasted the last 2 years. He's so handsome. From today, he's my idol. Wait, didn't you say Zhao Lan was your idol? The murmurs around them were incessant. Upperclassmen cast amazed glances, and even Principal Luo and the faculty looked on with approval. Under the teacher's inquiries, Xiao Limo finally admitted that Su Chen was indeed the one behind the fox and the bluebird, only asking for temporary confidentiality until Su Chen's abilities advanced further. This Su Chen is destined to become a pillar of Longhua, one teacher declared with certainty. Faced with the discussions, Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed, his cheeks flushing as he smiled and replied, Miss Xia, I'm fine. That's good to hear, Xiao Limo said with her head lowered. I'm sorry, I didn't expect the Demon Emperor to appear. Her demeanor almost made it seem like Su Chen was the teacher instead. Noticing the tear in Su Chen's clothes, she quickly handed him a room key card. Your clothes are torn, you should go back and rest. Leave the rest to us and the second battle zone. The hotel room is the same as before. Su Chen took the key card, glancing longingly back towards the trial area, nodding gently. Thank you, teacher. Inwardly, he lamented. What a loss, missing out on the beast ranked 5th in the Divine Era sequence. Although the training ended early, the school still awarded the promised rewards, explaining the interruption publicly as a beast tide. Meanwhile, news of Su Chen breaking through to the 3rd rank and achieving an overwhelming 1st place in the Yin University training had quietly spread across the campus. The news hit Yinjing like a bombshell, causing a massive uproar. Media outlets rushed to cover the story, thrusting Su Chen back into the spotlight of public opinion. Amidst this storm, Luo Yuyin, the daughter of a prominent family and a student at Yinjing University, also entered the public eye in a remarkable way. Luo Yuyin, with her second-tier 9th stage strength, outshone others in the Yinjing University training camp and ranked 3rd. Her stunning beauty combined with her prestigious family background quickly garnered her a large following. At this moment, she was sitting across from Su Chen in an elegantly decorated VIP room. Su Chen, can you tell me what happened after you were transported to the domain? Luo Yuyin asked, her eyes fixed intently on him. Besides wanting to get closer to Su Chen, she was eager to verify a suspicion. She had learned about the existence of the 8 taboos from a few senior students in the 8th forbidden zone of the Jianquan area. Linking this to Su Chen's astonishing score increase, she concluded that he must have ventured into the forbidden zone alone. Being an ambitious person herself, she thought, if he can do it, why can't I? With this thought in mind, she organized a team to challenge the highest difficulty level of the Dark King City. After being transported to the Demon Emperor's domain, they, like Su Chen, headed straight for the mysterious Black Castle to speak with the Demon Emperor face-to-face. What happened next mirrored Su Chen's experience. The Demon Emperor did not intervene directly, but suppressed their contracted beasts, forcing them to fight a humanoid beast barehanded. Without the help of contracted beasts, it was almost impossible for humans to defeat the Night Spirit at the same level. The 5-member team was inevitably defeated and imprisoned in the domain's dungeon. In the dungeon, they found over a dozen other students who had met the same fate. Each had been defeated by the humanoid beast and ended up there. After leaving the Demon Emperor's domain, Luo Yuyin keenly noticed the lingering battle aura around Su Chen. Based on her own experience, she had every reason to suspect that it was Su Chen's victory over the humanoid beast that had earned their release. Su Chen sighed, feeling there was no harm in revealing the truth, and recounted the events honestly. He also wanted to hear Luo Yuyin's thoughts on the Demon Emperor's actions, though he chose not to mention the encounter with 2 divine sequence beasts. I didn't win. I just grabbed the right hand of the beast attacking from behind at a critical moment. And then the Demon Emperor abruptly ended the duel and released us. Is that so? Luo Yuyan pondered. From the current situation, it seemed that the Demon Emperor indeed had no malicious intent. Otherwise, given its power, it could easily have massacred half a city, especially with the main forces of the Dragon Kingdom concentrated on the northwest battlefield and the heavenly demon land. Moreover, it merely imprisoned people in the dungeon and eventually released them all. What a peculiar beast. All right, let's not talk about that. Luo Yuyan lightly patted her cheeks, a smile blooming like spring flowers on her lips. She turned to Su Chen beside her, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. By the way, Su Chen, there's something I'd like to ask you. Su Chen put down the chicken leg in his hand and looked at her. What is it? Luo Yuyan stood up, gracefully twirled around, her eyes sparkling with mischief. In 6 months, can I invite you to join me in the Dragon Kingdom's Beastmaster Tournament of Champions? Sure, but only if you can keep up with my leveling speed. For the Tournament of Champions, partners need to be at the same level, right? Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Luo Yuyan smiled at his response. This proud guy, the gap between their levels was merely a sliver now. No matter how talented he was, it would be impossible for him to break through to the 4th level in just 6 months, she thought with a silent laugh. Getting Su Chen as a partner was much better than Zhao Lan. Although Zhao Lan was exceptionally gifted, he still couldn't compare to Su Chen. Night had fallen by the time they returned to the hotel, and it was already 9 o'clock. Su Chen was contemplating his plan to buy a soft bed for his beast space when he pulled out his room card to open the door. However, the scene before him made him freeze in place. Tushan Ye and Qing Lu sensed danger and immediately leaped out of the beast space, positioning themselves protectively in front of Su Chen. On the sofa sat 2 unexpected guests, the vampire beasts they had encountered in the Demon Emperor's domain at noon. They had removed their veils, revealing stunningly beautiful faces. Yi Yulong waved her delicate hand, and the door silently closed. A transparent barrier instantly enveloped the room, completely isolating it from the outside world. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, with no one able to detect what was happening inside. Her voice was clear and commanding, leaving no room for objection. Human, you're Su Chen, right? How about we make a deal? Su Chen frowned slightly but stopped Tushan Ye and Qing Lu, who were ready to whisk him away, and sat down on the sofa with them. He knew very well that if Yi Yulong truly wanted to take his life, there would be no need for such elaborate measures. Yes. Yi Yulong nodded slightly, her gaze piercing as she looked at Su Chen. Su Chen was about to speak when she suddenly threw out an unexpected question. Will you take it or not? This sudden inquiry left Su Chen and his companions looking at each other in confusion, as if they had missed some crucial information. After a moment, Su Chen couldn't help but ask, may I ask what exactly the deal is about? Yi Yulong gently shook her head, her eyes growing sharper. You still have a choice now. But once you hear my terms, you must accept. Otherwise, her voice turned cold. I will kill you. This threat almost made Su Chen's blood boil. What kind of unreasonable demand was this? Agree without knowing the details, and once told, refusal wasn't an option? He forced himself to remain calm, wrapping an arm around Tushan Ye and shielding Qing Lu with the other. Sorry, I have to ensure their safety. I can't agree to something uncertain. Seeing this, Yi Yulong was about to leave, but Yi Lingyun stopped her. Yi Lingyun's cheeks were slightly red as she whispered, Sister Yulong, perhaps we should take a chance. I have a good feeling about this person. She lowered her head shyly. Observing her sister's reaction, Yi Yulong hesitated for a moment before sighing and sitting back down. She looked directly at Su Chen and got straight to the point. Help us kill a beast, and you can ask for any condition. What? Su Chen was even more puzzled. For someone like you, an 8th-tier demon emperor, killing a beast should be a piece of cake. Why come to me, a 3rd-tier beastmaster? The target is the golden rock golem, Yi Yulong said, frowning slightly. Now do you understand? Su Chen was enlightened. The golden rock golem, rank number 100, was famous for its unique talent skill, the golden barrier. This barrier only allowed creatures of the same level to enter. Those above or below were kept out. It was through studying this ability that humans had developed city barriers to fend off beasts. Defeating the golden rock golem had become the ultimate goal for countless talented beast masters. Yet, there were many questions. Su Chen turned to Yi Lingyun. The barrier of the golden rock golem restricts levels, but not numbers. Why not just hire a team of beast masters? If it were that simple, we wouldn't have waited for decades, Yi Yulong sighed. This golden rock golem swallowed our clan's treasure, the blood soul pearl, and its abilities have mutated. Within its barrier, beast masters cannot summon contracted beasts, and other beasts cannot enter. Upon hearing this, Su Chen, Tushan Ye, and Qing Lu had a moment of realization. It turned out that Yi Yulong had gone through the trouble of trapping the students in the domain not to harm them, but to test their abilities. By suppressing the students' beasts and having Yi Lingyun confront the beastmasters hidden, she was actually selecting candidates capable of challenging the golden rock golem. Su Chen furrowed her brows and asked, why not directly seek out powerful members of the beast-taming families? Their individual combat strength far exceeds that of ordinary beastmasters. Finding someone who can subdue the golden rock golem should be easier, right? Yilong shook her head gravely. No, the Blood Soul Pearl, a treasure of our clan, is nothing more than a useless stone to ordinary beastmasters, but to the beast-taming families, it's a treasure that can greatly enhance their demon power. This artifact is crucial to the survival of our vampire clan. She paused and continued. Although it's unlikely that members of the beast-taming families would recognize it, and they wouldn't dare to refine it under my watch, as you humans say, better safe than sorry. If we inadvertently bring in someone who knows its value, and they succumb to the temptation of power and refine it, our clan would face annihilation. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. In this world where strength reigns supreme, many are willing to pay any price, even their lives, for great power. Even with an 8th-tier demon emperor guarding outside, there's no guarantee everyone can resist the lure of power. Therefore, seeking out ordinary beastmasters who are not from the beast-taming families is the safest choice even if they covet it. They can't use the Blood Soul Pearl, and with Yi Yolong's power, taking it back would be easy. At this moment, Yi Lingyun, who had been silent, spoke up. Su Chen, the fact that you can spar with me shows that defeating the Golden Rock Golem is not a difficult task for you. As long as you help us reclaim the Blood Soul Pearl, I can fulfill any request you have. Any request? Su Chen asked seriously. Are you sure? Yi Lingyun's golden hair fluttered gently in the wind as she nodded slightly. Yes, I'm absolutely certain. Su Chen looked directly into Yi Lingyun's eyes, a smile playing on his lips. All right, I want you. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, an expression of anticipated understanding appeared on Yi Lingyun's face. As a beast, they were well aware of how alluring the God Generation sequence beasts were to humans. She stood gracefully, performed a perfect curtsy, and smiled. Of course, it's no problem. However, I must clarify in advance that I am not the 30th in the sequence of vampires, but the 5th, the vampire true ancestor. As my beastmaster, you might encounter some minor troubles. Su Chen was unfazed by this. In this world, it was common knowledge that vampires fed on blood. Due to frequent beast battles, blood transfusions were commonplace for treating injured civilians promptly. The city's blood bank is well stocked, almost entirely with fresh blood, and a 500 milliliter bag costs only 100 credit points. For Su Chen, this expense is negligible, more than enough to sustain a family of vampires. I agree to cooperate, but payment must come first, Su Chen insisted firmly. He was well aware that Yi Yolong's politeness was only because she needed his help. Since the Blood Soul Pearl is a treasure of the vampire clan, with such a secret in his ear, who could guarantee she wouldn't betray him once her goal was met? After all, a dead man's lips are sealed tight. Yi Lingyun stepped forward, her alluring voice enticing. You want to make a pact with me now? Are you sure? In the moonlight, her fair face blushed slightly, as tempting as a ripe apple. Su Chen's heart stirred, realizing that Yi Lingyun seemed more eager for this pact than he was. Having missed the opportunity at noon, he wouldn't let it slip away again tonight. That's right, he declared decisively, mentally commanding. System, allocate all 33 attribute points to demon power. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host demon power, 72.5112.0. Yi Lingyun smiled gently, gracefully stepping to Su Chen. She extended her jade-like right hand, her slender fingers gently clasping his. The pact is sealed. As soon as she spoke, Yi Lingyun's figure began to blur, transforming into countless brilliant lights, like fluttering butterflies. These lights wove together, slowly merging into Su Chen. In no time, a delicate bat pattern appeared on his right wrist. Pact complete, the system promptly announced. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone Divine Era Sequence 3. Congratulations on forming a pact with the 3rd Divine Era Sequence beast, and a top-notch beauty at that. Are you familiar with the phrase draining the pond to catch the fish? You've earned 200 achievement points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 3,300 achievement points. Reward, 5 free attribute distribution points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 3,400 achievement points. Reward, skill intermediate combat technique. Intermediate combat technique possesses exceptionally strong close combat capabilities. Yi Long watched the scene unfold. Though she appeared cold and aloof, a careful observer might notice a faint, almost imperceptible smile on her strikingly beautiful face, her eyes reflecting satisfaction and relief, as if seeing her daughter find a reliable partner. In truth, even if Su Chen hadn't brought it up, Yi Lingyun would have eventually suggested a pact. Her power required the blood of the strong to be triggered. Su Chen, at just the first stage of the 3rd tier, successfully formed pacts with 3 Divine Era Sequence beasts without causing a demon power surge, proving his extraordinary capability. As a source of blood for Yi Lingyun, he was undoubtedly the best choice. In no time, Yi Lingyun was summoned by Su Chen and appeared in the room. Surprisingly, her usually icy face now radiated with the vitality of a young girl, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light. Master, Yi Lingyun called softly, unconsciously licking her lips, and her infatuated demeanor sent a chill down Su Chen's spine. He vaguely felt that he might have overlooked something important. With the crisis averted, Tu Shan Ye and Qing Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Yi Lingyun suddenly spoke. Esteemed elder sisters, the night is deep. Perhaps you could return to the beast space to rest. My master and I have important matters to discuss. All right, take your time. Tu Shan Ye replied with a meaningful smile, quickly pulling Qing Lu into the beast space. As seasoned beast tamers, they understood Su Chen's character, but since someone was willing to accompany him in their stead, they were happy to take a break. Yi Yulong stood up gracefully, smoothing her skirt while lifting the domain restrictions. Su Chen, get a good rest tonight and handle things here. I'll pick you up at 9 tomorrow morning. Before her words fully settled, her figure had already vanished into the night. The room was left with only Su Chen and Yi Lingyun. Su Chen cheerfully suggested, how about a bath first? I'm all sweaty. Of course, Yi Lingyun replied, a hint of shyness in her eyes. I'll help you scrub your back. By the way, I'm a bit hungry. The system timely prompted, vampire progenitor Yi Lingyun's bond value, 030. By 6 the next morning, Su Chen lay sprawled on the bed, dark circles under his eyes and his legs trembling uncontrollably. This time, he truly regretted it. Unlike Tu Shan Ye's passive resistance or Qing Lu's businesslike demeanor, Yi Lingyun's enthusiasm was overwhelming. Each session lasted at least 4 hours, and to make matters worse, she fed on him while being intimate. This directly caused Su Chen's physical strength to drop to half. Initially, he had thought of suggesting they visit a blood bank for her to buy blood, urging her to endure temporarily. This girl turned around and told Su Chen that when she established the contract with him, her innate skill, blood oath, was also activated, binding Su Chen in return. Yi Lingyun's words hit Su Chen like a sledgehammer, making him instantly aware of his predicament. From now on, she could only feed on Su Chen's blood, receiving a substantial power boost, and even gaining a slight control over Su Chen's demonic arrow. If she drank someone else's blood, her power would gradually diminish to 0. Su Chen recalled the feeling from last night of missing an important detail and felt frustrated. He opened his eyes to see Yi Lingyun getting ready at the dressing table. Noticing Su Chen awake, she turned around with a sweet smile and said teasingly, Master, I'm hungry. Su Chen's face turned green, and he retorted with exasperation. Didn't you already have your fill last night? Why are you still hungry? Yi Lingyun lightly licked her lips, her heated gaze slowly trailing down to Su Chen's lower body, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Why? Are you backing out after the fact? I remember you promised me last night during our bath that you'd let me eat to my heart's content. I didn't. I swear I didn't say that. Stop making things up. Su Chen frantically defended himself. All right. You give me food, and I'll make you feel good. Consider it a morning exercise. Yi Lingyun said as she pounced on him without further ado. Su Chen found himself at a disadvantage again, and the system promptly notified him. Vampire progenitor Yi Lingyun's bond value has changed from 30 to 50. 2.5 hours later, Yi Lingyun finally got off Su Chen with satisfaction, donning a deep red ceremonial dress. Although Su Chen used 1 point of free attribute to enhance his physique and instantly returned to his peak condition, he still felt like he was nearly drained dry. He lamented to himself, who would have thought he'd contract such a creature? No wonder Yi Lingyun had that look when he mentioned wanting to contract her. She really did see him as food. At this moment, the voices of Tu Shan Ye and Qing Lu came from outside the door. Good morning, Su Chen. Should we get breakfast for you? The way they addressed Yi Lingyun was as if they had known each other for years. Get me an extra serving of meat. I'm feeling a bit malnourished. Su Chen replied helplessly. Got it. Tu Shan Ye responded with delight. After getting up and taking a shower, Su Chen explained in detail to Xia Limei the events that transpired in the Dark King City the previous day. Xia Limei was astonished, finally understanding why the 7th-tier beast masters dispatched by the First War Zone returned empty-handed. 8th-tier Shindai sequence beast emperor was actually looking for Su Chen. Su Chen, are you saying you've contracted another Shindai sequence beast? And it's the 5th in the Shindai sequence? Xia Limei asked incredulously. Yes, but it does cost a bit of blood. Su Chen replied with a wry smile. But do you have enough demonic power? I do. Don't worry, teacher Xia. I won't have a demonic power outburst. Are you sure? Absolutely. But I will need your help to cover for me in the 1st and 2nd war zones. Xia Limei sighed. Her student had caused so many earth-shattering events in just a few months. No problem. Just go with the flow. But what about the deal to defeat the Golden Rock Golem? Are you sure you can handle that with your current strength? No problem at all. Su Chen responded confidently. All right, just be careful. Xia Limei found herself inexplicably confident in Su Chen. After all, he was a man who had contracted 3 Shindai sequence beasts. Of course, I still have to host your wedding. Teacher, there's no way I'll die here. Su Chen said with a cheeky grin. Xiao Li Mei blushed immediately, playfully admonishing. Oh, stop it. Don't say such things. After getting dressed and finishing breakfast, the clock struck 9. Yi Yulong appeared at the door right on time, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. She teased, judging by your look, you must have had a pleasant night. Su Chen rolled his eyes and retorted, I underestimated you. I wondered why you were so willing to let me contract with Yi Lingyun. He paused, a sly glint in his eyes. But aren't you afraid I might suddenly die, causing her to perish with me? Yi Yulong rolled her eyes in return, chuckling softly with a hint of resignation in her voice. Have you forgotten about our species? Humans who have been bitten by vampires like us, in a way, cannot die. They simply can't walk in the sunlight. She paused, a trace of pride in her eyes. However, since it was the true ancestor who bit you, the curse of not being able to walk in the sunlight doesn't apply. Hearing this, Su Chen was startled and quickly checked his system interface. Sure enough, a new skill had appeared in the skill section. Curse of Blood greatly enhances physical recovery, immune to various diseases, but significantly reduces resistance to light and fire attribute skills. No longer active. So it really is true. Su Chen muttered to himself, recalling descriptions from various films. This was equivalent to a permanent buff. No wonder Yi Yulong and Yi Lingyun were willing to pay up front. With this talent, the odds of defeating the Golden Rock Golem would increase significantly. All right, it's getting late. Let's go. Yi Yulong's voice interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. Okay, Su Chen responded, then curiously asked, by the way, where is this Golden Rock Golem you mentioned? Yi Yulong smiled mysteriously and didn't answer directly. Instead, she snapped her fingers crisply. In an instant, Su Chen felt a dizzying sensation. The surroundings seemed to be under a spell, twisting and transforming like a film reel being fast-forwarded 1,000 times. In less than 10 seconds, Su Chen found himself transported from the hotel room to a fragrant flower field. The air was fresh and filled with a light floral scent, with vibrant flowers blooming in a scene reminiscent of a fairyland. However, amidst this beauty, there was one incongruous presence. Not far away, a massive golden circular barrier enveloped a valley, like a radiant sun, dazzling and emitting an unsettling glow. Its radius was at least 10 kilometers, far exceeding Su Chen's expectations of the Golden Rock Golem's barrier. Su Chen frowned slightly, muttering to himself. Is this the Golden Rock Golem's innate skill, the Golden Barrier? It seems way too large. Yi Yulong sighed helplessly, a touch of concern in her voice. Yes. And have you noticed? This barrier is still expanding. Su Chen observed closely and indeed saw the Golden Barrier extending outward, growing by a centimeter every few seconds. His heart sank, realizing the situation was more dire than he had imagined. It wouldn't be long before this beautiful flower field was completely enveloped. At that moment, two beast tamers in their 30s approached from a distance. A man and a woman. The man was exceptionally handsome, and the woman was sweet and pure, like a couple from a fairy tale. Su Chen frowned slightly and asked in confusion, who are they? Yi Yulong explained, they are a couple of third-level beast tamers I know, who have gathered a lot of information for me. I mentioned before that the Golden Rock Puppet is quite special. Not only does the barrier prevent beasts from entering, but it is also particularly good at hiding. I called them here to help you accurately locate the Golden Rock Puppet. Just as she finished speaking, the couple stepped forward. The man spoke first. Brother Su Chen, I've heard so much about you. I'm Zhao Xian, and I didn't expect you to be the one taking on this task. The woman followed with a sweet smile. I'm his wife, Su Xiaodian. Nice to meet you. Su Chen naturally shook hands with the two without hesitation. Yes, nice to meet you. If we're ready, let's head out. With that, he stepped into the golden barrier first. Zhao Xian and Su Xiaodian exchanged a glance and followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the barrier, a strange force surged around Su Chen like a tide. This feeling was indescribable, like climbing to a high altitude, with a heavy pressure making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, a voice came from the beast space, belonging to Yi Lingyun. This is the power of the Blood Soul Pearl, which can strip or grant the force of life. Su Chen was startled and took a sharp breath. Is it really that terrifying? Yi Lingyun continued to explain. It's not a big deal. Only we vampires can perfectly harness the power of the Blood Soul Pearl. For an ordinary beast to completely strip the life force of a third-level beast tamer, it would take at least 3 hours. Hearing this, Su Chen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He finally understood why Yi Yulong had specifically brought in 2 skilled beast tamers. She was worried he wouldn't have enough time. Just then, Zhao Xian's voice came from behind. Su Chen, we found the location of the Golden Rock Puppet. Follow us. Su Chen responded and was about to move when the ground suddenly shook violently. The once flat surface turned uneven, rolling like waves, as if trying to swallow them. What's going on? Su Chen asked in shock. Yi Lingyun quickly explained. As I mentioned, the Blood Soul Pearl can grant life. The golden rock puppet is skilled in earth magic and has probably used the blood soul pearl's power to animate the earth. But don't worry, the golden rock puppet can't fully control the blood soul pearl. This terrain change can only hinder you, but can't cause substantial harm. I see, Su Chen realized, so the ground is alive? Yes, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Having heard this, Su Chen already had a plan. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength into his right leg, and then stomped on the ground powerfully. Boom. After a loud crash, the once writhing ground suddenly froze, as if time had stopped. Then the ground began to shatter, and countless fragments scattered like raindrops in the air. Lin Xian and Su Xiaodian witnessed the scene before them, their pupils dilating and lips slightly parted, as if frozen in place by a spell. It took them a moment to recover, their minds reeling from the bewildering logic. How could the earth be destroyed by being given life? Su Chen frowned as he surveyed the surroundings, speaking urgently. We need to hurry. Exploring such a vast area in just 3 hours is no easy task. Hearing this, Zhao Xian and his wife stopped speaking and quickly headed in the direction they sensed. At that moment, Su Chen's danger sense abruptly triggered, and a wave of impending danger washed over him. Suddenly, a system interface of a demon beast flashed before his eyes, despite the emptiness ahead. The interface vanished as quickly as it appeared, like an illusion, but it left a chill in Su Chen's heart. In that instant, he caught sight of a few keywords: serial number 199, Nightmare Demon. This was a being despised even by demon beasts, and its appearance would inevitably lead to a joint assault by humans and beasts. Su Chen silently questioned himself. Did I see that wrong? Wasn't it said that creature had long been extinct? He shook his head, forcing himself to calm down and focus on the task at hand. 10 minutes later, Su Chen, crushing the animated ground beneath him, followed Zhao Xian and his wife to the location where they initially sensed the golden rock golem. However, the empty scene before them left him disappointed. Did it escape already? It's really good at hiding. Su Chen sighed, his face full of regret. Zhao Xian immediately reassured him. Don't worry, the golden rock golem moves slowly and can't have gone far. Holding Su Xiaoyan's hand, the two of them simultaneously unleashed powerful demon energy, summoning the demon soul compass. A shadow resembling a compass appeared before them, with a spoon spinning rapidly and emitting a crisp sound. After about 10 seconds, the spoon pointed northeast, slightly tilting to indicate the target's distance. Zhao Xian shouted, Su Chen, it's less than 500 meters to the northeast. Got it, Su Chen responded, nodding, and once again crushed the animated ground beneath him, racing in the indicated direction. With his danger sense, perception skill, and the known specific location and approximate distance, Su Chen quickly locked onto his target, a massive rock demon beast made entirely of gold, the golden rock golem. This beast stood 5 to 6 meters tall, towering like a small building, exuding a chilling aura. Without hesitation, Su Chen conjured a demon arrow, shooting it like lightning toward the heart of the golden rock golem. The arrow pierced the heart of the golem with precision, but the overwhelming demon energy did not dissipate. Instead, it formed a vortex of energy at the point of impact, like a bottomless pit continuously devouring the surrounding golden shell. Roaring in agony, the golden rock golem trembled violently, struggling desperately to break free from the vortex of demonic energy. Su Chen's eyes narrowed with determination as he thought to himself, one strike wasn't enough? Then let's try again. Swiftly forming seals with his hands, demonic energy gathered at his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, 3 arrows imbued with a ghostly blue glow took shape and shot towards the golden rock golem, like arrows released from a bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the air being sliced echoed sharply. The 3 demonic arrows hit their mark with precision, piercing through the golem's head and legs. Immediately, the vortex of demonic energy opened its maw like a ravenous beast, beginning to devour the golem's body. Crack, crack, crack. The once indestructible body of the golden rock golem shattered into countless tiny fragments. Golden specks danced in the air before vanishing completely, as if they had never existed. Without a doubt, Su Chen had claimed victory in this battle with overwhelming force. He expected the beast girls in his summoning space to cheer for his bravery, even imagining them swooning and hoping he'd be bold tonight. However, what greeted him were 3 crisp, warning cries, like orioles leaving the valley. Watch out! An ambush! Su Chen behind you! Almost simultaneously, Su Chen's danger sense kicked in. His body reacted instinctively, moving even faster than the girl's warnings. In that split second, time seemed to freeze. Su Chen instinctively dodged to the side, yet the incoming attack, clearly prepared for a long time, was immensely powerful. Although he avoided a fatal blow, the massive shockwave sent him flying like a kite with a broken string. Pain washed over him like a tide, and Su Chen gritted his teeth, mentally shouting, System, boost my physique. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host physique value, 79.9, 79.9. Instantly, a refreshing energy surged through Su Chen's body, beginning to heal his injuries. Once he regained clarity, he finally saw the ambusher's true form, a golden rock golem, twice the size of the one he had just defeated, exuding an aura of terrifying menace. Yet what shocked Su Chen even more was the sight of Su Xiaotian, sent by Yi Yulong to assist him, standing beside the massive golem. At Su Xiaotian's feet lay Zhao Xian, bloodied and barely clinging to life. Su Chen's eyes were filled with disbelief as he spoke with a hint of caution. Su Xiaotian? What are you doing? What am I doing? Heh. Su Xiaotian grinned, her expression chilling. With a swift motion of her right hand, a sharp wind blade sliced through the air like lightning, severing her husband Zhao Xian's head in an instant. Zhao Xian's head tumbled to the side, blood gushing out to form a shocking red pool on the ground. A single tear lingered at the corner of Su Xiaotian's eye, slowly sliding down, starkly contrasting with the coldness on her face. In that split second, due to Su Xiaotian's display of the wind blade, Su Chen finally saw the true nature of the system interface. Species sequence, number 199, Nightmare Demon. Level, 3rd tier, 10th stage. Physique, 44.044.0. Demonic energy, 24.5 to 4.5. Innate skill, Nightmare. Skills, Wind Blade Slash, Demonic Energy Seal. Nightmare. Capable of invading other entities and controlling the host through dreams. As expected, it's really that thing. I didn't see it wrong just now. Su Chen's brows furrowed instantly, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. His mind quickly recalled the history of this world. 500 years ago, the notorious nightmare beasts were hunted down by humans and beasts working together, and since then, they vanished without a trace. Su Chen secretly contemplated the terrifying abilities of the nightmares. Not only could they possess and control humans, but they could also manipulate beasts. Even more frightening, they could acquire all of their host's memories, making any secret vulnerable. They could even expand and proliferate by using their host's body. Killing them was extremely difficult. One must first eliminate the host, and then completely eradicate its mist-like form in the brief moment before it possesses another. Even the beast factions considered them mortal enemies, willing to pay any price to eradicate them. Su Chen's heart raced as he realized his earlier feeling was not an illusion. The Su Xiaotian in front of him was likely already completely controlled by a nightmare. As for the golden rock golem beside her, it was clearly also a manipulated foe. Su Xiaotian's lips curled into a sinister smile as she said, "Ah, Su Chen, isn't it? The most talented prodigy in the Dragon Kingdom in the past decade. According to the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, you might even become the next Long Haojia. I love this body. Just a few more decades of lurking, and we nightmares can once again emerge into the world and take control of everything." Hurrah! She clapped her hands lightly, and a transparent, film-like spatial barrier instantly expanded from her, enveloping Su Chen. This was a demonic power seal, similar in effect to Su Chen's silent words, restricting the opponent's use of demonic arts. However, due to the vast disparity in their powers, this seal was almost negligible, only slightly slowing the gathering of demonic power, far from achieving a true silencing effect. Su Chen's expression darkened immediately. He realized this was a carefully planned trap, and the opponent was clearly well prepared. He recalled that Yi Yulong had once told him that almost no one knew about the Blood Soul Pearl, and the Golden Rock Golem was known for being clumsy and dull. However, the fact that this Golden Rock Golem could use the Blood Soul Pearl so skillfully finally made sense. It was the nightmare controlling it. Through continuous possession and experience accumulation, they had likely learned how to use the Blood Soul Pearl from somewhere. As Su Chen pondered, the Golden Rock Golem beside Su Xiaotian swung its massive fist, larger than Su Chen himself, towards him with a fierce wind, like a small mountain. Crushing rock fist, Su Chen exclaimed inwardly. "Ling Yun, I definitely need to get some interest back from you for this." Despite the perilous situation, Su Chen's mind remained clear. From Su Xiaotian's actions, he seemed to discern a clue. Perhaps, for the nightmare to possess and seize control, certain preconditions were required. Otherwise, there would be no need to attack Su Chen. With this hypothesis in mind, Su Chen prepared to face the impending fierce blow with vigilance. After all, if Su Chen were to seize a body after getting injured, there was a risk of ending up with missing limbs, which would be self-defeating. This thought flashed through Su Chen's mind. He quickly discarded any distractions and focused all his attention on the battle before him. The diagram of intermediate combat techniques gradually became clear in Su Chen's mind. He coldly watched the approaching Golden Rock Golem, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "A mere third-tier nightmare demon. Do you really think so highly of yourself?" As the massive fist approached, Su Chen's body suddenly shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. His speed was astonishing, and before the Golden Rock Golem could react, he had already appeared at its side. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed in the air. Su Chen's powerful kick struck the Golden Rock Golem's body with force. The 10-meter-tall giant was instantly sent flying like a cannonball, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground over 20 meters away. The ground cracked open with a massive fissure, dust billowed, and debris scattered. It all happened so quickly that Su Chen, with her frail physique, couldn't react. She stared wide-eyed, her face full of shock, her mouth slightly open, clearly too stunned to speak. How is this possible? Su Chen murmured in disbelief. Who are you? Could you be from the beast taming family? But the beast taming family is known for their beast magic, not physical combat skills. Just then, an angry voice came from the direction of the golden rock golem. Damn it! Did you think we came unprepared? As the words fell, a mist-like figure slowly emerged from the golden rock golem's wreckage. The form quickly coalesced, eventually revealing a third-tier 10th rank nightmare demon. Without pause, it dived into the ground. The next second, the ground suddenly split open, and a skeletal ghost emerged. This was a sequence 144 beast, wielding a rusted greatsword with a sickly gray mist swirling around the blade, exuding an ominous aura. However, faced with this sudden threat, Su Chen remained unfazed. A slight, disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Against absolute strength, all these flashy tricks are useless. Before the words even finished, Su Chen had already darted towards the skeletal ghost like lightning. The skeletal ghost barely registered a blur before a massive shoe print slammed down onto its face like a mountain. The tremendous impact instantly separated its head from its body. The headless body of the skeletal ghost flew away like a kite with a broken string under the massive force. It carved a deep trench over 10 meters long in the ground before coming to a stop 100 meters away. At that moment, Su Chen seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind Su Chen. A formless wind blade formed around her right wrist, and in the blink of an eye, she was behind Su Chen. This strike contained all her strength, and she was confident it would defeat her opponent. However, no matter how fast Su Chen was, she couldn't surpass Su Chen. With a physique equivalent to a 4th-tier 5th-rank beast, Su Chen easily handled this ordinary 3rd-tier beast tamer opponent. Su Chen didn't even see how Su Chen countered before a sharp pain erupted in her chest. Ugh, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body uncontrollably falling backward. Yet, at this critical moment, a strange smile appeared on Su Xiaoyan's lips. Simultaneously, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind Su Chen. Su Chen, didn't expect this, did you? Your body is mine now. This voice was from the nightmare demon attached to the skeletal ghost that Su Chen had defeated earlier. Seizing the moment when Su Chen's attention was fully on Su Xiaoyan, the mist-like nightmare demon finally found an opening. It silently slipped into Su Chen's body, attempting to take over his powerful form. The primary limitation for a nightmare demon to possess someone is that the target's attention must not be on themselves, or they must be in a state of unconsciousness. This is why they initially attempted to knock out Su Chen to avoid unnecessary trouble. At this moment, a strong wave of drowsiness washed over Su Chen. He felt as if he had been working for 7 days and nights straight, his eyelids so heavy that he could barely keep them open. Just as he was about to fall into the abyss, a clear system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Special energy detected within the host, about to take control of the host's body. The host may fall into a deep sleep. Please expend 100 achievement points to eradicate this special energy. This voice was like a sharp sword, piercing through Su Chen's drowsiness and jolting his consciousness awake. Su Chen felt a surge of joy. The system never lets me down. Let's use the points. At the same time, the nightmare demon seemed to have heard the system notification too. Its consciousness was instantly filled with confusion. Kid, something's not right with you. How is this possible? Ding. Eradication in progress. In that instant, an extremely bizarre energy erupted from within Su Chen like a volcanic explosion. Oh, the nightmare demon's scream echoed in Su Chen's mind. The pain was indescribable, as if it was simultaneously being burned by fire, frozen by ice, crushed by deep-sea pressure, and gnawed by ants. The nightmare demon desperately tried to escape Su Chen's body, only to be shocked to find itself trapped in a cage made purely of energy. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape. Why is this happening? The nightmare demon roared in frustration. However, it was all in vain. Within just 2.5 seconds, it vanished completely from this world. The fallen demon beast crystal nucleus naturally rolled into Su Chen's beast space. Feeling the disappearance of her companion's presence, Su Xiaoyan's face turned pale with shock and fear. She trembled as she asked, What? What did you do? Su Chen replied calmly. Nothing much, just that you might never see your companion again. But don't worry, I'll soon send you to join him. Before he finished speaking, Su Chen swiftly waved his hand, and a powerful force surged towards Su Xiaoyan like a tidal wave. Su Xiaoyan felt a massive impact hit her, her body flung away like a kite with a broken string. However, Su Chen held back a bit and didn't kill Su Xiaoyan directly. After all, if the nightmare demon willingly left Su Xiaoyan's body, she still had a slim chance of survival. As for her husband, Su Chen sighed inwardly, unwilling to dwell on it. Damn it! Damn it! Why is this happening? Su Xiaoyan's curses echoed in the air. Damn, these humans are so strong. Taking advantage of Su Chen knocking her away, the nightmare demon immediately flew out of her body, planning to hide for a while. The nightmare demon was invisible and intangible, making it almost impossible to detect as long as it held its breath. However, the nightmare demon greatly underestimated Su Chen's strength. The system interface appeared like a precise radar, clearly marking the demon's position. Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He raised his right hand, curling his fingers slightly to mimic the shape of a gun. Whoosh! A faint sound of something slicing through the air was heard. In an instant, a blue-white light gathered at Su Chen's fingertip, transforming into a demon's arrow. Composed of pure energy, this arrow shot towards the nightmare demon at lightning speed, almost too fast for the naked eye to follow. Ah! The demon's piercing scream echoed all around. Its misty form collapsed under the impact of the arrow, dissipating into nothingness. All that remained was a glistening, transparent third-tier demon beast crystal core, lying quietly on the ground, silently narrating the demon's former existence. Su Chen exhaled deeply, sweat beading on his forehead. He had to admit that the moment he was possessed, he felt a bit panicked. Thank goodness for the system, sis, he thought to himself with relief. The seamless execution of his actions left the three girls in the beast space utterly stunned. They looked on in disbelief. How could Su Chen so easily defeat such a powerful nightmare demon? Su Chen, how did you do it? Are you really human? Qing Lu couldn't help but ask, her voice filled with awe. That was amazing. Tonight, I'll reward you with a 6-hour swing package. Tu Shan Yaya exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. The system promptly displayed a notification. Nine-tailed fox Tu Shan Yaya's bond value changed, 7,580. Qing Wan Qing Lu's bond value changed, 7,075. Vampire progenitor Yi Lingyun's bond value changed, 5,060. Basic operation, no sweat. Su Chen said smugly, but his expression quickly turned serious. But it's not over yet. There should be one more left. I still can't summon you. The golden barrier is still here, which means there are other golden rock golems alive. Su Chen felt a residual trace of the nightmare demon's power within him, enabling him to easily sense the locations of other demons. Perhaps the demons communicate using this special method, he pondered. Turning to the unconscious Su Xiaotian, Su Chen felt a bit guilty. I need to treat her injuries since they were caused by me, he thought. He retrieved some healing ointment from the beast space and carefully applied it to Su Xiaotian. This is an emergency. I'm just applying medicine, not trying to be a rogue. Su Chen explained nervously, unsure of who he was talking to. Meanwhile, the golden rock golem at the mountaintop, possessed by a nightmare demon, suddenly shuddered. The demon inside sensed the sudden demise of its two companions, overwhelmed with shock and disbelief. They're dead? How is that possible? It muttered, its voice filled with incredulity. This demon had been lurking for 500 years, always hiding and never daring to show itself. 2.5 years ago, it finally managed to split into two more demons, planning to use the blood soul orb to expand its kind and dominate the world. But now, learning of its companion's death, it was plunged into despair and rage. Damn it! How dare they kill my companions, I'll. Before it could finish, a sudden voice behind it interrupted. You'll do what? Didn't expect a demon to enjoy trash talk too. The unexpected voice startled the nightmare demon so much that it nearly flew out of the golden rock golem's body. Who are you? The nightmare demon asked, its face full of terror, voice trembling. It involuntarily shrank back. Su Chen sneered, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Me? I'm the one who killed your two fellow demons. And you're about to be the third. Before the words finished, Su Chen waved his hands, instantly forming 3 demonic arrows. They shot through the air like lightning, precisely hitting the golden rock golem. With 3 loud explosions, the hard rocky shell shattered, revealing the ethereal essence of the nightmare demon. Impossible. How can a human possess such power? Why is this happening? The nightmare demon was in utter disbelief, its misty form trembling uncontrollably. Su Chen scoffed dismissively. Anything is possible. Haven't you heard that saying? With that, he conjured another demonic arrow and mercilessly shot it at the nightmare demon. The arrow, like a streak of silver light, pierced through the nightmare demon's misty body. Despite its ability to easily possess other demon beasts, its own strength was exceptionally weak. With a physique value of 3 tiers and 10 segments, it was even lower than Tu Shan Yaya's 1 tier and 10 segments. Therefore, being instantly killed by Su Chen was not surprising. As the last nightmare demon turned into a 3rd-tier demon beast crystal core, a series of system notifications echoed in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of True Hero. Completely eradicating the nightmare demon race is a significant contribution to this world. Host, ever wonder why beauties have always adored heroes? Achievement points awarded, 300 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 3,500 achievement points. Awarded 5 free attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 3,600 achievement points. Awarded 5 free attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 3,700 achievement points. Awarded skill, Limit Break. Limit Break significantly boosts combat power for a short duration. Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected to earn achievement points, let alone a whole 300. Initially, he was merely trying to tame a beast girl, but this unexpected gain was a delightful bonus. Not bad at all, he thought to himself. At that moment, Yi Yulong swiftly appeared in front of Su Chen. She looked at the shattered pieces of the golden rock golem and nodded in approval. Well done. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. With the barrier lifted, Yi Lingyun also emerged from the beast space. She eagerly exclaimed, Sister Yulong, listen to me, Su Chen is really strong. He defeated the golden rock golem in an instant. It's incredible. I knew my decision was right. Really? Is he that strong? Was the golden rock golem really defeated in an instant? Yi Yulong was a bit surprised. Yes, and not just that. Yi Lingyun excitedly recounted what had just happened, leaving Yi Yulong astonished. Is it true? There are still remnants of the nightmare demons. Yi Yulong was amazed. Su Chen chimed in with a playful grin. Don't worry, mother-in-law, there will be no more nightmare demons in this world from now on. After all, the system confirmed it, so there can't be any mistakes. Really? Yi Yulong frowned slightly. How do you know? And what's with calling me mother-in-law? Su Chen teased. Isn't it true? Should I call you sister-in-law instead? Seeing Su Chen didn't intend to elaborate, Yi Yulong didn't press further. She walked over to the golden rock golem's remains and picked up a blood-red orb. After examining it for a few seconds, she exhaled in relief. Though much of its power has dissipated, the core energy remains intact, so it's not a major problem. After 30 long years, the major problem has finally been resolved. The arrival of Su Chen was undoubtedly a turning point. Otherwise, the only option would have been to break through the barrier by force, requiring a breakthrough beyond the 10th level. Knight Yulong led Su Chen to the secret gathering place of the vampire clan. Hidden deep within the mountains, it was shrouded by a powerful domain barrier, making it undetectable to ordinary people. If outsiders were to discover this place, they would be astonished. Dozens of rare mythical beasts from the ancient era resided here. The vampire's trust in Su Chen was evident. More surprising was the beauty of the vampire women here. With their flowing blonde hair and blood-red eyes that sparkled with allure, they had enchanting figures like celestial maidens in a painting. This place was a paradise for men, provided they had the stamina to handle it. After all, the desires of these vampires were almost as intense as the legendary succubi from Western myths. Su Chen, hee. A sultry voice from Night Lingyun approached. She slowly closed in, wearing a meaningful smile. Su Chen shivered, his heart racing, and sweat beading on his forehead. At that moment, he finally understood the feelings of Tushan Yaya and Qinglu each night. The two demonesses couldn't help but giggle at Su Chen's embarrassed demeanor. It seemed there was finally a beast that could tame Su Chen. The long night passed, with Su Chen's room brightly lit, contrasting sharply with the darkness outside. The room occasionally echoed with the laughter of young women, adding vitality to the serene night. Although the experience was indeed pleasant, Su Chen knew he needed to quickly enhance his physical strength. By noon the next day, Night Yulong sincerely thanked Su Chen. Su Chen, we owe you so much for this. On behalf of Lingyun and all our kin, thank you for your help. If you ever need us in the future or wish to form a contract, just say the word. We will always have your back. Su Chen waved his hand with a smile. I don't have enough blood for you all to drink, but if I ever need help, I'll be sure to ask. Night Yulong nodded, then turned to Night Lingyun with a look of concern and reproach. Lingyun, you need to moderate your nightlife activities. Don't drain Su Chen dry, or you'll be in trouble too. Night Lingyun, however, nonchalantly laughed. Sister Yulong, you wouldn't believe it, but Su Chen's constitution is special. Every time he seems about to collapse, he suddenly recovers fully, even though he pretends to be exhausted. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Night Yulong's beautiful red eyes. Really? Su Chen inwardly lamented. If he hadn't used attribute points to enhance his physical strength, he would have passed out long ago. Fainting in such situations not only meant wasting his strength, but also facing the teasing of the women. A man can never afford to be seen as weak. Unfortunately, this ability had its limits. Night Lingyun nodded vigorously, continuing. Yes, it's really impressive, and he never loses his edge. Night Yulong smiled charmingly. Is that so? You make it sound quite tempting. Her gaze lingered on Su Chen for a moment, as if contemplating something. After chatting for a while, Su Chen glanced at his watch and realized it was time to say goodbye. He looked around and saw the vampires staring at him with hungry eyes. occasionally swallowing audibly. The scene made Su Chen's heart tighten as he thought to himself, if I don't leave now, I might really end up as a dried-out corpse. Not far away, Su Xiaodian was still engulfed in immense grief. Since waking up, she had been crying uncontrollably. The harsh reality of having killed her own husband was something she could neither accept nor change. Life and death are destined. Wealth is determined by fate. This is the cruel law of this world. To express her apologies, Yi Yulong offered a treasure worth billions of credits as compensation. While this wealth couldn't heal Su Xiaoyan's pain of losing her beloved, it could at least ensure her future security and even give her a chance to become a sixth-tier beastmaster. And so, the matter with Yi Lingyun finally came to a close. Back in the hotel room, Su Chen proudly introduced, Teacher Xia, this is Yi Lingyun, my new partner. Yi Lingyun gracefully curtsied to Xia Limo and smiled. Hello, teacher. I'm Yi Lingyun. I've heard a lot about you from Su Chen. Xia Limo's gaze lingered on Yi Lingyun for a moment, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She softly sighed. Another beautiful beast girl. Her tone carried a hint of melancholy, but she quickly regained her composure and continued. By the way, Su Chen, I reported your breakthrough to the third tier, to General Han. He wants me to take you to the first war zone now. How about it? Do you want to go? Of course I want to go. Su Chen responded immediately, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After all, what man could resist the allure of being the strongest and most mysterious? Shall we go now? Xia Limo confirmed. Let's go now. Su Chen replied decisively. All right, I'll apply for the teleportation array from my superiors, Xia Limo said, beginning preparations. She marveled inwardly. I thought Su Chen would need at least a year to break through to the third tier, but he did it in just over 3 months. Moreover, his strength far exceeds other third-tier beastmasters, and he has contracted 3 powerful mythic beasts. His progression speed is astonishing, like something out of a novel. It's unbelievable. Before long, Su Chen was taken to the basement of the Beastmaster Association in Yanjing. In the center of the room stood a teleportation array, its surface etched with intricate patterns and emitting powerful energy waves. With the staff's operation, the teleportation array slowly activated, ready to send Su Chen on a new adventure. Terrifying energy surged through the air, creating visible ripples. A swirling blue and white vortex suddenly opened above the magic circle, and Su Chen was surprised to see that this portal closely resembled the dungeon portals from a popular open-world mobile game he used to play. Let's go. Once we enter, we'll be in the first battle zone. Xia Limo said softly, pulling Su Chen's hand. Su Chen took a deep breath, nodded in agreement, and stepped into the spatial transport array with Xia Limo. With a blinding flash of light, the two disappeared instantly. During the teleportation, Su Chen felt no unusual sensations, much like when he first crossed into this world. In the blink of an eye, the scene before him changed. Su Chen found himself in a spacious, technologically advanced room, much larger than the previous underground chamber. Is this the first battle zone already? That was fast, Su Chen exclaimed in amazement. Xiao Limo responded proudly. Yes. Impressive, right? This is a joint creation of our first and 8th battle zones. Every major city's Beastmaster Association has one. She paused. Let's go, General Han wants to meet you. As they traversed the first battle zone, Su Chen encountered various beastmasters. Despite his own strength being comparable to a 4th-tier beast, the powerful aura emanating from each beastmaster left him in awe. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Han Xinghe's office. Han Xinghe stood up, scrutinizing Su Chen with a satisfied smile. He even felt a compelling urge to adopt Su Chen as a godson, inwardly marveling at this extraordinarily gifted young man, as if witnessing the rise of a new star. Feeling slightly uneasy under Han Xinghe's gaze, Su Chen cleared his throat. General Han, shall we discuss the main business? Realizing his lapse, Han Xinghe chuckled and sat back down. Haha, my apologies. He cleared his throat and said seriously, so, Su Chen, first of all, congratulations on officially becoming a member of our first battle zone. You'll receive monthly resources, which Emily will explain to you in due time. Here is your identity card, which grants you certain privileges to act first and report later in many matters. Emily will also brief you on other rights later. As for your code name, everyone in the first battle zone uses code names. You can think of one for yourself when you have time, though it's not urgent. At this point, Han Xinghe's expression grew serious. As for your duties, do you remember what you told me before? Upon hearing this, Su Chen straightened up and gave a formal military salute, declaring firmly, to restore the glory of humanity is my solemn duty. Han Xinghe nodded with satisfaction, his eyes glinting with approval. He turned to Xia Limo and instructed, take them to choose their houses now. Xia Limo immediately straightened up, gave a crisp military salute, and responded decisively, understood. Su Chen felt a twinge of confusion and thought to himself, them? Does that mean there are others besides me who will be choosing a house? Before long, Su Chen followed Xia Limo to the dormitory area of the first battle zone, and the sight before him left him speechless. This was no ordinary dormitory R8, was a luxurious townhouse estate. The elegantly arranged villas were so opulent that their level of decoration even surpassed Xia Limo's mansion in Yi City. Accompanying them were 6 highly skilled beast tamers, with cultivation levels ranging from Tier 3 Level 10 to Tier 4 Level 2. 3 of them were familiar to Su Chen, as they often appeared on television as the most prominent beast tamers from various universities. Their prowess was such that they could easily dominate the previous training camp, excluding Su Chen, of course. The other 3, though unknown to Su Chen, must have been of similar strength to stand alongside these experts. Xia Limo stopped, looked around, and pointed to the villas in front of them, saying, "This is the dormitory area of our first battle zone. Any villa without a name on its plaque is vacant, and you can choose freely. However, these are not given for free. To gain usage rights and ownership, you must pass the challenges we set. The more luxurious the villa, the higher the challenge difficulty. You can attempt as many times as you like, but only once per day. You may also team up, but that means sharing a house. If you fail the assessment, you'll have to stay at the inn temporarily. Now, you can start choosing." As soon as she finished speaking, a brief silence ensued. Soon, a female beast tamer broke the quiet. "Excuse me, Lieutenant Imo, is there a map? This place is so vast, going through each one could take half a day." Xia Limo smiled and retrieved 7 terminal devices from her beast space. These are the positioning terminals for the villa area. Once you've selected your desired villa, click confirm, and you'll be transported to the assessment area. After passing the assessment, you'll receive the house key. A Tier 4 Level 1 beast tamer politely bowed to the only female beast tamer and introduced himself. "Miss, would you like to room together? I'm Lin Yubin, the chief beast tamer of Yenjing University this year. With our combined strength, we can definitely conquer the most luxurious villa." The female beast tamer responded coolly. "Sorry, I prefer to live alone." With that, she focused on operating the positioning terminal, ignoring everything else around her. Lin Yubin showed a hint of disappointment on his face, but quickly returned to his usual demeanor, sighing softly. "What a pity." Su Chen walked with slightly weary steps towards the distant seaside villa area. His eyes were a bit dark, clearly from lack of sleep. Nevertheless, his gaze remained resolute, fixed on the villa he had set his sights on. Lin Yubin stood not far away, resting his chin on one hand, watching Su Chen with interest. "Who is that guy? Ambitious, isn't he? His goal is the last remaining seaside villa," he remarked softly. As representatives of a top-tier faction, Lin Yubin and his team could easily purchase estates dozens of times larger than this place. However, they chose to win the villa through challenges in the First War Zone, not only because it's a necessary path for newcomers, but also because of the unique spiritual energy barrier in the villa area. These villas are built on dragon veins, providing an excellent environment for cultivation. Here, contracted beasts can refine devoured beast cores much faster, with efficiency comparable to slaying 30 beasts of the same level each day. Moreover, the nourishing effect of natural treasures is enhanced, making it easier to increase physical and beast power values. Lin Yubin thought to himself, the larger the villa, the more dragon vein resources it occupies, and the faster the upgrade speed. With enough natural treasures and beast cores, you could level up just by lying here. The seaside villa area consists of 35 villas, 34 of which already have owners. The remaining one is the largest and most difficult to obtain. In over 30 years, no newcomer from the First War Zone has successfully challenged it. Even the most renowned veterans have been few and far between, each one an extraordinary talent from the Dragon Kingdom. Although Lin Yubin was confident in his abilities, he didn't dare to rashly challenge such a difficult obstacle. However, upon seeing Su Chen, he couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. That guy, could he be Su Chen? The one reported a few days ago as the 18-year-old Beastmaster who ranked first in training among this year's students in Yenjing. Lin Yubin scrutinized Su Chen, trying to find signs in his appearance that matched the rumors. However, the Su Chen before him appeared exhausted, with no hint of arrogance in his eyes, and his gait was slightly unsteady. This was far from the image of an extraordinary talent that Lin Yubin had imagined. "He doesn't look like the extraordinary talent one would expect," Lin Yubin muttered to himself. Another third-tier, 10th-stage Beastmaster nearby immediately agreed. "I noticed him from the start, and it is indeed Su Chen, hailed by the major media as a Beastmaster with the potential to become the next Long Haojia." His eyes were filled with admiration. The only female Beastmaster, upon learning Su Chen's identity, also cast a curious glance his way. However, aside from his slightly tired appearance and calm demeanor, she didn't find anything particularly remarkable. "So he's Su Chen. I thought he was just some random passerby." She lightly licked her red lips, a sly glint in her eyes. "I wonder how this extraordinary talent will hold up against my advances? It's really intriguing." Ji Shuyuan, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Ji family, the premier Beastmaster family in the magical city, holds a noble status and possesses captivating beauty. From a young age, She has been the target of numerous factions vying for her attention. However, this excessive adulation has gradually twisted her inner world. She detests those who fawn over her, instead finding herself drawn to the male prodigies who remain indifferent to her charms. She relishes a unique thrill of hunting, using her talents and allure to captivate renowned single prodigies, only to heartlessly discard them once they are infatuated with her. This behavior both satisfies her vanity and provides her with a distorted sense of pleasure. During today's gathering, Su Chen, as usual, discreetly counted how often other prodigies glanced at her. Lin Yubin's gaze was the most intense, while the other four occasionally looked her way. However, one person's behavior unsettled her. Su Chen, who was engrossed in conversation with Lieutenant Xia Limo, seemed oblivious to her presence. Initially, Ji Shuyuan dismissed Su Chen, assuming he was just an average person. But upon discovering he was the recently celebrated prodigious talent, a strong desire to conquer him surged within her. She mused that if she could win over such a prodigy and then discard him, it would be an exhilarating experience. Learning that Su Chen planned to challenge the most difficult villa, Ji Shuyuan decided to follow him. She calculated that if this prodigy, who had never tasted failure, faltered in his challenge, she could seize the opportunity to console him, showcasing her gentle and caring side and easily winning him over. With this plan in mind, Ji Shuyuan followed closely behind Su Chen towards the seaside villa district. Although the others were puzzled, they had ample time on the first day and decided to join in the spectacle. After half an hour of walking, the group finally reached the seaside villa district. The fresh air carried a subtle salty scent, and the gentle sea breeze was invigorating. The villas before them resembled exquisite works of art, each occupying over 2,000 square meters, akin to estates. The front gates of the villas featured elaborate nameplates engraved with personal codes, highlighting the extraordinary status of this place. Only the most luxurious estate, spanning over 3,000 square meters, had an empty nameplate. Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he fixed his gaze on the towering villa. This is the one. Without hesitation, he opened his navigation device, swiftly input the address, and decisively pressed the confirm button. In an instant, a powerful spatial transmission wave erupted, reminiscent of the scene during college entrance exams. Su Chen's figure gradually blurred within this wave and finally vanished from the spot. Ji Shuyuan and the other 6 beast tamers arrived late, witnessing Su Chen's actions with expressions of surprise and confusion. Did he just go in like that? That's reckless. They exchanged incredulous glances, pondering Su Chen's strength and confidence. Inside the examination chamber, Su Chen found the layout identical to the Beast Realma's circular arena themed in black. However, this place appeared more desolate and chilling, rivaling the eerie atmosphere of Night Yolong's Dark Night Castle. Although aware that failure wouldn't be fatal, the bleak ambience was unsettling. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen walked to the center of the arena and summoned Yi Lingyun. Yet, the opponent was slow to appear, leaving the arena in a dead silence. Since this was a virtual assessment, Su Chen's insight and danger perception skills couldn't be activated. Yi Lingyun tilted her cute little head and asked, "Are we just going to wait here?" Su Chen glanced around, recalling teacher Xia Limo's words that the virtual beasts here were highly intelligent, akin to reality. Making a quick decision, Su Chen shouted, "Yeah, Xiaoqing, come out. Flatten this place. I won't bother you for the next week." Hearing they could rest for a week, Tushan Yaya and Qinglu leaped out from the beast space. Skills like Foxfire, Sonic Boom, and Thunder Drum unleashed massive damage across the virtual arena. Tushan Yaya and Qinglu resembled mages from a game, while Yi Lingyun was more like a nimble assassin. Suddenly, Su Chen's sharp senses detected a silhouette flickering through the smoke. Yi Lingyun also sensed the movement and instantly sprang forward, leaving a spiderweb pattern on the ground as she charged at the shadow with astounding speed. Clang! Arc! With a slicing sound and a piercing wail, the shadow was instantly obliterated. Immediately after, 2 distinct system notification sounds exploded in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations on passing the trial. You will now have ownership of villa number 10086. Synchronizing mental link. Synchronization complete. Su Chen blinked and looked around. A gentle voice sounded in his ear. "Greetings, Su Chen. I am your AI butler, here to assist you in managing everything within this manor villa. Simply call out Xiao Jiao to activate AI services." The butler continued. "You may choose to stay here for further training or return to the real world." Suddenly, a series of system notifications echoed in Su Chen's mind. "Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone of owning your own home. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a house with 4 halls and 20 bedrooms. Planning to have 20 concubines. Achievement points gained, 30 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on surpassing 3,800 achievement points. Reward, skill mastery of command." The system explained. Mastery of command temporarily boosts the combat power of contracted beasts at the cost of your own demonic energy. Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he affectionately patted the heads of the three beasts, murmuring, "Doesn't seem like a big deal." Recalling Xia Limei's numerous reminders about the trial, Su Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. He had expected to witness the incredible strength of Yi Lingyun at full power, but she easily defeated her opponent at a mere glimpse. Su Chen thought to himself, is it that they're too strong, or is this trial too easy? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Xia Limei rushed into Han Xinghe's office, barely catching her breath before eagerly announcing, "General Han, just as you predicted, Su Chen chose the most challenging villa to tackle." Sitting calmly at his desk, Han Xinghe leisurely brewed himself a cup of steaming tea, took a small sip, and said, "As expected. After all, he's the one who spoke of restoring humanity's glory. He's not one to compromise on such matters." Xia Limei nodded in agreement, then asked, "General Han, how many attempts do you think Su Chen will need to pass the trial?" Although Xia Limei was very confident in Su Chen's abilities, she knew the Seaview Villa trial had been the toughest for the past 30 years, with no one passing it. Those who reached the first battle zone are already exceptional talents, but even they couldn't succeed, highlighting its difficulty. The beast in the trial was a carapace ninja from the Shinobi series number 91, known for its swift movements and ability to detect weaknesses. More importantly, its level was always one major rank higher than the challenger. Su Chen was currently at stage 3, level 1, while his opponent was at stage 4, level 5. According to the challenge rules, if Su Chen's level had been between stage 3, level 6, and stage 3, level 10, his opponent would have been at stage 4, level 10. Such rules were particularly unfavorable to Su Chen, who had just broken through to stage 3, level 1. Moreover, the Carapace Ninja was renowned for its surprise attack techniques. Despite this, Xia Limei remained confident in Su Chen's potential for growth. Han Xinghe smiled slightly, as if he understood Xia Limei's thoughts. He said softly, "I agree with you. Su Chen should be able to pass the Villa test, which no newcomer has ever completed, in about a month." Xia Limei felt a small sense of relief upon hearing this. Han Xinghe's judgment was always incredibly accurate, so if he said it, it was likely to happen. Just then, an urgent broadcast came through Han Xinghe's walkie-talkie. "Old Han, this Su Chen is really amazing. I've decided on my own to triple the resources we previously allocated to him. Even a 10th level Demon Emperor couldn't stop me." Han Xinghe squinted his eyes, a trace of confusion appearing on his face. He quickly asked, "Old Wei, what are you talking about?" "Huh? Old Han, didn't you see the notification group messages?" The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie was filled with surprise. "The newcomer you brought, Su Chen, actually passed the Seaside Villa test on the first day. That mansion, which has been idle for 30 years, now belongs to Su Chen." "What?" Han Xinghe and Xia Limei both showed expressions of disbelief. Meanwhile, at the test site, Su Chen chose not to continue training. He found the virtual beast training meaningless, as they were all defeated with a single strike. He decided to go directly to the third-level beast realm to explore. The other 6 beast masters watched Su Chen exit the challenge in less than a minute, displaying an expression of as expected. However, to their surprise, Su Chen did not leave with a wry smile, but walked straight to the mansion's front door. "What's he doing?" someone asked in confusion. "Probably just reminiscing, since he lost in less than a minute on the first day." Another person replied with a laugh. "Haha, better luck next time." Ji Xian stood nearby, with a gentle smile. She thought to herself, "Just as I expected, even the extraordinary Su Chen can't pass this test. Looks like it's time to make my move and give him a casual bump that should make the biggest impact." She took a step forward, but suddenly froze. The others also opened their mouths wide in shock. Su Chen said something to the villa's door, and the next second, it swung open with a loud sound. Without hesitation, Su Chen walked inside, disappearing behind the door. Everyone looked at each other, unsure how to react. What's going on? Did he pass the test? Otherwise, how could he enter the villa? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Does he have some sort of connection? Don't be ridiculous. This is the first war zone, the strongest in the Dragon Nation. Connections don't work here. Ji Xian was initially stunned, but soon her surprise turned into delight. She thought to herself, Su Chen is so extraordinarily talented. If I could make him fall for me. Just thinking about it is thrilling. I need to figure out what he likes and make sure to win him over. Upon entering the estate, Su Chen immediately released the beast girls from the beast space. They began exploring the 3-story villa, which spans over 3,000 square meters with a building area of about 500 square meters. The villa is fully equipped, featuring 4 living rooms, 6 bathrooms, and 20 rooms, though the interior is only minimally furnished. Further customization can be done according to personal preference. The only downside is the lack of daily necessities. However, Su Chen had already stored most essentials in the beast space. With the addition of another girl, he realized the need to purchase more supplies, especially certain personal items. Su Chen's only way to resist Night Lingyun at night was to tear her stockings, which significantly increased the consumption. Fortunately, the first war zone not only has residential areas, but also various shopping malls and supermarkets. The wide range of products available here surpasses that of major cities, and everything is sold at cost, ensuring top-notch quality. After all, the first war zone is meant to serve the elite beast tamers, so no details are overlooked. Su Chen, can we really use these rooms? Night Ling Yun asked, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at the clean, tidy room. It was a world apart from where she had lived before. Su Chen nodded. Of course. You can choose any room you like. After staying in the beast space for so long, you need some fresh air. However, when I leave for errands, you all have to come with me. Great. I want this one. Night Ling Yun pointed without hesitation to a room at the end of the corridor on the third floor. I think this room suits me. Su Chen agreed happily. No problem, as long as you like it. Ye and Xiaoqing. You can also choose your favorite rooms and see what else you might need. Later, we'll go have a meal and stock up on supplies. Okay, I'm running low on facial cleanser and hair conditioner. By the way, walking around your human base like this, won't we attract too much attention? Don't worry, the first war zone is very inclusive, Su Chen reassured, waving his hand. Since you formed a contract with me, you're essentially part of us, so there's no need to worry about that. Plus, you're all so beautiful. I bet the young vendors would be eager to see you. Well then, Qinglu sighed in relief. It doesn't sound too bad after all. The first war zone is designed much like a regular city, wrapped in a massive barrier. Its layout is somewhat different, resembling the Great Wall expanded by hundreds of thousands of times into a city stretching over tens of kilometers. It is divided into 3 areas. The Vanguard Zone, near the outskirts facing the Dragon Kingdom, is equipped with impressive heavy weaponry. In case of a beast attack, it instantly transforms into a battlefield, serving as the first line of defense. The area closest to the Dragon Kingdom is the bustling commercial and logistics zone, filled with malls catering to the various needs of beast tamers. Su Chen's location is right in the central area between the Vanguard and logistics zones, which is the residential zone. Not only are there beast tamers from the first battle zone, but also merchants from the logistics area, beast tamers responsible for security, and some civilians in charge of logistics work who have chosen to settle here. Qinglu, as Su Chen's contracted beast, has long been registered in the first battle zone. Thanks to Qinglu's flying ability, Su Chen and his 2 companions reached the bustling commercial street in less than 10 minutes. The street was crowded and bustling with activity. As Su Chen walked through, he became the center of attention, though he seemed completely unaware of it. Every time he passed by, a wave of intense discussion erupted around him. Is it true? No newcomer has passed the assessment in over 30 years, and he succeeded on his first try. Yes, they say it only took him a minute. Amazing. By the way, what's Su Chen's background? I heard the first battle zone investigated for ages and couldn't find anything. What are you thinking? If his background wasn't clean, how could the first battle zone let him in? I think they're just trying to cover up the Su family's influence behind him. A merchant leaned in towards his companion, speaking in a low, mysterious voice. I have a little insider information, and after today, I totally believe it. What insider information? His companion asked curiously. Rumor has it that Su Chen comes from an ancient beast tamer family in the Dragon Kingdom, a family that has been on the rise since mythical beasts first appeared 1,000 years ago, almost unknown to most. Their status is probably on par with the Ji family of the Magic City and the Long family of Beijing, maybe even surpassing them. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding merchants burst into an uproar. It does seem plausible. Otherwise, how could Su Chen have such terrifying strength? Human nature always enjoys gossip and excitement. Su Chen's name has frequently appeared on trending lists in recent months, and people are intensely curious about his background. Various speculations and rumors have spread like wildfire, some becoming increasingly outrageous and astonishing. At that moment, Su Chen was enjoying barbecue with his companions at a street stall. Tu Shan Yeye used her illusion ability to disguise the group. Being constantly stared at and discussed was uncomfortable, and there were even enthusiastic fans approaching Su Chen for autographs, leaving him both helpless and embarrassed. This is ridiculous, Su Chen said with a self-satisfied bite of his skewer. Turns out, there are always girls eyeing my handsome looks. At first, only the beast girls were drawn to my charm, but now even human girls are falling for it. Is being too handsome a crime? Hearing these words, Tu Shan Yeye and Qinglu rolled their eyes. Although they were beasts and had once been adversaries of humans, they had seen plenty of human men. Anyone with functioning eyes could tell the difference between handsome and not. They couldn't understand how Su Chen could call himself handsome. Meanwhile, Yi Lingyun maintained an adorable pose, resting her chin in her hands, gazing at Su Chen with eyes as soft as water. Occasionally, she would gently lick her luscious lips, showing a smile as vibrant as a blooming spring flower. Absolutely. Master, you are the most handsome man in the world, Yi Lingyun said sweetly. Judging by this scene, it seemed that Su Chen's stamina and energy levels were in for quite the challenge tonight. Just then, Su Chen overheard a conversation from the next table, where two merchants were drinking and discussing unmistakably about him. Speaking of which, have you heard about the newcomer Su Chen in the first war zone? This question caught the attention of those around. A young man responded excitedly, Su Chen? Of course I know. He's the rookie beast master who cleared the last house in the Seaview Villa area in the afternoon, right? His name has been all over the trending topics lately. Good that you know. The person speaking lowered their voice and said mysteriously, let me tell you, the forces behind Su Chen are far beyond what you can imagine. There's a rumor that he's from the hidden Su family, a legendary clan that existed even before the emergence of mythical beasts. The young man widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, really? Does that mean? Exactly. The person continued. Remember those mysterious, powerful, unnamed beast masters in our history? They were incredibly strong, but never showed off. Even after their deaths, people only knew their code names. Their true names remained a mystery. Obviously, these people were actually extraordinary talents from the Su family, hiding their identities for training and ultimately reaching the pinnacle. Holy cow! The young man exclaimed. That's incredible. No wonder Su Chen is so strong. He's finally revealing himself after 18 years of staying hidden, isn't it? The person said meaningfully, but you know, every time a hero emerges, the world is bound to face turmoil. We need to be prepared. Su Chen happened to overhear this conversation and was completely stunned. He widened his eyes, secretly thinking, what the heck? Aren't I an orphan with no family? The system even certified my achievements. How come there's suddenly such a powerful background? However, this conversation successfully piqued the interest of three girls nearby. Their eyes were fixed on Su Chen, as if trying to guess his true background. With his ability to forcibly contract other mythical beasts, his astonishingly high beast power, and even his capability to grant beasts the ability to learn skills and quickly refine the energy of natural treasures. Even though they weren't human, they had basic common sense. Su Chen's abilities were practically a walking cheat. It's impossible not to be curious. Just then, a crisp system notification sounded in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment. Fame spreads far and wide. More than one of humans worldwide know the host's name. Why not use this fame to charm some girls? Achievement points awarded, 50 points. This works too. Su Chen's heart was instantly flooded with joy. From the achievement's name, it seemed like there was more to come. He couldn't help but imagine. Maybe, there really would be a chance to be interviewed by a TV station? By then, wouldn't the attention just skyrocket? When Su Chen finished purchasing various supplies and returned to the villa, he found 5 or 6 middle-aged women busily cleaning outside. This was an order he had given to Xiao Jiao before leaving, asking it to find people to thoroughly clean inside and out. These middle-aged women were dressed in simple work clothes, moving skillfully and diligently. They held brooms, mops, and cloths, meticulously cleaning every corner outside the villa. Judging by this setup, the inside must have already been cleaned. They simply greeted Su Chen with a nod and continued their work without saying much. Su Chen couldn't help but think. The anime-like scene where 18-year-old maidens in maid outfits clean for you and respectfully say, Master, you're back, is probably just a dream. After all, in this world, any ordinary young woman who was a bit pretty would have already been married off to a beast master. With no worries about food or drink, there was no need to go out and work. In this world, women's destinies seemed to be divided into two distinct paths. Those who were exceptionally beautiful could easily find wealthy families to marry into and live a life free from material concerns. Meanwhile, women with average looks often chose to marry ordinary men, dedicating themselves to raising children in hopes of nurturing a future beast tamer. It was only after they reached middle age that they might have the opportunity to work outside the home to provide cultivation resources for their children. As Su Chen pushed open the villa's door, he was silently criticizing such societal norms. However, the scene before him quickly overturned his expectations. A young woman in her early 20s approached him. She was of a balanced figure and delicate appearance, wearing an exquisite maid outfit, walking with elegance and composure. Her eyes revealed an unmistakable reverence, as if she were meeting an idol. The woman stopped in front of Su Chen, bowed slightly, and spoke softly. Hello, master. I am Yun Xian, the housekeeper responsible for managing the various logistics of this villa. My sister, Yun Yao, has met you before. Su Chen was taken aback, not expecting her to be the sister of Xiao Limo's close friend. He smiled and waved his hand. Yun Xian, just call me by my name. Calling me master feels a bit awkward. By the way, how much longer will the cleaning take? Yun Xian looked up at Su Chen and respectfully replied. It will take about another hour to complete everything. Su Chen nodded and asked, do you live in the annex? Maintaining her slightly forward-leaning posture, Yun Xian answered, yes. To be available for your needs at any time, we reside in the annex during our free time. Su Chen, satisfied, said, great, I just bought a lot of household items. Please arrange for someone to help place them in the main bedroom and the 3rd, 5th, and 10th guest rooms, as they'll be used tonight. Yun Xian gracefully stepped back 5 paces, and as she turned to leave, Her tone suddenly became authoritative as she issued instructions to the middle-aged women. This stark contrast in demeanor surprised Su Chen. At that moment, Su Chen's phone screen lit up, displaying several unread messages. They were from Xia Limo, explaining Yun Qian's background. After hearing about Su Chen's achievements from her sister Yun Yao, Yun Qian became an ardent admirer. Although their family wasn't impoverished, they couldn't afford to train multiple beast tamers, so Yun Qian learned housekeeping skills. By chance, she was assigned to work at Su Chen's villa, hoping to establish a connection with this future extraordinary talent. The message concluded by mentioning that the conflicts in the 7 battlefields were intensifying, and beast tamers of the 5th rank and above, including Xia Limo, were being deployed as reinforcements. It seemed unlikely they would see each other again in the coming months. An hour later, the villa was completely transformed, with a subtle floral scent lingering in the air, creating a fresh and pleasant atmosphere. Despite this, Yi Linyun's eyes were filled with desire as she intently watched Su Chen. "Master, it's 10 o'clock. Time to rest," Yi Linyun said in a soft voice, her cheeks slightly flushed. A look of pleading flashed in Su Chen's eyes. "My queen, can we just enjoy ourselves tonight without the blood-sucking?" "No way. I'm hungry," Yi Linyun pouted, playfully shaking Su Chen's arm. In the end, Su Chen succumbed to Yi Linyun's coquettishness. It was yet another passionate night, and the freshly made bed linens by Yun Qian would likely need washing again tomorrow. In the following days, Su Chen focused on upgrading with the help of the dragon vein's power while staying in the villa. Yun Qian took care of the meals, making life feel like paradise. As the end of August approached, the monthly task from the Beastmaster Association remained unfinished. Su Chen decided to use the remaining time to complete the task and earn achievement points. After all, compared to the assistance from the dragon vein, earning achievement points provided a faster boost. The first battle zone also had a Beastmaster Association, and the monthly task wasn't restricted by location. Upon arriving at the task hall, Su Chen noticed it was different from other cities. Near the end of the month, only S-level difficulty tasks from across the country were posted here. Unlike other places, only tasks above S-level were available, as all tasks below a level had been taken. Additionally, Beastmasters in the first battle zone could earn extra contribution points for completing tasks. Each point was worth over 10,000 credit points and could be exchanged for rare treasures. As a result, many experts gathered here during their free time to take on tasks. Suddenly, an S-level task appeared above the hall. The next second, the interface flashed with a dazzling red light, and the difficulty level was immediately raised to S-level. The once quiet hall erupted into a commotion. The beast eradication task in Bashu failed again? How many times has it been now? The difficulty has indeed increased. The rules of the Beastmaster Association are truly frustrating. In the Bashu region, there are so many beasts that they must sacrifice some of the younger ones before high-level Beastmasters are allowed to intervene. In the hall, numerous Beastmasters were engaged in heated discussions, their voices overlapping. "The main battlefield is really short on people," a burly Beastmaster said in a deep voice. "Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Any high-level Beastmaster called back for a mission could cause the entire front line to collapse. But now that it's been upgraded to S-level difficulty, 4th-level Beastmasters can intervene," another Beastmaster with glasses said, pushing up his frames. "That should solve the problem, right?" "Hard to say." An older Beastmaster nearby shook his head. "It seems better to gather 5th-level Beastmasters for a sweep. The loss of even one 4th-level Beastmaster would be a huge blow." "Hey, buddy, we're not busy right now," a young Beastmaster said, patting his companion's shoulder. "This mission has a great reward. Should we form a team?" "No problem," his companion immediately replied. "Let's call a few more 4th-level Beastmasters to join us." Su Chen stood on the edge of the crowd, his gaze fixed on the newly posted mission announcement. Mission: head to the Bashu battlefield to assist the Beastmasters of the 2nd battle zone in extermination operations. Difficulty: S-level. Estimated level: 4th level, stage 1. Mission reward: for million credit points. Bashu battlefield? Su Chen murmured to himself, a hint of doubt and contemplation in his voice. He tried to recall memories of the Bashu battlefield. The borders of the Dragon Kingdom are divided into 9 battlefields. The Northwest battlefield is undoubtedly the main battlefield of the Dragon Kingdom, and the largest in the entire Asian region. The beasts there are almost all above the 6th level, each battle resembling a meat grinder, with the battlefield stretching thousands of kilometers, filled with bloodshed and slaughter. Besides the Northwest battlefield, there are the Anling battlefield, the Korean Peninsula battlefield, the South Sea battlefield, the Plateau battlefield, the Southern Region battlefield, and the Bashu battlefield. Each of these battlefields has its own unique characteristics and dangers. The White Dragon River battlefield and the Grassland battlefield were concluded decades ago, both ending in victories for the Dragon Kingdom. The situation in the Bashu battlefield is different. The beasts appearing there are generally above the 3rd level, and compared to other battlefields, the average level is lower. Moreover, there is no high-level beast leader station there. However, The reason the Bashu battlefield has not been completely cleared is the emergence of a peculiar fog after the beasts descended, enveloping the land of Bashu. This fog is not poisonous, nor does it pose any significant danger. But it has a unique ability. It can greatly weaken the attack power of beasts and the magical power of humans. The higher the magical power, the greater the weakening effect. A 10th level beast should have destructive power comparable to a large nuclear bomb. But under the influence of this fog, its power is reduced to the level of an ordinary missile, with the shockwave extending only a few hundred meters at most. The Bashu battlefield stretches for thousands of kilometers, with ravines and ridges. While theoretically possible to clear it with this weakened power, it is too time-consuming, and high-level beast masters simply don't have the time to spend there. Given the average beast power of third-level beasts, the fog's impact is relatively small. Hence, this battlefield has been entrusted to the third-level beast masters of the Dragon Kingdom, who are steadily reclaiming lost ground. With this in mind, Su Chen decisively accepted the mission. The Bashu region is said to have a wide variety of beasts, so I should be able to achieve quite a few accomplishments there, he thought to himself. In addition, more than a dozen fourth-level beast masters also took on this mission. At that moment, in a corner of the mission hall, a woman slowly removed her sunglasses, revealing a look of confidence. It was Ji Shuiyuan. This Su Chen, despite only being at third level, stage 1, dares to take on an S-level difficulty mission that has been upgraded to fourth level, stage 1. Ji Shuiyuan thought to herself. Truly impressive. Only someone like this is worth pursuing. Ji Shuiyuan approached the front desk and smiled. Hello. I'd like to take on this mission as well. In the land of Bashu, the main logistics hub was bustling with activity around the teleportation array. A group of weary and disheveled beast tamers, all team leaders from various outposts, were holding signs and occupying different spots. The air was thick with tension and anxiety, and exhaustion and resentment were evident in everyone's eyes. I just don't understand what the higher-ups are thinking, Captain Yi Huang muttered in frustration, his voice filled with helplessness and regret. These missions should have been upgraded to S level long ago, maybe even SS level. Look at how many rookies we've lost already. Captain Lin Yu quickly glanced around, lowering his voice as he cautioned. Shoo, keep it down. We just need to carry out the tasks given to us. No need to question them. Yi Huang shook his head, a hint of sadness in his eyes. I'm not questioning, just lamenting for those young beast tamers we've lost. He paused and changed the subject. Anyway, didn't your outpost just take in 10 third rank, 5th stage beast tamers half a month ago? Is that still not enough? Lin Yu gave a wry smile and shook his head. Enough? Hardly. Most of those beast tamers are just here for fun. Maybe the rewards offered by the association were too tempting, so they came to try their luck. But once on the battlefield, half of them got scared off immediately. He suddenly remembered something and asked, what about you? Didn't you take a 4th rank, 8th stage beast tamer contracted with a mythical beast last time? Did they not make it? At this, Yi Huang's expression turned grim. His tightly clenched fist slammed onto the table, shattering the cup in his hand. He ground his teeth and growled. Damn it, don't mention it. That bastard was just here for show, never even set foot on the battlefield. Damn. Hearing this, Lin Yu's face showed immediate sympathy. As frontline fighters, they were all too familiar with the concept of gilding. Much like some overseas returnees, many young heirs and heiresses of beast tamer families, despite having the best resources and even contracting powerful mythical beasts, preferred to stay in the comfort of the rear, living in luxury, rather than stepping onto the real battlefield. To save face for their families, and to have some credible experience when marrying into other prestigious families, these individuals would choose to make a brief appearance at the 7 battlefields, earning a fake reputation of having fought on the battlefield. In reality, they never engaged in combat, only loafing around in the rear, a behavior known as gilding. This behavior was despised by true warriors, but they were powerless to change it. After all, these gilded ones often had deep backgrounds and abundant resources, making them difficult to offend. Lin Yu sighed and murmured to himself. We can only hope to encounter normal people. As the two conversed, beast tamers summoned from all over Longwa began arriving at the main hub through the teleportation array. After receiving their assignments, these beast tamers underwent a rigorous evaluation by the Beast Tamer Association and were then allocated to various outposts based on their skill and experience. The scene resembled a large-scale freshman orientation, with beast tamers finding their designated spots like students locating their universities at a bus station. By now, Lin Yu had welcomed 3 beast tamers, all elite individuals of the 4th rank or higher, which finally brought a hint of anticipation to his face. The other team leaders were almost all 4th-tier beast tamers, except for Yi Huang, whose position remained unfilled. Just as he was wondering about this, a young man in a uniform from the Dragon Country Beast Tamer Association appeared before him. Hello, are you Captain Yi Huang from Base 64? The young man asked politely, holding out a badge engraved with 64. Yi Huang scrutinized the youthful 3rd-tier beast tamer, who seemed no older than 18 or 19 and was filled with doubt. A rookie at the third tier first stage? This must be a joke. That's fine. You can wait in the lounge at the back, Yi Huang said with a forced smile, hoping that more beast tamers would arrive. As Yi Huang felt anxious about the situation, a beautiful fourth tier, first stage female beast tamer approached gracefully. She smiled and handed over her number card. Hello, I'm Ji Shuyuan from the first war zone. Is this the assembly point for base 64? Yi Huang was suddenly tongue-tied. I'm Yi Huang, a beast tamer from the second war zone, fourth tier, 10th stage. I'm the captain of base 64. Welcome warmly. At 25 and still single, Yi Huang, who had been fighting on the front lines for a long time, hadn't seen such a beautiful woman in ages. On this battlefield with no internet signal, even watching live streams of beautiful women had become a luxury. Ji Xuan smiled slightly. Then it's settled. Should we head back to the base now, or continue waiting here? At that moment, Yi Huang received a response from his superiors. Only 2 beast tamers were sent to support base 64. Despite the annoyance of having a third-tier rookie, with the addition of Ji Xuan, Yi Huang felt that his hardships had finally paid off. Base 64 finally had its own flower. Let's go? There's no one else here, Yi Huang said enthusiastically, glancing around the lounge. He shot an annoyed look at Su Chen, who was still there, and sighed in resignation. Yi Huang thought to himself, whether Su Chen was a talented individual or not, as he was assigned to him by the higher-ups as a beastmaster, he couldn't just leave him behind. He took a deep breath and raised his voice towards the lounge. Hey, you there, is your name Su Chen? Let's move. With Yi Huang's call, the atmosphere in the lounge changed abruptly. Many of the beastmasters turned their attention to Su Chen. Even Shui Yang, the person in charge of the first stronghold, gave a look of envy. This sudden reaction left Yi Huang a bit puzzled. He scratched his head, wondering if he had said something wrong. Having arrived at the Sichuan battlefield half a year ago, Yi Huang was completely out of touch with external news. There was no internet here, only radio communications, so he was unaware of Su Chen's reputation in the Beastmaster community. Not only Yi Huang but also other team leaders, including Lin Yu, were unfamiliar with Su Chen, exchanging confused looks about the young man's identity. Unlike them, Shui Yang, the person in charge of the first stronghold, kept close contact with the outside world to ensure logistical support. He was well aware of Su Chen's reputation and strength. The first war zone had assessed Su Chen's strength at Supreme Tier 4, 7 stars. This meant that Su Chen's abilities surpassed 70 of the Tier 4 Beastmasters in the Dragon Nation, and he possessed supreme potential. To put it into perspective, a Beastmaster with a supreme potential rating had only appeared once in the past century in the Dragon Nation, and that was the nation's strongest Beastmaster Long Haojia. Even a genius like Han Xinghe was rated just 1 tier below supreme. Such an extraordinary talent being assigned to Outpost 64 was understandably causing a stir. Outpost 64 was over 200 kilometers away from the main Outpost 1. Although they could have used flying beasts to reach it quickly, to avoid detection by enemy beasts, and to test the newcomer's physical endurance, Yi Huang opted for traveling on foot, not summoning any riding beasts. Yi Huang led the way, followed closely by Su Chen and Ji Shuyuan. Ji Shuyuan, a Tier 4 Beastmaster from a prestigious family, had been nurtured by rare resources since childhood, making her naturally robust and able to keep up with Yi Huang's pace easily. However, what truly surprised Yi Huang was the newcomer named Su Chen. Su Chen moved deftly through the forest, running over 30 kilometers at full speed without breaking a sweat or losing his breath. This made Yi Huang reassess his opinion of the talented individual. This talented individual is actually quite impressive, Yi Huang thought. But the real test is just beginning. We still have over 170 kilometers to go. Let's see if you can keep up. Time ticked by as the three of them continued along the rugged mountain path. 2 hours later, Ji Xuan's forehead was covered in sweat, and she was gasping for air as if every breath drained her energy. Despite her impressive physical attribute score of 71, achieved through a lifetime of consuming rare herbs and treasures, her lack of systematic training left her more exhausted than expected from the long run through the complex forest terrain. Yi Huang's breathing was also becoming irregular. Even with a physique score of 94 and years of experience on challenging battlefields, the prolonged high-speed running was taking its toll. He glanced at Su Chen with surprise. This third-tier beast master was keeping pace effortlessly, without showing any signs of fatigue, something even a typical fourth-tier beast master would struggle with. In reality, Su Chen wasn't as relaxed as he appeared. He had allocated a single point to his physique, allowing him to quickly recover. Yi Huang quickly calculated that they had covered around 80 kilometers, sufficient for the test. He took a deep breath, waved his hand, and summoned the sequence 184 beast, Azure Sky Eagle. Hop on, both of you. We'll ride it the rest of the way, Yi Huang said. Ji Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a bit miffed. She glanced at Yi Huang with mild annoyance, thinking, what was that about? We could have ridden the beast from the start instead of running so long. Is he trying to show off? What a shrimp head. The trio continued in silence. with only the breeze brushing their faces. Before long, they reached Outpost 64. The 6 beast masters stationed there erupted with excitement upon seeing Ji Xin crowding around her. A blond man with slicked back hair and a confident demeanor rushed to the front. With a self-assured smile, he introduced himself. Hello, beautiful. I'm Chu Xiaohe from the Chu family, the 3rd Beastmaster family in Han City, a 4th-tier level 8 Beastmaster. If you didn't know me before, now you do. Let me show you around the outpost, as your teammate. Ji Xian replied coldly. No need. I'm a bit tired, and would like to rest. With that, she headed straight to one of the rooms in the outpost. Chu Xiaohe was left awkwardly standing. Even after revealing his identity, the girl seemed uninterested. Was she playing hard to get? But since she mentioned being tired, following her would be inappropriate. The others turned their attention to Su Chen, having the same initial reaction as they did with Yi Huang. Yi Huang sighed, shook his head, and briefly introduced Su Chen. Instantly, the enthusiasm faded from their faces. They silently cursed. Another one here for a gilding experience? A 3rd-tier level 1? This is a battlefield. A mission could fail due to the absence of one person's strength, and now we have to protect these aristocratic kids too? It's unavoidable to feel annoyed. Upon realizing this, everyone at Outpost 64 showed a slight expression of disdain. Su Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled, frowning slightly. He looked around and noticed that their attitude toward him was completely different from their attitude toward Ji Xuan. Was it just because he wasn't a beautiful woman? This differential treatment made Su Chen secretly complain to himself. This is just ridiculous. Despite this, Su Chen held deep respect for these warriors who were steadfast in their positions, protecting the Dragon Nation. He knew well that without their fearless sacrifices and silent dedication, the beasts might have already invaded through the remaining 7 battlefields, plunging the people of the Dragon Nation into endless suffering. With this respect in mind, Su Chen stepped forward with a sincere smile on his face and genuine emotion in his eyes. He greeted each warrior enthusiastically. Meanwhile, he tapped his fingers in the beast's space, and one by one, rare treasures appeared in his hands. Hello, sir. I'm Su Chen, he said, handing a translucent sea cucumber to a burly warrior. This is a Tianhe sea cucumber, which can significantly enhance your physique and boost your combat abilities. Turning to another warrior, Su Chen pulled out a bright green arrow. Hey buddy, this is a green arrow. After taking it, you can strengthen your beast power and have a chance to form contracts with stronger beasts. He approached an older warrior, respectfully handing over a feather as white as snow. Sir, you've worked hard guarding the border. This is a white spirit feather, which can enhance both your physique and beast power. I hope it conveys my respect for you. The warriors didn't refuse Su Chen's gifts of rare treasures. Their faces showed an expression of, at least you know what's up. After all, even those who are gilded are beast masters of the Dragon Nation. Although they harbored contempt and disdain for such people, protecting their safety was still their duty. And getting some rare treasures somewhat eased their sense of estrangement. However, when Su Chen approached Chu Xiaohe, the situation was different. Chu Xiaohe simply snorted coldly and turned back to his room. He had arrived here more than half a month ago and had heard of Su Chen's name. But his understanding of Su Chen was limited to him being the top scorer in the college entrance exam. He knew nothing about Su Chen's achievements during the training at Yenjing University or the news from the First War Zone. Chu Xiaohe secretly thought to himself, this so-called top scorer managed to break through to a 3rd-level Beastmaster in just a few months. Such an astonishing breakthrough speed must mean he used that thing. He's just ruining his future. Thus, under the onslaught of gifts, Su Chen managed to barely integrate into Outpost 64. At least, no one deliberately made things difficult for him in any aspect. During dinner, the dining hall was lively. The warriors chatted and laughed, creating a relaxed atmosphere. However, at that moment, Yi Huang's radio communicator suddenly sounded. He quickly answered it, and his expression turned serious. The atmosphere in the dining hall immediately froze, with everyone's eyes focused on Yi Huang. Yi Huang put down the communicator, scanned the crowd, and said in a deep voice, there's been a change. We start the operation tonight. He turned to Su Chen and Ji Xuan. Su Chen, Ji Xuan, get ready. Remember to bring plenty of antidotes from the warehouse. The beasts in the Bashu region tend to be somewhat poisonous, so these tools are a must. Su Chen immediately stood up, saluted like a soldier, and responded loudly, yes. Ji Xuan frowned and asked, by the way, is the mission content the same as what was discussed this afternoon? In the afternoon, Yi Huang had already gathered everyone to explain the mission initially scheduled for 2 days later. Now, with the mission suddenly moved up, everyone was on edge, ready to face the upcoming challenge. This mission is being executed by bases 64, 60, 65, and 61, all targeting the Shuyan Cave located 30 kilometers away. As a strategic hub on the Basha battlefield, the significance of Shuyan Cave cannot be overstated. Securing this location not only provides a natural barrier for further advances, but also establishes a critical supply line, vital to the overall progression of the campaign. However, Shuyan Cave is not an easy target. It is the habitat of the sequence 488 demon beasts known as the Evil Eye Serpents, numbering in the thousands with most at the 3rd-tier 8th level of strength, and many having advanced to the 4th tier. Additionally, nearly 100 sequence 447 leaf vine snakes and sequence 374 ice fire ghost pythons also reside there. 10 days ago, the 4 bases launched an assault on Shuyan Cave. Though they successfully eliminated more than half of the beasts, the cost was high. Facing such formidable foes, the bases had no choice but to request reinforcements from higher authorities, determined to capture Shuyan Cave once and for all. Yi Huang surveyed the group and solemnly announced, "The mission remains unchanged. Everyone, finish your meals quickly and be ready to assemble by 9. Understood." The group responded in unison, hastening their eating. At that moment, Chu Xiaohe suddenly stood up and walked inside without a word, gesturing for others not to mind him, clearly uninterested in participating in this mission. Yi Huang was not surprised by this. Expecting these gold-plated individuals to join such a dangerous task was indeed asking too much. However, having Chu Xiaohe, a 4th-tier 8th-level beast master, stay behind at the base was reassuring. The group's attention then turned to Su Chen. "Su Chen, are you staying behind too?" someone asked. Su Chen was momentarily stunned, thinking he was here to take part in the mission and earn achievement points. He firmly replied, "Of course, I'm joining the mission." Yi Huang's lips curled into a slight smile, tinged with disdain, but also with a newfound respect for Su Chen. Regardless of whether Su Chen was truly one of the elite, at least he had the courage to face the challenge, which was more than many could say. "One more thing," Yi Huang warned with a serious expression, "we have entered the mist-covered area. Although it may not feel different, our combat effectiveness has diminished. Do not become overconfident." With preparations complete, Yi Huang extinguished all fires at the base, donned night vision goggles, and put on gray-brown night gear. The group quietly set off towards the northeast, heading for Shuyan Cave. In the darkness, they appeared as mere shadows, blending seamlessly with the night. At 8:50 p.m., the night was as dark as ink, dotted with countless stars. Su Chen and his group of 9, dressed in black night suits and equipped with advanced night vision goggles, silently approached the perimeter of Shuyan Cave. These high-tech goggles, developed by the Long Nation government, not only provided night vision capabilities, but also had long-distance focusing abilities. Thanks to the powerful features of the night vision goggles, Su Chen and his team could clearly see dozens of large purple snakes coiling around Shuyan Cave. These giant snakes were thicker than an adult's body, sending chills down one's spine. In our previous world on Earth, a threat of this magnitude would likely require the full deployment of a national military to handle. The scale of Shuyan Cave was astonishing, resembling a massive underground park approximately 300 meters wide and 500 meters high. Only then did Su Chen realize how shallow his previous estimation of the cave's capacity had been. Yi Huang, staring at the message on the communicator, lowered his voice and said, "The teams at the other 3 strongholds have all arrived. The operation starts now." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison, quickly summoning their contracted beasts and charging towards Shuyan Cave. Instantly, the powerful aura of the beasts spread throughout the area. The average beast power value for a 4th-tier beast master is about 70 points, while elites from prestigious families often reach above 80 points. A beast power value exceeding 90 points is exceptionally rare. In contrast, an ordinary 4th-tier beast's power value is just over 30 points. Therefore, almost all the beast masters, including Ji Shuyuan, had contracted only 2 beasts. The evil-eyed snake swarm, undeterred by the human intruders, launched a counterattack. In no time, the snake swarm surged like a tide, engaging in fierce combat with the contracted beasts. A bloody battle engulfed the entire forest, with roars and cries of pain intertwining into a symphony of death. These experienced beast masters worked in perfect harmony. The stronger contracted beasts took the lead in the assault, while the other provided cover and protection for the beast master, preventing any tragic loss of life. This strategy was a hard-earned lesson from countless predecessors, proving to be the safest battle tactic. The brilliance of various skills interwove in the air, creating dazzling sparks. Powerful forces clashed, producing deafening sounds. Soon, other beasts within the cave, attracted by the intense battle, joined the fray. However, the dozens of evil-eyed snakes initially outside the cave had mostly perished in the fierce fight, and the subsequent reinforcements arrived in small groups, quickly being annihilated, leading to a vicious cycle. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Yi Huang's gaze was fixed on the 2 contracted beasts summoned by Jizuan, the Ice Snow Butterfly of the Shindai Series number 64 and the Snowflake Fairy of Series number 110. These 2 special beasts demonstrated extraordinary strength in battle, capturing Yi Huang's keen interest. The Snowflake Fairy and the Ice Snow Butterfly displayed an incredible level of coordination on the battlefield. The Snowflake Fairy's mental techniques allowed it to effortlessly control the enemies, while the Ice Snow Butterfly's ice blasts were powerful enough to instantly annihilate the evil-eyed serpents with each strike. Their synergy was flawless, their movements fluid and seamless, as if they were a pair of peerless prodigies from the first war zone. Yi Huang couldn't help but silently admire them, then turned his gaze towards Su Chen, who was not far away. The battle had been raging for nearly 3 minutes, yet Su Chen seemed paralyzed with fear, engrossed in searching the corpses for beast cores, seemingly forgetting to summon his contract beast. Yi Huang shook his head helplessly, thinking that Su Chen was truly unreliable. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A beast master's chest suddenly bore a 10-centimeter diameter hole, as if pierced by an invisible blade. Blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly staining the ground beneath him. He trembled in agony before collapsing, life extinguished in an instant, and his contract beast vanished like a shattered illusion. This sudden scene left everyone present in shock. However, before they could gather their wits, another beast master suffered the same fate, his chest pierced by an unseen force, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. It was then that everyone realized, as if waking from a dream, that an unimaginably powerful beast might be present. Yi Huang was the first to react, shouting loudly, "Everyone, listen up! Leave Shu Yun Cave immediately and evacuate this place." No sooner had he spoken than another warrior's arm was pierced, blood splattering everywhere. Fortunately, the wound was not fatal, but this unanticipated attack only heightened everyone's panic. As they attempted to flee, they discovered that a mysterious barrier blocked their path. This barrier was impregnable, and even the beast's attacks couldn't break through it. To make matters worse, their radio communication had also failed. Amidst the confusion and panic, a cold and menacing voice echoed from the cave entrance. "Humans, you dare to trespass on my territory again. Last time, my secret technique was incomplete, and I accidentally let you go. This time, you will all meet your end here." As the voice faded, a white-haired man emerged slowly from the darkness. His eyes glowed with a chilling serpent-like gaze, cold enough to pierce the soul. Behind him, a long serpent tail flickered in and out of view, unmistakably indicating that he was not human, but a serpent beast in humanoid form. Name: by he. Species sequence: number 085 Naga. Level: Tier 5, Stage 2. Physique: 120.8, 120.8. Demon power: 95.6, 95.6. Innate skill: Sovereign of Serpents. Skills: Toxic Fangs, White Storm, White Shadow Sword, Invisible Barrier, Serpent Eyes, Perception, Toxic Arts, Constriction. Bond value: 0. Sovereign of Serpents. Can summon avatars of any serpent-type beast to fight against enemies. As expected, Su Chen furrowed his brows, staring intently at the group of snake demons ahead. He had already figured everything out. The reason he hadn't immediately summoned his beasts to fight was simple: these snake demons had no system interface. They seemed like some kind of illusion rather than real beasts. However, Su Chen's sense of danger was clearly triggered, confirming the existence of the snake demons. He quickly reasoned in his mind and reached the only logical explanation. These must be projections created by a beast with a cloning skill. To verify his hypothesis, Su Chen quickly approached the bodies of the slain snake demons. He squatted down and meticulously examined each corpse, finding no trace of a beast core. This discovery further solidified his conclusion. Su Chen stood up, a glint of understanding in his eyes. He knew that beasts with cloning abilities weren't uncommon, but usually, they needed to be at least level 8 to learn such skills, and the clones should be identical to the original. However, if a lower-level creature could clone itself and was limited to snake-type beasts, an answer immediately flashed in Su Chen's mind: Naga from the Divine Era sequence number 85. However, Su Chen quickly recalled that, according to the game's settings, Naga was a mage-type beast with relatively low physical endurance, but a tricky skill set. Compared to beasts with high physical resilience, Naga was actually easier to defeat. What Su Chen knew, other beast tamers were certainly aware of as well. Encountering a wild Divine Era sequence beast in the wild was almost unheard of. Capturing one alive would be a ticket to instant wealth. Yet, in the heat of battle, with lives on the line, dreams of riches had to take a back seat. At that moment, Yi Huang decisively ordered, "Attack. If we don't take down that Naga, we'll never finish off these snake demons." As Yi Huang's words fell, the other beast tamers immediately commanded their contracted beasts to launch an assault on Naga. "Umph. How naive," Naga shouted angrily, swinging his seemingly slender arm. In an instant, a terrifying white storm surged outward from him like a tidal wave. All the contracted beasts were blown away, tumbling helplessly in the air. Fortunately, the attack wasn't severely damaging, and the contracted beasts quickly recovered upon landing, launching another fierce attack on Naga. A high-level 4th-tier battle erupted instantly. Two beast tamers skilled in long-range magical attacks also began providing cover from a distance. Naga, on the other hand, concentrated his demon power into his hands, forming a pair of razor-sharp white swords. His figure flitted among the beasts like a phantom, each sword strike carrying deadly intent. In the blink of an eye, less than half a minute passed, and a grim expression appeared on the faces of everyone on Yi Huang's side. 12 monstrous beasts launched a coordinated attack on the Naga, but unexpectedly found themselves at a disadvantage. On the battlefield, the roars of the beasts echoed continuously, and the sound of claws clashing against scales was incessant. However, the massive Naga handled the onslaught with ease. Standing to the side, Yi Huang's face was ashen, and his tightly clenched fists trembled slightly from the effort. His eyes were locked onto the battlefield, and he cursed inwardly. What is happening? Wasn't it said that the Naga's physical stats were low? How can it be this strong? Could it be? A terrifying thought crossed his mind. This is a fifth-tier beast. As the battle dragged on, Yi Huang's anxiety deepened. If this continues, we'll lose. He looked around, puzzled. Haven't the people at the other 3 outposts noticed the battle here? Suddenly, a possible explanation came to him. This must be the Naga's skill, the invisible barrier. From others' perspectives, we might not even exist. But he quickly dismissed the idea. However, they haven't been able to reach us. They should notice something's wrong here. At that moment, Ji Shiyuan's voice broke through, carrying a hint of barely perceptible panic. Su Chen, you must have a way, right? It was the first time since birth that she felt death so close. Su Chen didn't respond immediately, his gaze fixed on the Naga. He asked Yi Lingyun in the beast space. A 5th-tier, 2nd-stage Naga with 120 physical points, can you defeat it, Lingyun? Yi Lingyun's response was full of confidence. No problem at all. This nighttime environment is tailor-made for me. But first, I need to replenish some energy. Understanding her, Su Chen nodded. All right, I'll leave it to you. He then walked over to Yi Huang, speaking with determination. Captain, I can handle it. His words were like a bombshell, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Those who hadn't seen Su Chen before still held a sliver of hope, expecting some powerful figure to appear. However, when they saw that the speaker was just a 3rd-tier novice, their newly kindled hope was instantly extinguished. Yi Huang's 2 contract beasts were powerful, both having reached the 4th tier, 10th stage. Although not divine sequence beasts, they were formidable beings ranked outside the top 100. Even so, under the Naga's protection, they found themselves at a disadvantage. People couldn't help but wonder, what can a 3rd-tier beast master possibly contribute? Yet, when Su Chen summoned his contract beast, everyone was utterly stunned. A golden-haired woman appeared, her beauty as dazzling as the brightest star in the night sky, breathtaking and mesmerizing. But her appearance was only part of her allure. The moment she appeared, it was as if the world stood still, her powerful presence washing over everyone, quelling their fears. Even the Naga, locked in fierce combat with the beasts, paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing its eyes. A contract beast recuperating at the back, a howling demon wolf widened its eyes, muttering incredulously. A vampire? No, this aura is definitely not that of a vampire. What on earth is she? Its acute sense of various auras allowed it to discern that the golden-haired woman's aura was unique, far beyond that of an ordinary vampire. Yi Lingyun paid no mind to the surrounding chatter. She lightly embraced Su Chen from behind, revealing 2 sharp fangs before biting into his shoulder. In less than 10 seconds, her aura surged like a volcanic eruption, climbing rapidly. Thanks for the treat. Yi Lingyun released her bite, licking the remaining blood from her lips, her eyes glinting with danger. A mere 5th-tier Nagawo gave you the audacity to act wild before my master. As soon as her words finished, Yi Lingyun dashed towards Naga like a streak of crimson lightning. Her speed was astonishing, and her target was directly aimed at Naga's neck. Naga barely had time to react when a blood blade, formed from coagulated blood, appeared before him like a phantom. With a chilling sound of flesh tearing, a third of Naga's neck was instantly severed. Blood gushed out like a fountain, creating a crimson rain in the air. Although Naga reacted swiftly, dodging to the side, he couldn't entirely escape the severe injury. Had he been a moment slower, he might have lost his entire head. Yet, Yi Lingyun's assault did not cease. After her slash, she spun around, delivering a fierce kick to Naga's chest. The force of the kick was tremendous, like a tidal wave, sending Naga flying. Naga's body flew like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the invisible barrier he had set up. With a loud bang, a massive spider web-like crack appeared on the barrier. At that moment, the entire arena fell into silence. All the beast tamers and their contracted beasts stared in shock, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Was it possible that Naga, who couldn't be suppressed by 12 4th-tier beasts and 2 tamers' spells, was subdued by a mere 3rd-tier beast? Who exactly was this Su Chen? Meanwhile, Su Chen felt utterly drained, as if he had fought a week-long battle. Every muscle protested, and every bone groaned. He thought to himself, so Lingyun really does feed at night. This is what true power borrowing from a vampire looks like. He checked Yi Lingyun's status and saw that her physique had transformed dramatically. Physique, 150.5, 150.5. No way, impossible. Naga's voice was filled with fear and despair, his body trembling involuntarily. This power, could it be the true ancestor? In the vampire world, a true ancestor is a supreme being, to whom even the vampires of the divine sequence 30 must bow. It was unimaginable to encounter a true ancestor here. Escape, I must escape, was the only thought left in Naga's mind. He shouted, "All my subjects, heed my command, attack. Don't let these humans leave here alive." With Naga's command, the ground began to tremble violently. Hundreds of serpent-like beasts poured out of the Shuyun cave like a tide, creating a hellish scene that sent chills down one's spine. Naga himself hastily dissolved the invisible barrier and fled at top speed. Trying to run? Do you think you can escape? Yi Lingyun sneered, taking a step forward. Her blood wings spread wide, and in an instant, she caught up with the fleeing Naga. Her blood blade struck again, severing Naga's legs, rendering him immobile. Naga cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. He struggled to stand, but the searing pain in his legs immobilized him. "What are you waiting for? Save me!" Naga desperately called out to his minions. Hearing their master's cry, a group of evil-eyed snakes surged towards him. The swarm of evil-eyed serpents attempted to form a defensive line to halt Yi Lingyun's onslaught. However, faced with her powerful attacks that resembled a relentless storm, these third-tier 8th-rank beasts quickly fell apart. Yi Lingyun's blood blade glimmered in the air, delivering deadly blows with every swing, effortlessly slicing the attacking beasts in half, splattering blood across the battlefield. At this critical moment, Su Chen commanded, "Yeah, Shaoqing, I'll leave the cleanup to you." Before his words had fully left his mouth, a nine-tailed fox the size of a small car and a massive bluebird with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters materialized. They exuded an overwhelming aura as if they could devour the world. In an instant, the fox's fire spread across the heavens, erupting like a volcanic explosion, nearly reducing the surrounding forest to ashes. Simultaneously, the blue bird emitted countless sonic booms, striking the beast horde with the force of thunder, sending 5-meter-long serpents flying several meters away. The dire situation was instantly reversed with the arrival of these three beasts. The beast tamers were stupefied, exclaiming, "Is that the ninth-tailed fox from the Divine Era sequence number 7? The beast that destroyed Sakura Nation 300 years ago? What is that bluebird? I don't know, but judging by its aura, it's likely another Divine Era sequence beast." Yi Huang felt a burning sensation on his face, having previously underestimated Su Chen, only to witness him turning the tide of battle in an instant. He immediately ordered, "Everyone, join in and surround Su Chen's contracted beasts for battle." The group responded in unison, "Understood." Su Chen was speechless. "Come on, don't mess things up. I'm trying to rack up achievement points here." He knew that achievements only counted the final killing blow, not assists. Even if he left a beast on the brink of death, if someone else delivered the final strike, the achievement wouldn't be credited to him. Yi Lingyun had no such worries, as these beasts were mere one-strike targets for her. However, Tushan Yeye and Qinglu lacked the powerful enhancement skills of the Blood Oath, and were only first and second tier. Facing these third and fourth tier beasts, combined with the weakening effects of the miasma, they could only severely injure the beasts, rarely delivering fatal blows, making it easy for others to snatch the final strike, which was quite frustrating. Suddenly, inspiration struck Su Chen as he remembered the Dominion technique, skill gifted by the system. This skill seemed capable of enhancing the combat power of contracted beasts, potentially solving the current predicament. With this thought in mind, Su Chen acted decisively. He waved his hands, unleashing a technique of Dominion, instantly releasing a vast surge of power. Countless threads of glowing energy spread like a web, swiftly integrating into the bodies of Tushan Yeye and Qing Lu. The two women were initially stunned, then overjoyed. They could clearly feel their inner strength surging like a volcanic eruption, as if endless potential had been awakened. Tushan Yeye widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at her hands as she felt the foxfire within her become hotter and purer, seemingly capable of burning everything in the world. Qing Lu, on the other hand, gave a helpless smile, filled with admiration for Su Chen. She was thrilled to discover that her signature move, the Heavenly Thunder Drum, which previously required a sonic boom setup, could now be launched directly with significantly enhanced power. The technique of Dominion brought more than just a simple boost in physical and demon power. It was more like an evolution. The women's attacks became exceptionally fierce, and their fully powered enemies were as fragile as paper before them, instantly obliterated. However, such immense power also took a heavy toll on Su Chen. The excessive depletion of demon power left his face as pale as a sheet, with large beads of sweat on his forehead. He gritted his teeth, enduring it, silently lamenting the high cost of this power. In less than 2.5 minutes, a notification sounded in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of Serpent Slayer. It said that the more poisonous the snake, the more delicious its meat. Would the host like to test this theory? Achievement points earned, 100 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 3,900 achievement points. Rewarded skill transmitting whisper. The system continued to explain. Transmitting whisper allows communication with specific targets at a distance. Note, the specific target must have had a certain level of interaction with the host or the host's contracted beasts. Meanwhile, Yi Lingyun successfully broke through the snake demon beast's defenses and captured the Naga alive. She knew that Su Chen had little regard for such creatures, but also understood the high value of wild divine sequence beasts. She silently planned to use the proceeds to buy some supplements for Su Chen, benefiting everyone. With the powerful addition of Tu Shan Ye and Qing Lu, and the capture of the leader Naga, the beast side's front quickly collapsed. The snake horde scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. In just 10 minutes, the entire battlefield was thoroughly cleared. As the snake demon beasts perished, the invisible barrier constructed with their demon power began to dissipate. When the barrier completely vanished, the beast masters from the other three strongholds came into view. They looked at each other in shock and confusion, clearly bewildered by the events that had just transpired. What is happening? What just happened? Yi Huang looked around, filled with confusion. As the dust settled, the scene before him was unbelievable. Their team had taken down hundreds of beasts, while the teams from the other three outposts arrived late. Yi Huang quickly approached the other captains, earnestly patting them on the shoulders. Brothers, wake up. You might have been fighting the beast's clones all along. The group exchanged bewildered glances before starting to clean up the battlefield. Severed limbs and carcasses were scattered everywhere, with the scent of blood lingering in the air. Yi Huang's gaze involuntarily fell on Su Chen, and he felt a mix of emotions. Thank goodness our team was the first to be attacked by these Nagas, Yi Huang thought with relief. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He was acutely aware that without Su Chen, they might have already been wiped out. A third-tier beast master effortlessly capturing a fifth-tier divine sequence beast, and even annihilating the beast army of Shu Yun Cave. Yi Huang couldn't help but marvel, feeling that even the term genius was inadequate to describe Su Chen's power. Just then, Ji Xuan walked gracefully over to Su Chen, who was surrounded by three female beast companions. She wore a gentle smile and said softly, Su Chen, I'm really grateful you saved me this time. Su Chen casually waved his hand. It's nothing, I just did it for myself to kill those beasts. It was true, he had acted to earn achievement points. However, Ji Xuan heard his words differently. She looked at Su Chen with deep affection, her voice tender. Regardless, you did save me. If there's anything you need my help with, just let me know. I'm willing to do anything for you. She even threw him a flirtatious wink, her eyes full of allure. Faced with such a gentle assault, other men might have succumbed, but Su Chen remained unfazed. For some reason, he couldn't muster any interest in Ji Xian, feeling there was something insincere about her that made him reluctant to engage further. Su Chen simply replied, all right, if I think of something, I'll let you know. Promise, Ji Xuan said before jogging away from Su Chen, leaving behind a lively and youthful silhouette. Meanwhile, Yi Huang realized the importance of reclaiming Shu Yun Cave, a strategic hub, and immediately contacted the other outposts. He issued orders for all forces to provide rapid reinforcements tonight and to jointly guard this crucial location. Since everyone stored their basic supplies within their beast spaces, they could quickly establish a temporary outpost once they found a relatively safe spot. At this moment, Su Chen struggled to stand up, trying to take a few steps forward, but ultimately, he couldn't hold out due to extreme exhaustion. After an all-night reorganization, the Shuyun Cave stronghold was finally officially established. Su Chen stood at the entrance of the cave, gazing at the distant battlefield, his heart filled with mixed emotions. His S-level difficulty mission was ready to be submitted, allowing him to leave the battlefield and return to a peaceful life. However, looking at the achievement points he had yet to earn, a flicker of determination crossed his eyes. Yi Huang walked up to Su Chen, moved to tears by the young man's resolute decision to stay. He patted Su Chen on the shoulder, his voice choked with emotion. This is what a true hero of the Dragon Nation looks like. The saying heroes emerge from the young is indeed true. Yi Huang took a deep breath and pulled out a heavy bag from his pocket, handing it to Su Chen. Su Chen, here are 642 beast cores, including 541 third-tier and 101 fourth-tier beast cores. All the beast cores from last night are here. Su Chen accepted the bag, surprised by the immense energy contained within. Yi Huang continued. After thorough discussion, everyone at our stronghold agreed that all the beast cores should go to you. Not only were you the one who defeated the most enemies, but you also saved all our lives. Yi Huang's expression became even more sincere. Additionally, the beast Naga you captured alive yesterday has been sent back to the Dragon Nation for auction. The auction proceeds will, of course, all go to you. With that, Yi Huang bowed deeply. On behalf of the 64th Stronghold and all our comrades fighting on the Sichuan battlefield, I express our heartfelt gratitude to you. I also apologize for underestimating you initially. Su Chen, you are our benefactor. Su Chen nodded slightly, his body still not fully recovered from the intense battle the day before. His eyes showed fatigue but remained resolute. It's nothing. I was just doing what I should. As a person of the Dragon Nation, it's my duty and mission to protect our home. Yi Huang looked at him with satisfaction. That's the spirit. We plan to stay at the Shuyun Cave stronghold for a while before moving forward to explore further. What do you think? Su Chen nodded. You're the captain. I'll follow your lead. Yi Huang chuckled awkwardly, aware of the awkwardness of his position as captain. He changed the subject, asking with concern, Are you hungry now? How about some snake soup? Thank you. I've never had snake meat before. Su Chen replied with anticipation. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Lingyun, aware of the excessive energy she had drawn from Su Chen that night, spent the first 2 nights letting him enjoy himself, only taking a minimal amount of blood to maintain her strength. However, on the 3rd night, something unexpected happened. Tushan Yeye and Qing Lu both suggested rewarding Su Chen for an entire night. Such an act was truly rare. That night, Su Chen experienced unprecedented relaxation. The frequent blood draws from Yi Lingyun, along with the after effects of using the Dominion technique, were finally alleviated, leaving him feeling lighter and more at ease than ever. Notably, the 3 beast girls also saw significant improvements in their strength due to the earlier battle for the Shuyun Cave, each advancing by 1 or 2 levels. As a result, Su Chen's level also rose, his cultivation breaking through 2 stages to reach the 3rd tier, 3rd stage realm. Currently, both Tushan Yeye and Qing Lu have advanced to the 3rd stage, 3rd level, while Yi Lingyun has surged ahead to the 3rd stage, 6th level. Although Su Chen remains the lowest in rank within the action team, his strength is not to be underestimated. As for Ji Shuyuan, every morning for the past few days, she has looked at Su Chen with an inexplicable, wistful expression that leaves Su Chen puzzled. I've barely left my place these days, so how could I have offended her? Su Chen muttered to himself, completely baffled by Ji Shuyuan's demeanor. This morning, the follow-up investigation of the Shu Yun Cave battlefield finally reached a preliminary conclusion. However, an astonishing discovery shocked the entire team. Hidden within the area was a mysterious place containing an astounding number of beast eggs, estimated to be at least 5,000. Yi Huang explained the beast birth mechanism in detail to everyone. Regardless of the type of beast, they all originate from the same type of beast egg. The specific kind of beast that hatches depends on the species of the beast responsible for incubation. For example, if a beast egg is placed among the snake group of Shu Yun Cave, it might eventually hatch into a snake-type beast. The initial level of the newly born beast also fluctuates based on the average level of its group. However, the divine sequence beasts are an exception. Their birth is entirely random, relying on their unique ability to sense and absorb the natural energy of the world to successfully hatch. Once born, they are always at the 1st stage, 1st level. Other beasts cannot hatch divine sequence beasts, which is why they are so rare, with vampire settlements like Yi Lingyun's being exceedingly uncommon. Yi Huang continued, each beast egg is worth over 100,000 credit points and holds immense potential for scientific research. If we can discover a method to guarantee the hatching of divine sequence beasts, humanity's reclamation of lost territories would be within reach. He solemnly announced, the higher-ups have issued a directive for us to reclaim as many beast eggs as possible. The mission will commence at 9 tonight, with beast tamers from 12 nearby outposts fully supporting us. However, this mission might prove more challenging than the previous Shu Yun Cave battle, as the overall strength of the beast side remains unclear, and it could be a tough fight. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Su Chen. Though only a 3rd stage beast tamer, Su Chen's prowess was unquestionable. His participation in the mission would undoubtedly ease the difficulty significantly. Ji Shuyuan gently tugged Su Chen's sleeve and softly asked, Su Chen, will you join this mission? Of course I will. Su Chen replied decisively, thinking to himself, this is a great opportunity to earn achievement points, especially with all these beast eggs. Who knows how many I might gain? Hearing Su Chen's willingness to join the mission, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. They knew they needed to keep this strong teammate close. At 7 p.m., the darkness descended like ink. Su Chen and his team of 5 moved swiftly through the forest, planning a surprise attack. They carefully avoided dry branches and leaves, holding their breath as they crawled like specters through the night. To avoid arousing the beasts with the scent of their kind, they chose not to summon their riding beasts, proceeding on foot instead. Suddenly, Su Chen's danger sense tingled slightly, an indescribable sense of foreboding rising within him. It wasn't as intense as when a beast was near, which puzzled him. Is this skill malfunctioning? He murmured, frowning. Ji Shuyuan, ahead of him, noticed Su Chen's unusual demeanor and quietly asked, what's wrong? Su Chen quickly shook his head, trying to appear calm. It's nothing. Let's keep moving. At this moment, Yi Huang also spoke in a low voice. According to the coordinates, the beast egg should be nearby. So why haven't we seen a single one? Su Chen's frown deepened as the unease in his heart grew stronger. He recalled the earlier anomaly in his danger sense, feeling that something was amiss. Meanwhile, Tu Shan from the beast space voiced her doubts. Su Chen, I've always wondered. In the wild, high-level beasts protect their eggs by burying them deep underground, setting up protective barriers, and even using illusions. Yet humans can discover thousands of beast eggs at once, reporting it without harm. Isn't that a bit too unbelievable? Tu Shan words struck Su Chen like a wake-up call, and he gasped. He began to reassess the entire situation, his doubts multiplying. Indeed, Su Chen pondered. A beast egg is about half the size of an adult. Thousands together could form a small hill, something even Shu Yun Cave might struggle to contain. Beasts in the Bashu region are all above the third level, possessing some intelligence. There's no way they would expose such a quantity of beast eggs in a location easily observable by humans. Su Chen remembered that 4 days ago, during the extermination of the snake demon in Shu Yun Cave, some had escaped. Even if the beasts were foolish, they would know this information, and they certainly wouldn't place such a large number of eggs so close to Shu Yun Cave. Damn it! Su Chen's expression darkened instantly. He hurried to Yi Huang's side, urgently asking, Captain, who exactly gathered the information about the beast eggs here? Yi Huang was momentarily taken aback, clearly puzzled by Su Chen's reaction, but he answered truthfully. It was Captain Yang Qinglong from Outpost 60. He's also participating in tonight's egg retrieval operation. Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately opened the map to search for the exact location of Outpost 60. His fingers moved swiftly across the map, his eyes filled with vigilance and determination, as if trying to uncover the truth hidden behind this operation. The result left Su Chen in shock. The 60th outpost was surprisingly close, less than a kilometer away. He squinted, carefully examining the positioning map in his hand. If the scale was slightly reduced, their current location was almost the 60th outpost itself. Su Chen frowned, a question swirling in his mind. This area had only been explored in the last 3 days, so why was the 60th outpost built on this yet overtrodden land? The others noticed Su Chen's unusual behavior and gathered around. They stared at the map in Su Chen's hand, puzzled. Ji Shuyuan was the first to speak. Why does this map look different from ours? To verify their suspicions, Ji Shuyuan, Yi Huang, and 2 other 4th-tier beast tamers quickly retrieved their positioning devices from their beast spaces. They compared the maps side by side, and the result was startling. The 4 maps were identical, except for Su Chen's, which was different. Ji Shuyuan asked in confusion, Su Chen, is there something wrong with your map? Su Chen replied with a serious expression, it's not mine that's malfunctioning. It's your 4 positioning devices that were swapped in the last 3 days. He explained, the 60th outpost is part of the mission with us at Shuyin Cave. It couldn't be that far. Your maps show it 100 kilometers away behind us, which is too far for them to participate in the mission. The group fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Yi Huang frowned and analyzed. Indeed, with Shuyin Cave as the endpoint, there should be several outposts within 100 kilometers. According to your maps, the 60th outpost shouldn't be involved in the mission. Instead, the closer 58th, 54th, and 53rd outposts are more likely. He paused, then asked, so, are we now at the actual location of the 60th outpost? Su Chen nodded in confirmation. That's right. I barely left my room these 3 days, and my positioning device stayed in the beast space, so it wasn't swapped. I'm afraid the information about the beast egg was a ruse to lure us here. A sense of foreboding surged in everyone's hearts. Such meticulous planning was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Just then, a round of applause suddenly sounded from not far away. A middle-aged beast tamer in a Dragon Nation military uniform walked over, appearing before Su Chen and his group. No wonder you're hailed as a potential second Long Haojia, a peerless genius, the newcomer said with a smile. Your strength and wit are both impressive. If you continue to grow, who knows what you'll become? Yi Huang recognized the man, and his eyes widened in shock. He stepped in front of Su Chen and demanded, Yang Qinglong, what are you up to? Yang Qinglong gave a wicked smile and responded calmly, what do you think I'm up to? As soon as he finished speaking, the air was filled with the roars of beasts. In the sky and on the ground, a massive horde of beasts ranging from 3rd to 4th tier appeared, with more than half in human form. These beasts fixed their eerie and mischievous gazes on Su Chen and his group, letting out rustling chuckles. Clearly, they had already considered Su Chen and his companions as both toys and prey. Yang Qinglong, you're not human? Yi Huang's voice was filled with disbelief and shock as he stared wide-eyed at the person in front of him, as if looking at a strange monster. Su Chen immediately retorted, no, he is human. However, he might have willingly sided with the beasts as a traitor. This statement hit everyone like a sledgehammer, leaving them gasping in astonishment, their faces marked with disbelief. At that moment, the silence was broken by a crisp applause. Everyone turned to see an extraordinarily alluring woman who had appeared beside Yang Qinglong at some point. Her allure was mysterious and captivating, like an enchanting shadow emerging from the darkness. An exceptional talent indeed, to see through this so quickly, the alluring woman said with a playful smile. Yang Qinglong, you've outdone yourself this time. Tonight, I shall reward you handsomely. Her voice was like a nightingale's song, yet carried a chilling undertone. Yang Qinglong immediately bowed respectfully, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty. It is my lifelong honor to alleviate your burdens. The alluring woman nodded in satisfaction, gently linking her arm with Yang Qinglong's and leaving a vivid lipstick mark on his cheek. Then, she turned her gaze to Su Chen, a curious glint in her eyes. Doesn't seem all that special, the alluring woman scoffed, suddenly appearing in front of Su Chen. Su Chen, is it? I'll give you a chance, submit to me. Otherwise you die. Before she finished speaking, a terrifying force of spatial laws unfolded like a raging tide, enveloping everyone present. Graveyard domain activate. In an instant, everyone found themselves in a grim, eerie graveyard. The air was thick with the stench of decay and death, and countless tombstones loomed in the darkness. A heavy, oppressive force weighed down on each of them. How is this possible? Is this a domain? Are you a demon emperor? Yi Huang clenched his fists, his voice trembling. Why is a demon emperor here? Damn it, I should have double-checked. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. The locator in his hand shattered under the immense pressure. Ji Xuan completely broke down, her eyes filled with despair and fear, murmuring, No, I don't want to die. However, in stark contrast to everyone's terror, Su Chen remained remarkably calm. A faint smile played on his lips, as if the demon emperor before him was of little concern. He casually brushed the dust off his clothes, then looked up, his gaze piercing as he stared at Imohua. Su Chen's eyes glimmered with an unsettling insight, as if he could see through all of her secrets. Imohua's information instantly flashed in Su Chen's mind. Name, Imohua. Race sequence, number 041, soul-devouring bone demon. Level, tier 7, stage 10. Physical strength, 321.1, 321.1. Demonic power, 174.8, 174.8. Innate skill, soul-devouring. Skills, Shadow Strike, Shadow Slash, Rakshas's Power, Eerie Tomb Domain, Night Blade, Parade of 100 Ghosts, Corpse Animation, Demonic Awakening. Bond value, 0. Su Chen's voice was calm and steady, as if stating a simple fact. If I remember correctly, you were hunted by a vampire over 30 years ago, weren't you? At these words, Imohua's previously playful expression froze, her face turning ominously dark. She widened her eyes, staring at Su Chen in disbelief, a strong sense of unease welling up within her. You know me? Imohua's voice carried a slight tremor. Su Chen continued. I also know that your current level is tier 7, stage 10, and due to the life-draining effect of a certain red pearl, you can never break through to tier 8. Instead, you resort to bullying the weak to satisfy your vanity. Am I wrong? He paused, then added. The reason you're hiding in the Sichuan region is probably because this maze not only reduces power but also hinders detection, allowing you to evade that individual's pursuit. Am I right? Soul-devouring bone demon Imohua. Su Chen's words were like a sharp sword, instantly tearing through Imohua's facade. A strong killing intent flickered in Imohua's eyes as she clenched her teeth, struggling to suppress her inner rage. This Su Chen knew her affairs so intimately, even her name and past. That red pearl, without a doubt, referred to the Blood Soul Pearl. Then, in the next moment, Su Chen took control of the situation. With one hand behind his back, he stood proudly. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel and apologize, confess everything you know, and perhaps you'll be spared. Otherwise death. The entire place fell silent. Thousands of demons widened their eyes, incredulous at Su Chen. Even Su Chen's four companions were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. They couldn't comprehend why Su Chen would utter such arrogant words. Su Chen was strong, indeed, and even tier 5 god sequence demons were not his match. But this was the Demon Emperor. A tier 3 Beastmaster encountering the Demon Emperor, instead of begging for mercy, was offering to spare the Demon Emperor's life. However, Imohua's reaction left everyone even more bewildered. Her face turned ashen, and she involuntarily took a few steps back, her eyes filled with fear and despair. You? Who are you to her? An accomplice? Or a servant? Imohua's voice trembled so much it was barely coherent. Su Chen smiled slightly, replying nonchalantly, I suppose I'm her son-in-law. But it's best you ask her yourself. As he finished speaking, an incredibly powerful force erupted. The eerie tomb domain, formed just a minute ago, was now torn apart by an invisible hand, vanishing without a trace. Immediately after, an even more sinister Demon Emperor domain descended upon the surroundings. Dark Court domain form. Imohua's face grew even more distressed. Her lips quivered, yet she couldn't utter a sound. The Dark Court, her nightmare for the past 30 years. Only that demon, The vampire that severely injured her 30 years ago could wield such a domain. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from the void, exuding a queen's authority. Su Chen, you really don't give me a moment's peace. What if I were busy with something important and couldn't come right away? Though the words seemed ordinary, they sent chills down the spines of everyone present, both humans and demons. Yi Yulong had arrived. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Su Chen's gaze was like a sharp blade, fixed on Mo Hua the instant he appeared, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him. A 7th tier, 10th level demon emperor, what a terrifying existence. If he could defeat such a formidable foe, he might truly dominate the world. Meanwhile, Yi Lingyun in the beast space couldn't help but tremble. Mo Hua's appearance awakened her deepest pine. It was this very beast that led to the loss of her blood soul pearl, which was taken by the golden rock golem, plunging her into a 30-year stalemate. Yi Yulong had also been filled with self-reproach for nearly 3 decades. However, reflecting on it now, perhaps all of this was destined. If not for the loss of the blood soul pearl, she might never have met Su Chen, nor achieved her current success. The existence of the blood oath compelled her to find a beast master who was powerful in every aspect. Compared to the strong individuals from the beast clan who couldn't form contracts with beasts, Su Chen not only matched them in personal strength, but could also establish contracts with beasts, making him the ideal choice. Su Chen, didn't you say you've learned the sound transmission technique? Quickly contact Sister Yulong. She can get here instantly. Yi Lingyun urged anxiously. Su Chen frowned in thought. Over the past 4 days, he had tested the sound transmission technique. The higher the level of the person he contacted, the more demon power it consumed. Considering Yi Yulong's 8th tier, 10th level status, he could probably only manage to say one sentence. The sound transmission technique was like a one-way communication device. It didn't require a medium, but couldn't send locations like instant messaging. Accurately describing the location in one sentence was quite the challenge. Don't worry. Yi Lingyun reassured him with a gentle smile. Just say Mo Hua. Sister Yulong left a tracking coordinate on you, and can find you accurately. What? When was I tracked? Su Chen asked, looking shocked. Yi Lingyun waved dismissively. Don't mind the details. Hurry up, Sister Yulong's spatial abilities have distance limitations too. It'll probably take about half a minute from the village. Got it. Su Chen nodded, focusing his mind as the sound transmission technique activated instantly, targeting Yi Yulong. At that moment, Yi Yulong was leisurely soaking in a blood pool, enjoying the nourishing bath. Her relaxed and languid demeanor was a stark contrast to her usual queenly aura. Suddenly, Su Chen's voice echoed in her mind. Mo Hua. Mo Hua? Wait, Su Chen you. Yi Yulong was startled, springing up from the blood pool, causing water to splash everywhere. After Su Chen said the words, Ba Shu, he decisively cut off the communication. Yi Yulong instantly grasped his meaning, and a detailed map appeared in her mind. She murmured to herself, in Ba Shu? That's really going to be a hassle. Yi Yulong quickly sprang into action. With a wave of her delicate hand, the bloodstains on her body evaporated like mist. A luxurious dark red gown materialized out of thin air, perfectly outlining her slender figure. She took an elegant step forward, and the space before her rippled faintly. Yi Yulong stepped into the ripples and vanished instantly. After a dozen spatial jumps, Yi Yulong finally located the Demon Emperor domain of Mo Hua. A hint of coldness flickered in her eyes as she scoffed. Hiding here, are you? Well, it's time to end this. With a snap of her fingers, countless blood-red ripples gathered into a gigantic scarlet sword stretching a kilometer long. She swung her arm, unleashing the blood blade. The sword's glow was as red as blood, its momentum unstoppable, easily slicing through Mo Hua's eerie tomb domain. Su Chen, you really don't make things easy for me. What if I were busy with something important and couldn't get here in time? Yi Yulong grumbled to herself. Seeing this, Mo Hua's face turned deathly pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The indescribable pressure seemed to dominate the entire world, leaving him as powerless as an ant. The surrounding demon beasts, Su Chen's companions, and the captain of Base 60, Yang Chenglong, were all stunned. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing. A demon emperor, a ruler of a region, rendered completely defenseless. Who was this blonde woman? Yang Chenglong trembled all over, stammering. Whoa, who are you? His greatest reliance, Mo Hua, was effortlessly defeated by her, leaving him utterly shaken. Yi Yulong quickly surveyed the scene, assessing the situation. The seemingly fierce demon beasts were no match for Yi Lingyun in the nighttime environment. With the assistance of Tu Shan Yeye and Qing Lu, they couldn't possibly be surrounded. Her gaze finally settled on Yang Chenglong, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. From his stance and expression, Yi Yulong deduced that he was a traitor among the humans, likely possessing many secrets. She extended her slender finger and pointed lightly. In an instant, a surge of powerful bloodthirsty energy swept toward Yang Chenglong like a raging torrent. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Yang Chenglong's limbs were instantly corroded by the bloodthirsty energy, completely necrotized. Yi Yulong discarded Yang Qinglong in front of Su Chen's group as if throwing away trash. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone, including the mythical beasts, stared in disbelief. Above the forests of Bashu, every creature stood motionless, barely daring to breathe. An eerie silence enveloped every corner. Even the wind had ceased to flow. Suddenly, one of the mythical beasts snapped back to reality and let out a piercing howl. Run! We must escape. This cry seemed to break some sort of spell, awakening the other beasts, who scattered in panic. Their claws left deep marks in the ground, and their tails were tucked tightly in fear. However, for Yi Yulong, this was a perfect opportunity she couldn't pass up. Her gaze was as sharp as lightning, and with a flick of her hand, the Dark Night Court domain spread like a black canopy over dozens of kilometers. Every beast attempting to flee felt an invisible force binding them. Did I say you could leave? Yi Yulong's voice was cold and commanding. A larger beast, covered in brown scales, with eyes burning with anger, roared. You are a beast like us. Why help humans? Could it be that you, a dignified beast emperor, have signed a contract with a third-tier beast master? Yi Yulong glanced at it with disdain, her tone dismissive. I act as I please. Why should I care about others' opinions? Clearly, she had no interest in debating the matter. In the next moment, Yi Yulong teleported in front of Su Chen, a satisfied smile playing at her lips. Not bad. Your progress is impressive, just as I expected, she said softly, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Su Chen responded with a cheeky grin. Mother-in-law, you flatter me. Yi Yulong looked exasperated, shaking her head and sighing. Who's your mother-in-law? Never mind, let's not discuss this. Those beasts are now trapped in my domain. You have 1 hour to eliminate them all, or face the consequences. Yes, mother-in-law. Su Chen replied playfully, immediately summoning 3 eager beast companions to commence the extermination. Approaching his 4 companions, Su Chen wore a slightly awkward smile. If possible, let's keep tonight's events under wraps for now. Yi Huang's gaze shifted between the subdued Beast Emperor and the pitiful state of Yang Qinglong, swallowing hard. He asked in a trembling voice, Su Chen, we won't say a word, but what about Yang Qinglong? Everyone understood that Yang Qinglong would be taken to a military tribunal for trial. Eventually, everything he knew would be extracted. It was only a matter of time before the world learned of what happened here. Su Chen waved a hand reassuringly. No need to worry about that. I'll personally explain the situation to General Han. General Han? Yi Huang asked, puzzled. Do you mean the Han Xinghe who slew a 10th-tier beast emperor on the northwest battlefield? Su Chen nodded affirmatively. That's right. Who else could it be? Whoa. Apart from Ji Shuyuan, the other 3 beast masters were so shocked they couldn't help but exclaim enthusiastically. Their eyes widened even more than when they first saw the beast emperor, and their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Admiral Han Xinghe is a formidable 10th-level beast master, standing at the pinnacle of his field. In the Dragon Kingdom, there is a saying, Bei Haojia, Nan Xinghe, which means he is comparable to Long Haojia, the top beast master in the nation. Ji Shiyuan's cheeks flushed with a shy blush, her beautiful eyes shining with admiration. She softly exclaimed, no wonder Su Chen is so powerful, being able to directly connect with such individuals. Truly a prodigy in the first war zone. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Yi Yulong had slowly approached the subdued Mo Hua. With her tall stature and regal demeanor, she resembled a queen, while Mo Hua, groveling on the ground, looked like a humble ant. Yi Yulong looked down at Mo Hua coldly, her gaze as icy as frost, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Spare me. I'll do anything, just spare me. Mo Hua pleaded, her face full of fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, she had lost all the majesty and pride of a demon emperor, left only with endless terror and supplication. Yi Yulong glanced at the 3 beast girls engaged in a fierce battle not far away, seemingly contemplating something. After a moment, she finally spoke with a chilling authority. 30 years ago, who ordered you to ambush me? Upon hearing this, Mo Hua was struck as if by lightning, her body shuddering violently. She stammered, it was my own doing. Before she could finish speaking, Mo Hua felt a searing pain in her right arm. In a split second, without anyone being able to react, Yi Yulong's blood blade mercilessly sliced through Mo Hua's right arm. Instantly, blood spattered, and Mo Hua's right arm was severed. With your kind of uselessness, even if you had 1,000 lives, you wouldn't dare provoke me on your own. Now, tell me, who exactly ordered you? Yi Yulong coldly demanded. Mo Hua's expression turned extremely bitter, her lips trembling, wanting to speak, but seemingly bound by an invisible force. Yi Yulong pressed on. I know there's some restriction placed on you, preventing you from speaking, but let me make it clear, if you don't speak, I can end you right now. But if you do, there might be a sliver of hope for you. You have 30 seconds to decide. As the seconds ticked away, Mo Hua was caught in a deep inner struggle. Seeing the countdown nearing its end, she finally sighed in resignation. Sometimes, a beast has no choice. It's do or die, so I might as well take the risk. It was a 10th level demon emperor. Before Mo Hua could finish, the atmosphere around her shifted dramatically. It was as if a funeral bell tolled or a ghostly wail echoed. An overwhelming oppressive aura, like a massive mountain, descended upon Mo Hua. Yi Yolong's eyes narrowed, her blood-red pupils appearing. She concentrated more than half of her demon power in her right hand and fiercely grasped the ominous aura. Uft! Yi Yolong spat out a mouthful of blood, but her grip on the eerie aura remained firm. Keep talking, and I promise you'll be safe, Yi Yulong said with determination. Seeing this, Mo Hua hesitated no longer. She took a deep breath and blurted out the rest of her revelation. It was the 10th level demon emperor, the nine-tailed fox, Su Chen, who ordered me to do it. She wanted me to steal your blood soul pearl, but unexpectedly, after I ambushed you, a golden rock golem intercepted it. As Mo Hua revealed the name of the mastermind, the eerie aura surrounding Yi Yulong suddenly turned violent. It seemed to gain life, rapidly wreaking havoc on the dark court. A flash of determination crossed Yi Yolong's eyes. She knew she could no longer hold back. Gathering all her demonic power into her right hand, she fiercely grasped the air and shouted, "A mere 30-year-old seal, break for me." Boom. A thunderous explosion shook the entire Dark Night City. A violent storm swept through, tearing apart the erupting eerie aura, reducing it to nothingness. However, this strike came at a great cost to Yi Yulong. She staggered back, clutching her chest, gasping for air, her face turning as pale as paper. Damn it, so strong, she muttered through gritted teeth. Seeing this, Mo Hua quickly stepped forward to support the faltering Yi Yulong, her voice filled with concern. Are you okay? Yi Yulong forced a smile despite the intense pain. I'm fine. Mo Hua, momentarily dazed, murmured. Is this finally over? Tears involuntarily fell from the corners of her eyes as she softly said, "Thank you." Yi Yulong took a deep breath, her gaze sharp as she stared at Mo Hua. Don't tell me anything irrelevant. Tell me everything that happened from when you met Tu Shanyu. Mo Hua nodded in agreement. I understand. She gathered her thoughts, adjusted her skirt, and sat beside Yi Yulong, beginning her tale. 33 years ago, I was collecting the souls of the dead on the battlefield in the South Sea. Meanwhile, in the vast domain of Yi Yolong's dark court, a thrilling hunt was underway. Su Chen and 3 demon beast girls faced hundreds of beasts, which should have been a prolonged chase. However, these beasts were not foolish. Realizing they couldn't escape the domain, they began to gather their strength for a counterattack. They knew they couldn't defeat the demon emperor-level Yi Yulong, but the humans before them might be within their reach. Especially the human named Su Chen, who seemed to have some connection with the demon emperor. The beasts devised a plan. If they could capture Su Chen as a hostage, they might have a chance at survival. However, this played right into Su Chen and his companions' hands. Searching for them one by one was too tedious, so it was better to let them come to them. In just 50 minutes, over 1,000 beasts were completely annihilated. Such intense combat, coupled with the absorption of a large number of beast cores, allowed Su Chen and the 3 demon beast girls to advance rapidly, breaking through 2 levels in one go. As the smoke of battle faded, they stood on a higher plane of strength. As multiple achievement notifications popped up simultaneously, Su Chen felt overwhelmed. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title Tiger Slayer. The system's voice had a hint of teasing. Such a cute big kitty, wouldn't it make a delicious soup? You've earned 100 achievement points. The system quickly followed up with another announcement. Ding! Congratulations, the host's achievement points have surpassed 4,000. You've been awarded 5 free attribute distribution points. The achievement notifications continued. Tree Demon Slayer, Insect Slayer, Beast Slayer. Each accomplishment brought substantial achievement points and free attribute points for Su Chen. The system even joked, should the host consider changing their name to Butcher? While Su Chen was reveling in the joy brought by these achievements, Mo Hua began to confess her actions in the land of Bashu. Her voice was low and steady, as if she were narrating a story unrelated to herself. The reason I stayed in the land of Bashu was mainly to use the mists to hide my whereabouts and avoid being hunted by Tu Shanyu and Yi Yulong. A trace of concern flashed in Mo Hua's eyes. Over time, I developed the idea of establishing my own Phersaic kingdom of beasts. She explained that the beasts in the land of Bashu were generally weak, mostly at the 3rd or 4th tier, with very few above the 5th tier. For Mo Hua, a 7th tier beast emperor, it was easy to reign supreme here. However, the mists were a double-edged sword. While they limited the growth of beasts, they also put Mo Hua in a dilemma. She didn't want to attract the attention of high-level human forces, nor did she wish to face Yi Yolong's pursuit. So, I've always adopted a conservative strategy, maintaining a tit-for-tat war mode with humans, Mo Hua said with a hint of helplessness in her tone. Until recently, some radical beasts couldn't hold back and even colluded with human spies. I had to take some actions to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. As soon as Mo Hua finished speaking, Su Chen frowned and asked, "So, the increased difficulty of the task in the land of Bashu is actually because you started intervening in the battlefield?" Mo Hua, looking aggrieved, defended herself. "I didn't want to either. You know how the relationship between us beasts and humans is. There are too many radicals. Sacrifices are inevitable. I just want to live a laid-back life." She added that the land of Bashu indeed hid a large number of beast eggs, but they were all concealed in the rear, making it difficult for ordinary beast tamers to find them. This information made Su Chen thoughtful, as if envisioning a broader strategic picture. Upon hearing this, Su Chen and his group couldn't help but sigh. Mo Hua's words made sense. Sometimes circumstances force people into making difficult choices. Su Chen said coldly, "I'll let bygones be bygones for what happened before. As for what comes next, you know what to do, right?" Mo Hua glanced nervously at Yi Yulong, who was not far away, focused on her nails. He swallowed and cautiously replied, "I understand. Help you reclaim the land of Bashu and retrieve all the beast eggs, correct?" He spoke while watching Su Chen's reaction from the corner of his eye. "Good that you understand." Su Chen nodded slightly, a barely noticeable hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "You mentioned before that there are other insiders besides Yang Chenglong, correct? So, can you gather them now?" Mo Hua immediately put on a flattering smile. "I can. I'll follow your lead. Just please put in a good word for me with Sister Yulong." Although as a 7th-level demon emperor, it might seem beneath him to curry favor with a 3rd-level beast master, survival takes precedence over pride. Even a demon emperor must bow under the eaves. Su Chen smiled slightly and said slowly, "That depends on your performance. By the way, if you do well, I can help you with your breakthrough problem. Believe it or not, it's up to you." According to the system's assessment, with achievement points, such breakthrough issues are trivial. Making promises like this was effortless for Su Chen. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed quickly. The night was deep and silent, and it was already midnight. The captains of several outposts, including Lin Fan from Outpost 37, Su Xiaobao from Outpost 21, and Zhang Yu from Outpost 1's logistics, arrived at the destination on flying beasts. These high-ranking individuals had decisions and actions that significantly impacted the battlefield. Upon arrival, they all knelt before Mo Hua, their faces full of sycophantic smiles, eyes glinting with cunning and deceit, as if to show their loyalty. However, beneath this facade lay endless greed and selfishness. Su Chen was filled with confusion and anger. He never imagined so many would betray their own country and willingly join the beast camp. He couldn't help but question in his heart, what has Longhua and the 2nd Battle Zone done to deserve such betrayal? Lin Fan cautiously asked, "Your Majesty, why did you summon us so late at night?" Su Chen replied coldly, "There's nothing much, just time to pay for your actions. Traitors of Longhua." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of beast masters suddenly emerged from the surroundings. They were originally part of the team involved in the egg retrieval operation tonight. In the past 2 hours, Yi Huang had explained the situation briefly and gathered them to eliminate all the traitors tonight. "How can this be? Your Majesty, you." The traitors panicked. "This is bad. It's a trap. Run." But it was too late. Yi Huang roared, his voice like thunder. "Traitors! Die!" The pent-up frustration from not being able to contribute earlier finally erupted at this moment. The faces of the beast tamers were filled with anger and disdain as they glared at the traitors, their fists clenched tightly. Even without Mo Hua and Yi Yolong's intervention, these traitors were quickly subdued, their contracted beasts slaughtered amidst cries of agony. The traitors were beaten black and blue, the sound of bones breaking clearly audible. They groaned in pain, but none of them died. The beast tamers looked coldly at these disgraced traitors, aware that they still held many secrets. How to extract information from them would be a matter for their superiors to consider. One beast tamer shouted loudly, "Brothers, send the order immediately. Tonight is the time for us to fight to the death on the battlefield of Bashu. With Su Chen here, reclaiming our lost territory is within reach." "Yes," the others responded in unison, their voices full of determination. Su Chen heard this and showed a helpless expression. He internally complained, "Don't add drama on your own. There are at least 100,000 beasts in Bashu. Besides killing 100 beasts, there are probably 1,000 or 10,000 more. If you take all the credit, how is he supposed to earn achievement points? How is he supposed to level up? It's just ridiculous." An hour later, the night shrouded the land. On the surface, it was silent, but beneath this calm, about 600 beasts were advancing vigorously towards Outpost 60. These beasts came from the creek behind Shuyan Cave, and they were mostly radicals, extremely dissatisfied with Mo Hua's timid attitude. They couldn't understand why the mighty beast emperor Mo Hua was so cowardly. Now, they finally received Mo Hua's order to attack, and were thrilled. In the distance, the bonfire at the outpost stood out in the darkness, with only a few silhouettes moving. The beasts scoffed at the human stupidity for holding a bonfire party at night, completely exposing their location. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" the beasts growled. "Human flesh is the best nourishment. We've waited too long for this moment. Her Majesty finally decided to attack, and this is our chance to make a name for ourselves. At this moment, Yi Huang inside Outpost 60 suddenly sounded the alarm, shouting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The beast known as Bahu Tianhu roared. Humph, only noticing now? It's too late. Prepare to die. It opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs, ready to pounce on Yi Huang. However, the panic on Yi Huang's face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of fierce determination. His eyes burned with rage, as if he intended to incinerate the beasts. He murmured, "Years of wishes can finally be realized here. Mere beasts, by this time next year, it will be the anniversary of your defeat." In the next second, the surrounding space was suddenly enveloped by a strange domain. The previously tranquil night transformed into a sinister, terrifying scene, as if entering another world. The environment underwent a drastic change, replaced by a desolate and eerie graveyard. The ominous aura gathered above the cemetery, pressing down on the beasts like a mountain. Their strength diminished instantly, and they felt an unprecedented pressure. The beasts exchanged bewildered glances, completely at a loss. They hadn't expected that what they thought would be easy prey would turn out like this. Is this the domain of the Queen's eerie tomb? Su Chen was startled, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Under the night sky, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire area, sending chills down his spine. He murmured to himself, "What's going on? Is the Queen here? What does she intend to do?" Just then, a dazzling light streaked across the night sky. A ball of foxfire shot down like a meteor, exploding amidst the horde of beasts. The sudden ambush, combined with the oppressive power of the eerie tomb's domain, left the beasts with no time to react. In an instant, dozens of them were turned into crystalline beast cores, scattered across the ground. "Damn it, we've been ambushed. Break through quickly," came the terrified cries from the beast horde. However, a clear voice immediately followed. "Since you're here, don't leave. Become nourishment for my master's strength." Before the voice had even faded, Qing Lu and Yi Lingyun appeared, their powers far exceeding those of the beasts. They swept into the beast army like two bolts of lightning, scattering the creatures in an instant. The beasts, panic-stricken, fled in all directions. "Why is this happening? Queen, why have you sided with humans?" Many ferocious beasts roared in anger and despair. Yet, their cries were in vain. About an hour later, the entire beast army was completely wiped out. Su Chen and his three spirit beast companions had once again ascended to a new level. A timely system notification chimed in. "Congratulations, host, for achieving the title Beast Slayer. Flying beasts are quite rare. Would you like a roasted bird combo? Achievement points earned, 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 4,500 achievement points. Reward, 5 free attribute distribution points." Su Chen laughed excitedly. "Haha, awesome. This is the ultimate way to farm achievement points." At that moment, Imo Hua approached respectfully and asked, "Lord Su Chen, the beasts gathering at Shilon Lake are nearing their destination. I'm afraid it's too late to set up an ambush now. Should we redirect them here?" Su Chen confidently waved his hand and said, "No need. Let them stay where they are. Come with me, and make sure not a single beast escapes." "I understand," Imo Hua replied respectfully. Before long, Su Chen was riding on Qing Lu, using the cover of the illusionary technique, leading Imo Hua to the pre-designated location. Eerie Tomb Domain, activate. With a wave of Imo Hua's jade-like hand, a powerful force erupted from her, expanding the domain's range to envelop all the beasts below, suppressing their power. The beasts were shocked, first attempting to break through, then hiding, and finally being exterminated by the three spirit beast girls working together. This scene mirrored the previous one, as if replaying the same script. Aeon stopped service, ensuring a swift burial. Su Chen mused with satisfaction. The entire process took less than an hour, with the spirit beast girls becoming increasingly efficient, executing their tasks with seamless precision. Su Chen couldn't help but remark, "Contracting a beast emperor who can use domains really speeds up the kill rate. I wonder when I can contract my mother-in-law." He muttered quietly. Soon after, the third wave arrived, reducing the time to 50 minutes. The fourth wave, fifth wave, sixth wave. This continued until 10 in the morning, during which Su Chen successfully exterminated 10 entire beast gathering points. The abundant supply of third-tier beast cores and the consecutive battles elevated Su Chen's level once more. However, he felt a twinge of regret. There were no other types of beasts left in Bashu, and the achievement points hadn't budged. Su Chen stood in the center of the battlefield, surveying the surroundings. His status panel displayed, Tier 3, Level 8, Vitality 95.09, 5.0, Demon Power 135.8, 139.0. Various skills such as Beast Mastery, Forced Contract, and Indestructible Body were listed, with achievement points reaching 29504500. His three contracted demon beasts, the Nine-Tailed Fox, the Azure Luan, and the vampire progenitor had all made significant progress. Su Chen, number 007, the nine-tailed fox, had reached Tier 3, Level 9. Her mirror flower water moon talent, combined with skills like fox fire and heavenly charm eyes, made her a formidable force. Qing Lu, number 009, the azure Luan, had advanced to Tier 3, Level 10. Her echoing melody talent, along with skills like Song of Destruction and Song of Blessing, offered both offense and defense. Yi Lingyun, number 005, the vampire progenitor, had leapt to Tier 4, Level 1, with her Blood Oath talent and skills like Blood Shadow Blade and Blood Wings, significantly enhancing her power. This campaign not only elevated Su Chen's strength, but also allowed other participating beast masters to level up once or twice. Under Yi Huang's leadership, they divided into 4 groups and launched operations based on intelligence from Imohua. In one night, they eradicated 10 demon beast strongholds. This success was due to the beast's lack of efficient communication, while humans leveraged the ghost tune domain and precise intelligence to effectively seal off the battlefield. In just one night, they reclaimed nearly a tenth of the lost territory, delivering a heavy blow to the demon beast's main forces. At this pace, unifying Bashu within half a month seemed within reach. Su Chen calculated that with more demon beasts hunted, breaking through to Tier 5 was not far off. However, the demon beasts seemed to sense something amiss, beginning to ignore Imohua's orders. Imohua, trembling, asked, Su Chen, do you need my help to handle this? Even with the power-reducing barrier, the level suppression still exists. She dared not act rashly, preferring to be a compliant subordinate to preserve her life. Su Chen calmly analyzed, no need. If you join the battle, high-level demon emperors will surely come to aid, making the situation harder to control. Despite his words, he secretly thought, if Imohua were to take action and kill all the demon beasts, where would I get my achievement points? Within the base of Shuyan Cave, there was a solemn atmosphere. Yi Huang led the team leaders to gather before Su Chen, each one showing respect and bowing deeply. Gratitude was evident on their faces, replacing their usual pride. Su Chen, on behalf of the second battle zone, we thank you for your help. Yi Huang said sincerely. Su Chen waved his hand, speaking calmly. There's no need for such formality. We are all citizens of the Dragon Nation, and it is our duty to solve our country's problems. This is what I should do. Upon hearing this, the team leaders couldn't help but feel admiration. They thought to themselves, truly, he is a prodigious talent who entered the first battle zone at the age of 18. Not only is his strength astonishing, but he also maintains such a humble and gentle demeanor, which is truly admirable. What should we do next? Yi Huang asked, a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. Su Chen pondered for a moment and analyzed. Since the beasts no longer follow Imohua's orders, we should proceed as planned. We need to advance steadily, taking it step by step. Although we eliminated some last night, the main force of the beasts remains, and we must not rush. First, consolidate our position, then continue the offensive to gradually reclaim lost ground. Everyone nodded in agreement. After a night of fierce battle, they were all exhausted and indeed needed rest and recovery. Yes, we should report back to Base 1, Yi Huang said as he began to organize his team. Back in the tent, Yi Lingyun immediately clung to Su Chen's neck, acting coyly. Master, I'm hungry. She opened her small mouth to start feeding. Su Chen was drenched in sweat, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Tu Shan Yeye and Qing Lu handed him towels, wiping his body as they said, here are some towels, wipe yourself down first. We'll bathe when we get back. They were unashamed in Su Chen's presence, having long abandoned any sense of embarrassment. Su Chen quietly observed this dreamlike scene, feeling the soft touch and slight pain on his neck. His gaze softened, and he slowly drifted into slumber. Ouch! Ouch, Lingyun, don't bite the artery. Su Chen suddenly awoke, crying out in pain. Yi Lingyun playfully smiled and licked his wound. Hee, I can heal you, so there's nothing to fear. She continued feeding. Fortunately, Su Chen had an extraordinary constitution. An ordinary person couldn't sustain a vampire. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Under Su Chen's leadership and Mo Hua's guidance, the beast tamers of the second battle zone charged like tigers, unstoppable in their advance. They successfully captured over 60 beast strongholds without any fatalities. Although there were injuries, as long as no one died, it was manageable. Originally, Su Chen intended to eliminate the beast strongholds on his own. The beast tamers from the second war zone and Ji Shuyan insisted on following Su Chen, much to his dismay. Although he understood their concern and willingness to share the spoils, Su Chen felt frustrated that he couldn't earn achievement points on his own. He couldn't just ask them to stand by idly, so he had to watch as his progress slowed significantly. A week passed, and Su Chen and his contract partners had only advanced one rank, without gaining any achievement points. Meanwhile, the second war zone learned that there were significant developments in the battle for the Bashu area, with nearly half of the lost territory reclaimed. They immediately mobilized a large number of beast tamers, determined to recover all the territory as soon as possible. With the end of August approaching and the deadline for submitting the association's tasks looming, Su Chen weighed his options and decided to withdraw. Mo Hua had already marked the remaining strongholds and their approximate strength on the map. Given the current situation, it was estimated that all the lost territory could be reclaimed within a month, even without Su Chen's help. Mo Hua eagerly asked if she could leave as well, her eyes glancing at Yi Lingyun, who was sucking blood from Su Chen's neck. Su Chen understood and told her that his mother-in-law was in need of a demon beast maid and could arrange for her to go there. Mo Hua was thrilled and quietly asked if she needed to go alone. Su Chen replied sarcastically, questioning if she expected his mother-in-law to come pick her up personally. After handling Mo Hua's situation, it was time to part ways. Although their time together was brief, they had indeed shared life and death experiences. Under the flag of the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Huang led the people of the stronghold in a respectful formation. Yi Huang stepped forward to solemnly thank Su Chen for his help, stating they would always remember his name. Su Chen nodded meaningfully, advising them on their upcoming tasks. Yi Huang and his team saluted in unison, firmly pledging to reclaim the lost territory. Su Chen smiled and turned to leap onto Qing Lu's back. Ji Shuyuan quickly summoned her ice snow butterfly to follow. Once, Su Chen had little attachment to this world, only wanting to be an ordinary beast tamer and marry a few beautiful wives for a simple life. Yet now, a sense of belonging quietly emerged in his heart. He suddenly realized that perhaps growing up was just this simple. Su Chen was lost in thought when a series of system notifications suddenly interrupted his daydreaming. Congratulations, host, on achieving the accomplishment True Hero 2. The recapture of the Bashu region is imminent. Your actions are undoubtedly heroic among humans. But how will the beasts view you? Achievement points awarded, 500. Immediately after, the system issued several more notifications. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your achievement points have surpassed 4,600. Reward, 5 free attribute distribution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your achievement points have surpassed 4,700. Reward, 5 free attribute distribution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your achievement points have surpassed 4,800. Reward, 5 free attribute distribution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your achievement points have surpassed 4,900. Reward, 5 free attribute distribution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your achievement points have surpassed 5,000. Reward, Skill Beastmaster's Soul. Su Chen was momentarily stunned, furrowing his brows. Beastmaster's Soul? The ultimate secret of a Beastmaster? What on earth is this? He paused for a moment, pondering the sudden achievements and rewards. This Beastmaster's Soul was entirely different from the Demon's Arrow he had previously acquired. It seemed more like an abstract concept, a passive skill. Yet, Su Chen didn't feel any noticeable change, as if nothing had happened. Sister system, what exactly is this skill? Why don't I feel anything at all? Su Chen couldn't help but ask. The system simply replied. The host will naturally understand in due time. Oh come on, stop being so cryptic. Su Chen sighed helplessly. Despite his dissatisfaction, he had no choice but to accept it. On second thought, he consoled himself. Well, at least I got 20 free attribute points for nothing, which isn't too bad. Now I have 75 free attribute distribution points, and I can contract another beast. Su Chen began to fantasize about his ideal new contract beast. Strength is one thing, but in human form, it must be beautiful, gentle, and considerate. Hopefully not like Yi Lingyun, who keeps biting my neck for blood, and only mine. His thoughts drifted to the girl he met in the vampire village who cooked for him. Blonde, blue-eyed, curvaceous, gentle, and with a sweet voice. Her level is also above tier 5. If she were from the Shinrai sequence, that would be even better. The more Su Chen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and a smile crept onto his face. Next time I visit the mother-in-law's village, I should ask her opinion. That girl isn't a progenitor, so she should be able to sustain herself on ordinary human blood, right? Just as Su Chen was immersed in this pleasant fantasy, he realized he had arrived at the mission hall. The receptionist greeted him with a smile and respectfully said, 4,000,000 credit points have been transferred to your account. Thank you for your significant contribution to the border defense mission. Additionally, since you are a Beastmaster from the First War Zone, we will apply for the S-level missions corresponding 50 contribution points for you. One contribution point is equivalent to 100,000 credit points, which you can exchange directly here. Thank you. Su Chen confirmed his balance carefully, then turned to leave. At that moment, the system's notification sounded in his mind once again. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone wealthy beyond measure. Su Chen's eyes widened slightly as the system's notification sounded in his ear. He glanced down at the terminal displaying his balance, a full 1,000,000 credit points. The system continued. The host now has a liquid asset of 1,000,000, which should be enough for a wedding in Jiangxi, right? Achievement points, 50. What? There's an achievement for this too. Su Chen murmured in surprise. He recalled the 10 million credit points he had recently received from Li Ruoji, which had elicited no response from the system. Now, living in a luxurious seaside villa with a gentle and sweet maid, a charming and adorable beast girl, and a teacher who could ride Shirmezu, he was well off, with ample resources and the system aiding his upgrades. Money seemed less important. Suddenly, a thought crossed Su Chen's mind. If earning money could also achieve milestones, perhaps he could explore this further. As if understanding his thoughts, the system immediately explained. The system determined that the host would transfer the 10 million credit points to others, so it wasn't considered the host's liquid asset. What the heck? Is it really this tricky? Su Chen couldn't help but complain. System, can't you cut me some slack? His words were met with a suffocating silence. Su Chen sighed, realizing the system was indeed impartial. Turning to the front desk attendant, he asked eagerly, "Can I exchange credit points now? I'd like to convert all 50 contribution points and sell some beast cores." The attendant nodded. "Yes, you can. However, contribution points can be exchanged for rare treasures not available on the market. Are you sure you want to convert them to credit points? Credit points can't be converted back to contribution points." "Yes, go ahead," Su Chen said firmly. "All right, please wait a moment." The attendant skillfully operated the terminal. Moments later, Su Chen's account balance was 9,850,000 credit points. Shortly after, 300,000 credit points from 104th tier beast cores were credited, and the system's notification chimed again. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone millionaire. With liquid assets totaling 10 million, that's enough to support a few beautiful girls, right? Achievement points, 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 5,100 achievement points. Reward item, Puppet Talisman. Rarity, SS. Description, a consumable item that, when powered by spiritual energy, can create an identical clone controlled by the user for 1 hour. Su Chen marveled. So it's a tenfold increase. But this puppet talisman is SS rarity? That's so high. I should definitely save it. Meanwhile, Ji Shuyuan submitted her completed task at another counter, drawing envy from the surrounding beast tamers. 400,000 credit points, just like that. If I had known, I would have taken the task too. Listening to the discussions around him, Su Chen felt a slight tremor in his heart. The Asen nation was actually starting a decisive battle? This sudden news left him unsettled. He couldn't help but wonder when he would be able to participate in a battle of such magnitude. Just as Su Chen was lost in thought, Ji Shuyuan, as usual, approached him warmly to say hello. Her familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Su Chen internally groaned, recalling how Ji Shuyuan had always stuck to him like glue during the campaign to eliminate the monster stronghold on the Basha battlefield, ruining his plans to sneak away alone. Despite his reluctance, as a fellow beast master from the First War Zone, Su Chen forced himself to respond. "Su Chen, where are you headed next?" Ji Shuyuan asked with a cheerful smile. Rubbing his tired eyes, Su Chen replied with a hint of weariness in his voice. "I'll head back to the villa to rest for a few days. After half a month of continuous fighting, I'm really worn out." "I see." Ji Shuyuan nodded thoughtfully. "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." Just as Su Chen was about to turn and leave, Ji Shuyuan suddenly jumped in front of him, blocking his path. "Hey, wait. Su Chen, are you interested in making a lot of money?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Chen replied impatiently. "What? Are you thinking of selling a kidney or something?" Ji Shuyuan quickly explained, her cheeks flushing slightly. No. I just saw you selling even the 4th tier monster cores, so I thought you might need money." She lowered her voice and spoke mysteriously. "I know a place where, if you have the strength and capital, you can easily earn tens of millions of credit points." Hearing this, Su Chen was intrigued. What place? With a mysterious smile, Ji Shuyuan pulled out her phone and quickly scrolled through the screen. Soon, she opened a website with a dark and bloody theme. In the center, 5 red characters stood out. Underground Beast Arena. When Su Chen returned to the villa, it was already noon. He expected to be warmly greeted by Yun Qian in her blue and white maid outfit, but the scene he encountered was entirely different. Yun Qian was lounging on the sofa like a lazy kitten, her legs comfortably stretched out, revealing her fair, delicate feet. She was wearing Su Chen's clothes, the oversized shirt barely covering her thighs. She was happily munching on cookies while scrolling through her phone, occasionally letting out a silly laugh. This homebody image was a stark contrast to her usual dignified and composed maid appearance. Su Chen was bewildered. Did I walk into the wrong house? When Yun Qian noticed Su Chen's return, the cookie in her hand dropped to the floor. In a flash, she disappeared from the room. In less than half a minute, she reappeared, dressed in her elaborate maid uniform, back to her graceful and elegant self. "Master, Su Chen, you're back. Would you like something to eat? I can prepare it right away." Yun Qian bowed slightly and spoke softly, her tone respectful. Her eyes were clear as water, as if trying to erase the previous scene entirely. Su Chen rolled his eyes helplessly, muttering to himself. He knew full well that maids were human too and needed their own downtime. But why is she wearing his clothes? Could she be a bit of a fanatic? Su Chen cleared his throat a couple of times, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. He feigned calmness and said, make it for 3 people. My contracted beasts haven't eaten yet either. Yun Qian nodded slightly, turned, and walked into the kitchen to start preparing. Meanwhile, Su Chen summoned his beast companions and headed to the bathhouse together. He thought to himself, after half a month without a proper bath, he could finally enjoy one. About half an hour later, Yun Qian had lunch ready. Su Chen stepped out of the bathhouse and was surprised to see a table full of top-notch dishes. Buddha jumps over the wall, 9-turn large intestine, squirrel mandarin fish, rock sugarbird's nest, sea cucumber porridge. They looked and smelled so delicious that just seeing them made his mouth water. Su Chen asked, puzzled, these dishes don't seem like something that can be prepared in just half an hour. Yun Qian smiled gently and explained, well, when you went on your mission, Su Chen, we had already prepared these dishes as semi-finished products in the fridge. Now we just needed to heat them up a bit, and they were ready to serve. Hearing this, Su Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He thought to himself, seriously? Pre-made meals have even influenced another world? This cultural invasion is terrifying. However, he didn't have much of an issue with pre-made meals as long as they were safe and hygienic. Since Yun Qian had prepared them, there was naturally no problem. After a satisfying meal, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Chen lay lazily on Tu Shan Ye's lap, enjoying her ear-cleaning service. Her 9 tails gently covered Su Chen, bringing warmth and a pleasant fragrance. Qing Lu was beside him, providing a perfectly balanced leg massage. If it weren't for Yi Lingyun sucking blood from his neck, it would have been paradise, almost making Su Chen drift off to sleep. After cleaning up, Yun Qian spoke up. Su Chen, are you planning to challenge the underground beast arena? I just consulted with my sister, and it's a gathering place for many reckless fighters. Hardly anyone stops before things get dangerous. Although you can make money quickly there, it's life-threatening. With your strength, there's no need to take such risks, right? If you need money, I can borrow some from my sister. We can probably scrape together 20 million credit points. Su Chen responded dreamily. I'm not doing it for the money. I believe that fighting between life and death is the only way to truly unleash potential. He thought to himself, just kidding. Of course it's for the money. The next achievement goal is 1 billion credit points. And with enough capital and strength, who knows, I might earn it in a day. But if I were to say that out loud, the good image I've worked hard to maintain would be completely ruined. As expected, Yun Qian felt a rush of excitement at Su Chen's words. After a brief pause, she asked, so, are you planning to take action this afternoon? Su Chen shook his head and replied, let's rest for a few days first. I've been a bit tired lately. Okay, I'll go make your bed now. Yun Qian's cheeks flushed slightly as she added, well, Su Chen, you know the sheets in my room can be changed anytime too. However, Su Chen just let out a big yawn, clearly not grasping the hidden meaning behind Yun Qian's words. Seeing this, Yun Qian could only sigh softly. It seemed her charm still couldn't compare to that of the beast companions. Time flies like an arrow, and before you know it, a week has passed. Reports of the war in the Asen Kingdom have surged like a tidal wave, with analyses and predictions flooding in, casting a shadow of national crisis over this war-torn land. However, amidst the turmoil, a turning point has emerged in the Bashu battlefield. The high-ranking demon emperor has grown weary of the mists in the Bashu region, and the demon beast army is beginning to withdraw. They are moving southward along the mountain paths to join the siege of the Asen Kingdom. In response, the Asen Kingdom issued a strong condemnation to the Dragon Kingdom, urging them to send support. Despite its limited high-ranking combat strength, the Dragon Kingdom, considering humanitarian reasons and alliance obligations, decided to redeploy some of its top beast tamers from the Basha battlefield to aid the Asen Kingdom. On the Asian continent, only the Dragon Kingdom, Su Kingdom, and Asen Kingdom are left struggling to hold the line against the demon beasts. The nations are acutely aware of the interdependence of their survival. The reclamation of Bashu is within reach, but these dramatic changes in the situation have nothing to do with Su Chen, who is engrossed in the company of demon beast girls. National affairs are far beyond the influence of someone like him. At 9:30 in the morning, Su Chen woke up from his warm bed. He gently pushed aside Yi Lingyun, who was lying on top of him, and reached for his phone on the bedside table. After exchanging a few pleasantries with teacher Xia Lima, he finally opened the new message from Ji Shuyuan. Su Chen, good morning. You haven't forgotten what day it is today, have you? It's already 9 o'clock. Don't tell me you're still sleeping. Don't ignore me. Su Chen sighed and replied casually. Just got up, got it. After a moment, Su Chen got up to change his clothes, waking up Tu Shan Ye and Qing Lu in the process. The 2 demon beast girls let out a few cute murmurs before slowly getting up and dressing themselves. After breakfast, the 3 of them arrived at the Beast Tamer Association in the 1st District just before noon. From a distance, Su Chen saw Ji Xuan standing in front of the association, dressed in a particularly eye-catching outfit, drawing the attention of passers-by. Ji Shiyuan's face showed a hint of helplessness, but upon seeing Su Chen, her expression immediately turned to joy. Su Chen, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you forever. Ji Shiyuan exclaimed excitedly. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, dispersed with a mix of curiosity and disappointment. Su Chen took in Ji Shiyuan's outfit and remarked, "Are you going shopping or on a trip dressed like that? Looking good is a girl's nature." Ji Shiyuan replied with a playful smile, throwing a flirtatious wink at Su Chen. "Besides, it doesn't matter since I'm not the one doing the fighting." Su Chen was momentarily at a loss for words and decided to change the subject. "All right, let's go." For situations like this, where there isn't a mission involved, using the teleportation array requires a payment of a certain number of credit points. It's 100,000 credit points per use, and that's even at a half-price discount for members of the First War Zone. It's safe to say this price is quite steep. With a flash of bright light, Su Chen and Ji Shuyuan suddenly appeared in front of the gates of the Beast Master Association in Magic City. As soon as they stepped out of the teleportation array, Su Chen's eyes widened at the sight before him. A row of luxury cars neatly parked at the entrance, with over a dozen bodyguards in black suits standing straight. Upon seeing Ji Shuyuan, they all bowed in unison and said, "Welcome back, miss." Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking, what is this, a scene from a gangster movie? Ji Shuyuan looked equally helpless. She waved her hand and said to the bodyguards, "You can all leave now. I'm not planning to go home this early. Just go back and tell my father." However, a man who seemed to be the head of the bodyguards stepped forward with a troubled expression and said, "But, young Master Morong is already waiting at home." Before he could finish, Ji Shuyuan's expression turned cold, filled with disdain. She said bluntly, "I'm not going back. If he likes to wait, let him keep waiting." With that, she grabbed Su Chen's hand and headed straight for a Pagani Huayra parked nearby. They got in the car, closed the door, and started it up in one swift motion. The luxury car roared away, leaving the bodyguards exchanging worried looks. "What should we do now, Captain?" one of the bodyguards asked quietly. The head bodyguard sighed. "What else can we do? Are we supposed to stop her? Just go back and inform the master and young Master Morong. We can't have him waiting there indefinitely. Also, send a couple of people to follow and make sure Mrs. Safety is ensured." "Understood," the other bodyguards responded in unison. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Chen frowned slightly, feeling a sense of unease. He had just heard the name, young Master Morong, and couldn't help but think, this feels oddly familiar. Don't tell me it's another Li Ruoji 2.0 situation. He had no interest in Ji Shuyuan, purely because she knew the location of the underground beast arena. The luxury car sped northward, with other vehicles giving way, fearing any damage to a car they couldn't afford to compensate for. After leaving Magic City and crossing a plain, the car finally stopped in front of a dilapidated, abandoned outpost. Su Chen got out and curiously surveyed the surroundings. The underground beast arena being outside the city was something he never expected. The outpost before him looked abandoned for years, with overgrown weeds and weathered walls. If not for the luxury cars parked inside, Su Chen would have thought they were in the wrong place. But on second thought, with so many beast masters gathered here, any wild beast causing trouble would likely end up as a beast core, making perfect sense. "Here, wear this mask," Ji Xuan said, handing him a black half-face mask. The intricate design suggested it was quite valuable. "Why wear a mask? Are we going to a masquerade ball?" Su Chen asked, puzzled. "No," Ji Shuyuan explained. "If people recognize you, how are you going to make money?" Su Chen pondered for a moment and realized the truth. In betting games like this, making big money requires betting on the underdog, and the opportunity only comes a few times. If everyone knew Su Chen was skilled, they'd all bet on him, and there would be no profit to be made. With this in mind, Su Chen took the mask and put it on. He checked his reflection in the car window and had to admit, it looked quite cool. But after a few more glances, he couldn't shake the feeling that it had a certain edgy aristocrat vibe to it. As you step into the abandoned stronghold, a musty and decaying scent hits you. In the parking lot, a dozen luxury cars stand silently amidst a scattering of tents, indicating that many have spent the night here. At the mansion's entrance, a few third-tier beast tamers with cigarettes in their mouths stand guard. Upon seeing Ji Shuyuan approach, a flicker of surprise crosses their eyes, but they silently step aside, as if she's a regular visitor. Passing through two dilapidated wooden doors, a staircase to the basement emerges. As you descend, the space opens up, and the noise of voices grows louder. "Kill him. Damn it, I'm furious. I lost 100,000 just like that. Someone kill him for me. Damn, he's so useless. Kill that loser." The angry curses rise and fall. Beyond the beaded curtain and iron door, a massive arena reminiscent of an ancient Roman Colosseum comes into view. The stands are packed with people of all ages. In the center, a bloodstained circular area hosts a beast tamer duel nearing its end. One third-tier, 8th-level beast tamer gently strokes his blazing white lion, while across from him, a third-tier, 9th-level tamer anxiously calls out to his severely injured shadow wolf. In the next moment, the shadow wolf collapses. The man's face turns pale, and he drops to his knees, trembling. I concede. The rapid drumbeats announce the match's end, and the audience erupts. Give us our money back. Kill him. The shouts of anger are relentless, and the scene becomes chaotic. Ji Shuyuan explains quietly. In these beast tamer duels, the loser is often killed, especially in upsets. The spectators who lose money won't let them off easily. Su Chen curiously asks, so, will the loser be attacked afterward? Ji Shuyuan shakes her head. Not attacked directly, but most of the people here are influential figures from the magic capital. They can make life very difficult for the loser in the city. Su Chen remarks, the world of beast tamers is truly complex. Can you explain the duel rules? Ji Shuyuan pretends to adjust non-existent glasses, then pulls out her phone from her pocket, opens the official rules page, and hands it to Su Chen. All the rules are here. Take a look. Su Chen takes the phone and begins browsing. First up are the registration rules. Simply pay 5,000 credit points at the registration desk and sign a life and death waiver to participate in the duel. Su Chen was intently reading the rules of the underground beast arena. Participants could choose a nickname. Otherwise, their real name would be used by default. Opponents were assigned randomly, but the difference in their levels wouldn't exceed 4 tiers. After learning who their opponent was, participants could choose to forfeit if they felt they had little chance of winning. Though this would cost them the 5,000 credit registration fee, at least it ensured their survival. During the duel, each beast master could summon only one contracted beast at a time, but they could switch between multiple beasts to handle different situations. Victory was achieved by defeating the opponent's beast master or forcing them to concede. However, even if the losing side conceded, the victor could continue to attack, potentially killing their opponent. This meant that once on the battlefield, one's life was entirely in the hands of their adversary. As Su Chen was reading about the betting phase, Ji Shuyuan's phone suddenly buzzed with several new messages. The sender was labeled Lickspittle number 1 Murong Yi, dumped. Schwer, why are you, a girl, going to such a dangerous place like the underground beast arena? Wait for me, I'm on my way. I'm already at the north gate. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Su Chen's brow furrowed as a sense of foreboding crept over him. Could this really be another drama, like Li Ruoji 2.0? At that moment, 2 beast masters entered the central duel arena. On the left was a 4th tier, 6th level beast master named Big Black Dog. He was burly and muscular, with several menacing scars crisscrossing his body, clearly not someone to be trifled with. On the right was a 4th tier, 4th level female beast master known as Ice Queen. Her appearance was average, but her long, slender white legs were particularly eye-catching. She could easily become famous as a leg model. Betting starts now. With the referee's announcement, the audience erupted in excitement. Ice Queen's legs, wow, just for those legs, I'm betting 50,000. She's not much to look at, just the legs are decent. I'm betting 200,000 on Big Black Dog. What an idiot. 50,000 credits could get you a top-notch beauty. I'm betting 100,000 on Big Black Dog. Why bother arguing with him? Big Black Dog, 100,000. Su Chen handed the phone to Ji Shuyuan, signaling her to deal with Murong Ye's messages. However, Ji Shuyuan seemed to ignore it, stuffing the phone into her pocket and dragging Su Chen to the betting counter. Su Chen, trust me, bet on Big Black Dog, it's a sure win. Before she finished speaking, she swiftly swiped a bank card on the POS machine. I'm betting 5 million credits on Big Black Dog. Her words caused a commotion among the crowd. Wow, who is this girl so wealthy? Are you not from Shanghai? She's Ji Shuyuan, the heiress of the Ji family in Shanghai. How could you not know? Sorry, I just came here with friends yesterday, huh? Big Black Dog is the creator of a 64-win streak, only losing 3 months ago to a 5th tier, 1st level Beastmaster due to bad luck. This is practically a guaranteed win. With Miss G betting so much, even if I bet 100,000, I wouldn't make much profit. I'll sit this one out. Indeed, it's a no-brainer. Betting like this is pointless. Ji Shuyuan gently tugged on Su Chen's hand, her lively eyes signaling him to quickly place a bet. Although the upcoming match wasn't going to yield a huge profit, a win was better than nothing. However, Su Chen's gaze was fixed on the female beast tamer on stage. The beast tamer's legs were indeed captivating, fair and long, even more alluring than those of Qing Lu and Tu Shanyeya. But what truly drew Su Chen's attention wasn't her legs, but an inexplicable, profound feeling. Even though the Ice Queen hadn't summoned her contracted beast yet, Su Chen was certain that her beast's strength rivaled that of Yi Lingyun's. It was a feeling as straightforward as 112, giving him absolute confidence in his intuition. Su Chen furrowed his brow, staring at the countdown to place bets, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his chin. After a brief moment of consideration, he decided to trust his instincts and take a gamble. I'll bet on the Ice Queen, 5 million credit points. Su Chen declared, swiping his card through the POS machine. His voice wasn't loud, yet it exploded through the crowd like thunder. The surrounding people were instantly abuzz, as if witnessing a madman. Is this guy crazy? Wearing a mask, is he here to give away money? Probably mesmerized by those legs. Young people are always impulsive. I was worried no one would bet on the Ice Queen. Now we won't make much money. Fine, I'll bet on the big black dog, 200,000. Haha, I'm in too, 300,000 on the big black dog. Su Chen anxiously pulled Su Chen aside, her face full of concern. She scolded, Su Chen, are you out of your mind? If you want to look at legs, I can show you mine. You can even touch them. They're no worse than hers. That woman isn't even that pretty. Why are you being so foolish? Su Chen shook his head slightly. Let's wait for the results before jumping to conclusions. That woman, she's strong. Ji Shuiyuan was taken aback. Really? She doesn't look like anything special to me. Su Chen took a deep breath. Just watch. Her contracted beast strength might not be weaker than a fifth tier. With the sound of a deep drumbeat, the betting concluded and the showdown officially began. The big black dog smirked disdainfully, saying, Good. You didn't surrender. You have courage. But it's misplaced. With a wave of his hand, a tall man with dark green skin appeared before the crowd. Divine Sequence Number 99 Green Scaled Jade Jiao, Level 4, Stage 10. This beast's appearance immediately sparked cheers and admiration from the audience. Clearly a regular and a crowd favorite. On the other side, the Ice Queen simply said coldly, Get out here and fight. Suddenly, the entire underground beast arena was enveloped in a bone-chilling cold, causing many to shiver involuntarily. A petite, endearing humanoid beast appeared before everyone. She was a little girl, just over 5 feet tall, perfectly fitting the description of a loli. Her long silver hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, perfectly complementing her silver-white dress and emphasizing her pure, flawless beauty. Her skin was as white as snow, and her doll-like delicate features inspired a sense of tenderness in anyone who laid eyes on her. This was the first impression everyone had of Snow Woman, Sequence 125. However, when Su Chen glanced at the information interface of this creature, his eyes widened in shock, almost popping out of their sockets. The information displayed was astonishing. Name, Bai Shui. Race sequence, number 006, Snow Emperor. Level, Stage 4, Segment 8. Physique, 99.011, 5.5. Demon Power, 54.05, 4.0. Innate Skill, End of Winter. Skills, Ice Explosion, Ice Arrow, 1000-Mile Freeze, Snow Blast, Ice Dragon's Roar, Absolute 0. Bond Value, 0. End of Winter. Significantly enhances combat ability in snowy weather. Ice-based techniques can freeze everything. The azure-scaled Jade Jiao coldly observed the Snow Woman in front of it, a disdainful sneer playing at its lips. Its innate skill, Jiao's Eye, allowed it to perceive the opponent's physical condition and inner thoughts, akin to a lower-grade version of insight, detecting details others would easily miss. Despite the Snow Woman's outwardly calm demeanor, the azure-scaled Jade Jiao's gaze penetrated her snow-white attire, revealing numerous hidden scars. Whip marks crisscrossed with burns and cuts. The shapes and distribution of these wounds clearly indicated they were not inflicted by another beast, but rather the result of cruel human torture. Beyond physical damage, the azure-scaled Jade Jiao sensed an overwhelming sense of battle weariness within the Snow Woman. She harbored deep resentment towards her beast master, wishing to destroy her. Yet, due to some leverage the woman held over her, the Snow Woman dared not resist, enduring endless suffering in silence. After completing its analysis, the azure-scaled Jade Jiao shook its head in resignation. Having lived among humans for years, it understood the fascination many ordinary men had with snow women. Her delicate beauty alone was enough to make her a prized pet for the wealthy, allowing her to live a life of luxury even without a human contract. Unfortunately, she was bound to such a heartless woman, a cruel twist of fate. The azure-scaled Jade Jiao resolved to give the Snow Woman a merciful end, recognizing her inability to escape her tragic destiny. It also planned to eliminate her abusive master. As these thoughts surged, the killing intent within the azure-scaled Jade Jiao rose like a tidal wave. However, just as it was about to act, it found itself unable to move. No, it wasn't merely immobilized. To its horror, the azure-scaled Jade Jiao realized the scene had transformed. The Snow Woman's figure had vanished, replaced by the head of its master, wearing an equally bewildered expression. Scattered around were various body parts, identifiable by their patterns as belonging to both itself and its master. Each piece was covered in a thin layer of frost, glistening with a faint glow. At that moment, the azure-scaled Jade Jiao finally understood it, and its master were already dead. They hadn't even realized when it happened. Or perhaps, from the moment they first saw the Snow Woman, they had already been dead. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on the battlefield. The creature known as the Snow Maiden gently raised her right hand, and a fierce chill swept through the venue like a tidal wave. The air seemed to freeze, and the azure-scaled Jade Flood Dragon and the big black dog were instantly immobilized by the cold, as if under a petrifying spell. Crack, crack, the crisp sound of shattering broke the silence. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the azure-scaled jade flood dragon and the big black dog turned into a pile of ice shards, the whole process taking no more than 3 seconds. The audience exchanged incredulous looks. Finally, someone broke the silence, their voice trembling. What just happened? The big black dog and the azure-scaled jade flood dragon. Just like that, they're dead? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can't believe something so outrageous. There's something off about that snow maiden. Voices of discussion rose and fell. The Ice Queen, expressionless, recalled the snow maiden back into her beast space and slowly approached the stunned referee, saying coldly, "Aren't you going to announce the result?" The referee snapped out of his daze, his hand trembling as he struck the gong. Dong, 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 match over, Ice Queen wins. The arena erupted in commotion. Ji Xuan turned to Su Chen, her eyes filled with confusion. What on earth happened? Su Chen, do you know that woman? Su Chen shook his head in silence, equally shocked. The 3 beast girls in his beast space were also stunned by what had just happened. What was that? I couldn't see clearly. It seemed like an extremely powerful ice attribute move. I don't think I could withstand it. Master, that white-haired woman isn't just a snow maiden. She must be a higher-tier beast. Su Chen responded quietly. I know. I'll explain everything to you later. He turned to Ling Yun, his expression serious. Ling Yun, can you track that woman without being detected? Ling Yun frowned slightly. The snow maiden doesn't have anti-detection skills, but her strength surpasses yours. By how much? Her physique value is 115, but she seems to be injured and likely won't recover quickly. Then it shouldn't be too much of a problem. For safety, it might be best to wait until after dusk. Su Chen checked the time. It was 2:30 in the afternoon, and there was still some time before dusk. Located in the east of Long Country, the night falls early. He calculated silently that if he used the Dominion technique without engaging in combat, he might just manage until dusk. If I use the Dominion technique to strengthen you, it should be okay, right? Of course, it won't be a problem. Then I'm counting on you. And if you're discovered, retreat immediately. Okay, master, just wait for my good news. As soon as she finished speaking, a shadow darted out from behind Su Chen like a phantom, moving so swiftly that no one noticed. Su Chen's gaze remained fixed on the Ice Queen on the stage, his brow furrowed. What is this feeling? Su Chen gazed at the Snow Queen, a surge of indescribable emotion welling up within him. The powerful aura of the contracted beast was overwhelming, yet intertwined with a suffocating sense of despair. The moment the Snow Emperor was summoned, this feeling intensified. Although the Snow Emperor remained silent, Su Chen's mind was filled with faint echoes of "help me." These pleas were etched into his consciousness, leaving him deep in thought. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. System, is this the power of the Beast Master's soul? Su Chen asked internally. The system's response was swift and affirmative. Yes. This is the ultimate ability of the Beast Master's soul. It allows you to easily perceive the emotions and power fluctuations of all beasts. However, because your beast power is currently low, you can only sense strong fluctuations. Subtle changes are temporarily beyond your reach. A truly awakened Beast Master can sense the presence of beasts even without the 6 senses. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully, a look of understanding flashing in his eyes. Beside him, Ji Shuyuan watched Su Chen talking to himself and was a bit puzzled. She thought, is this how geniuses behave? Just then, Su Chen's phone vibrated, and a message popped up. Your account ending in 4399 has been credited with 9.68 million credit points. Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Not bad, not bad. Making money here is fast. But why is it only this much? After deducting the principal, I only earned less than 5 million. Hearing this figure, Ji Shiyuan's eyes widened, showing a look of dismay. Her 5 million monthly allowance had disappeared so easily. If she hadn't completed an S-level mission with Su Chen last month, she might have been in trouble this month. Quickly adjusting her mindset, she consoled herself. Most of the money ended up with Su Chen, so it's not a total loss. Just consider it 1% of my dowry. As she mused, she tapped her fingers lightly on the table, analyzing. The Snow Queen must have also wagered a significant amount of credit points, and the organizers would take a small cut, so 9.68 million is quite a lot. Su Chen nodded, realizing. So I could bet on myself too. Initially, I thought of asking Ji Shuyuan to help with the betting, but now it seems unnecessary. Before long, Su Chen went to the registration desk. His opponent was named Dominating Blade King, a formidable name for someone at the 4th-tier second stage. The beast master behind Su Chen shivered involuntarily upon hearing this name. Su Chen, noticing this detail, felt a thrill of excitement. It seems this Dominating Blade King is quite a tough character. This will be another chance to earn big. The participants' viewing area was located closest to the central square, offering a great view. This time, Su Chen didn't sit with Ji Shuyuan. However, he noticed from afar a tall young man sitting next to her, trying to engage her in conversation with a sycophantic smile. Ji Shuyuan, meanwhile, was absorbed in her phone, barely acknowledging him. Su Chen muttered to himself, "Is he Murong Yi, the one Ji Xuan labeled as a sycophant? Good thing I got away quickly." Then, a thought struck Su Chen. Murong Yi, the name sounded familiar. He recalled his high school textbooks mentioning that the Murong family was one of the few noble beastmaster families, holding a prestigious status. For someone from such a family to be labeled as sycophant number 1 by Ji Xuan was surprising. Su Chen couldn't help but wonder. In her notes, am I listed as some kind of epic-level sycophant? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.